Well, good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours, a session of complaints in what was maybe, we've had a lot of bad sports weekends, but this one maybe takes the cake. It was, okay, let's start. Isaac Paredes homered. Hunter Brown gave up just 2 runs. That was nice. Jeremy Pena hit a grand slam. Then he got hurt, which happens all the time. Zach Cole continues to be the Astros' greatest player.
Wait a minute. It sounds like it was a good weekend.
It was, well, it was 3 games, and you had these highlights. Jose Altuve homered. I remember that.
You going to go through everyone who had hits?
He had a double, I think. That's right. Never mind. And Nico had 8 catches for 100 yards and a touchdown.
Yeah.
Nico, he did do those
yards. Yeah.
So that was
D'Amico was asked about explosive plays being an issue, and he goes, well, what about the Nico play? Well,
yeah.
There was a busted coverage where no one even covered him.
Right.
So I don't know if I'm counting that one.
And CJ was, you know what? It's a good thing CJ looked back and saw that because he was looking the other, and then he goes, "Oh man, dude's wide open." That's awesome.
There's a chance he would have missed it.
He would have. No, well, you mean like Marvin Harrison?
Yeah.
Oh boy, I feel bad for that dude. He was distraught after the game too. Nobody's distraught in the Texans locker room. They're a good team. That's what I heard.
Listen, I'm not worried about it. I'm sorry. I'm not concerned about it.
No.
D'Amico's not concerned about it.
So why are you?
And you shouldn't be concerned about this offensive line.
You know, that was about as condescending as it gets.
It was. He lied to our face.
Can you play that? Is there any point you can play that, Nick Caserio?
Yeah, just to remind people that he's getting some other sound ready, but we do need to play that to just remind you that there was no concern about this offensive line. They weren't concerned about it, so you shouldn't be concerned about it.
Why are you concerned?
So condescending. No. So unbelievably condescending that you shouldn't worry about this offensive line when you knew you should. I mean, it was all there. I knew for a fact and said it. I didn't try to hide it. You're going to take a step back on the offensive line. Now, you were going to potentially improve in some areas. Your left tackle was never going to be better. That was impossible. But they wanted to get him out of the room and try to move forward, and they knew there would be some growing pains. But so for him to just say that, why not just say, hey, we've got some guys that are really going to compete hard. We think we've got good coaching. We expect guys to take a step this year, and we're going to let it play out, and we're going to we're going to get better in the offensive line. You could have just said that, telling people not to worry about it. Hey, we're not concerned about it, so you shouldn't be concerned about it. Yeah. Or are you concerned about it now, Nick? Are you concerned about your quarterback now? Are you concerned about this play caller now, Nick?
What are
you concerned about exactly? Being 0-3, Nick?
And that's a problem. I mean, I've got some experience at this. Is that the coaching staff not making any adjustments when it's a long story, but that you didn't give Ursary any help, that you didn't chip. I mean, he's facing Josh Allen over there,
who was giving him the business,
who was destroying him all day,
pushing him.
By the way, Josh Allen has destroyed the Texans with Laramie Tunsil. So, I mean, Josh Allen is one of the best defensive ends in the league. And to not give
you just wouldn't know it because he plays in Jacksonville.
Right. Hines Allen or whatever his name is.
They got 2 guys that can rock your world. And because they got 2 bull rushers.
Yeah, right. I mean, so that you gave him no help whatsoever over there. I mean, you say, well, the offensive line sucks. How about some scheming that actually helps the offensive, helps a rookie against one of the best defensive ends in the league?
Just all you're doing is just having a running back or lining up a tight end. You just line a tight end
and he
up
just
over
chips.
there. That's all you got to do. And he releases before he releases. You saw Bobby Slowick do that against Kansas City. It's just that Dalton Schultz didn't even try to chip, but he was over there specifically for that purpose in the playoff game. What does Nick Caley do? Nick Caley didn't even put anyone over there. You didn't even widen him out by, by and make the trip to the quarterback longer by putting a tight end there or putting an extra body there. You didn't even do that. You didn't do anything.
And I thought that was going to be the case with this team. I thought it was going to be, we're going to help them out. You know what? We saw what happened to CJ last year. We're not going to do that again. We're going to help him out. We're going to have a back that can block in the backfield, which they got in Nick Chubb, which they got in Woody Marks. We're going to have a tight end. Tight ends chipping. Our offensive line is young. It's inexperienced. Well, not young. We got a rookie left tackle, but they haven't played together. So let's do stuff to help CJ out. And nothing.
No, and he's not helping. And CJ's showing signs of. I mean, CJ's not growing at all. CJ's not any better than he was his rookie year. Not any better.
Well,
I don't see him any that interception on that high-low route, the combination, where he floated it up there. It's the same kind of interception he had with Tank Dell last year against the Detroit Lions, where he could have, essentially ended that game and instead kind of opened the door for Detroit.
Right.
He's not any better at responding to pressure. He's not getting any better.
That corner trap is one of the hardest things for quarterbacks to read. When the corner's in that flat zone, in that area, the zone.
Well, the corners have to play high or low. You read it and you throw.
And the corner comes out.
And Jordan Lewis played it well.
Right.
Jordan Lewis played it well. But that's why you got to put more gas on.
Well, that's what Petrie did on his interception too, though. He came from down underneath.
Well, that was a terrible throw.
It was a terrible throw. Both of them were terrible.
Both of them were terrible.
And you know why? Because if CJ gets it over his, which he could have gotten over his head and had a nice completion, instead he underthrew it. And the corner comes up and grabs it. But CJ, Del, we got to play this because I think this is probably the most important thing. I'm really tired of CJ. Every week, he's worried. He's just worried about what people are saying. He's okay.
He's worried about what people are saying.
Yes. Well, listen to he said the same thing last week. He said the same thing.
Okay.
Well, everybody's got their opinion on, and everybody's going to freak out because we're 0-2. Everybody's.
Okay, let's hear.
And here's his sound again from yesterday. That it's only about what everybody is saying instead of how they're playing.
I thought we ran the ball well. I thought we somewhat threw it well.
Pause it. We somewhat threw it well.
Well,
you had a 50-yard completion that they didn't even cover because Campbell made a mistake. You didn't throw it well? What is he talking about?
Yeah, well, D'Amico too.
What are we talking about? Are we not even being honest with ourselves? They didn't throw it well.
They're a play away.
Well.
They're 3 plays away from being 3-0.
It was one of the worst offensive performances I've seen from the Texans in my time of breathing. I've been watching them since they started. I was doing the stupid pregame show. The only reason I was on that was to do a tailgating feature where I could go eat out in the parking lot.
Yeah, well, no, they had less than 100 yards against Pittsburgh.
They've had bad performances, but this, for a team of this potential caliber, with the talent they have on it, it might have been the worst. First of all, it was one of the worst played games I've ever seen two teams have. Yeah. It was an embarrassment. It was an atrocity.
It was awesome.
And then to say anything positive came out of there. Okay, let's finish hearing this propaganda.
No. Start it over,
Finish
Del.
the propaganda.
Yeah, stop.
This is a very good team. We run the ball so good. We throw the ball so good. Make many great plays on special team. Really great team. Nothing wrong at 0-3. I'm not concerned. D'Amico's not concerned. You should not be concerned.
Well, this
is right out of who was it? Brezhnev? No. Who was the one, John? Was it not Stalin? It was the other guy who said everything was fine.
Oh,
any number of Russian leaders.
Right. Any one of them.
Khrushchev. It was Khrushchev. I'm thinking of.
Okay. Here is C.J. Khrushchev.
I thought we ran the ball well. I thought we somewhat threw it well. It's always better than what you think, but when you lose, of course, it's not good enough. So, there's the sun will rise up tomorrow, and we'll be able to go back to work. So that's a positive, and you got to just keep going forward. Everybody's gonna talk crazy like they've been doing, and have these analyses, and rightfully so. Like, that's NFL. You give them
Rightfully so.
an inch, they'll take a mile. So we got to be able to stay together, stick together, stay as a family, stay as a brotherhood, and try to get these things fixed. Because it's a long season. It's, sucks you start 0-3, but it can be flipped. So.
See, this is what happens when you have Gen Z players. We're used to watching. It's not like this is the first time people aren't aware of what's being said, but what it used to be is you were aware of what sports writers are saying in the local newspaper. What almost always was, occasionally it was about sports talk host. It could be about that. Or they would say, I know what you read. You're always negative. It was either about a sports talk host or a writer. Now, this generation, because they spend so much time online on social media, they're talking about any number of things. Yes, ESPN shows, but they can talk about people that are in their mentions. The negativity is around you at all times. Dude, turn that off during the regular season. If you're going to reference this every week, it's going to be a miserable existence for you. If this is what you're reading every single week.
It was last week, and it's this week, and it's what people are. It's
Who
not.
cares
It's
what
not
people
how
are
we're
saying?
playing. It's not that we're 0-3. It's what people are saying. And you know what? How does that affect you in any way, shape, or form, CJ? How in the world? Listen, I don't know that I've seen a poutier. I don't know that I've seen worse body language than he's got. I mean, he is. You talk about Don. He finally had some emotion after a 50-yard pass, a wide-open player, okay, on a busted coverage, and it was like, yay, we did something. That's the only play they made because of a busted coverage.
They had no
the
explosive
only
plays
play
other
they
than that.
made all day.
That was the only that's why this idea that they did some things well on offense, this was a terrible offensive performance by the Texans. It was terrible. They are going backwards. Nick Caley is in over his head. I mean, you didn't chip, you didn't line up a tight end over there. You didn't give more help to Ursary.
Well,
Ursary had two holds. One was on a running play, but he had 2 holding penalties. He got pushed into the pocket constantly, gave up 4 or 5 pressures, a tip ball that ended up being the game sealer because it ended up being an interception. Ursary isn't prepared to play a guy like Josh Allen Hines. He's just not. No. So what do you have to do? You're going to take some lumps, but at least help him out. Don't let – I just get the feeling that, I know everyone wanted – I think – I'm going to save this for a different segment. I think the fans helped push Slowick out. I'm not saying Slowick was the answer, but the ownership listens to the fans. They have a fan council they created. Like the fans and social media, they pay attention to that stuff.
Well, you said, during that process, you were like 0% chance he's getting fired.
I honestly,
you said 0%.
You're right.
You thought that the organization
wait.
You thought the organization would step up and keep the guy.
I thought 0% chance because who fires somebody after the second year when the year before they were one of the hot commodities and you had offensive rookie of the year and it was a bad year. So what you do is you go to him and say, hey, my dad's been on staffs where they've had to have conversations with coordinators and you say, hey, next year we want this done. We want this done. No more of this. We want to do this. And, and D'Amico should say stuff like that, and you give Bobby Slowick a 3rd year. I can promise you, Bobby Slowick would not have been – it would have been better than this. It would have been better than this. I promise you that. And, even if you get rid of Slowick, then you bring somebody in who's not a sexy name. Chip Kelly, they're not doing any good. Chip Kelly with the Raiders? You think they're doing good? So I'm not saying just necessarily that was all going to be some other name or whatever because the Raiders look like suck. So it's not, I don't know that anyone could have fixed this, what we're seeing, but there's little things that you got to do better.
Listen, they fixed the offensive line, so I don't know what you're talking about. They did all they could. They're not concerned. I don't know why you are.
Hey, Juice Scruggs made it back. Juice started over Tomlinson.
Well, how about that?
Had a guard rotation, but
Trent Brown inactive. Cam Robinson inactive. I don't even know if he was active or not. He did not playing. Lake and Tomlinson sit down. All of the guys that they brought in to just throw a bunch of crap against the wall and see what sticks, all of them now are just sitting. Just sit. That's all. Just go sit. Go over there and sit and watch because you're not good enough to play. But they're not concerned. I don't know why you are.
So we rank the players, we stack the board, the players come off the board at different points. I would say we try to move around the board. We try to move up, I would say, multiple. I mean, look, you guys know us. We pretty much trade every draft pick that we have. So, but we try to move up and down the board. Sometimes there's a trade partner that works itself out. Sometimes there isn't. So the way it worked itself out, we ended up moving on to 25. We picked Jaden at 34, and then we picked Ursary at 48 or 49, who was one of the top-ranked tackles in the draft that we liked. So, again, it's never about one pick. It's never about one player. I think the offensive line in and of itself is about 5 guys playing as one. So, again, I would say for D'Amico and I, we're not concerned about it. So if we're not concerned about it, you guys certainly shouldn't be concerned about it either.
And CJ shouldn't be concerned about it.
There is. They do have to play together so that they don't, just a simple stunt isn't going to beat them.
It's true.
But you're also out there on an island with what's his name? Alan
Josh
Hines
Allen
or Hines
Hines.
Allen? Hines,
Used to
whatever.
be Josh Allen. That's Josh Allen.
I know.
Hines.
I call him
It's
Josh Allen.
Hines Allen.
It's
Is it
Hines,
Hines
Allen.
Allen?
That's what I thought.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
Well, it needs to be Allen Hines.
Well,
He was
it's
first
Hines
Josh Allen, so we're going Josh Allen Hines.
No, I'm just going Josh Allen because that's his mama called him Josh Allen. I'm going to call him Josh Allen. And so, he's
Hines
out there
Allen.
by himself. Nick, you do have to have some talent because you are out there by yourself. It's not just 5 guys. No, it's Josh Allen against the rookie that's getting his ass kicked.
It was one-on-one there, from what I could tell.
Yep.
Not even a little 2-on-1 you might want to
Nothing.
give him.
Nothing. Give him no help. Hey.
Well, listen, you certainly shouldn't be concerned.
No, I'm not concerned.
And CJ, you shouldn't be concerned. Why didn't you say that? And CJ, you shouldn't be concerned.
What? Oh, no. Well, CJ
They
is
got what they
concerned.
wanted. They got a new play caller. They got a new tackle. Everything's fine.
Yep.
Listen,
All right.
7-3 start. The Colts can't be beat, but you're down 3 to the Colts. We didn't even mention the Astros aren't even in the playoffs anymore.
Yeah.
They're
Well,
not even in the playoffs anymore. They don't have they pretty much have tiebreakers against nobody, but the main one is Cleveland Guardians. They're tied with the Guardians, but not really because you're a game behind the Guardians because of tiebreaker.
You got 6 games left. They're going to get there.
Get where? The playoffs or the
playoffs.
division?
The playoffs.
They're
Okay,
playing
because in the
well.
middle,
We don't
You know, the
care. All you
Guardians
got to
aren't
do is
hot
get
or
in, Dell.
anything
I don't
like
know if you
that.
heard.
because in the middle of a group chat, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, you were still very confident they would win the division.
Well, and wasn't I right? Didn't they win yesterday?
No,
Oh.
they did in fact.
We
They're
had
actually 3
we had a hero on the mound. And
Cal Raleigh hit like 9 homers against us.
See what you did for all that slander?
yeah.
Alexander can't get anyone out now. Finally.
Well.
It's like everything caught up with the Astros all at once.
Oh.
At the end of the year, like, remember all that stuff where you couldn't believe it? Yeah, well,
Yep.
there's
Well, I
a toll.
believe it now.
There's a debt to be paid for it.
All right. If you got some thoughts, get in 713-780-3776. I got some thoughts on Texas Card House. Listen, they've got every day. They've got tournaments going on, be it at noon, 2 o'clock, 6:30. Check your local listings. I actually check your TexasCardHouse.com and see when they're playing. So you're looking for an Omaha tournament. You're looking for, they have the huge series going on. It doesn't get any better. $100,000 on the line. It is the biggest and the best card room that you're going to find. Or you could just go, you want to play a $1, $2? You can do that as well. $1, $3. Will you throw in a round of PLO? Okay, you can do that too. You want to play straight PLO? You can do that too. Cash games going on 24/7, 365 days a year. You're looking for the best place to get your poker on. I think there's only one place in town. Well, 2 places. One's at Westheimer and Green Ridge, and one is on I-45 and Spring Cypress. And beautiful locations, safe, clean, but they've got a huge series kicking off, and you can be part of it. All you need to do is go to TexasCardHouse.com and see when they're playing, how they're playing, and what's going on. You're looking for poker, TexasCardHouse.com.
Hey, if you're looking to host a party, it could be from 20 to 300, whatever the case may be, all points in between. There are 2 spots specifically designated for you at St. Arnold. They are your party headquarters because when you want a private event, they've got 2 different rooms. The beer hall, which can hold up to 300 people, so that's going to be the larger venue. And then the I don't want to even say the smaller one, the cozier one can be, between 20 and 100, actually. So it's got plenty of size. But they've got 2 different rooms where you can go have your party. You go to St. Arnold. You already know the beer is going to be incredible. The cider that they make is incredible. Even the root beer for people who are non-alcohol drinkers, you're going to love that. They make that right there on the premises. But they've got all the hospitality you need. They've got great food options. They can set up appetizer platters or tables, or they can do entire feasts for your party, or I should say, and they have audio-visual capabilities. So the AV is going to be there for you to have fun. You can get your microphone. You can show pictures you need to, or slides if you want to turn it into a business event. They can do it all at St. Arnold. Have your private event at St. Arnold. We had our listener appreciation event there, and it was incredible. The space is great. Go to starnold.com, click private events. That's starnold.com, click private events.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here with us. 713-780-3776. We haven't talked much Astros. It was a pitiful. I mean, just jumping out 5-0, 7-0. Just Hunter Brown was the only one to pitch. Fromber gave it up again.
Fromber sucks. He just wants out.
Yeah.
And somebody made a point, and he may be right. One of our listeners said, Dune said, he believes, or he agreed with somebody who said that we're all overestimating how much money this is going to cost Fromber. It's probably true because everyone is just going to say, hey, we can get him right. Don't worry. Once we get him in a different environment, he was unhappy there. We'll get him fixed. We'll get him healthy. His arm may be tired. Everything will be fine. Fromber's going to get a lot of money somewhere. He's costing himself some suitors without question. What he's costing this city is, it really sucks that Fromber Valdez, who's been so great for the Astros since 2020, is going to go out leaving a terrible taste in the mouth of Astros fans if they don't make the playoffs. And even if they do and he pitches poorly in the playoffs, it's like, unfortunately, we're going to remember what a terrible 2.5-month run this was for Fromber.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see if he pitches in the postseason. They got the day off today, and then two series left at the A's and at the Angels. And, it's going to be Javier, Brown, and Valdez. Listen, they're not out of it. They're tied. They actually are a game behind because they don't have the tiebreaker, but there's no reason that they can't win. They can't get into the postseason. Now, if they get into the postseason, they got to go to Detroit or Seattle. They'll have to go to Detroit or Seattle, and it looks like Detroit, and we know what happens there. I mean, although you never know. You never know if you get in what could happen. It's not over. It's not over, and you know what? They still got a shot. I thought they were going to play much better than they did this weekend. They played great against the Rangers. They stepped up, and they usually – but here's the deal. In 2000 – this is what they do now. In 2021, the Nationals beat them all 4 games here. That was the start of what the hell is going on at home.
Yeah,
and then in 2023, the Rangers beat them every –
No.
Yes,
well,
in
21.
2023, the Rangers beat them every home game.
2019, you couldn't win at home. Remember, you didn't win a single game at home.
That was the Nationals.
Against the Nationals was 19.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, 21 was the Braves.
21
right?
was where we couldn't beat anyone. Yeah,
anywhere. Yeah.
Every year is pretty much you can't beat anyone.
And then 2023, the Rangers, you couldn't beat them at home.
That's when it started.
Last year, you couldn't beat Detroit at home. Now this year, you couldn't beat Seattle at home. I mean, holy crap! This is a trend that is just awful. A home team that plays down so poorly in big situations now. 4 examples of the biggest series of the year in each of those years. The biggest series of the year, and they played – they sucked. They sucked. I mean, they could not have played any well, Detroit last year was – I don't know what was the worst. Washington, the Rangers, Detroit, or this one. It's hard to rank them. What the suck factor for the Astros. It's amazing how bad they are in huge series at home. It's just incredible.
Yeah, and it's been going on for a while.
This is 5-6 years now.
It's been going on for a while, and it's hard. I mean, they've always had trouble beating the Mariners at home. Always. This has been a difficult thing for them for some reason with the Mariners, but they haven't been. They just haven't really been factors. Were they having problems when they beat the Mariners in that short series, in that 3-game series? Oh, no, they had to come from behind in game 1. That's what it was. They had the Jordan home run because they were in trouble in that one, but then they won that one, and then they won that game in Seattle. What was the 5-game series that they swept? That was a really difficult 5-game series that they swept, one of the hardest sweeps they've ever had.
Ever. Like Jordan had to hit the homer in the upper deck.
Yeah, but that's back when you were clutch.
Yeah.
And back when you were actually in games. The Astros were never in any of these games.
None.
They were never in. Yeah, it was 6-4. They made it 6-4 after it being 6-0. But they were down, what? In Hunter Brown, you were down small.
2.
With Hunter. Yeah, so, I mean, that was the one. You got off to a 7-0 start.
You couldn't score any runs.
No.
You're not scoring any runs.
Whose offense is worse, Texans or Astros right now? I think it's still Texans.
Yeah, Texans.
They've been in the red zone 4 times with no conversions.
Let's not forget the offense opened up against the Rangers. They
Yeah.
were good offensively against the Rangers.
The Texans haven't opened up against anyone.
No one.
There's a lot to talk about. Everyone wants to talk Texans right now. Let's get Chris in here. What's up, Chris? How we doing?
Yeah, good morning, Lance. Hey, while we're talking about catchy Texan phrases from yesterday, don't forget one of my favorites is "we're close, we're close." I mean, I don't think we're very close at all. I heard that so much yesterday. I wanted to puke. And another thing is I think we set a world record for most consecutive 3-and-outs. I know at one point it was 6. I mean, gee whiz, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
John, I was disgusted by that game yesterday. And honestly, just as a viewer, Jeff Schwartz has no dog in the fight at all. I mean, he's just, he played in the NFL, and he's part of my offensive line group for the Joe Moore Award. And he said, what's going on with the Texans? And I gave him my opinion. And he was watching the game. He goes, good Lord, this is he said, I saw your text about this being just an absolutely horrific game. And he said this, and then this was in the middle of 3 drops in a row on Jacksonville. Like Jacksonville's wide receivers, running backs couldn't catch a pass at all. They were terrible too. There was penalties galore all over the place. Quarterbacks were missing throws. Like it was a truly disgusting offensive performance.
Horrible game.
Horrible. It was a horrible game to watch. And you know what? We deserve Spiro Ditos or whatever. We were back on the Spiros train.
Spiro and Adam
Archuleta. As soon as I saw them, like, this is where you've fallen, dummies. You now have Spiro and Arch. That means you're at the bottom of the AFC food chain when you see that combination in the booth. Arch and Spiro is a surefire sign that you were at the bottom. It used to be Solomon Wilcots and somebody meant that you were a terrible ass team. Now it's not a great sign when you get Spiro and Arch.
It was BB, no, wasn't it? Who was the build that they had
Steve
on
Tasker.
all the Tasker.
Yeah.
Tasker. Well, didn't BB and Tasker both? Don Beebe and Jay Feely?
No, it was Tasker.
Don Beebe, I don't think has ever called.
It was Steve Tasker.
It was Steve Tasker.
It was never great to hear Tasker on it. Solomon Wilcots, Tasker,
and whoever the play-by-play guy was.
Never great.
They had 5 3-and-outs, 3 and punt. They had 1 4 and punt. So that's good offense right there. That's a bunch. They had a bunch of series though because both teams couldn't do anything offensively.
Yeah.
Punt.
Let's break it here. We'll start getting to more calls. I think Joe's up next, but wait, Joe, we're going to come back because we got to get what did you learn this week in one sentence because I know you guys are going to have some strong opinions about what you learned, or you'll have some strong comments on what you learned this weekend. 713-780-3776. Let's line the phone lines up, and you guys can jump in and get things off your chest.
But to be clear, next segment is still regular old calls.
Right.
Regular old calls. I'm sorry. At 7:45 is going to be that. For this next segment, you guys are just probably complaining, or you might want to say they actually ran and threw the ball well, like CJ said.
Well, you could complain in one sentence if you want. That's fine. But you right now you gotta
more sentences.
If you've got to complain against somebody in an accident, you got John Daspit.
Well, and John Daspit is your. He was up in Nebraska, watching the game from Dana tickets. He was up watching Nebraska get beat. Some of the worst tackling I've ever seen, but that's besides the point. And I guess somebody could have tried to sue Nebraska's linebackers for poor tackling, but I think that would have gotten thrown out of the courts. I think what you have to do is you talk to John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, and they'll review your case. And if you have a case, they'll take it on, and they'll start to fight for you. Boy, once you sign on with them, once they say, hey, you got a real case, we're good to go, let's get after it, they'll put their mean face on, and they go to work, frankly, against the insurance company. Because if the insurance company is not treating you fairly, and they know what it's supposed to look like, they will really ratchet up the heat because they know what your pain and suffering is going to be worth. They understand that all your bills, current and in the future, for this injury must be compensated for. And any time that you miss from work, whether it's short-term or long-term, it could be forever that you can't work because of your physical disability after being injured. It's something John Daspit and his law firm is going to certainly work on getting you compensated for, and they win at a high level. 713 call now. Give them a call if there's any questions that you have about how they can help you due to someone else's neglect. Call them and let them take a look at your case. 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
So you got bugs, you're gross. If you got bugs, you're gross, okay? Make sure that you don't have any bugs in your house. Listen, it's real. It's real. Those bugs are trying every which way they can. Get out of the heat, now it's going to be get out of the cold, get out of the rain. They want to get inside. They want to eat your food. They want to take over your house. It's what they do. Well, Scott McGrath says, no, you ain't doing that. Not on my watch. Okay, Scott McGrath has been doing this forever. It's a family-owned and operated business. Scott McGrath is awesome, awesome, awesome. I've seen him destroy some of the worst cases that you'll ever see, and Scott McGrath will work tirelessly to make sure that your home, your business, and businesses too, this is kind of a big deal. Bugs in your business, Scott McGrath will help. 281-469-8240, 281-469-8240 or McGrathPestControl.com. If you need, an inspection for termites, he does that. You got mosquitoes outside you want to get rid of, mosquito mirroring system, everything. No bugs. Scott McGrath puts his foot down. No bugs. 281-469-8240 or McGrathPestControl.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Man, I'm looking at D'Amico yelling at Nick Caley on the sideline.
Wait, was he yelling at Kaylee? I couldn't tell.
It seemed like he was.
They weren't in the same. They weren't in the same area though, right?
I saw a couple people say that. I thought it was because they were trying to go fast and the official stood over the ball.
That's what I thought.
That's what I thought, because I think the Texans didn't think they substituted and the official wouldn't let them.
Yeah,
get the
I don't
playoff.
think he was yelling at Nick Caley.
No, I don't believe so either.
I've never seen D'Amico yell at anybody.
I want to believe he was yelling at Nick Caley
because it was a
highly
big,
unlikely.
it was a big slant to Nico for a first down, and then they jumped on the ball. The official stood over it, and then I think he completed like a short one to Hutchinson, and then the next play was a pick. I don't think that was about Caley, because I saw other coaches upset as well. They're
all upset at Caley.
Really
Everybody's upset at Caley.
I don't think in that moment because they were moving the football. I think it was.
I don't think it is, but I wouldn't use the other coaches for mad, because I think other coaches would be.
Maybe.
My dad was on an LSU staff where the defensive coordinator, Phil Bennett, tried to fight the offensive coordinator because he kept calling pass plays when they were up by 3 touchdowns at Auburn, and he ended up throwing 3 pick sixes, and they lost the game. So Phil Bennett tried to fight Lynn Amity on the plane flight back. So sometimes coaches, we've seen what happened with Buddy Ryan and Kevin Gilbride.
Kevin Gilbride, yep, that happens. All right, we got calls. We got to get them in here.
Defense coordinators get punched.
Time to talk to Joe. Joe, what's going on? What do you think?
Good morning, gentlemen. What do I think? Well, I have 2 questions. The first one is, how different would we look had we stayed at the 26th position and drafted Josh Simmons of Ohio State and maybe Irsay in the second round? How different would we have looked yesterday? Well, just starting off the season. My second question is, at what time during this year, what record do you say we just blow this thing up and get as many draft picks for the next 4 years, trading Stroud, Collins, and Anderson? Because we are always missing something. It's like that age-old joke. We got ham but no bread. We got peanut butter but no jelly. We're always missing something with these freaking Texans. I'll hang up and look.
Well, Josh Simmons was drafted at the end of the first, so he never made it to the Texans.
He would have if the Texans didn't trade down.
Right. Well, yeah. I see what you're saying. That's right. They traded out when Donovan Jackson was.
Okay, and there's something to this. Oh, no. You know what? Let's trade out of this and get a guy that that didn't make it to the first round.
Well, Simmons clearly wasn't on their board. He clearly wasn't on their board either for medical or character. He was not on their board. As a matter of fact, I know he wasn't on their board. So that was not – how would it have worked? Well, he's a more talented player than Ursery. Yes, 100%. He's got more natural talent. He's the most talented tackle that was in the draft. But there's a reason he fell that far. Partially because of the patella injury that he suffered, that they weren't sure how he'd come back. And then number 2, like I said, there's some football character stuff. My guess is the Texans – I know the Texans had him off. So, I don't know. We can talk about that. It'd look a lot better than Ursery, I think. Although Ursery's a rookie. He's going to take some beatings. I'm certainly not writing him off. But I'd give him some help. If you know he's going to catch beatings, I would throw him some help. And that's on Nick Caley. And there's no other way to say it. Nick Caley's learning how to do it right now. He doesn't know what he's doing, so he's learning. He's like a pilot who's in his initial stages of getting his license. He's got to get all these flights going in a simulator. This is the simulator he's in, only it's a real season. Like he's getting mileage, he's getting flight time in the cockpit in a real flight. And in real time it's not great, but what I'm not going to do is just say this is all on Caley, cuz it's not. some of this is on receivers not getting open. Some of this is going to be on O-line not doing their job, and some of it is going to definitely be on CJ. You cannot give him a free pass. He's not playing well. We can't act like CJ Stroud is playing well. In his last 14 games, John, CJ is like, I got to see the record. Did you see his record?
Yeah, I saw it, yeah.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
It's terrible, and he's got 12 touchdowns and 11 interceptions.
What are they, 5 and 9 and 12 and 11?
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yep. 5 and 9 in his last 14 and 12 and 11.
12 and 11. That's terrible. All right, Chris is next. Let's get him in here. Hey, Chris.
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. Very tough game to watch. Lance, you brought up the character issue thing, and I just maybe wanted to ask, what would a general manager in, like, the back office consider character that's undraftable and character that's draftable? And then my comment is, I had to listen to the first part of the game coming home, and, John, I wanted your take on this. I can't handle Mark Vandermeer saying, so I was in my car, there goes Chubb bursting through the hole, and I'll get you guys' comments. Thanks, guys.
Just real quick, because we got to get to the what did you learn coming up. Character could be if you think he doesn't care about football and he's just trying to collect a check and he's not going to work hard, he doesn't show up for meetings, he's not coachable. You can be all the talent in the world, but when you get more money, you get worse. So that's the football character, and then personal character could be, how you behave off the field. Sometimes on the in the facility, but off the field, you're a big drinker, big smoker, can't stop smoking. You drinker? Do you have any domestic stuff in your background? Any of those things?
Do you not give a rat's ass? You just think it's just you're there for the money.
Yeah.
Or
I mean, they got rid of, and Laramie can play. Laramie can play, but they just didn't think football was centered. I don't think for him. Okay. And he was a good teammate. So you think they're going to add somebody who they think has low football character?
Yeah. And listen, you're talking about Chubb bursting through the hole. You're talking to a guy that said, "Hey, they're blowing Reggie Bush."
I know
on the broadcast. So I can't speak to how Mark Vandermeer's got to tiptoe around that thing. Okay, because I just busted through like the Kool-Aid man. So you want to get one more in here, Del, or do you want to take a break?
Well, we got 3 people who want to talk Texas. We can get to them quickly. Lance,
all right,
that's
quickly,
on you.
David.
Quickly.
I'm out. I'm just going to listen.
David, what's up?
Hey, guys, I'm going to keep it short and simple. I told my brothers yesterday while watching the Texans and Astros, I truly believe the Rockets are our only saving grace this year.
Yeah.
So I'm going to hang up and listen.
Can't wait till Rocket season.
It's a month away.
Season.
October 21st. It's a month away.
Well, and this is how many times have we've been waiting for seasons, and now here we are again with the Astros and the Texans. This sucks. Who's next, Del? Jesse, what's up?
Hey, guys. Mine's not that quick, but, man, when do we start thinking about CJ not being our franchise quarterback? I mean, we're talking about paying this guy $60 million next year. This isn't just on Caley. This isn't just on the O-line. Those guys are serviceable. We can find people. You can't find franchise quarterbacks.
What?
No.
They're hard to find.
Yeah. What about let me ask you a question. Would Davis Mills have played better yesterday?
I think so.
Jesse
He's
said
missing simple throws. Simple things. Lance touched on it on the first segment. He's not making corrections. He's not improving.
He's not improving, that's for sure.
he played so poorly that it's a question that we need to think about. Not that we're benching him, but in that game, that day, would Davis Mills have played better? I can't rule it out.
I can't either. And that's a shame. That is a shame. All right, let's break because we got What Did You Learn This Weekend in one sentence.
Sorry, Tony.
Tony, stay and give it to us in one sentence. Give it to us, Tony, in one sentence. 713-780-3776. What did you learn this weekend? You got one sentence to tell us. Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. What did you learn? And you get one sentence, and then we'll have to discern what you meant by it. Okay? 713-780-3776. If you're thinking about buying or refinancing a home, call Kent Jones as fast as you can. You don't know. I wish I had known. When we bought our houses in Houston, I wish I had known Kent Jones because literally thousands and thousands. We would have saved thousands and thousands of dollars. It's what he does. I mean, he's amazing. in this instance, usually brokers are a middleman that costs you money. In this instance, brokers are better. Brokers know how to do you don't know about the, first of all, the mortgage, okay? You don't know about the mortgage. You don't know the survey, the insurance agent, the title company. He knows how to save money. He has saved over 1,400 loans. I can't even tell you. 1,400 career closings he's had. And how much money is that for people that don't know what they're doing in buying a home? So if you're somebody that is thinking about buying a home, my guy, Kent Jones, I'm telling you, he is incredible. His knowledge is incredible. And he's going to help you. And I can't promise you, but we've had listeners that have saved tens of thousands of dollars with him. So your shop your loan with Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage. 713-520-5626, 713-520-5626, or 975loans.com.
Hey, Taquerias Arandas, 14 locations around the Houston area and the Arandas Bakery. Don't forget, and they're located right next to the Arandas locations because you can stop in and get yourself some breakfast tacos on the way to work today. Or, as a matter of fact, if you don't have to work today, why don't you stop in, sit down inside the location, and just enjoy a big, hearty breakfast to get your day started. It's authentic flavor and authentic ingredients, authentic Mexican food. You can get all of your favors like the carne guisada. You can get your street tacos. You can get your chicken taquitos for lunch. Whatever you're looking for, they're going to have there at that location. And they've got the Arandas Sports Bar where they can turn their bar area, and they've got a specific location that you need to look into where they actually play games, and it's actually kind of quartered off from the entire restaurant to where it's its own sports bar, which is really favorable when you're trying to see a bunch of different games all at once, like on a Saturday or Sunday, and still have beer and food and enjoy yourself with your friends. It's Taquerias Arandas. Go to the website, just throw a .com on it. Go to the website and take a look at all the locations around Houston. Stop in and enjoy authentic Mexican food and flavor. Get that sabor from Taquerias Arandas.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, what did you learn this weekend? By Game Day Men's Health, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. You get one sentence to tell us what you learned, and then we move on. Okay, so we're going to get a bunch in here. As soon as somebody gets off, you get in, 713-780-3776. I'm going to start. I learned Sam Houston State Arch is a badass, and you can't stop him from getting into the end zone. You understand?
Oh, that's two sentences.
Yeah, you said that, and then you asked a question. That's two sentences.
I learned.
No, I had one sentence, but
two sentences.
I learned that Mindy Cohen, comma, the actress who played Natalie on the show Facts of Life, comma, was a backup singer on the song Pretty Young Things by Michael Jackson on the Thriller album.
Wow, that's something that no one really knew about.
And it's verified.
Del, did you learn anything?
No,
Not really.
not particularly. Everything that happened over the weekend, I knew was happening.
Yeah, okay.
All right, go to the calls.
All right, Tony's first up. Tony, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence? Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health.
I learned that Miko Gorbachev is trying to sell us the same offensive line coach as last year.
Garbage. It's garbage is just a word, but okay.
Dmytro Gorbachev.
Gorbachev. Okay.
He was actually the best of all the Russians.
Yeah.
To be honest, to be fair.
Is that the one with the splotch on the head?
Yeah, that's him.
That is him. Okay. Okay. Who's next, Del?
We moved to Pena. What did you learn?
Pena, what'd you learn this weekend? Uh-oh.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, this weekend I learned that after the Houston Sports, I might go on an all-time bender.
Yeah, he's gonna get liquored up after this weekend.
Yeah,
it was a bad weekend for Houston sports.
Right, good weekend to get liquored up though.
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
think every weekend's a good weekend to get liquored up, except for ones that
this would
happen
have been
during
a
Lent.
great week to go out of town and miss all. Like, oh man, I'm gonna be out of town. I'm gonna miss all the games for Houston.
That would have been
sports
a great
teams.
week.
Would have been perfect.
Yep. Who's next, Del?
We go to Gary. Gary, what did you learn?
Man, as bad as the offense was last year, I do not think we should have let go of Bobby Slowick. I think he'd be doing a better job.
Okay. Okay.
He learned that.
Yeah. He threw in an extra sentence, but it's okay. It was flagrant, but it's okay. 713-780-3776. What do you think? What'd you learn this weekend in one sentence? Who's next, Del?
We go to Chris. Chris, what'd you learn?
Hey, good morning. So I learned that there were more flags seen at the Texans versus Jaguars game than at my 8-year-old's YMCA flag football game.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm hoping they're not throwing a bunch of but they're flag football.
They're flags.
Yeah,
Everybody's got a flag. Got two flags. Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Everybody's got two flags, and there were more.
A lot
in
of
the
penalties.
Texans game.
The good thing is the Texans are disciplined and don't get a lot of penalties.
Woof. Yikes. It's just yikes. 713-780-3776. Who's next? You live, you learn. Who's next, Del?
We go to Ben. Ben, what'd you learn?
Hey, out of the 3 Astros games and the 1 Texans game, I was looking for a win. And what did we get? Boop, boop, boop.
Nothing. Boop, boop, boop. Nothing.
You get nothing.
Oh, my gosh. 713-780-3776. It was.
Anything.
It
Thank
was
God Tyson
nothing
Campbell
weekend.
screwed up.
A nothing weekend.
They would have scored 3 points.
I know. If Tyson Campbell doesn't screw up, they get 3.
3 the whole
Well,
day.
I thought we threw the ball well and actually ran the ball well.
Well, he said ran the ball well, threw the balls kind of well. He didn't want to give him
kind of well.
He didn't want to, something like that. He didn't want to give himself too much credit because that would have been a lie. Let's move to Gary. Gary, what'd you learn?
So I learned that we should not play CJ, and we should also fire Nick Caserio immediately.
They have
not pay CJ.
I mean,
and
Slowick
fire.
at one point was the hot name too. Remember after year 1, we're like, we should have never hired him because now he's going to get hired away by somebody else.
Oh yeah, that was
Dummy.
John's theory.
That was my theory.
Yeah.
We
Never
should've-
hire hot
don't-
shot OC.
Well, maybe I would listen.
He was gone after 2 years. You were right.
Listen, is it so wrong that now if we had a good offensive mind instead of, I mean, I know I'm not turning it on D'Amico just yet, but holy crap, it sucks. His choice in offensive coordinators, his choice in linemen, his choice suck right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I know D'Amico was the toast of the town at the first year, and last year maybe. This year, not so great.
I've even seen from the Russian state Texans news people turning on him.
Oh, no.
They're even going, we're not close. Stop saying that.
Yeah, no, I know.
That's when it's really bad.
Pissed off that, you know what? Stop saying that. And you know what? He needs to stop saying that. This team is not close. Not close to being a good football team. Who's next, Del?
Let's move to Keith. Keith, what did you learn?
I learned this weekend between the Carson Wentz and Vanderbilt agenda, I am thriving. Let's go.
Delete him. Go to the next call. 713-780-3776.
Carson Wentz.
Was it Carson Wentz or the
He
guy?
didn't do
or the
anything.
guy who had?
Did you see what Carson
a pick
Wentz did?
six, a fumble return
Carson
for a
threw for
touchdown,
like 104 yards.
and the guy forced 2 fumbles in the first half. I forgot his name.
Keith likes to forget how bad Wentz was when he came back last
Or
year.
you can just watch the game yesterday and what that Viking defense did.
I know they killed. I am worried about Vanderbilt though. I'm not gonna lie.
I looked at the schedule. I'm still not worried yet because he said 10-2. They got plenty of losses.
They got losses in front of them.
Yeah, I'm not as worried as you are.
Let's not worry.
Let's go to Daniel. Daniel, what did you learn?
Yeah, I learned the Rams kicker is getting a fat payday from the bookies.
For those who missed it,
Wow.
the Rams were covering. They were getting 3.5 points. They were down by 1. They were kicking a field goal at the end of the game to win the game. It got blocked and returned for a touchdown.
His second block.
His second
Yeah,
block.
the field goal.
By the way, he was pulling it left.
The
That
fi-
wasn't going to be a good kick.
The field goal
anyway.
previously would have put them up by 2 possessions.
Yeah,
Instead,
yeah.
it got blocked, and the Eagles went
Very
down and scored.
low trajectory kick, and it scored at the gun to get
Yeah.
a cover for Eagles fans.
Yeah, that was awful. He was awful. He might have got paid off. We got to investigate.
His name is.
713-780-3776.
If you want to besmirch the
Malik
name of someone
Beasley?
you've never heard of, it's
I know,
Joshua
yeah.
Carty.
Throw him into Beasley claim.
Joshua
What's his name? Carty?
Joshua Carty. Carty. No, K-R-T-Y. Carty. That's his last name.
K-A-R-T-Y.
K-A-R-T-Y. Let's go to Ocho. Ocho, what'd you learn?
Yeah, I learned that Terrell Bernard, the Bills linebacker who intercepted Tua, was a star football player at LaPorte High School.
Oh, nice. He was at LaPorte. Okay. All right.
I saw that on the broadcast. They talked about it.
Yeah. I didn't hear it. That's cool. So I learned something just now. He was at LaPorte. 713-780-3776. Who's next, Del?
Next up is, well, he's trying to get the names on here. We got to get the names quicker. Intern.
Apparently the name, the guy couldn't understand him, so we're just going to go. Go, line 3.
Go ahead.
He doesn't know. Oh, there he is.
We got some phone issues, which is fine. We should be done anyway. It's already almost 8 o'clock.
No, people are calling
No,
still.
they're not on hold. I don't know what's going on out there. Sorry.
That's it?
Yeah, we're going to go with that's it.
Okay, we're going to know that's it. All right, that's it. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Thank you, Game Day Men's Health, for bringing us What Did You Learn this weekend in one sentence. You guys are awesome. You did a great job. You can continue to call in because this is your show. This is a B session, okay? You want to be about it? Then all you got to do is give us a call, 713-780-3776.
Bills fans are circulating C.J. Stroud's old Instagram post after his rookie season where he said top 5 quarterbacks off of last year. Number 1, Pat. Number 2, Lamar. Number 3, myself. Number 4, Josh Allen. Number 5, Dak.
Yeah, he's right. He was right. No, he did that in the offseason. He was sitting in some podcast, and that's why he didn't do any podcast this offseason.
And look how it's helped.
And look at
Get back on the podcast.
He's completely turned it around. Completely turned it around. You know who else has turned it around is Walmart.
The Walmart you knew is new. Who knew? So Walmart, what are they doing? Well, they're allowing you to shop online. There's 500 million items. 500 million. That's 500 million. There's that many items. And you think it's impossible. There's no way. Oh, well, there's a way. Have you ever been into a Walmart? Well, now you don't even have to go into Walmart. All you have to do is just go online at walmart.com, and you can do all your shopping. Household goods there, of course. How about groceries? You can get all your groceries from a Walmart. You get everything you need, prescription as well. But here's the great thing. Once you do that, it's going to be delivered, and the prices that you're paying for your 1-hour delivery on all of those items, it's the same as if you went in the store. How about that? everyone else charges you more. They change the prices. You end up paying much more for the convenience of a delivery, not Walmart. Walmart says, look, we just want you to get used to being able to get what you want on your own time, in your own time frame, and we will deliver it to you. That includes groceries, prescriptions, and everything in between. Walmart.com. Go experience it for yourself. Delivery at an hour. That is great, and you don't even change the prices up. It's Walmart.com.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I mean, it seems like, the Astros are just an afterthought. I mean, everybody just pissed off at the Texans when the Astros should be catching.
No. Bill O'Brien told you this is a football town.
Well, you know what? He's right. This is a football town. I mean, the Astros just got knocked out of the playoffs, basically, and nobody gives a no, I almost said it.
Watch yourself.
I did. I watched it.
Rat's bottom?
A rat's patoot. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Well, it's hard to believe. Here's the deal. It's hard to believe in the Texans, too, but it's hard to believe in this team with all the injuries that they've had. I mean, losing Jordan. Are you kidding me?
Well, we were waiting for this. Like, how is this even possible? Now we know it just wasn't possible.
It wasn't. I mean, it was amazing what they did. And we're not the only ones now that – I think ESPN has even said, Joe Espada should be manager of the year with where they are. And, 12 games over 500.
That was a cool story a month and a half ago.
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, keeping them in this long and doing what they've done with these guys.
Great.
As many players as he's had to play.
That's great.
As many pitchers as he lost.
It's great, but too bad. You don't get an award, and the Astros, the way they're playing right now, aren't going to get in the playoffs. They technically do not hold their fate in their own hands.
No, anymore.
They don't. Because they're tied with the Guardians, who are actually playing really good baseball right now. And even if the Astros win out, if the Guardians win out, they don't win. The Astros lose the tiebreaker, so they're going to need a little help. But it doesn't. It's you basically – you're probably going to have to play 5-1 baseball to have a shot. You may need to go 6-0, based on the way the Guardians are playing.
Yeah,
and I don't know where you get your wins based on how wretched the starting pitching has turned into. Well, I shouldn't say wretched. It's just wildly inconsistent. Fromber's wretched, but the rest of it's wildly inconsistent. And now our hero, Jason Alexander, didn't show up.
So the Guardians have Detroit and Texas. And there ain't no Detroit's fighting tooth and nail. They stink right now, but
they're playing.
They got playoff positioning here.
Oh, they're playing awful down the stretch.
And the Rangers are got nothing to play for. So, but I don't think they just fold. Although I think they would. They might fold just because they don't want the Astros in. You know, if it comes down to them beating Cleveland and getting the Astros into the postseason, I'm not so sure they do it. That's kind of the D-bags they are. Okay? I'm serious. They'll be like, oh, you know what? We ain't trying today. You know what? Play all them rookies. Let's get all the call-ups in here. Play all them rookies because we ain't doing nothing to help the Astros. Remember Jock Peterson said their time is up, right? They've had a nice run, but their time is up. And then Jock Peterson hit a 0-40 for them against the Astros this year.
What does that have to do with anything? We're not.
Well, Jock Peterson thinks that, you know what, he's going to go, you know what, guys, let's not play for them. Let's not play for the Astros. Screw the Astros. Let's lose this
Just
game.
to prove himself right, he's going to tank.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think Jock's going to have any bearing on anybody.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know
what
that Jock
difference
has
does it
to
make?
try
What are you
to
going to
be
give
bad.
up 5? You're going to give up 5 or 6 in the first 3 innings? How do you win? You can't overcome 2.
yeah. No, well, listen, they're going to beat the Astros are going to beat some
this.
A's
What
ass.
else do you have?
And then
All
they're
your
going to beat
weird
the Angels
Astros
ass.
stuff that you're doing.
Confident going into the,
Played bad
the
baseball
series,
for a
and
long time.
look what
Say
happened.
1 3-game sweep over the Rangers. The rest of it's been bad.
Oh, yeah, says you.
Now they got to deal with Nick Kurtz for 3 games, an
Yeah.
Astro killer.
It's not fun playing in Oakland or playing in
Sacramento.
It
Tell it to
is.
the A's. They're much better on the road.
Yeah.
They would agree. They're much better on the road
That's
than
another
they are.
team that can hit some home runs.
Yeah, I don't want Nick Kurtz doing anything. And he has wrecked the Astros so far this year. Remember that game where they couldn't get him out?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. Remember? You remember?
What did he have? 2 game-winning home runs in the series against the Astros? In the Sacramento series?
Oh, no.
How are the Texans going to get
No one knows. No one saw that game.
Okay. I saw it.
No one saw it.
Of all people, I remember it. I saw it.
Yeah.
How are the all right, enough Astros. All they're going to do, we're just literally playing the season out with the Astros. It doesn't matter. Play it out. Even if you get to the playoffs, you'll get smashed. It'll be like last year with the Tigers. It won't matter. You don't have any hit. Fromber can't pitch anymore. Jordan's gone. Whatever. It's disappointing, but kind of like, what were you going to do anyway? With the Texans, you literally were supposed to win this division, and you're 3 games behind the Colts now
Already.
after 3 games. And guess what? You got the Titans in a get-well game that is must win. Then you play the Ravens, who, you have no chance against. You can't beat the Ravens. Then you got, the 49ers and the Seattle Seahawks, who the Seattle Seahawks are – they're not super – neither one of those teams, like San Francisco's 3-0, but I don't know. I think the Texans can beat them, but I don't know why I'm saying that. I feel like the Texans can beat San Francisco. I'm not –
Well, they played 2 games with Mac Jones as their starter, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know if Purdy's back. Do you still feel that way?
Purdy doesn't scare me. It's just, who scares me? CJ and Nick Cayley scare me.
I mean,
the offensive line scares me. I'm not scared
honestly,
of other teams.
how
I'm scared
different
of our team.
Mac Purdy, it's the same thing.
They're better than with Brock Purdy.
Schmurdy. One of them just has a bigger paycheck.
Yeah.
A much bigger paycheck. Well, when you can only score maybe a touchdown per game unless the team either blows a coverage or maybe lets you score. We're still debating that against Tampa, by the way. We know the Texans let the Jags score yesterday. We didn't get into that. How many touchdowns can we expect from them against really anyone? Do we go into the game expecting more than a touchdown?
Ooh, wow.
I mean, how do they score? They had one explosive play yesterday.
And it was a gift.
And it was a busted coverage play.
Yeah.
That's it. Where does explosive plays come from? The game before, they didn't have a ton of them either. Where are they?
A ton of them?
Felt like it all happened on the first drive, and then the Chubb touchdown at the end.
A ton of them.
I mean, they can't score. They've been in a red zone 4 times with no conversions. 4 times in 3 games. That's it. All they do is kick 40 and 50-yard field goals.
And Kaimi couldn't hit one yesterday.
And their touchdowns have been a great throw and catch with Nico Collins in game 2. You had none in game 1. And then yesterday you got one on a busted coverage. That's your 2 touchdowns. Oh, no. You had the one against Tampa where I don't know if they let you score, but you scored that one touchdown with Nick Chubb. So you had Nick Chubb, which is technically not a red zone touchdown, by the way. It was outside of the 20. So you have a Nick Chubb 25-yard run. You have a great throw and catch with CJ and Nico Collins, and then you have a busted coverage touchdown. You have 3 touchdowns in 3 games. You have no conversions inside the 20. You've had missed field goals. Did you have a blocked field goal? No, you had a missed.
I think it was just a miss.
You just have missed. You have failed 4th down conversions. Your punter couldn't.
Townsend lost it for a couple punts.
What happened with him? For a couple punts were just terrible yesterday. And how about how stupid? Oh no! I'm thinking of Liam Cohen going for it when the Texans can't move the ball at all. He gave the Texans a chance to have a shot at winning the game. He went for it on 4th and 2 with a team that can't catch the football and a quarterback who's not really any good at all. Trevor Lawrence is who he is. This is what he is.
I did like that he was going to try to win the game. It's
from
2 crappy teams that are 0-2.
No, he was 1-1 going into the game.
Yeah, he from the 50, like when the Texans can't move the ball, that was stupid. That was a dumb move. You punt the ball and you say, "Go ahead, Texans, move it for 40." What was it tied at that time?
It was 10-10, and then
10-10.
They get the stop. Then Nico
the smart move
fumbles,
is just punt
which we haven't brought up
the Texans
either.
Can't move the ball anyway.
Yeah,
you punt it. You play field position. You let the Texans go 3 and out. They punt it back, and you start all over.
And you're fortunate that.
You're really fortunate CJ threw that interception.
No, that wasn't the CJ interception. It was the Nico fumble.
Oh, Nico fumble. Yeah. I get my turnovers mixed up.
Yeah, they happen generally in the same area and going the same way.
Yeah,
so
because they had a first down.
They were moving.
And then they could have moved down and kicked the field goal and go ahead. It was a stupid call.
I don't know if that Nico play was a 3rd down, but they had a first down after the catch. He spun, got hit. I think, was it Tyson Campbell stripped him? And then the Jags did what they did to go down and get the win. But, yeah, I don't know what Liam Cohen's doing. Play defense. The Texans were far more likely to screw it up than you were picking up that first down.
Oh, no. He knew it was a track meet up and down the field.
You can't afford to. Hey,
he had to score
last one with the football wins, so
that's it.
We gotta go for it here. I mean, they've already scored a whopping 10 so far, and 7 was on a busted play.
That was a 4th quarter with 14 minutes left, and they don't have it. They got 3 points. Good Lord. Just awful. 4th quarter, they finally score a touchdown again. This is just so bad to watch. So bad to watch. And okay, I want to hear from Nico. Nico, what? I mean, you guys are right there, it looks like. I mean, it seems to me that you guys, you did score a touchdown, let's not forget. It's the Bills, the Ravens, the Chargers, the Texans. Y'all are just right there.
You mean D'Amico, right? Not
D'Amico.
Okay.
Oh,
I got to grid it.
Here's D'Amico.
Yeah, D'Amico. I mean, honestly, I could see it when you're thinking, oh, who are the best teams right now? I know. Well, the Bills are really good. The Ravens are really good. The Chargers look great. And we're right there. I mean, we're close. We're right there with those teams.
The things we can clean up, right, then we play winning football, then we'll have a chance to turn it around. Again, man, we're close. That's what it is. We're close, but close isn't good enough. So we got to pick it up and find a way to get a win.
Yeah. I mean, they're right there, I think. When I see, I'm watching, the Chargers look like a good football team. They really do. Herbert's playing great. They're running the ball. They're playing great defense. You know what? You need to get your boy, though, Lance.
Who's my boy?
Colin Cowherd.
What'd he say?
Well, he said, oh, you know what? Everybody says Bill Belichick is the greatest coach. Blah, blah. The greatest coach in history is Jim Harbaugh.
Oh, sorry, he was right.
Oh, my God.
See,
maybe he should win a title first.
San Francisco rescued them. Stanford rescued them. Michigan rescued them.
Cheated.
Bolts up 3-0. Who did I have winning division? Bolts. Your sorry-ass teams, the Chiefs, are 1-2.
Your sorry
Dell's team, the Raiders, are 1-2.
I didn't have them.
Raiders.
I had the Raiders.
I had the Raiders. I didn't make a choice in the AFC.
I told you bolts up 3-0.
West.
But you know why? Because of Harbaugh. Me and Colin are on the right. Thank you for alerting me that Colin Cowherd was right again.
What Colin? Harbaugh's the greatest coach in NFL history.
Harbaugh's
Beat
a
it,
good
Colin
coach.
Cowherd.
Everywhere he's gone, they turned it around.
You and him are, you know what? Two peas in a pod. Just
Everywhere
looking
he's
for,
gone, they
just
turned it
looking
around.
for
Did Michigan
views.
Did
That's
Michigan
all you
win a
two
national
do.
championship?
After cheating, yes.
What did your guy Brian Kelly do? Did Michigan win a national championship?
Okay,
Your guy is Brian Kelly?
Yeah, Brian Kelly, Michigan.
Yeah, LSU's head coach. He's John's guy.
Oh, okay.
No. You and Colin Cowherd, two peas in a pod. That's all you look for is views. That's it.
You just say stuff to say stuff.
Yeah.
San Francisco 49ers turned it around. Stanford turned it around. Look at what happened to those
That
organizations.
guy was right about you.
San Francisco's
All you do is
been
look
just
for
as
views.
good since he left.
No, they haven't.
Yes, they have.
All they do is they
been
win
to
one year and then they win 5 games the next.
Well,
and
when
Kyle
guys get
Shanahan
hurt,
still
sure,
wanted as
but
a
he's
great
made
coach.
several Super Bowls.
Yeah.
All I know is this is his 4th team he's turning around, so that they
They
don't
haven't
act like
done
a bunch of
anything
jackasses.
yet.
Y'all need to get on Harbaugh's level. I don't know. You're mad because he drinks milk with steak. I
No,
don't know what I can tell you.
no. I'm mad because he had to get out of Michigan for cheating so bad, and then the
save it,
Chargers
trash
give him a
can.
job. Yeah.
Save it, trash can,
Okay.
Johnny.
He's so
We're not allowed to say anything in this city.
He's so happy to back his point. He'll rip the Astros for it.
Yeah,
This-
very nice.
Nice
Very
job by
nice.
you.
Yeah. All right.
We can't say anything about people cheating.
Well, you can say something about Craig DeSurf.
I can. I can say Carcella's coming. Carcella in the cornfield. That's what's coming. It's this big event that he's going to have on Friday and Saturday. At first, it was on Saturdays. This is the 8th year they've done this. And it's gotten so big that they're now saying, you know what? Let's throw a music event. Let's throw a little concert from 6 to 9 on Friday, October the 3rd. So you guys can go out there, take your family. You're looking for something to do on Friday. Go out there and listen to some music. It's going to be a fun time. In Angleton, you go to the dealership at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. They'll have some music. It's absolutely free. So you entertain the family for free. Then you come back and you do it all again with a free car event the very next day starting at 10 a.m. They're going to have food trucks out there, a coffee truck, and they'll have classic cars that are incredible. These things are owned by people just like you and me who really do an incredible job of repurposing and restoring some of the classic cars. And, you know, they'll take them out on the road like once a year, you know, the kind that basically have their cars are just like little babies for them, and they treat them as such, and they're incredible looking. I wasn't a classic car guy until I went to the event for 2 years in a row, and after that, I was hooked. It's amazing talking to the people who own the cars and seeing them for yourself, and that's going to be Saturday, October the 4th. So Friday's the concert. Saturday, October 4th is the car event. There's something for everyone, activities for kids. It's Carcella in the cornfield at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.
As if you've been listening to the show, you know I'm big on family-owned businesses. I've got a lot of family-owned businesses that I speak for. Brinkman Quality Roofing is one of them that's been around for 50 years. 50-plus years. The Brinkmans have been fixing roofs in the city, around the city of Houston. Really awesome. Really, really great service. Not only service, but how about a free evaluation when they come to your home? How about getting a bill of health for your roof? If you haven't done this, if you've been living in this house for 5, 10, 15, 20 years and you haven't done anything about your roof, when it comes insurance time, if something happens, you're not getting paid. So call Jason, let him come to your home, let him give you a clean bill of health, or, God forbid, you need something fixed, fix it so that you don't have an issue with the insurance company. It's kind of a big deal, especially if you haven't done anything about your roof in years. Let Jason's guys come. You think they don't know? They've been doing this for 50 years. You think they don't know about everything that's going on roof-wise? I'm telling you, you're looking for the best roofer in this city. Brinkman Quality, BRINKMANN, BrinkmanQuality.com, 844-215-2865. Free consultation, BrinkmanQuality.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, today is Monday. It's sponsored by Damaris Barbecue. On Mondays, their daily special is their B-Man Frito Pie with one meat. It's like the adult version of the Frito pie you had as a kid. It's delicious. With meat? Are you kidding me? Stop by Damaris on Shepherd or the West Loop at 18th today. That's right. Meat. Meat! Red meat!
Red meat alert.
All right, we got callers. We got a full board. You guys want to get in. 713-780-3776. John is first up. Hey, John.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about what I think is the main reason the Texans are where they're at. Everybody oohed and awed over Nick Caserio when he got Stroud and Anderson in 2023. But besides that, all the draft capital that they had, all the picks that they had extra from Deshaun Watson, what do they end up with? What do they end up with? They got a terrible running backfield. They got zero offensive linemen that they could keep in the foreseeable future. They got one good wide receiver. They got an average tight end, and their defense is good. He's the main character. I don't care what anybody says. I mean, he built his team backwards. He has no offensive linemen. You know, you draft, at least get 2 or 3. You keep going back until you get an offensive lineman that you're going to have for 10 years. You don't just give up. I mean, it's just this guy, every year, everybody keeps thinking, oh, they're going to bolster that offensive line this year. No, maybe next year, maybe next year, maybe next year. He's not getting any flack for this, and I'm trying to figure out why.
It's serious. When John gives you a real legitimate sports call about one of the local teams, that's serious business. He's not telling you he just doesn't like NBA, and he makes good points. Like, the points are all salient points.
Okay.
Fix it.
He got Kenyon Green with the 13th pick.
Did he have anyone before then? That was his second draft, right?
That was 2022.
Yeah.
Kenyon Green.
The first draft was Brevin Jordan, Davis Mills, and so forth.
Well, Davis Mills and Nico Collins.
And Nico Collins, yeah. Nico Collins, Davis Mills, Brevin Jordan, yeah.
Pick number 124, they acquired the Browns' second-round pick, number 44, selected wide receiver John Mechie. Then they selected Christian Harris in the third. No. This isn't all because of Deshaun. No. So, breaking it down exactly what okay. So there were a lot of pieces to that trade because he moved around a lot. So there's a lot of stuff. I'm going to find exactly what it was. But let's go to another call while we're looking for that. Who's next, Del? Daryl? Daryl, what you got, Daryl?
Yeah. Hey, look, if I'm D'Amico, I'll be telling Nick Caley, like, hey, I've seen enough of what you got. We're going to be relieving you of your duties. And I see what Gerard Johnson got because Man, Nick Haley's play calling is just terrible. I mean, it's predictable. Everybody figured it out. It's nothing but another piece of crap from New England's playbook. And I just see what Gerard Johnson got, man, because it's just his offense is just ineffective. And what's crazy to me is that we have weapons. He don't know how to put them in a position to where they can be successful and make plays down the damn field.
I swear to you, I was thinking the same thing you're saying. I was thinking the same thing yesterday. Like, they're not going to fire him, but are they going to take play calling from him and give it to Gerard Johnson? I thought the same thing yesterday. I could see that happening at some point this season. If they get off to a 1-4 start, and
which
it
is
keeps
what they'll
being
be.
bad, which is what they're going to be. I thought the same thing. I thought the same thing you thought, Daryl. Like, what else can they do? Well, they could turn to Gerard Johnson, who, by the way, would be a rookie play caller. But
I don't know. They're going to be 1-4, so they got no choice on that matter. But how are they looking? That's going to be the question. Of course, playing against the Ravens, what did they get? They scored 2 points against the Ravens on Christmas, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
but they were ahead in the first half in that playoff game the year before.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, when they returned a kick for a touchdown, a punt, still didn't score an offensive touchdown.
I noticed you didn't say anything about the 45-yard touchdown pass yesterday to Nico Collins.
What we've talked about that incessantly, actually, because of how easy it was because they blew a call.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if you have wide receivers who don't, if you got an offensive line that has a hard time holding up, and especially against pressure, against blitzes, you don't, because your quarterback doesn't recognize blitzes as effectively as he should and doesn't. And I don't know if CJ just doesn't have a pregame plan or a post-snap plan against blitz, or if wide receivers, because when I watched tape, I saw a lot of wide receivers who weren't breaking off routes hot. Like, so I'm not sure it's all on CJ. To me, I'm changing that to a dink and dunk offense. I'm sorry. I know you don't want to have to do that and become predictable, but too bad, so sad. When the Texans were at their best yesterday, which was like 5 plays, it was just quick hitters. It was dinking and dunking, getting down the field. I don't care. I'm throwing to tight ends, running backs. I don't care who it is. I'm throwing stop routes against zone. I'm throwing slants. I'm doing whatever it is to get CJ all of his quick completions. I'm not taking chances with long because at times when CJ has too much time to throw, he ends up holding it anyway, or you have guys that aren't getting open. So make it quick hitters.
Next up, Del, who's up? Cindy wants to get in here. Cindy should have been first, Del. Ladies always go to the front of the line. What's up, Cindy?
Hi, guys. This is Cindy with SIN. Why do Ohio State quarterbacks suck in the NFL, and why is CJ wearing a Yankees cap? Also, Dell, I worked at tight ends in Webster. I'll hang up and listen.
This is why I didn't go
what?
first.
What does that all mean?
I didn't take this call. Our intern did, but Cindy is a Eric Plant, so
she's an industry player.
Yeah. That's why she doesn't go to the front of the line.
It's okay. I like her call.
Tight ends in Webster. What does that mean,
It's
Del?
just
tight ends.
It's just because Eric will call in and ask me on my show, "Hey, Del, what about tight ends?" I've never been to that place before.
Well, she works there.
She doesn't. She doesn't work
she
there.
Said she does. I gotta take her.
Yeah, I do know.
She said she does.
I'm
going to take Cindy at her word.
I'm not because
I
don't
work at tight ends.
I never take Eric at his word, and she's an Eric Plant.
So
what
I don't. Did she? Why do Ohio State quarterbacks
suck? And why is he wearing a Yankees hat?
It's just the thing.
That's what it.
And he's wearing a Yankees hat because he's from Los Angeles.
No, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Because it matched the fit.
I don't know that he needed to match a white shirt.
They don't. But these kids, they don't care. They don't care what
they
hat
don't
it
really
is.
have teams.
If it matches the fit.
Well, he wore a Mariners hat. We've been through this already.
Oh my God, that's right. It was Mariners hand. I'm sure he's had Dodgers hats, Yankees hats, just anybody but the Astros. Mulgetta's already firing up his tersely worded email towards management.
Oh yeah. Well, go ahead.
If you don't get us help, we're leaving.
Well, go ahead, New York. Trade for him. Go ahead.
They got Jackson Dart. They're not going to do that. They got their own guy that they have to worry about.
What are we going to do?
Jets.
What are we going to
do?
do?
Jets. They don't have anybody.
They
got another Ohio State quarterback
that
sucks.
Fields, so they're not going to double down. Hey, suck. Are we saying that he sucks?
Like, I really don't know where CJ even ranks in the. It's hard to tell because things aren't. I know things need to be better for him, but things are never going to be optimal. Very few quarterbacks in the history have had optimal. It's very hard to get everything's great.
Okay, Right now, where does CJ rank as far as quarterbacks go?
Well, he's in the bottom 10. No. Bottom 12.
His team's not productive. He's
No,
not
he's
productive.
not productive.
Where do we rank him?
Where are you ranking him? You're just giving him bonus
You're just
points.
giving him stuff from 2023.
He was Rookie of the Year.
Yeah,
So what? That was
that's
2
2
years
seasons
ago.
ago.
That's back when Jordan used to play baseball.
It's true.
That's back when Fromber used to get people out. I remember that
When
the Astros
used to win.
The Astros used to had Kyle Tucker and Alex Bregman. Okay, is he better than Drake May? I'll say yes.
Not the Drake man who fumbled yesterday, though.
Wait, John.
Game.
If you don't think he's better than Drake May,
Not right now. He's not.
well then how do you think
He's not playing
he's
better
in
than Drake May.
So then he's not in the top 18 for sure. He's not better than Buffalo. He's better than Miami.
Yeah.
I mean, Tua has touchdowns though.
Tua sucks.
At least he's throwing touchdown passes.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, he's got guys
Based on
that
how
actually
Tua's
get
playing.
open.
Yeah,
you
I mean,
got
he
Nico
does.
Collins.
Nah, but you got two guys.
The
that
only
get
time
open.
Nico gets open is when
So
guys
now,
fall down.
Wait a minute, you got Nico Collins, according to this offseason, was a top 5 receiver in football. Now he's not.
No, not this
Now he's
year.
not. Now
No, he's not.
Are
Boy,
you
look how quick we.
Are
turn
you
on
doing
people.
more to protect CJ? Oh, Nico's not good anymore. Is that what you're doing?
Okay, is CJ better than Joe Burrow? No, we're not going to say Jake Browning. He's better.
He's better than Jake Browning.
He's got to be better. That's a backup.
Is he better than Carson Wentz?
Yes, I'm not going to play this game.
Yeah, this is a ridiculous
Stop
game
it.
with Carson Wentz.
Is he better than Aaron Rodgers?
Well,
I can't believe we're actually having
2
to
out
think
of
this
3
through.
weeks he has not been. Aaron Rodgers wasn't good last week. He was fine this week.
He's
So
not
no.
better than Baltimore. Is he better than Flacco? You're going to say
Hold
yes,
on.
but is he better than Flacco?
Let's get to the heart of the matter. Is he better than Daniel Jones? The guy
No.
he's got to chase.
Right now, he's definitely not. I watched that Colts. So I watched all the games. Well, I watched 4 games on Multiview and the Texans, and I would pause. Actually, I watched the Texans. I paused on the receiver so I can see the whole thing. So I don't see all of the Multiview games. I don't recognize this Daniel Jones. He's throwing super confidently into doing something CJ's not doing, which is throwing with no hesitation into zone holes with anticipatory throws. He's throwing with zip on the football. He's throwing with accuracy. Like, I don't even recognize this guy. Daniel Jones looks like a real quarterback. Shane Steichen is doing a great job with him.
Well,
the
that's the
Texans
difference.
need to hire Shane Steichen as
That's
our
the
offensive
difference.
coordinator.
You've got
there it
a
is.
coach that's teaching a position.
Get Shane Steichen to
Look at the
work as
difference.
offensive coordinator for the Texans.
Look at the difference.
He is head coach at Indianapolis, so that
Offensive
could be tough.
coordinator. Why is he limited to that? Why
Yeah.
can't he just take over the head coaching job?
Because our head coach can beat him up and bench press more.
So what? What does that matter?
No, he can't beat him
Is
up.
he better than Trevor Lawrence?
He's
these
right.
these are real questions I want to ask you.
You what? Well, side by side yesterday.
I don't
want to
play this game. I'm asking you and John. I'm the host of this show.
Oh, you're the host of the game.
Is
Oh.
CJ better than Trevor Lawrence?
What? How many yards would Trevor Lawrence have had yesterday if his receivers could catch the football?
And he missed some
And he
bad
wasn't
throws
good
too. He
either.
wasn't
Well,
good.
but they dropped it on
He had
him. Holy
stupid
crap.
interceptions.
Yeah, he
I
did a
mean,
dumb interception. He had some dumb plays, but his receivers could
know.
catch. It wouldn't
know
even be
if he
close
is.
yesterday.
He's
No.
not better than Herbert. Is he better than Geno? I don't.
Geno's
I don't-
not
how-
had a good year.
How can I say he's better than anybody based
Is
on
he
this
better
year?
than Kyler?
I have to use some of last year.
No.
I don't know
What
if I
does that
can
have to
use
do
the
with
year
anything?
before.
Is he better than Purdy?
Well, Purdy's only played the one game.
But is he better?
I don't think.
I don't think there's a big difference if you think he is.
This is terrible.
Is he better
this
than
game
Dak?
is the worst game we ever
Is he
played.
better than who?
Is he better than Dak?
No.
Jordan Love?
No.
I bet he's better than J.J. McCarthy.
Well, congratulations.
He's not better than Goff. I remember when I took crap after the first year because my comp for CJ was Jared Goff, and I still to this day think it's a really good comp.
Because people thought you were limiting the potential.
Yeah, and they're like, "What an idiot!" Because Coward had that on his show, was talking about like your guy is so stupid. And then after year one, and everyone thought because Jared Goff wasn't. Like Jared Goff had, I'm comparing the types of players they are. Then Jared Goff went off last year, and CJ regressed, and I'm like, doesn't look like such a bad comp anymore. Now it's a bad comp again because CJ's nowhere near.
You've
Jared
insulted
Goff.
Jared Goff.
Yeah, now I'm insulting the Jared Goff. First I insulted CJ, now I'm insulting Jared Goff.
All right. Now you need to stop
Better than
insulting
Penix?
people and talk
Yes,
about
he's
all
He's better than Michael Penix.
Penix got benched yesterday.
He's better than Michael Penix.
Penix is terrible. Now you need to stop talking about CJ and start talking about Allstate.
He's not better than Sam Darnold. Let's talk about Allstate windows and siding. Windows and siding product that are made. Well, the windows are made here in Texas. The siding product is a national product. The siding product's incredible. For siding, if you've got dilapidated wood or the nylon siding or whatever it's made, I don't even know what it's made out of, paper. You can just pull that off because it gets over time. The wind and the rain will do damage. You have to make repairs for the wood. You have to not only repair, you have to scrape off the paint chips and then repaint, and it's a big pain in the butt. Go with the siding product because once you put it, once you get the siding put on from Allstate Windows and Siding, you're done. No more painting, no more, correcting or no more having to go in and repair the wood. That's done. You are set. Your house looks great. Same thing for the windows. You get your windows installed properly. They take the old windows out, the glass windows, there's no breakage, and they replace it with double pane, double strength windows that not only look incredible and make your home look so much better, they also are going to improve your energy efficiency by up to 40%. It's Allstate Windows and Siding. Make sure that you tell them you're an ESPN 97.5 listener, and you're going to get a huge discount on top of the discounts you're already getting. It's allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
So our football team stinks. Our baseball team stinks. We got basketball to look forward to. All right, your kids are going to want to play. They're going to see this basketball team, both our basketball teams in this city, and they're going to go, we want to play, Dad. And what are they going to do? You're going to put sand in the base of a basket that you buy at a box store and let it wiggle around 10 feet in the air. Your kids can't even get a ball up that high, especially if you got little kids. But the big kids love it too. The Pro Dunk goal is the best goal in the market. The button now, as opposed to a crank, now you just push a button and it raises and lowers the goal down to 5 feet. The kids love to hang on it. Even the big kids, they can't dunk. Your kids ain't athletic enough to dunk. You put it down to 8 feet, and they're all having a good time dunking the basketball. Look, they want to play. They want the best goal. You want the best goal. You want the kids in the driveway as opposed to, nah, that goal stinks. We're going to stay inside. ProDunk.com. Best goal ever. ProDunk.com. Tell Keith Tate you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I mean, look at where this season has gone already. I was just watching I watched the Colts game. I was at the Buffalo Wild Wings yesterday. I had all the games. It was awesome. I'm watching the Colts, and I'm thinking, Ballard is the king, and Nick Caserio is the sorry people.
Look how quick things change in this league.
In
our league.
Wow.
See if you're a real when you say in our league.
Well, it's not my league. I just watch.
No, well, it's Lance's league.
I got to say,
yeah,
our
he
league.
can say it.
Yeah, he can say our league.
Yeah, look how things change in our league.
Yeah.
It's true though, but Ballard believes in building the trenches, so he
Yeah.
believes in. Now Nick Caserio has tried. He's just failed. So Nick has tried. I didn't know about that whole run it back on the defensive line move, but I guess what you see, you know what you have. They were much better against the run yesterday.
Yeah.
Actually,
they were good.
So they were tighter in their splits. They weren't they were running a little bit different front yesterday on early snaps, but they did a good job. I thought the linebackers played better. The defensive line played substantially better.
Sheldon Rankins made plays.
Yeah, he made plays. Potukasi made some plays.
Yep.
They were better. They were better against the run.
But once again, when the Jags needed a drive,
but you also
they got
have
it.
When they needed one, they got it. Well, they had a crossing route. Lassiter on Brian Thomas, who Brian Thomas is a mess right now.
Well, he made
he
that
is
play.
an absolute mess.
Mm-hmm. He made the big
but
play,
he
though.
got the little crossing route, and that guy's a 4.3 40, and Kamari Lassiter's a 4.5.
Yeah.
And so, if Lassiter doesn't have an angle, that's to the house. Now, somewhere they said that was Archuleta said that was a busted coverage, like a linebacker should have been,
there.
or a safety. Yeah,
they brought pressure from.
and Lassiter was pissed at somebody because after the play he did the DB thing, like wants to make sure that he jumps on somebody else.
Yeah,
I think
right.
it was Bullock was not where he was supposed to be. Bullock had a bad missed tackle yesterday too. Bullock is not having the impact.
Well, we have not.
None of the safeties are.
We have not mentioned that Stingley left that game.
Yeah, that hurt.
And I think
but Smith didn't play. Smith didn't play that bad.
I think he's been hurt.
No, but we need him on the field
since
The
he
hip.
got hit in week 1.
Do you think it was really a rib, or
And
was
they
it a
didn't-
hip that they're trying to?
And they didn't put it
hide?
out there.
Do you think they're trying
Well,
to
they
hide
haven't
the rib,
put him-
the
Yeah.
hip?
They have not put him on an injury report since.
You think
that
they're
play.
trying to hide it?
I would not be surprised.
Yeah. All right, let's get Underrated Mess in here. Underrated Mess, what up?
Hey, what up, fellas? I just wanted to talk about this debacle of the Texans organization. Are we sure that D'Amico hired his offensive coordinator, or is this just like another obsession with New England from Nick Caserio? Because it just doesn't make any sense to fire your guy and to get another first-time play caller when you fired your guy. And then it's just like, you think D'Amico was bullied into that hire? I mean, I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but this is ridiculous. And I'm not even sure we're going to beat the Titans. And that's all I'm living for this year now, is to beat the Titans, because Titan fans remind me that we're 17-19 against them. And I'd like to even that up so I can stop hearing that crap.
Yeah, that's my goal too, is to even it up with the Titans this year.
Well,
I shoot a little higher than that.
Hopefully.
But I may
really?
be
What are you
changing my
shooting
goals
for right now?
I may be changing my right now. I'm shooting for 13 straight.
13 straight.
Well,
13
did
and
you
4.
hear?
Well, you'd have to lose another game.
I remember when I thought the Texans over-under of 9 was like, God, this is disrespectful. 9. This needs to be at least 10. And now I'm like, I honestly don't think they get more than 7. They might find a way to get 8 and 9, but I think more than likely 7 and 10 is the number this year.
Did you hear Todd Bowles last week? After the game, he was like, so what was it like facing the Rams offense 2 weeks in a row? And he said, oh, last week we faced the Rams offense. This week against the Texans, we faced the Patriots offense.
Did he say that?
He did.
Yes. Yes.
Well, then that means he knows what he's talking. I mean, he knows what they look like.
Yeah. Yeah, he knows.
He knows what it looks like. So that was something Patriots related. Let me tell you, everything Patriots have touched have turned to gold when Tom Brady was the quarterback. Now, every coordinator that ever left and became a head coach has all been terrible.
Well, Bill O'Brien wasn't
None
terrible.
of it's worked.
He
He
was
wasn't
just
terrible.
He was a mess doing the GM stuff and ran himself out of town.
No, he wasn't. He was probably the best of all of them.
He's been
Josh
the best.
McDaniels has been a didn't work. Charlie Weiss didn't work. Romeo Crennel was a DC, but he didn't work. Who are the other? Matt Patricia didn't work.
Flores,
Brian
the records
Flores,
weren't
was
bad.
he a coordinator?
he was the coordinator of the Super Bowl team that beat the Rams.
Yeah.
The record wasn't bad, but he just was not a people person.
It was another personality thing, just like with Bill O'Brien.
Yeah.
And just like with Josh McDaniels, and just like with Matt Patricia. You know what? They all have personality issues too. And frankly, I think Nick Caserio's got some personality issues.
Yeah,
if you really want to know the truth. Now I'm saying that from on the outside looking in. As long as he's okay in the building, that's fine. Here's a question, John. Who do you think fired Bobby Slowick? I was thinking about this yesterday. I'm not sure that the ownership didn't get rid of him because the ownership created a fan council last year. The ownership really, really loves fans, and they want fans to like them. I really believe that to be the case. And the fans hated Bobby Slowick. The fans wanted him gone. I never thought Bobby Slowick could get fired because he's tight with the head coach, and it just didn't that's something that happens in soccer where you have a good first year, you have a worse second year, and then you're gone that fast. I figured, no, he's going to get a third year. That's the way this works. And he didn't. And the more I'm thinking about it, the more I wonder if the ownership fired Bobby Slowick, if they put the pressure on. Now, if you listen to D'Amico, he's taking shots at Bobby Slowick through his comments about Nick Caley. Like, we don't want to copy and paste offense. Nick is doing this, Nick is doing that. I mean, he's taking some shots at Bobby Slowick in different ways. So kind of sneak dissed him. So it may have been a D'Amico call. It may have, but I wonder how much the ownership had to potentially do with that. And then once I asked that question, getting back to the question about, I'm assuming D'Amico hired Nick Caley. I don't think, but Nick Caley gets the bump for being a Rams guy, right? He was a Rams. He was a Rams. He's 30-something years old and he worked for the Rams. Must mean he's one of the great coaches of all time. If you're 30 and work for the Rams, but he also has some New England in his background too.
Yeah. No. That's why. He
but
said,
not while Nick. But Nick was gone by the time.
Apparently,
Nick didn't coach
he has more New England influence than McVay influence.
Well,
because that offense is based on the Patriots offense, not the Rams offense.
D'Amico told you, not cookie cutter, not Patriots, not Rams, not
he's
cookie
grasping
cutter.
from a lot of different things. That's what makes them unpredictable.
And I could see why, though, you would run the New England offense because CJ reminds you so much of Tom Brady.
He's more like Mac Jones at this point.
Man, that S2 wasn't far off, was it?
Oh, boy.
I don't want to do this.
I don't want to play this game.
Who's next, Al?
Well, we should go to a break.
Oh, forever.
Lance wouldn't stop talking.
Oh, for criminy sakes.
You got Dan, Eric, LaSalle, so we see you, but Lance doesn't consider your time
stop
valuable.
Let's just roll through the breaks.
No.
Okay. We got to combine now because of Underdog. Go get you some Underdog.
Underdog Fantasy. Bump. Go to Underdog Fantasy. Well, you don't need to go to the website. You could go to the website if you wanted to, but just go to the app. And I just opened up the app right now. So here's what we're looking at on Monday Night Football. 0.5 rushing and receiving touchdowns for Derrick Henry. Now, the favorite is higher. I would go higher. I think he's going to have a touchdown. Lamar Jackson passing yards are 282.5. You want to go higher or lower against the Detroit Lions? Jared Goff, his passing touchdowns are 1.5. You want to go higher or lower? Amon-Ra St. Brown, is he going to score a touchdown? If you think yes, higher is a slight underdog. That's going to improve your payout. So what you do is you pick between 2 and 6 players. And the more you pick and the more you win, obviously, the higher the payout's going to be. But with Underdog Fantasy, that high payout is something that is very, very enticing because you can play as small as $5 and you got a chance to win big money. And if you really want to, take it to the next level, play the flex option where you don't have to win every single pick. You can win 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5, even 2 out of 3, and you can still win money. Download the app, use promo code Lance on your first deposit. And what's going to happen is when you make your first $5 play, they're going to put $50 of bonus cash back into your account. So you don't want to miss out on that. It's Underdog app. Download the app and use promo code Lance.
Okay, so you're a businessman. You're driving into work right now. You're thinking about how you can be better. I know how you can be better. I know how your business can be better. I know how you can ease up. Hey, listen, make your life a hell of a lot easier. If you have a payroll department, okay, you're hiring people to go and do the payroll, chances are you're spending more money on that payroll than you need to. Now I want to keep, I like all our payroll people, blah, blah, but find something else for them to do, okay? Because you're not doing a service to the rest of your employees. You're not doing as well. You're not doing payroll as well as you can. You're not doing it as economically as you can. You're not doing it technologically as well as you can. All of these things happen when you deal with HR&P. The HR as well. You got a growing HR department, payroll department. Tax time is such a burden. No, it's not. It doesn't have to be. Not with HR&P because it's easy. It's simple. Call up and ask Laura up at the station, and she'll tell you how easy it is to deal and work with HR&P because they want your business to succeed. They succeed if you succeed. They don't want to lose clients. They don't want you closing. Listen, you can be more efficient and you can be better. HR&P. Let them come and give you a free evaluation. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. All right, welcome back. The start of a new week after one of the worst weekends we can remember. Losing to the Jaguars is bad enough, but getting your ass handed to you by Seattle, who, I mean, for years you've taken care of that business, and now that's a pretty good baseball team. I will say this. They're really good.
They got a
really
great
good lineup.
closer.
They got great pitchers. Their bullpen is everything. This team's loaded. This team's got a shot to win it all.
How were we ahead of them the whole year?
I have no idea.
I mean, seriously, you look at that's a murderer's row of power now.
That's just ridiculous.
But they've got a closer that is a lockdown closer with nasty, filthy stuff. Wu is really good as a number one starter, and then Kirby has not had as good a season but he's got ability.
No. In the postseason, he can give you a huge start.
I mean, if he shows up, but he's got that ability.
Yeah, absolutely.
But how about the hitting? Like, how many power Crawford and the Astros get ruined by number 9 hitters all year long. The 9 hitter has murdered them, and you have one and then you had a grand slam yesterday. Did you see the shot from behind?
Yes.
The umpire shot.
Yes.
Oh my God, that ball looked like it went. It
looked like it was going to hit the roof.
I know. That must feel great to
hit
one
it just
like
kept
that.
going and going and going.
In a major league stadium, bases loaded. Can you imagine what it feels like to hit one like that?
Oh, my gosh. No, I can't because we never do that.
Mm-hmm. I did it in a softball game.
Pena did it.
Yeah, but it wasn't as majestic.
No.
That thing was majestic.
That was majestic. All right, let's get Eric in here. We got a full board, so let's get through them. Come on. Hey, Eric, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Great show. Yeah, I think they should have traded Framber right before the trade deadline. He's garbage right now. Also, who's in the worst shape right now, the Cowboys or the Texans? And I know Dale mentioned last week that Molly Crum left ESPN First Take, and he said she might be doing an OF. Dale, do you have that link? You can let people know.
I never said that. In fact, I refuted that suggestion. I never said that.
You got the link, Del?
No, because I'm the one who said it was very unlikely to happen. What? That's Eric being Eric. Stop.
That's Eric.
I think someone else on this show said that could be a possibility.
I did not me.
I didn't say
We're
you.
friends. I never said that.
I didn't say you.
We're friends.
Yeah, I know you are because
she probably wouldn't remember me, but
not again. Not the story again, please.
Yeah.
No. All right.
Not that story again.
Not that story again, please.
Please. Yeah. Who's next?
La Salsa's next.
La Salsa. ¿Qué pasó, La Salsa?
¿Qué pasó, mijo? Hey, maybe yesterday was kind of rough.
pretty dang rough. But maybe there's a silver lining. What about Kevin Durant and the Rockets? Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, as long as he doesn't tear his Achilles.
It's not a silver lining to mention another team.
The season starts in a month.
Yeah, well,
they play.
You just have to wait a month.
Oklahoma. Who are they? Is it Oklahoma City first game?
I don't know who they're opening up with.
Yeah, it's we're on TV the very first day, October 21st. Seems like it starts. Basketball's now starting earlier and earlier and earlier. Well, you got that tournament, so you got to get started earlier.
But
the tournament games actually count.
Preseason game. The first preseason game is in 2 weeks.
Yeah,
against the Hawks. I think isn't that the game Justin was giving up to a potential winner of Beat the Warehouse Live guy?
Yes, it is.
The preseason opener.
Yeah. I don't know how that's gonna go. As it stands now, Justin's looking pretty good. Looks like he's went 3-2.
Yeah, and I think the other guy was 1-5, 1-4.
Well, he would have been. He would have had a win if the Rams could either kick a field goal or defend blocking when one of their kicks got blocked because he was plus 3.5. He had the Rams plus 3.5.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Yeah, so that's tough for him. Justin won again.
Justin won again. Who's next, Del?
We go to Dan. What's up, Dan?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, so I got 3 quick ones, real quick. One, I stand behind my contention that Fromber the cancer in the clubhouse should have been suspended weeks ago. And number 2, tell me the impact players that Casario's drafted in the last 2 years. Forget his whole tenure. Just the last 2 years, how many impact players? And I'm only thinking Lassiter off the top of my head, but and then to make matters worse, I'm sorry to sprinkle in this, but for our Houston Sports Weekend, but did you see that Dream Son committed to Stanford, top 40 recruit in the country?
Dell was mentioning that during the break that Houston looked like they had him, and then they didn't have him.
Well, I didn't know his recruiting story. I just thought that you guys were once again being soft and protecting your good friend Kelvin Sampson.
Listen, he didn't want him. Kelvin didn't want him.
Okay, he came on. By the way, these are all jokes on
He
my
didn't
part.
play defense enough.
But he did go on a recruiting visit last fall, I think, and he went to Stanford. Now, John, you have always said this about Stanford. Why not get a world-class education?
Yeah.
But that was particularly about football because they were good back then when you were having those conversations with David Shaw. Right now?
No, listen. You go volleyball, basketball, you go whatever, because Stanford is Stanford. I mean, there's a reason that you go to Stanford is because you want to set yourself up for life.
But we don't know what the Aziz is his name. Aziz Olajuwon's priority. Is it basketball or is it setting himself up for life? Because if he goes to Stanford in their current state, it would seem like setting yourself up for life.
Even on accident, you set yourself up for
Stanford.
life.
The only reason that place is even on the map is because of Jim Harbaugh.
I mean, Bill Walsh did coach there too.
And then he had to go. Rescue
Stanford is on the map.
They had to go rescue the
Harbaugh.
Stanford program. Harbaugh
Not
did.
the educational
You
opportunity.
don't
Remember when they beat USC as a 33-point underdog?
Yes, I remember. Yes.
Yeah.
You don't go to Stanford for sports. You go to Stanford for life. Okay.
Well, look at Andrew Luck. He decided football's not even for me.
Is he any good?
I went here so I could get my sports management degree so I could take over as athletic director when I'm about 26.
Is he any good?
I don't know because they suck.
I think Andrew's doing okay with his life. His life is okay. Okay. So
to your point about the Texans, I will say his first pick last year. Now you're saying over the last 2 years. We don't know this year. Last year, Kamari Lassiter, yes, impact player. Blake Fisher, no, and really not a very good player at all. Kalen Bullock is a yes.
He's a good player.
Kalen Bullock had a great year last year.
What about Cade Stover?
No, not big impact.
I think the jury's out because of the injury.
I mean, he was a 4th rounder, and then you had
Nico was a third rounder.
I mean, you had a second and a second. We don't really pick.
He
first.
said impact players. Now, I mean,
there's 2 impact players, and Cade Stover we're still waiting to see. He had an injury. We're waiting to see with Cade Stover.
And
wait, Cade Stover's hurt again.
And let's not. Yeah, Cade Stover's out. Let's not just give up on Ursery because he
No.
he got his ass kicked by Josh Allen.
No, I thought Ursi was a 6.2, which is average starter. I never saw this high end. I mean, to me, yes, you have to draft tackles. Where the Texans drafted them is where those tackles get drafted. So it didn't bother me that they drafted him where they did. But I never considered Ursary. Like, I think he's going to be an average tackle. He has some holes that you can see in his game. But as long as you're tough, you're physical, he's going to get beat some. But that doesn't mean – I think Tytus Howard is having a decent year this year. I don't see a lot of problems with Tyson Howard on a consistent basis. He's also getting a second contract where he's making a lot of money. And he's been around since, 2019. So he's played a lot of football by this point. This is year 6 for him. Yeah. So I would expect him to – at least be average to above average, especially with what they're paying him.
713-780-3776. Yeah, we haven't even mentioned oh yeah, we did. We mentioned CJ wearing a Yankee hat. I mean, what is he doing? Why is he doing that?
It's for the fit. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's all it is.
I mean,
don't read too much into it. He doesn't like the Yankees. He likes the Dodgers. What Dodger fan would ever wear a Yankee hat? But it's his generation. They just wear. They think a hat looks good.
Yep.
That's all it is.
Who's next, Dale?
Let's go to Keith. What's up, Keith?
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I don't know what you guys have said because I just tuned in at 8:40. But here's my take. I know it's only 3 games, but when you make the kind of money that these guys make, I mean, they make more than first responders. You got to come out and play better. I mean. So here's a few quick observations from me. If they were on offense or defense, either one, they both committed stupid penalties like every single drive. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, that's not going to work. But real quick, here's the other thing that really bugs me. I mean, if you look it up on the Internet, it says the quarterback's supposed to get rid of the football between 2.7 and 2.9 seconds. Now, I know you can't always do that. But more often than not, to me, if you do, you're going to be in trouble. And too many times, CJ has the ball past that point. I mean, to me, a quarterback, and nobody did it better than Tom Brady. You got to make your reads. It's like a superhero flash. It's super speed. Between 2.7 and 2.9, the frickin' ball's got to come out. Stop with this BS of holding the damn football and getting your ass kicked. It's ridiculous. I'd like to hear your guys' thoughts on these subjects. Thanks.
Agree.
Out.
There it is. Out. Agree.
Yeah, he holds the ball too long. But here's the deal is, the other side is, where's he going to throw it if nobody's – you look down, they're not separating.
Bring this game up.
I mean, is it the routes that – is Kaylee calling the bad route trees?
You know, the good plays, it's kind of a joke because to me this was, I don't know. I kind of thought this was – everyone just acted like you changed play callers and everything was going to fix. And I always thought that was kind of stupid because CJ, some of it, and offensive line was some of it. It was not just all on Slowick, even though everyone likes to think you're just one away, right? You're just one trade away in baseball at the deadline from everything just being okay. You're always one thing away. And most things are multifaceted. And the Texans' offensive issues were not one play caller away. So that's kind of why I started the joke about Nick Haley's got the good plays, and then Bobby had the bad plays. Mm-hmm. Well, this is this is obvious. That's what it is. Like it's how does he know what the good plays look like? I saw Dana Holgerson calling more creative plays for Nebraska down near the goal line. He had a quick zone read look, little throw to the right where he faked the dive and then threw out there, and there was to the tight end, and there was a block from a big wide receiver.
Yeah, but that's not the
that was a creative play that the Texans.
Good play called though. He called that Hail Mary play.
No, yeah, calling Hail Mary. What if he just says screw it? We're just throwing nothing but Hail Marys. Nick Haley. We got big receivers. We're going straight jump balls. Yeah, 3 verts jump balls.
Higgins.
Hit Hutchinson and
Collins
Nico.
And Nico, yeah. I mean, and
we're going
to
beat you. Yeah, we're just going to throw it up deep balls. We're letting our bigs go get it.
Just post up. Let's see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Max protect.
What's the difference?
Max protect. That's when some of the most pressure comes when they max protect.
What's the difference? You had 5 3-and-outs and 1 4-and-out. What's the difference?
Yeah,
throw
what is
it.
the difference?
What's the difference?
If Townsend can pull his head out and just punt it 65 yards every time, then, you got a shot. Just flip the field every time. Okay, well, we didn't get it. Maybe you get a penalty.
A pass interference.
You ever think about that?
Yeah.
That's an explosive play. If you get a 40-yard penalty, that's huge. And then you're kicking field goals. It's actually –
I would suggest setting cross screens 40 yards down the field.
Yeah.
Like you have Hutchinson set a cross screen for Nico so he can flash to the 25 or 35-yard line. He's open. And then, the guy's going to recover, commit a pass interference. All of a sudden, you got a big play.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be creative, Nick Cayley. Run Spain for football. I need a Spain set in football. Go.
Is that what, just straight verts and you just deep balls?
That's it.
You got, motion offense with your receivers.
Oh, did you notice, though? Hey, first play action rollout. Second play under center, play action. Nick Cayley was like, oh, I'm too predictable, huh? When I'm under center,
boom,
and I didn't run any play action. Watch this. Like the first 6 passes.
See, John,
were play action.
You wanted it, and you got it.
Yeah,
and
I blame you for this.
And you can't. And look at what it did. Just opened up the offense.
Yeah, they punted 3 and out first drive.
Yeah, but it was all play action rollout, play action. Oh, my gosh.
You got what you wanted.
Is that what you voted for?
Didn't you want more play action after?
That's what you voted for.
It was that was more predictable. After the media asking him about how predictable he was.
So he should have gone back to it because that was less predictable.
That was less predictable.
Wait a minute.
Pull the okey doke is what you're saying? Oh, they think I'm going to do play
they
action.
They think I'm going to play action.
Because you think that I think that you think.
Right. Exactly.
Oh, no.
No.
I don't know if that would have gone
I'm
well.
still going with my post-up downfield offense.
Okay, we have got to talk about this. We haven't talked about it. 7:13. We're going to break. 9:13. We're going to break here. This college football weekend, holy crap! It is going to be huge.
The upcoming weekend.
The upcoming weekend, holy crap!
Is it really? I don't even know the game.
How can it be that great when the best team in the country is on a bye week?
Yeah.
Oh, your team's pretty good.
Yeah.
How can it be that good of a weekend?
It's going to be a great weekend. But first, we're going to talk about. You want to talk about great Chastain Ford? Right now, they got a food drive going on. If you can, bring some canned foods up to Chastain Ford. It's on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown. But if you're going to buy a car, you don't have to go there. But listen, people, you can buy you can buy the vehicle. You never have to show up. They'll bring it to you. You can do everything from your laptop, which you can't do at other dealerships. You know why you can't do that? Because they want you in there so that they can upsell you. That's not the case at Chastain Ford. It's almost the exact opposite, as a matter of fact, because the first thing that Chastain Ford's going to ask you is, where do your payments have to be? Not, what are you looking for? What can we sell you? What can we do? What do you need? What do you like this? Do you want to add this? Do you want to add that? And that's not the way they do it. What they do is they say, where do your payments have to be? Well, this is a vehicle that fits that, right? Here's a truck that's perfect. Here's an SUV that's perfect for you. Not we gotta sell, we gotta upsell. That's not the way Chastain Ford will ever do business. They got great deals right now on the XLT. They got 0.9% financing. They got leases from just $388 a month. You're looking for the best way to get into that Ford SUV or truck. I only think there's one place to go. That's Chastain Ford on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown. Chastain Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got us a big, big weekend of football, people. Oregon, Penn State. How good is that?
Pretty good. We'll see if Drew Aller's push for the Heisman he's only like 11-1. He's not a favorite. Dante Moore should be the favorite.
Yep.
Right now for the Heisman, either him or Mateer.
Ruben
probably.
Bain, best player in the country.
Shut up.
Come on.
Your defense.
Have you seen a better player in the country?
When are they going to do something with the mask and Bain? Surely they've done that.
It's Mauiaga that's the favorite.
Malinoa, the right tackle?
No, the quarterback for USC.
Oh, Maiava.
He's not the favorite.
He's the favorite. Yes.
Maiava?
Yes.
How? You think they're going to win a national championship?
I don't know that they're going to win a national
Bet
championship.
on him. You'll lose money. I'll book it for you, John, right now on the air. You can play him if you want. All I know is that if Oregon wins, then Dante Moore's got a chance to cruise in. Mateer too. But Mateer's in the SEC, though.
Oh, you know who's moved into as the leader right now?
Arch.
Maiava, he fell off the world. The favorite right now, Fernando Mendoza.
Oh, here's the actual odds. John Mateer. Well, there's Fernando Mendoza. Yeah, your guy, John Malaluga or whatever.
Maiava.
So John Mateer is 5-1. Fernando Mendoza 6.5-1 from Indiana.
I got 8-1 from Mendoza, and Mateer is 9-1.
I'm seeing actual place that you can play this at 5-1, 6.5-1. Your place has better odds. Carson Beck 9-1, Dante Moore 10-1.
This is FanDuel's got this.
Josh Hoover 11-1. Wait, where's Hoover?
TCU.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
No chance. Jeremiah Smith 12-1.
He looks pretty good, dude.
Gunnar Stockton 12. Marshall. Yeah, but he's not going to win it. TCU quarterback's not going to win it.
Is an Indiana quarterback going to win it?
No. That's what I'm saying. Can Oklahoma win enough in the SEC to win it?
Well, let's see.
Dante Moore's your play at 10-1.
Let's see, because you got a big week. Okay.
And Taylon Green was until they blew it in the fourth quarter.
That fumble was brutal.
Huge.
Indiana's playing Iowa.
That's a W.
A&M and Auburn. USC and Illinois. Buckeyes and Huskies.
USC and Illinois is nothing.
Illinois got their ass handed to them. They got the Ole Miss and LSU.
Ooh, pretty good one there.
Yeah, Irish.
You
and
see the
Arkansas.
young quarterback who came in. What's his name? Prescott Vandersnackle or something
Trinidad
crazy.
Chambliss.
Yeah, something like that.
What was Vandersnackle? What?
Yeah.
No, Trinidad Chambliss.
Yeah, that's what I said.
He's from Ferris State. He played at Ferris State last year.
Chris Chambliss's kid?
No,
he went off.
Not Chris Chambliss.
They got two good quarterbacks.
Well, the other one has an ankle issue, I think. So Trinidad Chambliss comes in and goes, this is my job now. Sorry, Simmons. This is my job now.
Why don't the people love Florida State as much as they should?
Because they haven't really played anyone since Alabama. They've been off.
Yeah, but they
played
dominated
Kent State.
Alabama.
Yeah, they kicked their ass.
Sure, but they've been off the radar for a couple weeks now because of they had a bye, and also they played two teams that stink. So they haven't been able to back up their performance with another one. And they got to go to Virginia. And if they win that one, it is likely, you would assume, that they will have game day because Miami would come to town. And that's not great for Kirk Herbstreit. They still remember him for all the talk of 2023.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, y'all are so sensitive.
Who is y'all? They can't hear you. But
Miami.
What? No, Florida State people are upset with him.
Oh, yeah. Them too. Oh, yeah, they're mad at everyone who said they shouldn't be in the playoffs with a quarterback when
and they lost 63-2.
And they will tell you that their team was all gone.
Too bad. And then you finish it up the next year with a 2-win
doesn't
season.
matter. Now that they're in the top 10 again, they have not.
We don't want to hear it. The rest of us don't want to hear it.
Well, it doesn't matter about what you want to hear. It's what Herbstreit's going to hear if he goes there.
He's got a new dog. I'm not.
Peter's not going to save him from the slander
Is
he's
that
about to
dog's
catch.
name, Peter?
Yes.
Does he also fly on a jet?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then I don't care what Kirk has to
Herbstreit was
deal
in
with.
a commercial with the dog in it this weekend.
I know. And the new dog gets all the spoils of what the old dog should have gotten. The new dog's like, man, look at all this attention I'm getting. The old dog's like, hey, I'm dead and I get nothing.
Yeah.
What's the deal over here?
Man, he just...
The old dog was the real one.
It was like he was with his wife for all, and the wife died, and he got a new one.
Oh, you're saying Belichick and Jordan?
Yeah.
Look how that's going.
Did you see them making out on the sidelines this weekend?
They didn't make out.
She was just very close to him talking.
She was helping with some play calling.
Well, I saw it might have been AI where they were making out and then
probably
wrapped her legs around him.
Probably AI,
Yeah,
yes.
that's AI 100%.
I would bet, yes.
You think it might have been AI?
Wrapped her legs around him. Yeah, that's AI.
Yeah.
That's AI.
On the sideline. I was like, wow.
My dad yesterday, I'm talking to him, he's like, yeah, it's not going so good for Belichick. And I said, no, I didn't expect him to do all that well this year just because. And he said, let me tell you something. You think a 17-year-old cares about Bill Belichick? He said, everyone thinks that name is going to matter. It's not going to matter, especially if you didn't play well. And I don't even think Belichick's going to want to stick around. No. Do you think he finishes a second year at North Carolina? I mean, it's just not going to be fun for him.
No.
Unless Brady's got – unless they Chad – what's it called? The Chad, the thing, the character where you put the stuff on your face.
The Glenn Powell show?
Yeah. Originally was Eli
Manning, yeah. I can't believe he is down with Scott Frost after the game using his own words against them because I guess Bill Belichick called UCF Central Florida or something, and that was insulting.
Wait, what are they?
What now?
Because they're UCF. They're not Central Florida, even though UCF stands for University of Central Florida. Apparently Scott Frost didn't like Bill Belichick calling them Central Florida as opposed to UCF. So after the game, after they put a whooping on North Carolina, he goes, yeah, motivation comes in different areas, and we're not Central Florida. We're UCF.
Maybe you didn't hear.
Maybe you didn't hear.
Wait a minute, but they are Central Florida.
Nope.
University of Central Florida.
They're UCF. Don't just call us Central Florida. We're UCF.
What are you talking about?
It's just
You're
like
Central
I know.
It's just like
just
USC.
Don't worry about it.
USC.
They're Southern Cal.
Don't worry, it's stupid.
There's
don't
something
worry
they
about
don't
it.
like. There's one way you reference them, and they don't. I think it's either don't call them Southern California. You can call them or one of them. It's stupid. It's everyone has it, but USC's the same way with one of those things. And Scott Frost, no. I guess you can call them the University of Central Florida, but don't just be casual and call them Central Florida.
Listen, that motivation, you beat their ass because North Carolina sucks. When you play Miami and they say Central Florida, guess what? You're going to get your ass kicked.
Well, we didn't have to worry about that. They don't play them.
I don't know if you heard, but you'll get your ass kicked by Miami.
Look at you complimenting Miami. What happened
Miami's
to you?
a good football. I think Miami might be the best team in the country.
Your offensive line's not any good. They just stand straight up and then waddle into people.
And bury
but
people?
No, not bury.
Yeah.
They stand up and they waddle into them and just grab them, and then your running backs run hard. I will give you that.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
And Carson Beck.
Finally, you got a real one
at
quarterback. Finally, you got a real one at quarterback.
Oh, yeah. He did his best to try to throw that game away.
But Beck is still all over the place.
Yeah. Florida gave him trouble last year at Georgia. Maybe it's a Florida thing. It was a wet, mucky night, whatever. But, yeah, I mean, no one touches him. He doesn't get touched.
No, they're better pass.
I just know you better give them some consideration with your stupid award.
The Joe Moore Award, and let me tell you, your head coach once cussed out the guy who created the award because Oregon didn't win. LSU beat him in 19, so he literally cussed out Aaron Taylor in a phone call.
Well, he's a
That's never good.
He's a Notre Dame guy.
He was at Oregon at the time.
He's a Notre Dame guy. Well, he should get cursed out.
Yeah.
What Jordan said, you know what? Nick Caserio, Patriots, 2001-20. Nick Caley, Patriots, 2015-22. Cole Popovich, Patriots, 2016-20. You can't convince me these were D'Amico hires.
I don't want to shoot them. We're going to shoot him bail?
Oh, no, yeah. He was already on. Well, D'Amico said, I don't know. Do you have somebody, Nick? Yeah, I know a guy, Cole Popovich.
Oh, so D'Amico had no say.
Well, for the assistant coach, though, assistant offensive line coach, Cole Popovich, remember, he was hired before he was the offensive line coach. He was the assistant offensive line coach. And there's a chance, how does D'Amico know an assistant offensive line coach, Cole Popovich? He probably doesn't. He probably didn't know him. Like, coaches run in certain circles, so you hire guys that you know. They were never on any staffs together that I know of, right? But I know who did know him. I know who did know Cole Popovich and who was there with him.
So is D'Amico just some empty performance sleeve wearing shirt?
No, I think D'Amico makes hires, but I think some of them he might rely on, he might have the general manager say, hey, we had this guy, it's your call, but we had this guy in New England. He's great. He's a really good young offensive line coach.
We're back at it again now.
Now I'm just going to tell you, once again, it's not going to be popular. I'm watching it right now. The technique is much better for the Texans offensive line than it was. Like across the board inside, they play with better hands. Like their technique is better. It's just the protection stuff is they're losing individual battles. They're not getting beat often by twists and stuff like they did last year. But when teams blitz, that is just – I would blitz the hell out of the Texans. They have no chance on a third down blitz.
Is that the reason, though, that the Texans throw bubble screens on 3rd and 7 and 3rd and 12?
Or they have two guys in 20-yard routes.
Well, is there any reason that the Texans refuse to throw the ball down the field when it's 3rd and 5 or more?
Well, you saw what happened when they tried it.
I don't want that. I want everything to be dink and dunk.
No. I mean, there were some of the worst bubble screens I've ever seen.
Well, they weren't executed properly. Yeah, they were terrible.
I watched one in the first quarter.
And I got a question. What was the kind of pitch thing that CJ did?
I think that was a mistake by either him or
I watched it 100 times because I've never seen that in my life.
I didn't know what it was.
And it looked slick. Like when I watch it, like, man, that is a slick – because the guy is so wide that defenses – it actually looked pretty – like it actually worked out. Except for the holding on Ursery. That part didn't work out.
So do you think?
But I had to keep searching it back. Like, how did he do that? How did he get rid of it?
That was a busted play.
It was supposed to be a handoff, right? Like turn and hand it to the motion guy.
I don't know.
Or was it supposed to be a pitch?
To this day, I can't tell because
a toss.
Because the running back was running a toss. And sometimes you fake a play action to a side where there's not even a running back. They just do that because. It's I see it all the time. You fake a direction where there's not even a running back because you're just trying to get the eyes of the linebacker on you. But I couldn't figure it out because that he was so far away. Maybe that's something new they developed where it's a toss where it looks one way and then you toss out of it. I've never seen that in my life. I've never seen that kind of toss. It was really freaky looking. I kept having to search back like, how did he get rid of that so cleanly? And it was hard to see it, but it was actually an effective play. Leave that. That's one of the good plays. Leave it in. Now, not to hold.
Yeah.
Don't hold.
Block. Keep your hands inside.
And to me, like, let that go. That guy's got a hard enough battle on his hands. Let him have one.
Just give him one?
Yeah, let him have one. Stop making this terrible game even worse by calling penalties.
That was the worst. We've seen a lot of really bad Texans games.
That's hard to watch, man.
I thought we were past that, man.
That was just the worst.
I'm watching right now. There's a play action in the first quarter, and it's well designed. There's only 2 in a route, as always, because they're max protecting a lot. Only 2 in a route, and they catch the play action, drew the linebacker up, and Nico Collins runs that deep slant into the middle of the field, and he just dropped the ball. It's just right in his hands and just dropped it. Like, Nico's had some drops this year, too, that have been really disappointing.
And then the fumble. I mean,
yeah.
As much as I make it's crap, but 3 plays have basically determined the season. Dare's fumble.
Oh, you're falling into some of that.
Toa.
They're close.
Oh, you know what? Actually, the ball was...
Nico's fumble was huge. I'm sorry. It was huge.
Actually, the ball was tipped, and I'm looking at that he dropped, so it makes it a little tougher. But, boy, you're falling right into the trap of... We're just three plays away from being 3-0.
If they were 3-0, they'd still be the same team they are.
If Bobby Sloak were calling plays, they would be 1-2 for sure. Maybe 2-1. Because if your offense is just 14% better than it is right now, you probably win Tampa, and I think you win the Rams.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't even know what to say on Jacksonville. I mean, I guess you can make a point that maybe you're 3-0 with just an offense that is 10 to 12% better than what it was. And Slowick has gone through he knows what doesn't and doesn't work. He knows what doesn't work because he's done plays that don't work last year. So he wouldn't be going through some of these learning pains that Kaylee has to go through. And once again, I'm not saying Slowick was the answer because I know some of you just want him literally dead and buried in a ground somewhere. But I've got to think it would be better than what we're seeing now.
I don't know. Right now, if you polled the fan base, I think they want Bobby Slowick back.
Well, some.
No. After this,
No,
these
there's some
three
who would
games,
say, why does it have to be one or the other? How about neither?
No. But if you said, okay, would you want to stay with Caley or do you want Slowick back?
Now, you know what? If the Texans had paid all that money, and he was too expensive, I think he's $5 million for Chip Kelly, so they weren't going to pay that. But let's just say they got Chip Kelly. I actually do think Chip would figure out some creative ways to get the ball in space. I think it would look different for the Texans.
You think Chip Kelly might be better than Nick Caley?
Yeah, but I mean, he hasn't had great success.
Dude, I don't know.
Not with the Raiders yet.
I really don't know that there's – I mean, Nick Caley right now is a bottom 5 coordinator.
So in soccer, what would happen, Del? He would be, what do we call it? Sacked. Nick Caley would be sacked after 3 games of soccer.
Well,
they don't mess around. They'll just get rid of him.
It wouldn't even be Nick Caley. D'Amico would get sacked.
Well, D'Amico would, yeah.
Because just Nick Caley's the underling.
And that's ridiculous. D'Amico should never. But in soccer, international soccer, it doesn't matter.
Well,
as soon as you don't do well.
Hold on. Why is it so ridiculous?
Well, because D'Amico. Well, that's what.
This is his second what appears to be
but
failed
you can't
OC
build
hire.
any continuity like that. In soccer, your teams are changing constantly too.
I am not saying D'Amico should get fired, but if you made the soccer reference, when you come in with high expectations and you've done all these things to change what you said was a problem last year and it has not been fixed, he would be on the hot seat. I'm not saying he should get fired. That's not the conversation. But you're undisciplined, and that remains.
Yes, that's true.
You don't have an answer.
8 penalties per game right now. You're 19th in the league. I thought they were bottom 3. I can't believe they're only tied for 19th.
Well, their game against the Bucs, they didn't get penalized as much, but they were key penalties. Your offense isn't good. Your young franchise quarterback appears to be regressing at a rate that's somewhat alarming, where you're now questioning whether he's better than Trevor Lawrence and other quarterbacks who we have a low opinion of. All these things say D'Amico's trending poorly. And now we're getting quotes like we're close when you're 0-3. That has all the recipes of a disaster season.
Even if they made all those plays and were 3-0, they're
be
still not a good football team.
No.
Yeah,
they're not
that's
a good
right.
football team.
That's right. If they focus on process instead of results, which they tell you all the time, it's about process. Your results will be good. Your process is bad. Your process is bad no matter what your results are right now. But, I really do think if it weren't for getting rid of Bobby Slowick after 2 years, this is one of these situations where if it doesn't get better quickly, I could see where if Hannah and Cal were at the forefront of getting rid of Slowick after 2 years, one good, one bad year, I could see where they would lose patience quickly with this too, because the fans are going to be unhappy. And if they listen to the fans and they let fans impact it, the problem is you'd go to another rookie play caller in Gerard Johnson. That's what you would have to do. Or you hire somebody who's at home right now, and you could probably find a coach who's out of coaching who's pretty
grab
good.
A college coach that you like.
Yeah, well, no, I'm talking about in season.
Oh, in season.
I'm talking about in season. You could find a coach, but then that coach has to install his offense. That's simply, you don't have the time for that. That's why that doesn't happen.
We don't have the time for more conversation. We got to talk right now about Underdog.
Let's talk about Underdog Fantasy. And I told you that this Monday night game is what we're talking about right now. We're focused on that because you've got a ton of different players with a lot of different stats. And I'll give you an example. If I just click on Jared Goff, I click on him. Here's what I've got. I've got passing yards at 264.5. Do I want to go higher or lower? Passing touchdowns, rushing yards, 0.5. All you have to do, if you remember, sack doesn't count against you. All you have to do is quarterback sneaking for a yard, have no victory formations or anything like that, and I could end up being in good shape. I could end up winning that one. And you can even alter and change. Let's say in the rushing yards, I say, you know what? I think he's going to run for 2 carries for 10 yards. Then I go 9.5, higher than 9.5. I can change it myself, and the payout goes to 2.26. So what I'm telling you is if you analyze these games, you can actually alter and change some of the statistics in there, and it increases your payout. So you can really hit it big with Underdog Fantasy. So while you're watching, analyze the games, watch the games, play along with the games, and win real money with their Pick'em Challenge. Pick 2 or more, and you have a chance to win up to 500 times your original play. But you have to get in the game. The way to do it is download the Underdog app, use promo code Lance on your first deposit, and then once you make that first deposit and you play your first $5, they're going to give you $50 in bonus cash in your account. Don't miss out on all the fun and all the potential money for you. It's legal right here in the state of Texas. It's Underdog Fantasy.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Our penultimate segment. Yep.
Yeah.
We'll get some calls in here. Let's get them in here, and then we'll figure out what we missed. We probably missed a lot from the weekend. There's a lot of stuff to talk about. Chris is first up. Hey, Chris, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, I just want to bring it back in. Let's look at the bright side of things, all right? So the Astros are kind enough to give us back October, all right? So no more Monday, 1 o'clock games. You got to worry about that. With the Texans being eliminated, we just freed up our Sundays. Lance got tons of views over the weekend.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And as a wise man once said in the Holy Land of Kirby, look, if D'Amico's not worried about it, I'm not worried about it. You guys definitely shouldn't be worried about it.
Right. That is true. All of that is
Chuck,
true.
can we hear that again? The short version.
What did you get? You got a bunch of views this weekend?
Probably.
Yeah, and the quote is about not being concerned.
Yeah, it's not worried. I always make that mistake of saying worried. Here's what he actually said.
D'Amico and I, we're not concerned about it. So if we're not concerned about it, you guys certainly shouldn't be concerned about it either.
That's offensive line play he's talking about.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Nick. I'm not concerned about it, and you're right. Why would you be concerned about it?
You concerned
when
about
you
quarterback
picked up
play
a
at all?
bunch of journeymen? You picked up a bunch of guys that couldn't play for the teams that they got benched. Oh, of course they're going to come in here and play great.
And
I'll tell you, Ed Ingram's playing better than I thought, though. Let me go silver lining here. Ed Ingram is actually playing.
How's
much better
Lakin
than I
doing?
thought.
Well,
I don't know. He didn't start.
Well,
Juice did. He got in the
played.
game though.
Yeah, they split snaps.
Jake Andrews was playing really well.
How'd the draft pick play?
Not so great. His technique's not good.
He's not concerned about it. Why are you?
I don't know. No, I don't know why I'm
Lance
concerned
is
about
concerned.
it.
He was giving guys props. He's not concerned.
Well, I'm concerned about Ursery's technique.
Oh, why?
And I watched the play. You were right. Was it Dell or John? That should have been a handoff to
I thought it was
Jalen
a
Noel.
handoff.
Yeah.
Should have been a handoff. He waited. But it actually works better if it's not. They accidentally stumbled onto the play because once it's past the jet sweep, you let your guard down. And so the jet sweep had already passed. CJ thought quickly and kind of tossed it with his hand. It's actually a pretty good play. I think Nick Caley accidentally designed one of the good plays.
He didn't design it to play.
He
that,
didn't
play
design
out
it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'd keep it in.
See, CJ got more control. Look what happened.
CJ.
That's all we were waiting for.
CJ has been calling a great game at the line. Who's next?
We moved to Julian. He wants to talk about.
Bobby Sloak, right? Where's Bobby though?
Oh, he's not having a good time either.
He's a Dolphins,
passing
right?
game coordinator with the Dolphins.
Oh.
Hey, but they scored touchdowns at least. Julian wants to talk some NFL rules.
Julian, what up?
What's going on, gentlemen? So on an illegal forward pass, it's not an illegal forward pass if the foot of the quarterback is behind the line of scrimmage. But on an intentional grounding in the end zone, if both your feet are in the end zone but the ball is across the plane, it's not a safety. How does that make sense? Also, that 3-0, I'm not encouraged, man. It looks bad.
What 3-0?
He's talking about the 49ers 3-0.
Oh.
I don't know what specific play. I guess he's talking about stuff from the 49er game.
Let's see. So if any part of the ball is across, they don't have it as a safety, which is true.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be your foot. Any part of your body.
Dude, you can be all the way across the line, and if your heel is on the line, it's considered.
Or even
that is a bad. I hate that
is
rule.
stupid.
I hate that rule.
Any part of your body is not across the line, then it's a illegal forward pass.
I think it's a terrible rule. You should be behind the line of scrimmage when you throw the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, your heel is still not is on the line of scrimmage. That's a pause.
Soccer does it right on offsides calls. That's right.
Yeah. They do. Although it's a little too ticky-tack for me.
Theirs is really ticky-tack.
Yeah, really.
They go to the video and start going Hawkeye on you to make sure that a nose doesn't even get across.
Upper is the shoulder, your leg. It's a lot going on, and you have to wait to see if you actually scored a goal or not. Well, we got one more before we tell everyone what we missed. Spencer.
Hey, guys. So Tom Brady gave an interview recently where I think the question was, how do you rank the quarterbacks in the league? And his response was, that's all fine and good, but you guys never rank the coaches. And he talked about how when he was, a young quarterback and he's in the quarterback room with Drew Bledsoe, Belichick would come in every week and break down the other team's defense. And that's how Brady learned how to be an NFL quarterback. And, he didn't realize at the time that that was unique. And, you look at Stroud and his regression, and I just think it's impossible to know how much of it is coaching. I mean, he's on his second OC, and you look at other teams, you look at other players. I mean, Danny Dimes was a complete bust in New York. He gets to Indianapolis, and lo and behold, he's playing like Josh Allen, and it's not like he became a new quarterback. He just has good offensive coaching. And so, Stroud doesn't look good, but I genuinely don't know if it's him, if it's the scheme going into the game, the day-to-day, the play-to-play play calling or anything. It's just not good. And then one other thing, whenever Jake Myers screws up, my first thought is, I wonder what Lance's dad thinks. And so when I saw him get waved home by Paris Chica to end the game, I just couldn't help but laugh. So that's it.
Well, but that was on Paris Chica,
Yeah.
I mean, an unbelievable diving catch. I don't know, Jake. You know what? You're still 2 runs down, so you make sure he catches the ball. But you want to score and get to within 1. But no, it was terrible. That was terrible. As far as I brought that to the table. I heard Brady talking about that, and D'Amico does go in there with CJ and he watches film. I think they said that last week. But, Nick Caley right now is looking like one of the worst offensive coordinators in the league.
Results are just terrible.
Right. I mean, listen, Trevor Lawrence, it doesn't just because you got a great coordinator. Trevor Lawrence has got Liam Cohen. Liam Cohen was great last year. You know what? Not as great this year because Trevor Lawrence isn't that good.
Yeah, he's just not.
Or
the drops don't
help. Yeah, that doesn't help. Brian Tom's not doing anyone any favors. Or we have
Brian Tom's looked like he was going to start crying yesterday.
Yeah, but credit to him for making the biggest play of the game. We may need to just hand out more credit to Baker, Kingmaker Baker, because 2 coordinators get head coaching jobs. Talked about it last week, and when it mattered, when it has mattered this year, he has led game-winning scoring drives. 3rd week in a row they've done that. After blowing the game yesterday, as Will McDonald, he jumped over the line as opposed to using leverage, blocked it, and then ran it back for a touchdown. Baker just calmly goes down, leads a field goal drive to win it. We saw what he did here.
Oh, how about the leverage call from Barnett with the Texans?
Yeah, that happened. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Now the Jags went to kick a field goal.
He's trying to make a play. Like, I had a hard time getting super mad, and they kicked the field goal. It didn't matter. We went from one field goal to the next.
Yeah.
At least it's a hustle play. He used the guard. He tried to lift himself up on a kick. You're not going to block anyway, but at least you're making an attempt. It's not one of those dumb penalties like where you hit somebody late or something like that. But still, it could have been huge. Could have turned into 7, and you can't afford to give up any points when you're the Texans.
No. But the leverage play is dumb. Just stay away from the center.
Well, no, it wasn't center. He used leverage to lift himself up on the guard.
Yeah, any blocker, you can't do it.
You can't push yourself up off of a player.
Well, there was another game that they used leverage on the center.
Yeah, but it's still lift yourself up. You're not even allowed to touch the center.
No.
Yeah.
The snapper, you can't touch the
snapper.
Well,
McDonald jumped right over
clean
the center.
Over.
Clean.
You can jump over a center. You can't touch him.
Yeah, he
can't
jumped
touch
over.
him.
And it was a great play.
Boy, that was an unbelievable play. And then that dude looks like
there's video of him. I remember during the draft where he jumped over a car. Like he can jump over a car.
Like a real one, not like as opposed to what Blake Griffin did. He jumped over the full
he's
car.
got a 41.5-inch vertical, I think. Like he jumped over a car.
And by the way, Mike Francesa ripped Aaron Glenn this morning
for what?
For his reaction
for
to
being very excited.
I mean,
he was the little dance on the sideline.
Yeah,
that's a former DB. What do you want him to do?
Did you see? I was like so happy for Aaron Glenn.
Me too.
I mean, and he's doing a dance on the sideline, and he's so happy. And Mike Francesa's ripping him. Mike Francesa, Get off my grass.
Everyone, let me tell you what.
When he's not talking
every one of the players loved it.
Yeah.
And Mike Francesa didn't like it. Who cares?
When he's not when he's not ripping Superman, all of a sudden Mike Francesa's not such a good guy, huh?
Well, Superman blue.
Yeah, see, you didn't even see it. What we missed is, he didn't call in, but I have to point out that more evidence that RJ's a better man than either one of us, because you were trash talking his Jags on Friday. If it was one of us,
I got the text from him.
Oh, you got a text.
He just said good game in prayer hands. I said it wasn't a good game. It was a horrible game.
It was horrible.
Okay.
I said, congratulations, you won the worst game in NFL history.
Well, that's how you came back.
Yeah, because John's not a good person.
No, I'm a great person. I said congratulations.
And then?
You won the worst game in NFL history.
But you won.
It's
better to win the worst game than to lose
Where
it.
is there a lie in anything I said?
I don't know. I've seen a lot of Texans football. Yes, with all the drops and the penalties, there have been worse games than what we saw yesterday.
Mm-mm.
There have been worse.
No, that was one of the worst games I've ever seen.
I don't know.
Boring? I mean, boring.
I don't know. I laughed quite a bit watching the game. Not because stuff
It was
actually
It was
funny,
one of those
funny.
things you laugh because it's so bad.
Yeah, the drops by the Jags. The 2 consecutive drops by the Jags, then the Trevor Lawrence pick on the same drive.
I stopped being angry in the
that was
second
funny.
half when it was so bad, or definitely by the fourth quarter, when it was just a comedy of errors where neither team could do anything. I just thought Liam Cohen may have just given the Texans a chance to win this game by going for it on fourth down.
Duval.
And how about never mind. I'll tell you off the break. I don't think they're allowed to play that soundbite.
No,
Did he say that on the air?
He called us
Okay.
when he called.
Yeah,
and said
they're
can't
not
play
allowed
it.
to play that soundbite on the air.
Yeah, because it's embarrassing.
No.
Duval.
It's supposed to be
Yeah, because you're
Duval.
making fun of him.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's
Yeah.
why I have Sean play it, because
Duval.
Liam Cohen thought that would sound cool,
Well,
and it sounds like that.
I'm trying to figure out, even when the
creepy.
Texans look like they have a play that should gain, they got 3 blockers on 2 defenders on a screen, and it still gained no yards.
Is that the Chubb when Chubb tried to jump inside, he got tackled? Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like, what? They can't even score on a 3-on-2 fast break.
So he called a good play that time. They just didn't execute.
Yeah.
They're close.
They're close. They're just 3 plays away from being 3-0 is what the streets are
That's
saying.
it.
And by the streets, I mean a Texans press conference.
Or D'Amico Ryans is the one speaking.
Yes.
The streets.
But he also did say, but we're not 3-0. I mean, he did bring it back into reality. He's like, but that's not where we are. You're 0-3. You're 0-3 against the Colts team that, frankly, they've got a better quarterback, a better play caller in Shane Steichen, and
better weapons.
They have better weapons, and they have a better defensive tackle group. They have Buckner and Grover Alexander, not Grover Alexander. Grover Stewart. And they just basically are just more efficient. Like, things just they run the way they're supposed to. Even if a play doesn't work, it looked like the way it was supposed to look. We look so ragged. Like, we look tight-knee right now. We look kind of tight-knee.
Hey.
That's just true.
I don't know what that means.
It means not good. It means sucky.
Kind of like a Titan, like a Titan team would look. Kind of tight-knee.
Oh, tight-knee.
Yeah, tight-knee, like the Titans.
Yeah.
Not
Tight,
tight-kneed.
tight.
No, not tight. Not Tuco tight when he's got the blue meth or whatever.
No.
Like, yeah.
All right, so we got a break.
We look like that girl Jesse's girlfriend who Walter just let choke out or whatever. That's what our offense looks
Kristen
like.
Ritter?
Yeah, just
Wow.
vomiting on our own puke.
Wow.
That's what the offense looks like right now.
Jeez.
Wow.
A meth puke-induced death
Yeah,
is what you're saying.
Well, I'm just going by the, one of the things that happened on Breaking Bad.
Sure.
John said tight, 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 and all I could think of was, well, we look like an offense that is slowly dying. It's actually shown no life this year at all.
Did we miss anything else today, Joe?
Yeah. I learned this weekend, I forgot, that the Colts and the Patriots have something in common. The Colts of this year and the Patriots of that Randy Moss were going to win our first, what did they win, their first 18 games?
Yeah.
The Colts and the Patriots both took 17 possessions before their first punt.
Wow.
They didn't punt until the second quarter.
Their 17th, their second quarter of their third football game.
Now, they're not playing killers.
No, but still. It's Brady and Moss or Daniel Jones and
Dolphins.
Pittman.
Now, it's a good Broncos team who's 1-2.
So it's It's 17 with the Patriots, 17 with the Colts, and where are the Texans? Like 15?
Well, I'm pretty
16?
sure they punted on their first possession.
This Texans team, 15, 16 possessions?
No, you remember going back to week 1 against the Rams where they committed 2 penalties on the first drive and had to punt?
Oh, so they're not up there.
No, they're not.
When do you think the Texans have had 3 straight possessions where they scored? Surely it happened last year at some point.
Oh, okay, last year.
Yeah, last year.
I'm sure it happened.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm saying that's not like the offense was great. The offense coordinator got fired.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't think it was great last year either. I'm pretty sure it wasn't great. Yeah. All right.
This all-22 sucks.
Yeah, of course it does.
It's just
Well, okay, you're watching the all. You're the only person right now watching the all 22.
But they
from
did
that
gain
game.
some yards on the ground running. You know what? I think I'm running the ball 40 times a game now. I'm just not letting CJ throw anymore. And their play action actually worked. Like teams bid on play action. There's a lot of silver linings to be found in this all 22 guys.
And I got to give the Colts more credit because it was to their 20th possession. It's 17 through the first 2 weeks.
20 possessions?
17 through the first 2 weeks, and then they went a couple drives this week and didn't
Now remember,
punt.
if you turn it over, you didn't punt.
Turnover on downs, yeah. They didn't turn it over, that turnover on downs.
Shane Steichen goes for it a lot.
That's all right. He didn't punt.
How about oh my God. In that game, the Titans missed a 64-yarder field goal. Then they came back later at the end of the half with like a minute to go and tried a 62-yarder. It missed, and the Colts were like, oh my God, look at our field position. And they just went down and kicked the field goal. They had no timeouts left, or maybe one. He literally gave them 3 free points before the half by trying a 62-yard field goal.
So you try to blame me for things. You're all packing up. You're just extending this segment. You got one more segment to go. John, let's talk about game day men's health.
I'm going to talk about game day men's health right now. I'm going to talk about feeling great. I feel great, and I feel great because of game day men's health. I left the other testosterone. I've been to a couple of different testosterone places. Convenience, okay, is not the reason to go get your testosterone shots just because it's close to you. That is not a reason. I did that for years. It's not a great way to go about it. Go about it where people care. Go about it where there's the knowledge. Go about it where there's a lab. Go about it where there's a free evaluation to find out if you're a candidate for the testosterone treatment. Go about it where they've got all the peptides to help you get wherever you want to get to. Are you sluggish? Are you not? Are you gaining weight? Are your workouts not as good as they used to be? You're not getting the results. You have goals. You want to be better. I don't know what it is that's ailing you, but Game Day Men's Health will figure it out, and they'll help you get to where you want to be. I'm telling you, Game Day Men's Health is different. If you're looking for a great 11 locations around the city, don't make it just about, well, this one's close to me. Make it about, I can be my best at GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. I'm not even sure I could do this one. Elmhurst, Illinois, which is where I had a bunch of cousins that grew up in Elmhurst. Apparently, they were at a pool. It was a birthday party for an Hispanic man, and apparently they have a ritual where they have a birthday circle where whoever the man asked to dance with, you got to come forward. The woman comes forward, and they dance. Well, they dance the bachata. It is a sexual and romantic. Well, it turns out the guy couldn't contain himself as they were dancing, and she got some stuff on her.
Oh my God! This is this is what we're doing in your show now, Del.
What do you mean? This is your show.
No, it's not. This is your show. It's after.
This
it's
is
after
yours.
10.
This happened on your show. You're the one who's going to get fined.
Now he got arrested for it.
You're going to get taken off the air, Del.
Do you feel like
Sinclair's
Do you
taking you
feel
off.
like the bachata should be to blame and not the guy?
Did you say
who lost-
horchata is to blame?
It's a bachata. It's a bachata.
Oh, okay.
And not the guy who can't control himself.
I don't know. When that happens in other situations,
How did this make it
Do you
into
get
a
to blame
national
something
news?
else?
How did this make it into a news article?
I have no idea.
Was he the president of a country?
It's in Elmhurst. It's called the Patch, Elmhurst, Illinois. A little paper there.
How did a writer say, you know what needs to go in this? You know what I need to write in
Well,
article of?
they were
That
much
stuff
more.
on her dress.
They were much more graphic than I was.
They were?
Yeah. Apparently got on the back of her thigh and on her shoe.
oh man!
Oh my gosh! What clothes is he wearing?
Well,
what?
it was at a pool.
They were what?
They were at a pool.
Oh.
Public pool.
The man said, "I couldn't contain myself."
Well, he
officer."
said, man said he was sorry and he ran to the men's restroom.
So he wasn't trying to. He just the
No,
dance got him.
he just
No, he wasn't trying
He
to.
wasn't trying to. It just
happened.
he was overwhelmed.
Why?
Sometimes you're
I
whelmed,
don't think you
underwhelmed.
can.
He was overwhelmed.
Do you arrest him for this?
Well, maybe you should be more in control of your actions. And when
or-
you sense it, I was gonna say COMING, and but I stopped myself.
Yeah, you better.
I was actually gonna say the correct word. When you sense that approaching, you have to stop. Right? You can't allow it to happen. Simple enough.
Yeah. Yeah. Or just
No. Or look what situation he's in now. No, or just
Well, I
stop
don't
the
know
dance.
that you can find him guilty. She was doing a sexual dance with him.
You got to tell her, lady, I appreciate everything you're doing, but you got to stop.
Got to stop
because I'm gonna have a real problem. Lance is walking away.
Lance has got a commercial here.
Lance, you can't go. You got a live spot. Zadok, sit down. Zadok, sit down. Zadok, get your ass back in the chair.
Wow. Sit your ass back in the chair, he said.
Well, I said get your ass, but that works too.
Yeah. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hope you all have a great day, everybody. A little Zadok Jeweler.
Let me tell you about Zadok Jewelers, okay? That's a rough segment right there. You know what I could use? A Rolex. I could
You
use
want to
a
be
Rolex
bought
for
off
that
by a
segment.
Rolex?
Make myself feel better. If any of you want to purchase it, there is Watchtoberfest coming up Friday and Saturday, where they're going to have bites to eat. They're going to have coffee. They're going to have beer. It's kind of like an Oktoberfest theme, but it's for watches, Watchtoberfest. And it's all going on at Zadok Jewelers. They're always trying and doing new, cool, fun things. They want you to have a good time. Look, it's awesome to go watch shopping. Even if you're not buying, you just want to window browse, that's fine. But for those of you who are looking for a luxury watch, or maybe you have one and you want to trade it for something else, get trade-in value, or even just sell it. They want to buy it, they want to trade, and they want to sell you watches over at Zadok Jewelers at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, 28,000 square feet. You can find anything you want. But specifically for this Watchtoberfest, they've got a theme where they're giving you something for nothing. They want you to enjoy it on Friday and Saturday. All these great snacks, all these great treats. And while you're there, take a look at unique timepieces that have not been displayed at any other point. You're going to see some brand new pieces there. So get in, check out these awesome boutique, unique watches that they have and timepieces, and enjoy yourself at Watchtoberfest. It's going to be Friday and Saturday, October 3rd and October 4th, only at Zadok.
welcome to the show. And I don't think there's a better word to describe what happened. Well, for the Astros and the Texans. We'll get to the Astros later, certainly. But no better word than, I think, disastrous as far as what took place over the weekend and what it means potentially, specifically for the Texans. Because the Astros, they still have a chance to make up for what happened and certainly make the playoffs. But the Texans are in a spot where they haven't been in DeMeco Ryans' tenure. I don't know if you want to call it a crossroads because this isn't about his status as far as his job is concerned. But this is the first real adversity he's had to face. Sure, the week-to-week of an NFL season, you got to win games. All those things play a part in adversity. You can say that. But as far as real questions about the direction of the team, this is the first time that we can actually start to have a conversation seriously about it, because a lot of the times, even if you wanted to have the talk, it's with the caveat of it's early or there's no chance of a certain thing happening. And while I remain in the belief that there is no question about his job status, I think there is a question about what he is and what this team is going to be under him. Certainly for this year. You're 0-3, and we've done the stat thing, so quite a bit about what happens when you're 0-3. We did it. What happens when you're 0-2? Now, I guess we can start doing it more about, can a team make the playoffs when they're 0-3? We jokingly referenced that it happened here with Bill O'Brien, and he's not walking through that door. But as far as what this team is, it's not just that they're losing; it's how they're losing. We made the comments that it was same old Texans after week one. It's the same stuff we saw in year one and specifically year two, how they lose games, where their shortcomings are. What we saw yesterday reminds me of the good old days when we're talking. I was trying to figure out a quarterback for the time, because when Matt Schaub was here, they were pretty good. But if you told me that was Blaine Gabbert for the Jags on the other side, and who do we insert for the Texans? I don't know who it would be. I don't want to go back as far as Tony Banks is concerned.
Rosenfels?
Maybe something along those lines, where it was Gabbert versus Rosenfels in a game. That's what that game looked like yesterday.
That one Matt Leinart start?
Sure. The quality of the opponent's quarterback, the quality of your quarterback, the quality of your offense. Now, the Texans' defense, probably better than any Texans defense of the Sage era. If we talk about top line guys, and that was certainly hurt by Stingley having to leave the game. But as far as quality of play, that was good old AFC South. It fit that Spiro Dides was calling the game, and Adam Archuleta was there. It all came together for that muck that was going on yesterday. It's bad football. And I had the thought, and I've certainly had the thought before, when comping the Texans to the best teams in football, watching that game and the Jags dropping the football, the Texans can't run any offense, the badly executed screenplays, because that's the only thing the Texans could do on third and long, because they knew they couldn't hold up with their offensive line. The CJ pick where he throws it right to Jordan Lewis. The Nico fumble when it looked like Liam Cohen had gifted the Texans a chance to win that football game. It was all David Gerard, the Sage Rosenfeld, Blaine Gabbert, AFC South football with the Texans and Jags involved. Thought we were past that. We're currently right in the middle of it. And the Jags are 2-1, but they're a stinky 2-1. And the Texans are a stinky 0-3. Look, we'll play some sound from DeMeco Ryans where he talks about how the team is close while acknowledging that they are what their record is. I don't know if they're close to, because the process looks faulty. And even if you had 1-2 out of the 3, you made the play, and by that I mean not fumbling against the Rams and scoring the touchdown that would have won it, or Nico Collins doesn't fumble, you kick a field goal and you hold the Jags and you win the game. Whatever it would be, however it would play out, you still be a poorly coached, at least offensively, and undisciplined football team. That wouldn't have changed with the losses. And they were a team coming into the year who was pretty good in one-score games. That has now flipped as it does. It does flip You cannot be a dominant one-score team consistently. The Chiefs were pretty good at it last year. So far, they've got a couple one-score losses on their resume. Did the Chargers game wind up a one-score game? And certainly the Eagles game was a one-score loss. Those things just flip, and it speaks to you not being a really good football team when you're in so many one-score games. At some point, it's regression, and the Texans are suffering from it now, where a play here, a play there that they made last year, and even in DeMeco Ryans' first year, those plays aren't happening. They're just bad, man. And that's the problem. What positives can you take other than your defense is good, but for another week, they gave up a game-winning drive. And it was easy. Now, they allowed a touchdown. While the Bucks and Texans' final score by Nick Chubb can be debated, this one can't be debated. The Texans obviously let a touchdown be scored, but that was after giving up the big play to Brian Thomas, who had his issues throughout the game, along with other Jacks catching the football. So you had every opportunity to win, except you're not capable of winning even against average football teams right now. You got a bad one coming up in the Titans. They're just flat out bad. And coming into the year, I would say the Texans weren't a bad team, but they're playing bad football. And I know people want big changes, but those changes would have been made in training camp. Like, I see people, we got to change the offense to fit what C.J. Stroud does well, referencing back to his time at Ohio State. I don't know what you've seen from Nick Caley to think he can scrap an entire offense and go to this quick passing, we're going to be in shotgun the entire time offense, and that's going to work out well. You can see some of the benefits. You take pressure off your offensive line because the ball gets out quickly, which is what we were told this offense was going to be anyway. But you're not just going to flip your entire offense in a matter of a week or a couple weeks. When's the bye? I mean, that would be like the first chance you could think of and go, okay, we can make major changes and things might start to work out well. Because if you can't install proper offense over the course of an entire offseason, what makes you think mid-season he's going to install an offense that's going to operate in a way that you can deem viable?
Week 6 bye week. That's when Nick Caley starts cooking.
So that's after the Ravens bash their heads in? Is that the game after? Is that the week after the Ravens game?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so they have Titans and Ravens. You at best think that's 1-4.
Yes.
And then you could make all the requisite changes you think it's going to fix the team.
Bye week, and then they play on Monday night. So extra day.
Okay.
Also, they play at 9 p.m. Central on Monday night. Extra 2 hours.
Oh, it's a doubleheader again?
Yes.
Okay. You got a doubleheader.
Bucks Lions, the first game.
You got a doubleheader coming up next Monday. Not a good one, though. Not a good one. 0-3 Jets, 0-3 Dolphins, and then I think it's 1-2 Broncos versus
Jake Browning.
Joe Burrow-less Bengals. So we saw the outcome without Joe Burrow. It wasn't all Jake Browning's fault. You can credit a lot of that to Isaiah Rodgers for the historic game he had, but that was ugly.
At least these will be 6:15, 7 p.m. or 7:15 kickoff. So they're basically concurrent.
Okay.
So America doesn't have to fully commit to one of these
either
games.
one. Have them both on. Maybe having them on your multi-view will distract you from how awful either one is.
Yeah.
So there it is. But as far as the Texans are concerned, they got giant problems. So specifically on one side of the ball, although Tommy Townsend did his best to include himself in the slander. But thankfully for him, there are other problems that far outweigh the punter continuing to kick the ball near midfield or like 20 yards shorter than we think a punch should go. But you drop one, and it ends on a game-winning pick by the Jags because you isolate your struggling rookie left tackle against one of the best pass rushers in football. So that can fall on Nick Caley. Having Ursary as your only, or at least what you believe is your best chance at left tackle falls on Nick Caserio. I don't know where to place the blame as currently on the hire of Nick Caley because we had callers try to shoot D'Amico some bail because of the Patriots connections that maybe this was a Caserio hire. I don't want to get into the whole who's at fault thing with the Texans because that feels like that's been a thing for 20-plus years where we don't know who to point the finger at. Look, they all take a piece, but it's all about who you like. And if you want to shoot DeMeco Ryans bail because it would hurt to start to blame him for the problems, I acknowledge it. but I would say be better. He's got plenty part to play in this, and we'll hear from him when we come back. We can judge his words and see if we believe him, or is he at a point where he's just saying stuff. When you're 0-3 and you think you have a good football team, or at least you thought you did coming into the season, you get into the mode of saying things that people are going to hold against you, and that's already begun to happen for DeMeco Ryan. So we'll hear from him when we come back. We'll also hear from C.J. Stroud. We'll talk about certainly more about the game. We'll talk about the Astros and their failure over the weekend, and our hero couldn't come through. That hurts. After the Hunter Brown and Fromber outings, Brown was good. Fromber, I had the numbers on him, and he continues his trend of being terrible. Our hero could not come through, and the Mariners come in here and take all three, and they have a stranglehold on first place. And as it stands now, the Houston Astros aren't making the playoffs because they don't own any of the tiebreakers, and now they have to go out there and be really good against the Angels and the A's, which on its face you think it's possible. But I've seen the A's against the Astros this year. The A's have won at least five out of the last 7. They swept the Astros here in town. Nick Kurtz helped them split that series in Sacramento. I would appreciate if Nick Kurtz isn't a big factor in this series, because if he is, considering when he hits his home runs and how impactful they are, the Astros are going to be in some real trouble. So we'll talk about them, certainly, but a lot of football to get to. Sean, you watched, of course, we all did, but you watched the game. Probably you might have found some things humorous just because that's how we approach watching sports. I don't know what I found more humorous. The 2 incompletions in a row because of drops by the Jags, and Trevor Lawrence was like, oh, okay, you think this is bad? Watch what I'm about to do. And he throws the ball directly to Jalen Petrie, and it would have been picked off by Kamari Lassiter if Jalen Petrie didn't pick it off. That's how bad that throw was. Or what happened with the Texans, where they get a big completion to Nico Collins for first down. The referees stand over the football and slow them down. He gets a completion to Hutchinson, and then on the next play, he throws a pick to Jordan Lewis. I found that situation comical because the Texans were furious because they wanted to jump the ball and run the play faster, and people were like, "Wow, DeMeco's really going after Nick Caley." I don't believe that was about Nick Caley. That was about the referees getting in their way because they were jumping in front of that fast-moving train that was about to execute in a way that was going to go put a touchdown on the board. That's the 2 most comical things in that game because they both led to ridiculous, obvious picks.
Yeah. You know how the Texans always want more plays for their offense.
Yes.
How they're always better when the offense is on the field. How dare they slow us down? How dare they?
I think the referee's like, hey, we're doing you a favor.
Yeah,
Don't you guys want to be more sure on the play call? Because we've watched you for the better part of 3 quarters. Your play calls suck. So we're going to give you the time to think about this. Look, the Texans they thought they had some momentum. Like I said, the Nico Collins slant, big play. They want to keep it going. The ref's like, hold on. I guess the Texans didn't believe they substituted. I didn't see who went in or who didn't go in. But that slowed down whatever momentum they thought they had. And, of course, it ended up in a awful pick by CJ.
Referee's like, hey, Nick Caley, you have 3 more weeks of being offensive coordinator. Enjoy it. Slow down.
Jeez, the Gerard Johnson talk has already started, by the way.
I mean, it's less about got to get Gerard Johnson calling plays.
Just got to get Nick Caley out of there.
Yeah. By the way, who was the first to call him coffee getter? Sean McVay coffee getter.
You did. I don't know that was the case, but all I can say is maybe he's a better coffee getter than play caller, because right now it would be hard to be worse.
I don't know what he learned that wasn't about Grandes and Ventis.
You don't know that he learned anything about Grandes or Ventis.
Yeah, but I know he didn't learn anything about how the Rams run their offense.
Well, Todd
either.
Bowles said when asked about it, because he said, "Hey, you just played a Rams offense, and then 2 weeks in a row." Yeah. He was like, "No, we played the Rams offense, and then we played the Patriots offense."
If we want to be very disrespectful, we would have said, then we played the Texans offense.
Yeah, he said we played a Patriots offense, not a Rams offense, in reference to the Texans, which just once again, like the good old days, because
We're not Texas.
a lot
Patriots
of Patriots South stuff was part of the narrative for the Texans way back when. And with Nick Casario, Cole Popovich, and Nick Caley,
At least the Patriots were good back then.
it's true. When we were trying to mimic them being good.
Now we're mimicking the offshoots.
Yeah, who never were the head guy at any point.
Yeah, why are we trying to be Josh McDaniels? Let's aim a little higher, guys.
Yeah, we're in the room. We're aiming to be Romeo Crennel-led Chiefs at this point, considering how things are going.
The Texans are telling C.J. Stroud, play more like Drake May.
Ooh. Well, not at the end of that game for Drake May. He had a fumble, and then Pop Douglas decided, instead of just falling down for a first down, I'm going to try to make a move and cost the Patriots a chance to tie that game. All right, we'll go to break. Eric, I see you. You want to talk Longhorns. That is kind of this show. If you want to direct the conversation someplace else, you can.
We're very equipped for an 0-3 Texans start.
Yeah, but
people are maybe.
Yeah, we were built for this.
Yeah, born in it.
Yeah, but if you do want to continue to talk Texans, the number is 713-780-3776. As I said, we'll hear from some of the luminaries involved, particularly D'Amico Ryans. He's not discouraged. That's what we'll hear coming back. And maybe the 0-3 record isn't discouraging for him, but the way this team is playing, I don't know how anyone feels good about how they're playing offense right now. They've regressed. They've continued to regress since C.J. Stroud's rookie year. They haven't been able to find answers. So we'll talk about that when we come back. But before I get to that, I want to talk to you about Monument Chevrolet. Look, they haven't regressed. They've been in business far longer than the Texans have, and they continue to put out a great product. Been in business for over 50 years, which means their level of excellence is consistent. You go there, you find the car you want if you haven't even gone on the website yet. Look, Monument Chevrolet is the easy way to go about it. MonumentChevrolet.com. You go to the website, you check out what you want, you see the deal you want, whether it's on a Silverado 1500 because it's truck month, or maybe you're looking for a great EV vehicle like one of their Blazers. You find that deal, and then you head on out there. They're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8. Find the make, model, color, and car you want, and then talk to the people. They've got great, friendly people who will get you through the car buying process in a very painless way. They understand car buying can be tricky. You don't want any surprises. You just want a straightforward way to get you into the car you love, and they'll do that for you at Monument Chevrolet. So head on out there. They're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. But first, find the car you want at monumentchevrolet.com. And then you find that car, choose that car, get on out there, and drive that car off the lot. It's Monument Chevrolet. And as always, remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
All right, Eric, we'll get to you. I'm still of the belief that you planted Cindy on the morning show. They didn't believe me, but I recognize that voice. But let's get to D'Amico Ryans. He's not discouraged. It's best that the head coach does not come out to the media and go, yeah, I mean, we got no shot. So
show's over, folks.
Yeah, so it's better that he does operate this way. But 0-3 has discouraged a lot of people. But thankfully, the head coach isn't. Here's D'Amico Ryans after the game.
Yeah, I am not discouraged by my team, right? We played with outstanding effort today. We played with the resolve to give ourselves a chance to come back and win the game. And again, it's another fourth quarter drive, and that's the first 3 games. So am I discouraged? No. We've been in all 3 ball games, right? We've had opportunities in the fourth quarter, right? 2 times offensively to go and end the game, 1 time defensively, and we didn't make those plays to win the game. So our team is right there, despite how it looks, how it feels. Do we want to be 0-3? No, we don't want to be 0-3, right? But until we play cleaner ball and we find a way to finish and get on the winning side in the fourth quarter, that's when we'll get in the win column.
So that is in line with the other one of the bigger quotes from his presser about how they're close, and he acknowledged both times they're not making the plays. The Texans' problems originated this offseason with the decisions they made, from deciding that the vagabond offensive line group could be one that could help them be a good offense, and the hiring of the guys they hired. Making the hire or making the, I wouldn't call it an upgrade, but making the internal promotion of Cole Popovich and then hiring Nick Caley, 2 guys who had never done the job they're being asked to do. It's a big year. They knew it was a big year. They themselves said winning the division and simply getting to the divisional round wasn't enough. Did they make moves to enhance their chances? I believe they thought they did. So far, they were wrong. And even when it happened, you could have the reasonable assumption that they weren't going to be correct on this. Of course, the NFL is weird. You can't hire a proven play caller off another team staff. That's just not how it goes. It's not like college where you can just snipe a guy. There are rules to it. They don't allow for the sniping. So their only options were what the Raiders have done, and they haven't done that to great success. Hire a big-time name college coordinator like Chip Kelly, or you pick a I won't say underling, but you pick a guy who wasn't a play caller from the NFL ranks, but it would have had to have been a guy you hit on and maybe a guy with a different system. And we have discussed a couple times, D'Amico had a choice. At least the one he laid out was, do I go with a more spread attack, or do I want a more traditional offense? And he chose the one that operated much more under center because he said that's what he wanted his run game to be like. And I mentioned it in the first segment. Some people believe that C.J. Stroud would be better off, the quarterback himself, as opposed to maybe picking an offense that helps others. The quarterback should be the one that the decision as far as an offense should be centered around. And what we saw at Ohio State is C.J. Stroud operating out of the spread. Some may call it the power spread. That's a name for it, where they certainly are going to run the ball, but it's going to be out of the shotgun. You're going to have 3 or 4 receivers out. Of course, you got your pass-catching tight end, and let the field be spread and allow your quarterback to make decisions. D'Amico did not go that route. And that's not to say that if he went with a different play caller who had a similar offensive mindset of Nick Caley, things wouldn't be better. But it appears he got that one wrong.
Yeah, and like with any of the what ifs with the Texans offense, or whether it's Slowick, whether it's door number 3 with insert offensive coordinator, at the very least, it's hard to imagine it'd be worse. It's hard to imagine that you would score less than this team scored.
Well, if we break it down, in 3 games, they didn't. First game they didn't score a touchdown.
Yep, 9. 9 smooth ones up there.
Drive me smooth. The second game, there's some question of whether the second touchdown was legitimate. The Bucs aren't doing us any favors. They were coy about whether they let Nick Chubb score. And in the third game, while they didn't do it on purpose, the Jags let Nico Collins score because they blew an assignment. So, legitimate touchdowns, we're at about 1, maybe 2.
Questions with or touchdowns with 0 questions about them.
Yes.
We're at 1.
Yeah, we're at 1 where there isn't a clear pointing the finger at the opposing defense for screwing up, and there's also a question of whether the opposing defense decided to let you score. The Texans clearly let ATN score because they won the ball back, and of course it ended with a pick to close out the game.
And you know what? I'm giving the Texans the benefit of the Texans defense the benefit of the doubt on that one, and it looked more clear. Like it was more of a situation where you would do that.
Yeah.
The Bucs really didn't have to do that. I mean, you can just try to stop them. Chances are they weren't going to score anyway.
Yeah, it is the Texans, so you would have likely held them to a field goal. You wouldn't have had your timeouts, but then you only would have needed a field goal to win it.
Yeah. Someone on Texans Twitter yesterday pointed out that the Vikings scored 48 points, the Colts scored 41 points, and the Commanders scored 41 points on Sunday. The Texans, in their first 3 games, have scored 38 points. 3 teams outperformed the Texans' season total yesterday.
Yep. It's bad.
A couple of those Vikings ones were defensive, though. So
yeah, let's be clear.
That.
There weren't all offensive scores by the Vikings.
Carson Wentz.
Yeah, Carson Winston just lead the Vikings to a game where they outscored the Texans over the Texans' point total in one game.
Yeah.
It wasn't all Carson Wentz. It was a lot of Isaiah Rodgers. And Jake Browning. He did them some favors as well.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to Eric. He wants to talk about the suddenly productive offensively Texas Longhorns. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. So the Longhorns back. It's Arch Manning back. Did you see how he flexed on that Sam Houston State defensive player? That was wicked good. He's back. Also, Phil, how do you feel about Cristobal in Miami? How they handled your doppelganger, DJ Legway, in Florida? And I heard ESPN and the NFL are not going to reach a deal because of the Jimmy Kimmel government censorship. What's your thoughts on that? I'll hang up and listen.
Oh, to the final thing you said, I've not heard that, so I'm not going to pay that any mind. Don't even know if they are in negotiations. I don't know how long ago they signed a deal. As far as DJ Lagway, we don't look alike. Cristobal, this is the team he wants. And you saw it, I don't know if it was after a touchdown or right before on a 3rd and 1. I forgot what it was, but he did the whole pound his fists into his palm. It was like pound, yeah. So that's what he wants. Yeah, at some point he probably just stopped saying words and just started grunting. Yeah, I assume.
I mean, caveman coach Mario Cristobal.
Yeah, he got exactly what he wanted. He was able to reasonably take the ball out of his quarterback's hands because Carson Beck has problems with Florida's defense. He threw 3 picks last year. He threw 1 pick, and he was a little shaky. So you can just run the ball down Florida's throat, be a defensive game. Your defense can dominate even more than LSU did. LSU had the benefit of forcing 5 interceptions. Miami's defense didn't force any turnovers. They just beat the hell out of Florida over the course of 4 quarters outside of 1 drive. So Miami's got a good football team. They have a week off. Likely a top 10 matchup against against Florida State. Florida State has to get through Virginia. And beyond that, the thought of Kirk Herbstreit having to go back to Tallahassee for game day after how much crap they gave him in the immediate aftermath of him telling the world that he didn't think Florida State deserved to play in the playoff in 2023. It's Miami-Florida State. Big rivalry, likely top 10. But I could see them not showing up there to save Kirk from all the hate he's going to receive throughout. I imagine there will be commentary from Kirk if they're in Tallahassee from all the stuff he's going to catch. So it seems like that's where that show should be, but I could see it not happening.
That's next week?
It would be
or the week after.
It would be the week after. Is that a OU Texas week?
No, that's a Texas Florida week. Maybe Florida hosts game day.
I don't know that that's the case. I don't know if there's a viable way they could explain that.
Oh, okay. Texas Tech, Houston, probably not. No offense, but that's just not how.
Both undefeated.
Not how they get down.
Tech,
they don't get down like
Tech
that.
went in there and
they didn't go to Utah.
Beat the hell out of Utah.
Vanderbilt, Alabama. That's the plausible deniability of like.
That's true.
That's a big enough game that we can go to that one.
Very true. Yep. I could see that if they want to save Kirk.
Penn State, UCLA.
No. Not a chance.
Probably not.
Probably not.
No.
I think for Kirk's sake and ESPN decision maker's sake, to avoid what could be someone saying, "Oh, you're ducking," that Florida State's heat that Kirk is going to grab.
Yeah.
You need Vanderbilt and Alabama to not lose, and Vanderbilt has Utah State, so they're likely to go 5-0, and Alabama has Georgia, so there's a real shot they lose. So,
but I mean, Florida lost last week, and then they went to game day. Wait, where'd they? Game day
was in Miami.
Was in Miami, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't go to Gainesville.
Yeah, but it's still a Florida game that they're like, let's cover this one.
That's true. But maybe they wanted to maybe get down there because there may not be another opportunity.
Yeah,
Miami's home slate isn't great the rest of the way.
That could be part of it.
Yeah. So as far as game day, it could be one to not miss, because those FSU people are going to give Kirk and his dog the business. I don't think Peter's going to be. I don't think Peter Herbstreit is going to be someone they let slide either. I'm sure there'll be an offensive sign about that dog that the ESPN PAs are going to have to rip away from someone just so Kirk doesn't have to respond.
The kid they have kicked the field goal with Pat McAfee, and Herbstreit holds. He's wearing a Michael Vick jersey like Kyler Murray.
Or he pulls up his shirt and another shirt says Kirk killed his last dog, or something like that. I don't put it past them. They hate him for what he did, or at least sports hate him. They sports hate him for what he was on when he did not believe Florida State should have been in the playoff, at least according to them.
Yeah.
Let's get to Julian here before we go to break. What's up, Julian?
What it is, John Turkeys. So, two things. It's the Florida State and Miami week, right?
Not this week. Next week.
All right, well, I'm going to say it right now. Either we're going to barely beat y'all or y'all are going to dog walk us. So now let's go to Superman. Dude, that movie's so trash. The fact that Lex can watch a fight, call out attacks, go back to the guy, and then he smash on Superman, all while Superman is just getting pulverized and not reacting, is ridiculous. I mean, there's more stuff that's terrible about the movie, but it's a bad movie, man. Y'all have a good one.
Well, movie opinions are certainly subjective. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong, because that's your opinion. I did not find it to be a bad movie. And as far as the sequence you're talking about, well, Lex is supposed to be one of the richest, smartest people in the world. So if he has studied Superman fighting over the course of however long he's had, I don't remember if they stated it in the movie, and you have the kind of a clone of Superman fighting him, there's your explanation for why it went down that way. That's all. I think the movie might have explained it as well. But hey, it's his opinion. I'm not gonna fight him on that. As far as him coming into the show hat in hand, going, "Hey, we might beat you, but if
you guys got a good squad,
yeah, I don't. Hey, that's fine this week because it ain't Florida State hate week. Next week, I don't hear that. None of that. No, don't come in with your Florida State. Hey, man, we'll see how the game goes stuff. You better be stronger than that. I'm gonna have Sean hang up on you during Florida State hate week.
cut this guy's vine.
Cut this crap out of here with this whole I'm coming in with humbleness as when it's Florida State Miami. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll hear more from the Texans. In fact, we'll hear from CJ Stroud on the offense. And CJ is someone who at least is trying to predict what might be said about the team, even if he's not hearing it himself. He is at least aware. And he thinks the performance, through the first 3 weeks is going to garner talk. And you know what, CJ? You were right about that. We'll hear from CJ Stroud when we come back. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And today, more football on the menu right now. You got Baltimore and Detroit. Probably I know for me, it's a big fantasy football matchup. A lot of guys active on both sides for both me and my opponents. And it's a good time to, hey, you know what? Maybe soften the blow on a fantasy loss. Say you're staring down the barrel of your opponent, having Lamar Jackson and only needing 25 points from Lamar Jackson to beat you. Well, you can go in there and put in a Lamar Jackson fantasy score more than 23 points. That way, hey, maybe I lose my matchup, but I'm winning some money on Prize Picks. You can pair that with a Jahmyr Gibbs total, whether that's rushing and receiving, or you just think he's going to get in the end zone. There's plenty of ways to attack this, and Prize Picks wasting no time getting another max discount up on the board. The Patrick Mahomes max discount, it wasn't pretty, but he got more than half a yard on Sunday night. So now it is a Jalen Hurts. Probably also not going to be that pretty, but I think he will get over 1 yard next Sunday against Tampa. So whatever you want, whether it's the Astros, whether it's WNBA, whether it's soccer, tennis, golf, whatever you want, it's on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olalea.
So our last segment ended with Julian calling about Spider-Man. So that just led me to Twitter.
Superman.
Yeah, Superman. Excuse me. You're right. Superman. Speaking of Spider-Man, Tom Holland.
Concussion protocol.
Got injured.
Superhero.
Hit the back of his head and had to be rushed to the hospital. I think like a stunt double got hurt as well.
Get back out there.
Well, let's
give him some smelling salts. Get him back out there.
Let's let the man. Let's let the man recover from the concussion before we run him back out there and put him in a harness. But
Spider-Man's got the Guardian cap on.
Ooh, that's what I'm saying. And what do we get the commercials of? It's Guardian Cap 2, and it's like Spider-Man branded.
Yeah.
But the new trailer for The Mandalorian, well, the first trailer for The Mandalorian and Grogu, the movie came out. And I've said this before when it comes to Star Wars, I'm an alien racist. I'm Andor pilled. I don't want non-humanoids in my Star Wars, which is odd considering this is how this thing was built.
Some would say that's the sauce that made
how
this franchise great.
It's a allegory for other things.
Yeah,
all these
Chewbacca, baby.
How all these things come together. How all these different people from different backgrounds come together. Michael walks in there and shakes his head. I am an alien racist.
Is Chewbacca one of the good ones?
I've never used that term before about aliens because they're all bad.
Okay. So no.
No, he's not one of the good ones. They're all bad.
Get some subtitles for this freak.
Yeah. Hey, you think Shogun's bad, Sean? I need Chewbacca to speak in English at all times. But I love Andor. No aliens, and of course the story and the acting is good as well.
But mostly,
but if there are aliens in it, it would be worse. I'm gonna have to deal with a lot of aliens and the cutesy baby in Mandalorian and Grogu. Although the baby's like 80 years old, or however old he actually is.
Yeah.
But I got to deal with it, I guess. Babu Frick's in it, one of your favorite characters.
Yeah, my guy.
I don't like animatronic puppets, I think, in my Star Wars, and that's a real basis of Star Wars.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well,
I like the
Grogu,
puppets.
maybe not animatronic, but he's a puppet, and Babu Frick is another puppet. They're all.
Oh, yeah, I guess. Yeah, I meant more the Muppet-looking ones from like when.
Well, Babu Frick is a Muppet-looking one.
When Yoda was like literally where it doesn't look that good.
Yeah,
I like that. Where it's just like obviously a guy in a suit.
Look, man, it's gonna be that doll, that baby, but it's just a doll, like randomly landing on people's shoulders and randomly landing out of frame into other because it has the skills of Yoda, so it can kind of like fly in some ways. I'm
moving
not down.
ashtrays around.
I'm not down. Yeah, Sigourney Weaver's in this one. Shout out to Sigourney Weaver. But
now that's not Sigourney Weaver, but the movie shows him. That's a good alien. Right there.
Yeah. If we're talking about aliens, I want the murderous.
I want the alien.
I don't want them talking. All I want, and that's kind of my problem with Alien Earth. We've got an alien that's like a pet. It can be controlled by the hybrid over there. Coach Taylor's daughter,
Wendy.
Yeah, or
Coach Taylor's
daughter in real life.
Right.
But yes, her character's name is Wendy. Her real name is Sydney Chandler. But there it is. If you are a Star Wars person. The new trailer is out for The Mandalorian and Grogu.
Restoring the feeling.
Give me some Cassian Andor, man, at all times. At all times, and you got me, Star Wars. But
hey, you got one human in there. You got good old Pedro Pascal.
There are other humans in the movie.
Oh, it just needs to be all humans.
It needs to be all humans, all times. Okay. Yeah, I don't need a ratio. 100% human. And then if you want to no, I can't even find a way to even get one of the one of the things they ride that's not really a cow or a camel, but kind of
so if there
represents
even beasts
a
of
camel.
burden, you're like, no thanks.
Yeah, I don't need the alien version of an oxen in there either. I'm not looking for that either, to be honest with you.
No, I like the little freaky things like from when they're in Jabba's place and it's just like there's like 10 like weird looking things. I like those. Jabba's little pet, that little freak. I like that.
You mean Princess Leia?
No, the other one.
Oh.
The one that was like, again, just a Muppet.
Yes.
just a Muppet.
Yeah, that Muppet was fun. I'll get over it. It's just not what I'm in for. It's not what I'm looking for, but it's what I've got. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you can't tell, it was a short segment, and that trailer just popped across my timeline, and I saw it, and I realized, less aliens, more humans at all times.
Yeah, we'll get back to the pressing news of the Texans might have a dysfunctional offense. That's what we learned yesterday.
No, we didn't. And
it opened our eyes.
If you had paid attention to really all the information you were given before the season, you could have predicted that this was going to happen.
11 months of Texans
Joe Mixon
football.
being unavailable, your best back being Nick Chubb, your receivers either being young or hurt,
Or Nico Collins.
plus Nico Collins,
Yeah.
who didn't do himself any favors with that big fumble, and a quarterback who had a new play caller who had never called plays before. This is as predictable as it could come. You were just hoping beyond hope that they would figure it out, and they did not. And now we got real problems. We'll actually talk some Astros when we come back. Speaking of teams with problems, they got smacked around all weekend long by the Mariners. Not a lot of highlights. We will talk about that series when we come back. It was a real doubleheader of terrible yesterday. You got a little time to decompress after the Texans loss if you root for the Texans and the Astros. A little break in between. Maybe you got some chores done, maybe cooked, and then got ready for the Astros, hoping against hope that they could salvage a game against the Mariners. That hope was kind of dashed pretty quickly. Astros lose 7-3. They lose the series. They get swept, and now they're a full 3 games behind the Mariners. Remember that that Thursday, that Wednesday night to Thursday before the Mariners played, we're like, hey, look at us. We took the lead back because we took the Rangers apart. Now let's see if the Mariners can drop one against what was the Royals. Was that the last game of the series? And then we come in. We could be a game up with the Mariners coming in. The Mariners won and kept winning, and they have almost locked up first place. Look, they got to fall apart, and the Mariners, at least this version of them, don't seem capable of that. They came in, I think, winning 11 out of 12 because they had won 10 in a row, then dropped the game, and then won the final game of the previous series, and they continued that against the Astros. 4-0, 6-4, 7-3. The Astros were really never in it. Look, Pena hit the grand slam, and then to their credit, they had two men on Saturday with the chance to win the game. Instead, Robles makes a great play. Jake Myers gets doubled up. And that was the end. And that continued into Sunday where our guy, our hero, could not come through. That was tough. I watched him go an inning and a third. Give up 7 runs and 7 hits. Didn't even make it out of the second inning. And
he was like Superman getting beat up by Ultraman controlled by Lex Luthor.
Yeah, and there's no overcoming that. His buddies couldn't help. Now, the bullpen did not give up a run the rest of the way, so
Bright side.
Credit to them for cleaning it up and in some ways keeping the game not really in reach, but hey, it's not 14-0 where Chaz is going to get out there and pitch or something like that. So
I think Carl Ravitch really appreciates it. Where it's like, all right, cool, we can just get out of here. They're not going to score like this every inning.
Yeah,
sweet. We can pack this thing in.
Yeah. How many stories did he have in his back pocket to be able to tell
Cool.
if this
All
got to like 14-0? So it was over before it really began in yesterday's game, and then you've got Saturday night where look, Robles makes a great play. I don't know why Jake Myers is being waved around. Why I understand why he thinks that's going to get down, but it wasn't that important that you scored at that point. We just needed base runners. Look, maybe you put some pressure on the guy on the mound because you're within a run. Didn't turn out to be a good decision by him or the third base coach waving him around. It was just bad all around. They got bashed for 3 games. Never had a lead, right? Never. Did they ever lead in the series? Did they lead on Saturday?
Saturday was the only one that they could have, and I don't think they did.
No,
they didn't.
A complete beating. Because you lose 4-0. Hunter Brown goes out there on Friday, pitches well, but not well enough because your lineup couldn't touch Brian Wu. And then on Saturday, Framber is just Framber, which used to be consecutive quality start after consecutive quality start. Now Framber being Framber is, he's going to be terrible again. The 4 2/3, 5 earned runs is just what he has been. And on Saturday, the Mariners are up 3-0, or actually 5-0, and then 6-0. And then their Astros tacked on the 4 to make it competitive thanks to the Pena grand slam. So no, did not lead 1/2 inning. Not one. That's how bad it was. And what do you say other than is this a team who should be in the spot because of how well they had played when all their guys were hurt? Like, look, the baseball gods did you a favor because the Mariners weren't good and you had played well enough to keep your lead with all the guys who are out. Unfortunately, outside of Jordan, all those guys have come back. Of course, other pitchers have gotten hurt, but the lineup is at almost full strength without Jordan. Paredes played, hit a home run over the weekend. Didn't matter. So what do we think? Are they making the playoffs? Do you even want them to make the playoffs? Once they make the playoffs, yes, you want them in the playoffs. But I wouldn't be mad at anyone who's like, you know what? I need the season to end. I want Framber out of here. I don't want to have to deal with another one of his starts. You got at least one more. But if you were just tired of the season, tired of getting your hopes up for this team and then watching them fail miserably, that home series against the Mariners had to take a lot out of people. This was a chance to. You probably weren't going to sweep the Mariners, but if you win the series, you go into the final week of the season thinking you got a pretty good shot to win the division. And who knows where you land as far as the seeding is concerned. Now, as it stands, you're out of the playoffs, and this is by tiebreaker, so you're tied. So of course, if you go on to win games, and if the Guardians can slow down a little bit, and the Tigers continue to lose, who knows?
It's a lot like what we were saying, where the Mariners have to lose at some point, then they did.
But only once.
Yeah, only
then they
once.
rip off 4 in a row, including 3 against you.
Well, then they got to play you. That doesn't count.
Well, that's true. That's true.
They got to
but
play
you wish it would have been a contest where you at least take one.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Even taking one would have been helpful.
It changes the complexion. Sure, it sucks that you lost the series, but if you take one, you got everything to play for as far as the division. Now you got to hope for a giant collapse.
Yeah, and we were talking about before the 6 games, but against the Rangers and the Mariners, where it's like 3-3 is like avoiding disaster, 4-2 is like good, and 5-1 and better. It's like, let's not waste our time talking about this. I think 3-3, the way you got 3-3, isn't good. Actually, is like kind of the worst way to get 3-3 out of there, because now it's like, well, you're definitely not going to win the division, or almost certainly not going to win the division. You'd need a collapse by the Mariners to win the division, and
they actually have. Well, of course, if you don't finish tied, then whatever. But
you had to finish better than them.
Better than them, because they own.
So they need to lose 4 games, basically.
Yes,
4 of their last 6.
4 of their last 6. Yes,
and now with the Guardians, I guess we didn't take into account the Guardians might not lose between now and the end of the season, but now you don't even you're not really getting the benefit of beating the Rangers, because they're just another team that's chasing you down that was behind the Rangers.
Yeah, beating the Rangers ended their playoff hopes.
Yes, and the Guardians play the Rangers to end the season.
Yeah, so by that point, the Rangers could be completely eliminated and have nothing to play for.
They probably will be.
Which hurts you, because the Guardians will have everything to play for. So, yeah, I guess we'll be taking the silver boot home, and that's it, right?
Yep, it stays at Daikin.
Great.
Did they run out on the field with?
No, it's not like one of the Big Ten trophies where they go grab it from. Where if the Rangers had won it, they would grab it from the Astros dugout and just run around with it. It doesn't have that type of importance. No.
Well, that's all we got, and maybe the 3rd wild card.
What a joy!
We need some help, though.
Yeah,
we need some help.
That's not even in your own control. The Guardians, because of how hot they've been, but they did lose. But if we go by the Mariners after being on a long winning streak, they'll just rip off 4 in a row anyway, because the Mariners had won 10, dropped the game, won the finale of their previous series, and then took the Astros apart piece by piece, game by game.
And I hate to even have to entertain this, because I back in my day as an Astros fan, I didn't concern myself with the actual playoff seeding.
No, it wasn't a concern at all.
But I'm assuming the 3rd wild card plays the 3rd division winner. I'm just assuming that would make the most sense, right? And then the top 2 wild cards play each other?
As I look at it right now, it would be top wild card versus last wild card, 3-6.
Really?
And then they would play the Mariners. The Jays would get, because the Red Sox and the Yankees are the 5 and the 4, the Jays would get, at least on its face, the worst of the teams remaining, because the Tigers would be the 3 seed.
So they set it up for the division.
Yeah, unlike football, where they will look at the seeding after the round and reseed. This one is like bracket, like NCAA tournament.
Okay, so the Astros would play a wild card team.
Yes,
as the 3rd wild.
As the 3rd wild card, they would play the best wild card. Yes.
Okay.
And then if they do that.
So that's the Yankees, right now.
No, the Tigers are the 3rd wild card.
No, they're the Central winner.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. As it's set up right now, sorry. I looked at it all wrong. The Tigers are the Central winner. The Astros would play them.
Okay, so you do play the division.
Yeah,
and that might be so. That's either the Tigers who beat you last year, or the Guardians catch them because they're one game back and they're the hottest team in baseball.
Sorry, I read that all wrong. Tigers, the Astros, if they finish 6th, would play the worst of the division winners. Yes.
Okay, sick. Love that.
Awesome.
Love this. So Tarek Skubal or the Red Hot Guardians.
So we got a taste of Skubal last year and didn't like it.
No, well, but maybe playing in Comerica Park.
Nah, Dimetap is still Dimetap no matter where you drink it. Got that medicine. Don't like it. It's one of the worst medicines ever. I'm trying to think. My dad had a couple he would give me when I had a cough. It was Dimetap and then some kind of greenish one that was even worse. Or was that Robitussin's not great either, to be honest with you. Tylenol was always king. If you're talking about, hey, give me the good stuff.
Yeah.
The one that tastes the best. Tylenol was always.
Tylenol PM, please.
Well,
I want to fall asleep.
Put me to bed. Think of it's just how life works. When I was a kid, never wanted to go to bed. Now I'm like, let's go. Let's give me the nighttime stuff.
Help me out.
Give me the nighttime
Give
stuff.
Me some NyQuil.
Yeah, 2 p.m. Give me the NyQuil. I want to go to bed. Dimetap was awful, and so was Robitussin. Bad memories. It's like the worst thing that happened to me when I was a kid. Look, I had a pretty nice childhood. Come from a broken home, whatever, but had both parents. Not everyone can be as lucky. Medicine at my dad's house make you want to live with your mom because my mom had the Tylenol. My dad had the stuff. Like, this is for adults. You're gonna drink this.
Those were our problems back in the day.
Yeah.
Now we have to watch the 2025 Houston Texans and Astros.
Well,
that's our problems.
Well, yesterday was like, hey, we're gonna. The chaser is the Dimetap to the Robitussin. That was yesterday.
Yeah, Robitussin in the morning.
Yeah, and then you got the chaser was the Dimetap. Ugh. Texans and then Astros back to back. The little break in between. Hope you guys took advantage of that break.
Take a shower.
Whatever you had to do to get over the Texans game, just to get yourself ready for an Astros disaster. Or they're like, you know what? We're not even. We've said this in the past. I do appreciate when they let me know they're not going to win the game very early. That's what they did yesterday.
That is true.
Unfortunately, it was our hero. But hey, don't even worry about this one. This one's out of hand. Don't get your hopes up.
You can go back to the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Chiefs,
if you want to watch an awful football game, Chiefs Giants, you can. I'm sure there's something on SEC Network, the best game of the weekend you can watch, something like that. And Rewind, I'm sure it's there for you. Maybe you wanted to catch up on Task before the latest episode on HBO. You had your options because the Astros weren't giving you much to root for, and certainly the Texans didn't either. All right, we'll go to break with that. We had Eric call in about the Longhorns of all people. We didn't really touch on Arch and the Longhorns. Arch was good. I don't care that much about him squaring up against the prone Sam Houston State defender. His mom did. His mom didn't like Arch doing that. But hey, however you can get your mojo back, that's fine. You got one more week too, because Texas in their own line is better than Auburn's. But the 10 sacks, setting a school record, Oklahoma did in sacks. Get it together, Arch. You got one more week. And let's see if
2 more weeks. 2 more weeks before that.
Well, one more game.
Yeah,
before,
one more game.
One more game before that.
Another tune-up.
Another tune-up to get yourself ready for a nasty Oklahoma defense.
Actually, the Florida defense is good enough.
It's good too.
It's a tune-up for the Texas defense. Like, hey, get those hands ready. Make sure to wear gloves.
It's true.
Langwell will throw it to you.
Or he is so concerned because of what he did, he just stops throwing the ball altogether anywhere near anyone, which is what happened against the Canes. Yeah, you got Florida, a good defense who may or may not be broken. They may be sick and tired of propping up a team who can't score.
Wait, yeah, let's get some red shirts. Let's get some. You know what? I'm preserving my eligibility and entering the transfer portal. Let's get some of that.
That is very possible. But so Texas it's crazy and insulting, but true to call Florida a tune-up, but that's what they are right now. As Texas gets ready for the Red River Shootout, because that's what we'll call it here with Oklahoma. That didn't appear to be a game that I was going to care about before the year. And then Venables in that defense, and then Mateer as well have gotten it done. So that's in the future. We'll talk some college football when we come back, mostly because I want to laugh at Clemson and also Syracuse, not because of the Angeli injury. I'm not morbid, but they got fined for something that the ACC put a lot of focus on, but the first ACC team or the first team to catch it is an ACC team. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleya.
Just to emphasize before we move to college football, what Fromber has been, these numbers compiled by Brian McTaggart. Fromber 1-7 with a 6.16 ERA in his last 10 starts. The Astros, in the exact opposite way that Jason Alexander has been our hero up until last night. The Astros, when Alexander's on the mound, they win. When Fromber's on the mound, they lose. Last 10 starts, they're 1-9. And for the most part, it's not about, hard luck Fromber as far as run support over the last 10 games. This has been, you stink.
He would need a lot of run
Yeah,
support.
we're talking, he's going to need 6.
He's going to need a touchdown
over the
from
course
you
of the
guys.
first 5 innings for him to get a win. It has not been hard luck Fromber. He has been a big problem. And once it's over, we're in the middle of it right now, and people have certainly turned, and in some ways, certainly rightfully so, because it's not just about his performance. It's about who he's been outside of the actual results. I don't know how people will respond once he's someplace else. do feel like this one can be long-lasting because I don't know if an Astros has gone out. Like, Tucker struggled, but all the maybe Tucker's attitude was about perception. We didn't see Tucker be a problem.
It's because he didn't have the Carlos Correa, Alex Bregman personality of, like, vocal leader. He just kind of looked like he just kind of
People
quietly
thought
went
he was
about
aloof
his way.
and just played ball. It wasn't a guy who you could maybe relate to because there wasn't much to know about Kyle Tucker, at least what he wanted to reveal.
Boring guy.
Yeah, it's nothing. No negative. He just didn't reveal much of himself. He just went out there and tried to ball. Now he left with some poor playoff performances, but nothing to the status where you're going to see a guy go from hero, and Fromber is one of the best couple pitchers in baseball, at least in the belief of Astro fans, to a guy who once he's out, everyone's going to be happy he is out.
Yeah.
And actually are probably praying the Astros don't give him any deal.
They're definitely the Astros. Like the day he signs and like the terms come out from Jeff Passan or whoever, there'll definitely be some like clowning on whoever
the team who does.
Yeah, whoever commit.
Makes the,
imagine committing $150 million
to this guy.
Yeah, which by the way, 2 months ago we were saying $200 million. Now I did the math. I'm like, I need to shave. Shave some millions.
Is the back half of the season going to drop $50 million off his total deal? I don't know.
I think it doesn't change, or maybe it's a little bit lightens the AAV, the annual value, but I think what it really chops off is like he's not getting the 8-year max free deal, or he's getting 4 or 5.
Something he would have probably looked for in the market. Don't see that being something he's going to grab, not after what we've seen over the last 2 months or so. Okay, so Astros have the day off. Much needed, I would say.
Lick their wounds.
Yeah, whatever it takes to recalibrate and see if you can close out this season strong. All right, what we had over the college football weekend. We had a game in Norman where anyone who roots for Oklahoma was like, Jackson Arnold, we knew who you were. Look at you.
You can't fool me.
Overthrowing footballs, guys who were open, even underthrowing ones that could have been touchdowns, but the guy had to make a play to even make it complete. And it was shown throughout the first part of the season, if he can run the football, he can be effective. But as far as a guy throwing the football, it didn't help that he got sacked at times, certainly. But when he did have time, he missed some what you would consider layups for even average to good quarterbacks that would have gone for big plays. Because OU, as much as they could get after the passer, could not guard Coleman. And Arnold didn't take advantage of that.
And a lot of the talk from Auburn heading into the season was about two things, and neither of them were really Jackson Arnold. It was the offensive line. Hugh Freeze got up there and touted their offensive line. I think he said there's like 6 guys that are going to play in the NFL on their offensive line. Could have fooled me. Maybe they're Texans. I don't know. Maybe
Nick Casario has his eye on all of them.
He's like, I like what I saw.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Some tools there.
Yeah.
Sure, they couldn't get a hand on R. Mason Thomas, but hey, there's some tools. And then the wide receivers, and the wide receivers are just being like absolutely wasted. I don't understand spending the kind of money it took to get Cam Coleman and Eric Singleton, and then being like, you know who we're gonna have throw the ball? Hopefully we get a transfer, and it turns out it's Jackson Arnold.
Yeah. Eric Singleton, the former Georgia Tech receiver, now at Auburn. Cam Coleman is a guy who, if Jackson Arnold seems like the choice next year, the bag that Cam Coleman's going to get to go someplace else in his, if he performs well, certainly his final year in college, he's only a sophomore, that bag's going to be so large. I'm trying to think, Ohio State. Yeah, what am I talking about? They'll just give that dude. Like, they have their own guys.
That's the only reason.
That's the only reason they may not do it, because Jeremiah Smith will still be there. I think Carnell Tate, I don't know if he's a senior, but Carnell Tate may not be there.
Yeah,
Jeremiah Smith
can leave after the year.
Smith has to be there for one more year. So that might save Auburn from Ohio State coming to give him the bag. Someone's giving that guy a bag. Like, forget about it.
Yeah. So, I mean, Auburn, they look fine. I mean, we say all this, they did lose by 7.
Yeah.
Like
they got screwed on a call.
Yeah, they had the ball with theoretically a chance to drive down the field and
It's
win.
Jackson Arnold, so it's all theoretical.
No, oh my God! After I think like the second play at that drive, I was just like, this not happening. Just not happening.
Not a chance.
No chance at all. I think they got called for a holding. I was like, they're not over. This is not an offense that's like, we're going to throw our way out of overcoming a holding call on second down.
Not when OU has no need to worry about you throwing or running the football. Like Coleman was getting behind guys when it wasn't always obvious passing downs, because 1st and 10 from the 40, he can run by a guy because your coverage may dictate that you're going to play the run. Wasted. Just think. I don't know what it would have cost if Auburn would have paid Josh Hoover, the TCU quarterback, to come play there.
Yeah.
I only say that because of partly he's a good quarterback, but also because what I watched him do with another big time receiver I hadn't paid much attention to in Strickland. What they did to what he did over the weekend. Strickland. Eric McAllister is the name. He's a transfer from Boise. This is his second year at TCU, but he could not be covered. TCU's pretty good. Now they whooped up on North Carolina early, but North Carolina stinks. But Hoover and McAllister, that's a combo that's going to give the Big 12 some problems.
Yeah. I mean, TCU looks for real. They just have the look of a team that's like, okay, this isn't just beating up on a bad UNC team and now getting to play SMU. It's like, no, they look the part as far as a team that can really compete in the Big 12 and stock up Texas teams in the Big 12.
Yeah, let's go to Tech. Tech goes into Utah and Salt Lake, loses Morton, and look better.
Like, guess
without
what?
him.
We got another one.
Look better offensively without him. And
you know what? Here's two more for you.
Yeah, and that defensive front, the one. And look, it's a roster they paid a lot of money for. Texas Tech is in the game of they want to be good, and they know the way to be good quickly is to pay. And they've done that, and they went into a place that's very difficult to play, even if it is 10 a.m. in the morning there, and smack around a Utah team who had looked good up until they ran into Tech. So,
yeah, Tech is for like they're like I don't know what they're actually ranked, but they should be. I don't know, top 10, 12
at this point. I'll find it.
As far as how they've looked, because even before this game, they're just absolutely slaughtering bad teams, which. You can't give a team a ton of credit for slaughtering bad teams, but that is what good teams do to bad teams.
Yes. It was now Oregon State is not good. They got smacked over the weekend by Oregon. Of course, Kent State, one of the worst teams.
Yeah. And then Abilene Christian or something.
Yeah,
like that.
Arkansas Pine Bluff. So not that far off as far as directional school names or
FCS.
FCS. Arkansas Pine Bluff 67-7. Kent State 62-14. Then they beat Oregon State 45-14. Then they go into Salt Lake and beat them 34-10. They're a 12th ranked team in the country.
Okay, so yeah,
they're right up there.
That's about right for where they should be right now. And they play Houston. They come to Houston to play the Cougs in a little while. The undefeated Cougs.
Yeah, they'll have a bye week, and so that sucks for the Cougs. That Texas Tech will have a bye, and then they come into town, and all of a sudden, that's a pretty nice matchup in the Big 12. It's now that's the following week.
Yeah, Houston has Oregon State.
Yeah, that's a game. They have to go to Corvallis.
Yeah.
Don't know how many times Houston's played a game in the Pacific Northwest. I would not be surprised if it's the first time they've ever gone to Corvallis. I'll find that at some point. But that's a game, if we're just going by what we've seen, that's a game the Cougs should win.
Yes, but they're not quite at the level of program where you're just
we just think
W.
It's a Friday night. Oregon State is desperate, but that should be a game they should win. Friday night in Corvallis. As I said before we went to break, there's a lot funny with the Clemson-Syracuse game. Not Steve Angeli. He's done for the year. The transfer from Notre Dame tore his Achilles. He's done for the year. So that's a tough break for Syracuse. But as far as the game itself, they were clearly the better team throughout. They got out to a big lead. Was there another delay in that one?
There was a lightning delay.
There's another lightning delay.
Clemson football, more lightning delays than wins so far this season.
Yeah, 1-3. They in Florida are 1-3. Dabo had a lot to say during the week.
They're close. No, no, wait, that's what D'Amico Ryan
No,
said.
he said if you want to fire me, I'll go win some games another place. I don't know if D'Amico's going to say that at any point.
No, probably shouldn't.
Probably shouldn't.
I wouldn't suggest that.
Oh,
D'Amico.
is it because he doesn't have 2 national championships in his back pocket like Dabo does? So he probably won't say that. But Dabo spoke a lot about where they were and who he is as a coach, and he goes, "I'm just figuring things out." Someone said, "Well, maybe I haven't figured that much out." He goes, "I got plenty of time to go. I'm 55 or whatever he said. I got plenty of time." Well, Clemson probably won't be firing you at any point. That'll be him writing his departure whenever he wants it to be.
He can look for if he doesn't steer out of the skid, he can just look west, southwest. No, maybe just west to Oklahoma State. And that's how it'll go down.
The gun.
If this thing, he's real about going down with the ship, that's how it's gonna look.
I wasn't going to mention Oklahoma State today because they may make an appearance on a certain index tomorrow. Yeah, but Oklahoma State lost to Tulsa. But sticking with Clemson and Syracuse. Now, Syracuse wins. Feel great about themselves. And the ACC said, yeah, nice win, but we're going to hit you with $25K for one of the more embarrassing things in college football right now. And it was something that the SEC talked about throughout the offseason, and they have rules in place now. NCAA has rules in place. Syracuse got hit with the $25K fine for faking an injury.
Yeah.
The tape was reviewed, and they say, nah, that's not a real injury. We're going to hit you with $25K. And I'm trying to figure out at what moment they thought they should have done it, considering how thoroughly dominant they were over Clemson, maybe after one of the Steve Angeli drives, or at least post-Steve Angeli. Once he got hurt, maybe they thought, hey, Clemson, put a drive together. We want to slow this down. So that's the fine. You got hit with $25K for faking an injury. Now, they've done a lot so far. Syracuse, Fran Brown, after barely beating UConn's having his guys run sprints on the field after the game. He's got hit with the $25K fine. Fran Brown's one of those guys that opposing fan bases are going to hate if they don't already.
Right now, he's out in Syracuse kind of doing his own thing. If he ever gets like a SEC job or a big-time Big Ten ACC job, people are not gonna be thrilled by some of the tactics that Fran Brown uses, because they're doing the injury stuff against Tennessee too.
Yeah,
I think that's part of the reason they're the first ones to get popped publicly with it, because I'd be surprised if he didn't get some sort of some shadow reprimand, like how baseball does it, where they send a sealed letter.
Or you get away with it this one time.
Yeah, they're like, hey, this was a bad look. Stop this, or else we'll publicly take care of this.
So Klubnik got after them in the post game, and then apparently the play in question was 2 defensive linemen fell on the same play. So they couldn't even spread it out. It was too obvious. I'm sure they looked to the sideline, some coach with a less than obvious go down signal because you got to hide it.
And then 2 of them.
My
favorite's when 2 guys go down and then one of them notices that someone else went down. They kind of get back up. That's all. That always plays.
Yeah,
that's more of a linebacker move. I feel like, but yeah, it's something that should definitely be taken out of the sport. But.
So it was a 23-yard completion. They went down as Clemson was at the 9-yard line. They both hit the deck, and that's caught the eye of the ACC office. And they also worked with the national coordinator of football officials. They reviewed it, said that's fake. You're fake, and you get hit with $25K. And it won't take away from their win, but it will become something people are very aware of. And, of course, the Clemson crowd booed. Now Syracuse is known for faking injuries. So
now every team is going to be.
We'll be pointing things out.
Yeah.
So we'll see if it is something they decide they aren't going to do anymore after being publicly embarrassed in some way. So that's the college football. A little glance at the college football weekend. We'll certainly get more in depth tomorrow with our misery index, because a lot of teams can look to be on the list. We only picked 4. But I guess I already gave you a clue. Throw the Oklahoma State Cowboys squarely on the list. Yes. Now there's only 3.
It really is. The question will be, do they have high enough expectations to be number 1?
Yeah, but losing to Tulsa at home, something they hadn't done in a very long time, and now that the deal with Gundy, they already took money away from him in the last couple seasons. So he may not be a guy who gets to ride his own exit. We will see. And the final stat from the weekend, Nebraska loses to Michigan. That is 28 straight losses against ranked teams for Nebraska. And it gets worse for Matt Rule. He, on his own resume, has 18 straight losses against ranked opponents. So while there is the talk of the year 3 bump for Matt Rule, it's not because he's beating good football teams. Those bumps come from beating who you're supposed to beat, and that being enough for his program to have a good year. But Nebraska and Rule made for each other. Neither one beats good football teams. All right, we'll go to break with that. Probably only have one more segment to go. So if you want to join us, 713-780-3776. We will get into the NFL as a whole, do some more Texans, and then we're done with Rich Eisen up next. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleya.
I didn't want to get to this one college football thing before we moved on. So the SEC has released their annual opponents for each team with the new nine-game SEC schedule coming into play. And for the Longhorns, it's just back to the good old days in the Southwest Conference and throwing the Big Eight as well. Arkansas, A&M, and Oklahoma. Those are the three teams. Those are their repeat opponents. Some traditional rivalries taken off the board. Alabama no longer plays LSU, guaranteed every year. And they will play Auburn, Tennessee, and they got Miss State. So that's a break for them.
Yeah, if they just rotate the other 6 games that you play, I think you would still play them basically every other year or every third year. So you're still playing other teams pretty consistently. But yeah, these are the 3 teams that you play every year. And yeah, thank God the SEC preserved Mississippi State versus Alabama. Oh my God. What would we do without that? Remember how like every year that was just such a massive game that, you know, it was always the CBS. Actually, it wasn't even the CBS 2:30 game. They would bump it to 7 p.m. and we would get Alabama versus Mississippi State every year, same week, same time. Just a tradition. Oh no, wait, that was the LSU game that they did that with, not the Mississippi State game.
So the format will be this: the 3 annual opponents, as I mentioned, and then 6 rotating opponents, and an annual Power Conference or Notre Dame opponent. So along with playing each league team within a 2-year span, the SEC teams will visit every other venue over the 4-year span. So the point was
okay. So they do play every other year.
The point was not to have these big gaps between when teams play. Like, has A&M played Georgia more than once since they've been in the SEC?
The stat is Georgia still has not played a game in College Station.
Yeah, I know they went to Athens, but they still not.
And that might have been like 2020 too, where they expanded the schedule
fairly recently because of COVID, where they didn't want to play out of conference games. So A&M has never hosted the Bulldogs. That will change due to the schedules. Speaking of A&M, their annuals are LSU, Missouri, and Texas. I'm trying to find other rivalry games that maybe go by the wayside. So Georgia, of course, keeps playing Florida, but LSU no longer plays Florida every year. They'll play them every 2 years, and if you are a fan of watching Florida come to Baton Rouge, you only see that once every 4 years. So there are some things going by the wayside. They preserve what they believe to be the biggest rivalries, but some of the ones that have gained national attention throughout the years happen less often. They will still happen, but happen less often.
Yeah. I do wonder if they'll ever tinker with these to capture, but I guess they didn't really do that. They didn't go with like, this isn't a historic rival. This is just like games that have been really good recently. Yeah. So like Alabama LSU would be the example of that, where it's like, that's a very recent phenomenon as far as the rivalry. It's like basically Nick Saban. As far as
it mattering.
Yeah, Nick Saban going to Alabama and on is kind of when that mattered. I do wonder if they'll ever be like, you know what? These 2 teams have played in like 3 of the last 4 SEC title games, or, you know, half of the SEC title games, and then played every year in the playoff. Well, let's tinker this, and sorry, Mississippi State, no more trips annual or every other year to Tuscaloosa. We're giving Alabama a real opponent.
I wonder how flexible they'll be with that. But
Alabama, get ready to play Vandy every year until you beat them.
Well, they'll have their shot this year. Coming up, Alabama. We talked about it. Alabama has Georgia up next, and then they have Vandy at home.
The ex Big 12 schools are very easy to figure out. That I feel like was the least controversial. They kind of get those on the board fast, because Texas, at least for Texas, like these like historic SEC teams, I don't care if play any of them. Half of them still haven't played.
True. I mean, there is, other than, I think Texas is fine being in the conference. Who they're playing, sure, you want the big schools to come to town, but I don't know if the pull is why isn't Alabama more on our schedule? Or anything
Yeah,
like that?
it doesn't matter that specifically. Like the whole idea is, yes, they wanted better home games, more or less. Well, they wanted more money, and part of that, better home games. It really doesn't matter if it is Georgia coming to Austin or Alabama or LSU or Florida. It's just
it's just not Kansas State.
Yeah, just one of those teams.
Yeah.
Give us one of those teams, and every year they'll play the Southwest Conference or the remnants of the Southwest Conference.
And
That's
then your old
in
rival,
this division.
and then your old biggest rival in Oklahoma. That's how it played out. Okay, so getting back to the Texans, a lot of talk about the offense and what can be done to fix it. If we're talking about how this team's going to go moving forward, I guess my biggest question is, do we believe DeMeco Ryans can fix it? Now, it'll come through a hire, and that is under the equation that where Nick Caley gets fired. And I don't think a first-year firing is off the table. The Texans, for the most part, have been very stable when it comes to when they believe in their coach. Like, they'll keep guys around. Like, DeMeco will stay. He's not getting fired. Of course, we had the 1 year of Culley and Lovey, but that was a period where they weren't trying to win. For the most part, they have been pretty patient with their head coaches when they believe this person is the guy. So, DeMeco, I'm not putting him on the table. But can Nick Caley go? If it's as bad as it's been,
yeah, I mean,
I think he will go because the thought was, well, he's a young play caller and he could get a second year. You're at a point 3 years in where your quarterback is not progressing, and you have a question about his contract that you have to figure out. And is he your dude? You cannot allow a learning on the job play caller to fail as miserably as Nick Caley is right now failing. And once again, not all on him, but he is the OC. Someone has to carry the brunt of it, and it will fall on him. So the question is, even if DeMeco makes the decision a lot of people want right now to get rid of Nick Caley, is he someone you trust after 2 failed hires to go get the right guy?
Yeah. I mean, I think so. 2 things. A, Nick Caley 100% on the table to get fired. I would say in year 1, because you look at Bobby Sloak. Bobby Sloak got fired after 1 bad year. Like the first year there wasn't let's give Bobby Sloak another chance to learn. He's learning on the job. No, Bobby Sloak was interviewing for head coaching jobs. Like, he was viewed as a good hire after year 1. So Nick Caley have there been back-to-back good drives for the Texans? Maybe the Bucs game? The first
game,
2 drives?
Touchdown, then field goal on back-to-back drives. So
that's it? We have 3 games. We can point to 2 drives?
Pretty much.
And one's a scripted drive? Like, this is really, really bad stuff that I mean, I don't know what the case for him to keep his job is other than look at him. He's learning. Come on. Give him some time.
Not in the business of watching him learn.
Exactly.
So if you are assessing this Texans team for this year and the franchise moving forward, you have to ask, can DeMeco Ryans make the right hires? And if you believe he can, then your outlook on who they can be, it's probably more rosy than maybe you would assume at 0-3. If you do not believe he's capable, then they got to, well, certainly you have a problem with the direction. And then if you're right about it, they got a real problem with the direction, because this is not something you can live with for over the course of the next 14 games, because of how important getting the play caller right and making sure your quarterback is right, who he appears to be someone who game by game gets a little worse every time we see him out there.
I would say DeMeco Ryans sorry, Nick Caley. The next OC that DeMeco Ryans hires, it has to be a guy with some established track record of calling plays in the NFL. He's definitely lost the benefit of the doubt of identifying someone who's never done it before.
And then that comes to someone who has already failed. A lot of coaches do fail because you're not swiping some established good one from someone. So if you're not going the college route, it is some guy who's a quarterback coach who used to be a play caller who had lost his job as play caller.
But even that, it's I'd rather have that.
Or it's the other option where he was a head coach, got fired, and for some reason is now a quarterback coach.
The Mike McDaniel dream that At least our intern Colton has.
Yeah. If that's your dream, hope this
That's all-
Dolphins season goes as bad as it appears to be going, and then
That's
you
all
can
we
hire
got.
him.
It's all we got.
That is the one established play caller option that could be available, it looks like. All right, we're done for the day. Rich Eisen is up next. So since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
Duval.
Had to give it to him.
It's unfortunate that he's 2-1 and we're 0-3. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
The kick is away. It's blocked. It's picked up by the Eagles. Touchdown. Game over.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
This is a 43-yard field goal try to give Green Bay the lead. It is blocked.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Today's guests, Academy Award-nominated actor Ethan Hawke. Plus, your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Everybody, welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show. We are live on Disney Plus, the ESPN app everywhere, and we are live on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Hello to everybody out there listening to us on Sirius XM Channel 80. And just because you like taking this show in a podcast form, it's your right to listen to us whenever you want. Or if you're watching us back somehow, some way later on when we're done on Disney Plus, we say hello to you too. You don't have to be just live listeners and viewers for me to say hi. So hello. We're equal opportunity helloers, I guess. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on this program. Week number 3 in the NFL is mostly in the books. What a big one tonight on ESPN and the family of networks. The Ravens and Lions to wrap things up in week number 3 in Balmer. That's a pretty darn big football game, to say the least. For the NFC North standings and for the AFC North standings and for the conference writ large. If you want to talk about anything, again, 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Good to see you over there, Christopher. How are you?
Rich, what's up, man? Great to see you.
Good to see you as well. DJ Mikey D is in D's
morning,
Nuts.
Rich.
Good to see you. How are you?
Good.
Okay, and TJ Jefferson, fresh back from WrestlePalooza in Indianapolis, where he and O'Shea Jackson Jr. expertly hosted Road to WrestlePalooza on the ESPN YouTube and Facebook pages. Candles lit. Good to see you over there. How are you?
Good to see you guys. You know, the
great job, by the way. Great job, by the way.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
You know, the great Maurice White once asked, do you remember the 21st night of September? And I do, because it was the night I almost signed that stupid document that you keep wanting me to sign.
Oh, the one where you're giving up your fandom of the Dallas Cowboys.
Bro, if I had it at 1:44 p.m. Pacific time, I think I was in the car. I think it would have gotten
okay. Listen, all I know is that based on what we saw in Chicago yesterday with your Cowboys, you might need earth, wind, and fire to play defense against the Packers next week, despite how poorly the Packers looked in Cleveland. Don't worry, we'll put a pin in that. We'll hit that later on this program. Good to see everybody. Again, 844-204, which is always the number to dial. I mentioned this last week after the Eagles beat the Kansas City Chiefs, that they look inevitable. That's what happens when you are the defending Super Bowl champs and you come out of the box and you get the Dallas Cowboys in your house hitting you with all sorts of Dak to CeeDee Lamb attempts and hitting you in the mouth, and you come out with that win, hold on for dear life, and then you go to Kansas City and you beat the Chiefs again and you take advantage of their mistakes, like Mahomes not connecting with Kelsey on the goal line, ball pops in the air, and you darn near return it for a pick six, but you score a touchdown eventually anyway, and you take advantage of these opportunities, and the tush-push play is the personification of inevitable. We're coming for you. You can't stop it. You can't even hope to contain it, to use the Dan Patrick phrase. And then comes what we saw against the Los Angeles Rams. We've been hyping this thing up all off season long, all non-playing season, as we say it on NFL Network, long. That, the bottom line is, when it comes down to it, last year in the playoffs, which team gave the Eagles the biggest run for their money? Chris, you want to answer that question?
Rams.
Okay. And whose house is it normally?
Rams house.
Thank you, sir. And in the first half of yesterday's game in Philadelphia, it sure looked like the Rams' house. Just 33 total yards for the Philadelphia Eagles. The Rams were all over the Philadelphia Eagles. The fans were all over the Philadelphia Eagles. Lots of boo birds. Lots of boo birds going down. It was the first game with fewer than 60 total yards in the first half in the Jalen Hurts era. And the Eagles had a touchdown and 37 total yards in their first drive of the game. And the Rams were doing everything. They were beating them up in every phase of the game. Special teams as well. -4 total yards, no first downs, no points for the Eagles in the first half after their touchdown drive on the first time with the football. And then the second half began. And Jalen Hurts, I guess, was reminded there's a passing game as well. I guess Nick Sirianni and the rest of the offensive coaching staff was reminded that's 11 out there. That's what's his name again? Oh, A.J. Brown.
Yeah, that guy.
Maybe we should target him before the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
When we're at home. Maybe we should start throwing to him. We also have what's his name? A Heisman Trophy winner we drafted in the first round, Devontae Smith. Let's get him 8 catches for a touchdown after just 7 catches for 69 yards in the first 2 weeks. Let's get A.J. Brown 6 catches for 109 yards and a touchdown after just 6 receptions and 35 yards through the first 2 weeks. Didn't have his first catch of the game till the third quarter. Ah, yes, then it all opens up a little bit. A little bit. And then let's have the defense hold the Los Angeles Rams to 0 points in the final 29 minutes of the game. Let's have that one happen. Let's start throwing it around. Let's, by the way, try Saquon Barkley in the first half. If you told the Rams coming into this game that they would hold Saquon Barkley to just 46 yards on 18 carries, they'd have signed for it. They'd have signed for the halftime score. They would have signed for everything that I was talking about in that first half. But the Eagles come up with a win that makes them feel inevitable, especially because after the Rams lost the lead, had Matthew Stafford march down the field for an attempt at a game-winning field goal, and Joshua Carty, who had just had one blocked, to allow the Eagles to go down the field and score a touchdown to take the lead. Didn't need that extra 2-point conversion to take the lead because they blocked a field goal with 8:46 to go, preventing the Rams from going up by 8. Joshua Carty comes out and gets another one blocked as well. And Jordan Davis, big man with football, blocks it, picks it up, and runs with it into the end zone.
That was unbelievable.
To make it a 33-26 final score. What more feeling inevitable can you come up with than that? Because it is the Eagles' biggest come-from-behind win, 19-point comeback since Bueller. Anybody? Bueller? The Miracle at the Meadowlands 2.
Oh.
When Deshaun Jackson did it to the Giants. There it is on the screen, people. Coming back from 21 down in Week 15 of 2010 in the old Meadowlands. That's what the Eagles did to the Rams when the Rams feel like, yeah, we could have had you last year, but we didn't get it at the very end. And we got you now until the Eagles come back and the Rams had it until the very end. That's what's feeling inevitable. And that's what causes Jalen Hurts to step to the podium and basically say, we're feeling pretty damn good about everything.
Let me just set the pace here. When you look at a game like that, and you're able to find a way to win, we're going to, point the fingers and point our attention to what's going on the offensive side of the ball, but we won the game. We were gritty in the game. We stayed together as a team. We did not quit. Nobody gave up. And in competitive sports, that's what it's about.
That's what it is about. And I can confirm that's what it is about. Mm-hmm. And you know what? You want to talk about feeling inevitable, too, because they did the tush push again to score the first touchdown. And Saquon Barkley's bottled up. Jalen Hurts is winning football games throughout this whole process where, Saquon's here and this is amazing. And the tush push this, the tush push that everyone's done with it. We're over it, all that business. Put up on the screen, Mr. Hoskins. In the Super Bowl era, minimum of 30 games in which somebody's attempted 30 or more passes as a quarterback in the NFL, Jalen Hurts now has the 5th best win-loss percentage behind Peyton, Montana, Brady, and Mahomes. That is what we would call darn good company. Or as one particular former person who was popular with the Chicago Police Department, Jack Walsh, would say, the end of Midnight Run, that's a pretty respectable neighborhood. So, all right, stop Saquon. Jalen will throw it. And then when Jalen gets it down to the 1-yard line, he'll just shove it in on you. Mm-hmm. And you're up by 19 and everybody's booing in Philadelphia. We'll just do that. We'll just block 2 field goals at the end of the game.
That's crazy.
And we'll turn Joshua Carty, poor Joshua Carty, into the only kicker to have multiple field goal attempts blocked in the fourth quarter since at least 1991. And when you hear that, it's like the stat people are like, we've given up. We're not looking further past 1991. Oh, and by the way, the last time the Eagles blocked 2 field goals in a game, did you know Sunday was the, wait for it, 50th anniversary of it, according to Elias. The late Bill Berge blocked 2 field goals and an extra point to boot on poor Giants kicker George Hunt. September 21st, 1975. Talk about feeling inevitable. So, just 3 games in, but the Eagles are just like, okay, you want to beat us by, coming to our house on opening night and putting a division game in the mix? Want to call us a little lucky because CeeDee Lamb dropped passes? Sure. Guess who lucked their way to the Super Bowl last year? Allegedly, the Chiefs, who will beat the next week by taking advantage of their mistakes. And then the next week we'll just come up with our biggest comeback win since the Miracle of Meadowlands, too. That's how we're going to follow up our Super Bowl championship. As for the Rams, listen, settling for those field goals did them in the first half. I mean, it's Joshua Carty. He's the only kicker to have back-to-back field goal attempts blocked in a game at all since 2010. And is he maybe the only kicker ever to make 4 field goals, all of them in the first half, and then get your last 2 blocked in the fourth quarter? I don't know. We'll have to look at that one.
Has to be.
So they got to feel good about themselves. Otherwise, I'm sure it was a long-ass flight home from Philadelphia where they were looking at, hey, we're going to be 3-0, and we're going home, and we're going to start protecting our turf against the red-hot Danny Diamonds, who we'll talk about shortly on this program. But they got to feel good about themselves otherwise. I mean, Devontae Adams scoring touchdowns is, with all due respect, an upgrade on Cooper Kupp. A major upgrade on Cooper Kupp. Just a flat-out monster upgrade from what we've seen out of Kupp. Third and Kupp is now third and Adams. And then it's first in Puka and second in Puka and sometimes fourth in Puka. Mm-hmm. All right? And then they're protecting Stafford, and his back is not an issue right now. It's not like, what's going on with his back? Okay? And we're not – and Blake Corum, my guy from Michigan, he is getting some meaningful snaps.
Sure is.
And they are turning into, along with Kyron, a double-headed running back threat. They're protecting. They're blowing open the holes. They've got young guys on defense. It's just one of those things. I guess it's the old adage. Don't settle for field goals and then have 2 of them blocked at the end of the game. You know what I mean?
If I say it once, I say it 1,000 times.
How many times can we tell people here? Really, just chalk it up. Chalk it up. Unfortunate. Does that mean they have to go back to Philadelphia again and try it again? Yeah, it does. Has Stafford ever beaten Jalen Hurts? He has not. He's now 0-4 against Hurts. Mm-hmm. So are the Eagles the one team that's standing in the Rams' way in the same way that the Chiefs did for the Bills all these years? I don't know. The only difference is the Bills would beat the Chiefs in the regular season, and the Rams have not done that 2 years in a row now against the Eagles. And next up for the Eagles, though, are the equally 3-0 Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Put that one in your books as a must-see in Week 4. And then they have Denver coming into their house, which means potentially it'll be a tight game, only to have the Broncos have something happen at the end that makes them feel sick to their stomachs. And then 2 of 3 against the Giants with a visit to Minnesota. Maybe it's Carson Wentz throwing it all over the place against them. Wouldn't that be fascinating? Wentz v. Eagles. Right. And then a bye week. So an interesting next 5 games in many different ways for the Eagles. And then as for the Rams, their next game, as I mentioned, is against one Daniel Diamonds, coming in at 3-0 into their house. And then talk about a big Week 5 Thursday night kickoff. Purdy might be back, and who knows? Are the Niners going to be 4-0 at that point in time? Because they're 3-0 right now before another trip across the country for the Rams, taking on Baltimore. And I'll be calling that game in Wembley in Week 7 on NFL Network, Rams and Jaguars before a bye. I'm not concerned about the Rams. I'm just not. They are talented top to bottom, left to right, to use the Easy Reader song. I'm dating myself with electric company references here. Bottom line, not concerned about the Rams. Just chalk it up to these things happen, even though we really haven't seen it quite a bit. And as for the Eagles, how are you going to beat them? Can't stop the tush push. You're up by 19 in their house. They're booing like crazy. They'll just block field goals to keep you off the scoreboard. Or, the Chiefs are feeling good about it, and then all of a sudden, one miscue on the goal line. And it flips the script. So things are looking good for the Eagles so far.
And the thing, they did it with the pass. When in the first 2 weeks, it was like, can't throw the ball. What's wrong with A.J. Brown? Jalen Hurts? And then all of a sudden, boom, breakout game for A.J. Brown. Hurts is doing it, winging it around, and they come back and win.
So you've heard the phrase, necessity is the mother of invention. Sometimes necessity is the mother of, that's A.J. Brown. That's Devontae Smith. Maybe we should start throwing it. Because that's what I saw in the link on Sunday. We take a break. We come back and talk about Daniel Jones.
Let's go.
Oh, yeah. Danny Diamonds is going to stick, baby.
So you're off Indiana Jones?
And then, we could stay on it.
Yeah. They like it.
Other people talk about in the hunt for playoff spots. We're always talking about sniffing it.
Sniffing it.
Not that we have a problem with in the hunt. We just have our own way of talking about
that's
things.
how we do things.
All right. And then the Giants and the Chiefs, we'll hit them. Maybe the Cowboys and Bears before we get out of hour one.
We don't need to. We can skip that.
Ethan Hawke's coming here.
Let's go.
We've got a celebrity true or false with him. Yeah, we're going to talk about his current project, The Lowdown on Hulu. Debuts on Tuesday night. You might go down the trading day memory lane, as well as maybe hop on the desk and yawp. That's a...
Oh, Captain, my Captain.
Yeah. That's a reference to one of his more famous movies. Okay, 844-204-RICH, number to dial. When we take a break, we come back. Don't you dare miss this Week 3 Monday edition of The Rich Eisen Show.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Out here, it's football season, where nothing beats backyard grilling, gathering around the fire pit, and cheering on your favorite team with friends. The yard is mowed, the lights are strung, and the grill is warming up. Whether you need to fill up your propane, get a new grill, or even a generator, out here, it's game day. And we're ready for it. Tractor Supply, for life out here.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713. Call now. That's 713. Call now.
It's truck month at Monument Chevrolet. Get employee pricing on Silverado 1500s plus 2.9% APR for 72 months. Visit Monument Chevrolet off Bellway 8 and 225 or monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
Hey everyone, it's VMAC. Have you tried Old Humble Distilling Company yet? If not, you're missing out because their award-winning small batch Texas whiskeys are the real deal and unique to the Gulf Coast. You can grab a bottle at Specs, Total Wine, or finer retailers. Can't find it? Just ask for Old Humble Distilling Company by name. Better yet, swing by their Humble Tasting Room, open Tuesday through Saturday till 6 and Fridays till 9 for date night, where every Friday from 5 to 9 you can get 2 whiskey flights, 2 premium cocktails, and a charcuterie board, all for just $50. Try Old Humble Distilling Company because life's too short for factory whiskey.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know, the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
John Granado here with Yanni Damaris, talking football season now. I got a few suggestions for you, Yanni. Why don't we do a Thursday night steak night? You know, that sounds great. How about Saturday, all-you-can-eat ribs? That also sounds awesome. We got 16 TVs
it's your
where
guy
you can
Sean
watch your
with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing 2 things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even bought my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Small businesses look for banking partners who make fast and efficient decisions. Veritex Community Bank has a lending team standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit veritexbank.com for more details. That's VERITEX bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
MGK presents the Lost Americana Tour. Playing at the Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion, sponsored by Huntsman. Saturday, May 23rd, 2026. MGK with Wiz Khalifa and special guest Beauty School Dropout. Pre-sale for City Card members is available now through Wednesday at 10 p.m. at livenation.com. Presented by the Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion, sponsored by Huntsman.
John Granado here with Yanni Damaris, talking football season now. I got a few suggestions for you, Yanni. Why don't we do a Thursday night steak night? You know, that sounds great. How about Saturday, all-you-can-eat ribs? That also sounds awesome. We got 16 TVs where you can watch your games all day long and eat Yanni's ribs. What about on Sundays to watch the hometown team? How about a little happy hour? How about a football happy hour? It's all going on at 18th Street in the West Loop. I don't mind giving the business away. It ain't mine. It's great barbecue and a whole lot more. Damaris Barbecue.
Eagles. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, simulcast all together here on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance, the Disney Plus app, and ESPN app everywhere. Guys,
Rich,
the thing we love about the National Football League is it's the greatest reality show there is. Can't make it up. Things happen that you're like, wouldn't even make it in a script in this crazy town of Los Angeles and Hollywood. Can't make it up. When I was at the Combine and I heard, whispers there in Indianapolis that the Colts needed to find somebody for Anthony Richardson to take a seat potentially, and word was coming around, you're hearing the name of Daniel Jones, and you're like, okay. And then they signed Daniel Jones for a quarterback competition. And all I kept hearing is like, yeah, that's not going to be a competition. Sure enough, yada, 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 who got the start? I'm not saying I was right. I was just hearing this information. Plus, any time in which I could potentially be right now, certainly. When one of my first takes that has gone all sorts of places throughout the ESPN realm, because we're now associated with them, is everything's going to be fine with the Cincinnati Bengals. Jake Brown is pretty damn good, and then we just saw what just happened. Not looking good one weekend there. So anytime I could sit here and talk about stuff like that, I will. That said, though, it's about Daniel Jones doing what he's doing for the Indianapolis Colts. And what he's doing for the Indianapolis Colts is quite simply something we've never seen from the Colts at the quarterback position before. And I know what I'm saying right now. Because just to name a couple of quarterbacks that have worn the blue horseshoe on the side of the helmet there. Peyton Manning is one. All you got to do is just, stroll up the front steps at Lucas Oil and you see the statue. Johnny Unitas is another. Just to name two. Andrew Luck could be another one. Captain Comeback, my guy Jim Harbaugh, is another. Just to name a few of note. There's a list of Indianapolis Colts and Baltimore Colts quarterbacks that have started a season 3-0 with 0 giveaways. That list is one name on it. It's Daniel Jones.
Wow.
And now there's a list of all sorts of quarterbacks of note in the Super Bowl era. Look, I'm now widening the scope of quarterbacks to play in this great game since the Super Bowl era began, which is always 1970, the merger and all that sort of business. So, unfortunately, you got to take Bart Starr in the 60s out of the mix. But there's still, I think, a large subset of quarterbacks from which to choose. There's a list of quarterbacks in the Super Bowl era with 3 or more passing touchdowns and 3 or more rushing touchdowns and no giveaways in the first 3 games of the season. And that list has one name on it. It's Daniel Jones.
Oh, come on.
That's how he's starting it off in Indianapolis. 20 straight drives without a punt. What's the name of the punter there's name anyway? He holds for him. What's his name again? Yeah. You're getting my drift here. Unbelievable. Jonathan Taylor's quite something as well. It's all working. 3rd career game with 100 or more rush yards and 3 or more rushing touchdowns. He broke a tie with Hall of Famer Marshall Faulk for the 2nd most such games in Colts history. Only Edgerrin James is in front of him. Michael Pittman and Daniel Jones are connecting. Daniel Jones has a passer rating when targeting Pittman this year of 144.1. That is the best quarterback wide receiver combination in the National Football League, and there's some other pretty darn good ones too. They boat raced the Titans. Anybody that's thinking, well, it was just the first 2 games, they were both at home. It was the Dolphins in week 1, Anybody's thinking, oh, they'll just turn into a pumpkin and on the road in Tennessee, and Cam Ward's going to show you something, and it's on the road in the division. That didn't happen. 103 points through the first 3 games of 2025. That's tied for the 2nd most in Indianapolis history. And you're thinking, oh, that's got to include Peyton Manning, right? Nope. The other team to score 103 points in the first 3 games in 1958, that was Weeb Eubank with Unitas.
Weeb.
Good old Weeb. And then in 1967, they had 117 points in the first three games The coach there was Don Shula then at the time. Okay? And so Daniel Jones was told this. And, of course, you know what he did. He spiked the football. He was telling you how great he was. He's pounding his chest, and he's emoting. Wait a minute.
He's emoting.
No, I'm told it's the exact opposite.
Yeah, I don't know. I think, obviously, we're running it well. JT, had another big-time day. I think huge credit to him and how he's been playing. And then the guys up front, and they're blocking. And the run game's been big. And then guys are getting open and making plays in the pass game with, some explosive plays and stuff down the field. So I think a lot of credit to the guys up front. I think it starts there in the run game and the pass game. And then, playing off of that.
Kenny Moore II with his fourth career pick six, just to back up Daniel Jones's point. Defense was doing it. Jonathan Taylor's doing it. Pittman's doing it. Pierce is doing it. Tyler Warren's doing it. Daniel Jones is playing like Danny Diamonds. That's what's happening. And, hey, everybody thought it's the Texans' division to lose. Guess what they're doing right now? Losing it. They're now 0-3. Colts are 3-0. The Jaguars are 2-1. And the Titans are 0-3. Colts, I mean, look at what Danny Diamonds is doing right there. They're next up right here in the Los Angeles area. Now then, take a look at what Daniel Jones is doing this year compared to his first many seasons in the National Football League.
Kind of looks like Josh Allen in that photo.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's just, he's playing like him. No, he's playing like him. Guys, you see on the screen right there, a diamond out of the rough, right? About what he's doing. It was rough. Drafted by the Giants, 6th overall pick. It didn't help him. Didn't help him when he was turning it over that he was actually pick 6 for the Giants, 2019. And he had some moments. As we all know, he won and done the Minnesota Vikings in a playoff campaign in Brian Daboll's first year with the Giants. Brian Daboll was coach of the year that year. He played like Colin Kaepernick on tilt in that game, running it, throwing it. And then the Eagles took care of him in the playoffs. But then that's when he went into that offseason where Saquon was looking for his as well. We all understand, yada, yada, yada. The Giants decide to pay Daniel Jones, franchise Saquon Barkley. They lose Saquon Barkley last year. Let him walk down the turnpike, make a right at the Delaware Water Gap because he's coming from the north, and then go to Philadelphia where he has a 2,000-yard season, Offensive Player of the Year, and a Super Bowl championship, a parade in Philadelphia, an absolute nightmare for the Giants, whose decision-making on the front, at least it wasn't broadcast on television through the first ever offseason Hard Knocks. Wait a minute, I'm being told that's exactly what happened. I'm having a lot of people talk in my ear today. And sure enough, once the Giants feel that this page is turned, they don't have to hear about Saquon that much anymore, other than the fact of, we lived through it. We know it was not good for us because it was great for our rivals. And now here comes Daniel Jones in Indianapolis, and it's happening all over again. Certainly when you're struggling with Russ. And week 2 was great. That was great. If we could only bottle that Russ and uncork it on national television against the Kansas City Chiefs in a game where the Chiefs are coming in at 0-2 and we got them. We can get them here and we could shock the world. Let's get Russ swinging it around, and that's Malik Neighbors, and let's go with Wandale. Pop a little scataboo, and off we go. And sure enough, the Giants had a chance to take a 7-6 lead, and the Chiefs are seeing Kelsey barking at Andy Reid again like it's the Super Bowl. And the Chiefs are sleepwalking. They're having a zombie-like nightmare, and here come the Giants because their defense is really good. But we all know what happened on Sunday Night Football. It was dreadful in the second half of that game. And it only accentuated the fact that the Giants, with the Chiefs struggling and the Giants defense doing its thing, because that front four, holy crap, we saw the front seven. Giants have got a dynamite front seven. All they got to do is come up with maybe 2, if not 3 scores, and they're going to win football games, except they only came up with 1 touchdown. And And then comes the end of the game. It's 22-9, right? It's 22-9. Russ has got 160 passing yards and 2 interceptions, but they're in the red zone, and with 3.5 to go. And if they could just get the ball in the end zone, they had enough timeouts and a 2-minute warning to really make it a possibility here, certainly with the way the defense was playing, despite the Chiefs playing differently in the second half. And one of the worst 4-play sequences you could ever see. I don't mean for this individual to catch some stray shrapnels here, but it was as if the ghost of Joe Judge was summoned. Remember the man who once upon a time told Danny Dimes to take a knee
right
deep in his own end? Because they were like, we're not getting a first down here. Let's go. Let's punt. Remember that? Mm-hmm. It was like a surrender formation. Mm-hmm. And Russ, first play inside the 10, he throws it so far out of bounds it went up the tunnel. Like Tirico and Collinsworth were joking about the only intended receiver was a dude wearing a Scatterboo jersey in the tunnel. He got his 15 seconds of fame. And then for some reason they decide to quarterback draw it 4 yards, and then the last 2, Russ had to throw it away because he didn't have any time. And unfortunately, the last one he threw away hit the crossbar for a little bit of slapstick bouncing. By the way, write that down for a fantasy team name. Slapstick bouncing. Make it even just give Giants fans a little taste. Here comes Jackson Dart. Cooper was screaming at the screen the whole time. Where's Jackson Dart? Why aren't they putting him in the game? And I turned to Cooper, and I'm like, Coop, the most popular player on a struggling football team is always the backup quarterback.
Facts.
He came in for a quick cup of coffee, just a couple of threatening that he could run the ball with it. At any rate, the Giants now have started 0-3 for the third time since 2020. Tied with the Jets for the most 0-3 starts since then. Isn't that great? New York football. And the Giants have now scored fewer than 10 points in 7 games since the beginning of the 2024 season. No other team has had more than 3. So you knew it was going to be asked to Brian Daboll, what about Jackson Dart? Where are we going?
Yeah, I just say overall offensively, Connor, nothing was good enough. Coaching, playing, didn't do a good enough job. Everybody.
What would you say to the fan base that is calling for this rookie that you guys are obviously excited about, and they are too, after this offense looks like this?
Yeah. Look, Jackson's progressing well. We'll continue to work with him. I got a lot of confidence in him, his development that he's had, and that's what we'll continue to do. Look, I'd be booing too, to be honest with you, in terms of not being good enough. No, not scoring, not finishing. I understand that. That's the nature of it. We got to be better.
Well, Malik Neighbors with just 2 receptions. That's a career low. That said, he still has 125 in his first 18 games. And in terms of most receptions in his first 20 games, he's got 2 more to actually get the record. He's only 16 shy of Odell, who did it with the Giants. He's 1 behind Brock Bowers now, who just had his 20th game. And it doesn't help that the guy who was throwing him passes in the first 15 games is 3-0 in Indianapolis. And Saquon's 3-0 down in Philadelphia. They're 6-0. Daniel Jones and Saquon are 6-0. And New York football is 0-6. That's what's happening right now. Doesn't help. And I'll tell you one thing, Giants fans. You know what? You know who you're not seeing next week? Is Jackson Dart. Because coming in are the 3-0 Los Angeles Chargers. And you want to talk about defenses that are making everybody look silly. Okay? It's them. You are not throwing Jackson Dart. And by the way, his first career game, you're not throwing him on Sunday night off of Russ throwing for 450 against the Chiefs, and Steve Spagnuolo was just dialing up all sorts of evil, and you're not throwing him against the Chargers. Week 5 at New Orleans, that's a different story. Right. That said, you got 2 against Philadelphia and Denver after that. And San Francisco, which is 3-0 with Mac Jones being 2-0, in large part because Robert Saleh's young defense is balling out. There's really going to be no good time. I'm saying if week 4 looks like week 3 and week 1, and it very well could be, Maybe you see Jackson Dart in New Orleans and just roll with it and see what happens there, because I don't know. It really depends on what the Maras and the Tishes feel about Daboll. And I'll just say this, the guy has not forgotten how to be coach of the year. I just don't believe it. But he's right. It doesn't look good either, and it doesn't help that after Saquon goes 3-0 in his title defense campaign where he was balling out and looking exactly like the guy the Giants and all their fans thought we shouldn't let go. Daniel Jones is 3-0 and looking amazing for a Colts team that may just have that division wrapped up unless the Jaguars have something to say about it. Because when you're 0-3, and the Giants should know this, there's only one team. There's only one team that started 0-3 that has made the playoffs, and it is the Texans in 2018. That's it. And I don't know if the 2025 Texans are going to recreate it. We take a break. The Chiefs, Cowboys, and Bears. So much to talk. Oh, my. So much to talk about. And then there's you at 844-204-RICH. Number to dial here on this Monday edition of The Rich Eisen Show.
Coach Saban here, and let me tell you, every second matters. Preparation is everything, and that's why I trust Kidde Smoke Alarms.
And as North America's #1 home fire safety brand, they're built to respond over 25% faster to smoke detection. Kidde helps protect what matters the most. Find it at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. #1 claim based on total household installations as of December 2023. 29% faster average smoke detection based on internal testing of smoldering wood fires for Kidde 9th edition versus leading competitor 8th edition products.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
Hey parents, Jeremy Branham here. Want to transform your driveway into a pro-level court? Pro Dunk basketball goals are the real deal. Their revolutionary lightning adjust system lets you change heights in seconds. From regulation 10 feet down to 5 feet so the whole family can play. Built with commercial-grade materials that stand up to Houston weather, get your kids off those screens and onto the court. Pro Dunk, the choice of serious ballers. Visit ProDunk.com today. That's ProDunk.com.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Trulux, Ocean's finest seafood and crab. A Houston original, proudly serving our great city for over 30 years. We have recently updated our restaurant with a modern sensibility and sophisticated finishes. We can't wait for you to come and see it. The look is totally new, but the sensation, hospitality, and quality remain unmistakably Trulux. Visit us today and experience the newest flavor of a true Houston original. Trulux, your table is waiting.
If your business is growing and looking for working capital, funds to acquire a business or purchase equipment, Veritex Community Bank's lending team is standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit veritexbank.com for more details. That's VERITEX bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and miss the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief. Chill out with Inside the Icebox, your go-to Astros podcast for deep dives, hot takes, and bold predictions. Join Joe George and Sean Mapes Fridays at 6 on ESPN 97.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston, powered by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
Hey, it's John Granado. If you've been waiting for the right time to buy a truck, this is it. Right now at Chastang Ford, get 0.9% APR financing on select 2025 F-150 XLT models or lease from just $397 a month. No dealer add-ons, just great deals and transparent pricing. How truck buying should be. Visit them on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. Chastang Ford, your Ford truck experts.
Offers available with approved credit. Terms and conditions apply. See dealer for full details.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, simulcam. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. They offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today. Dallas Cowboys almost had it in Philadelphia. Almost. CD, unfortunate, dropped a couple of passes that he normally would catch. Dak, though, looked amazing. You know where Dak looked amazing as well? Week 2. Against the Giants pass rush, that the Cowboys offensive line, Dak's quick throwing, and the running game that everybody thought the Cowboys would not have, came to the fore. And Brandon Aubrey can, as I mentioned, can kick it from any point on the star that's at the 50-yard line, even the ones that go several yards into their own territory. Just give him any point on the star and he'll make a field goal from it. Sure enough, he did to force overtime. They win. They're 1-1, feeling good about themselves going into Chicago, which entered yesterday's second home game with fans still wiping the bitter taste out of their mouths of the way the first home game went against J.J. McCarthy and the Minnesota Vikings. J.J. McCarthy winning. He won Offensive Player of the Week in the NFC in just one quarter of action. And then Jared Goff, in 4 quarters of action against Chicago, won NFC Offensive Player of the Week himself. So the quarterbacks to go against the Bears defense, 2 for 2 in NFC Offensive Player of the Week awards. So Dak was kind of all set up. But Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams are working together. And Caleb showed up. And CeeDee Lamb goes down. Those 2 things that happened in the first quarter left their imprint for the rest of the game. CeeDee Lamb on a running play that T.J. Jefferson laments the choice of play call. You sure it's not 20/20 hindsight? The fact that he did not get up and it has to apparently that dreaded high ankle sprain?
I said it when I'm looking. I looked down at my phone and I literally said it during the play.
Like, what's he doing running?
I said, why is he in the backfield? And I was like,
he was running the ball.
I was like, he's just a decoy. Ben Johnson, though, Brockman, pulling out all these trick plays. Where were they the first 2 weeks? Like, I love a trick play. I love a flicker of fleas. I love a flea flicker. And you couldn't have done that before? You had to use that time for us?
I don't know. It was a must-win.
I don't know, man. Maybe he just was doing one for the team. Because it's Matt Eberflus. He was doing it against the coach who, according to Seth Wickersham's book, our friend at ESPN, did not kind of teach Caleb how to watch film. And the whole first year that Caleb had, the experience of 68 sacks that he took, and then he didn't say a word at the post-game podium, I think shows part of the reason why he's got the C on his chest. It's not just because he was a first overall pick a couple of seasons ago, pardon me. And Caleb, needs to start progressing. Otherwise, there'd be a lot of chatter and a lot of murmuring and then a lot of screaming.
That's just from Adam.
And Adam, our call screener from Chicagoland area. Well, guess what? Williams, in yesterday's boat race win, 0 sacks for the first time since he beat Stanford.
Wow.
At USC on September 9th, 2023, 56-10. Rome Odunze is catching passes. Luther Burden III has entered the chat, everybody, as 4 different players had a receiving touchdown in week 3. Odunze, Burden, DJ Moore, and Cole Kmet.
Sheesh.
4 takeaways later from the Bears defense, and this thing was in the books. 4 passing touchdowns. That ties a career high for Caleb. I would know when the other one was because I called it in London last year.
Oh.
He had 4 touchdowns that day. So let's hear if we can hear it right now. I don't hear it. That sound you hear of silence are the "Where's Tyson Bagent" calls in Chicago. For the moment, good stuff. Ben Johnson gets his first career win, and it's against a team coming in with a defensive coordinator who used to be in his shoes.
The first 2 weeks have not gone the way we wanted to, and it's early. But we got to get the issues fixed. And I thought the guys were committed to that here this week. And we had a good week of preparation, and they came out and they played inspired football today. And so good things happen when you're playing hard, you're playing physical, and you're playing for the guy next to you. And I thought that's what happened here today.
Must-win territory because, you're assuming even if the Lions lose tonight, you're 1-2 and you're right there with them. And now you're a game behind Minnesota and you're a game behind Green Bay, which Cleveland should send a gift of, a fruit basket to the Browns defense. Mm-hmm. So Bears are right there. They're going to be, even if the Lions win on Monday night, they are 1 game out of first. 0-3 is a different story. People are screaming for Tyson Bagent, wonder if Ben Johnson really knows what the hell he's doing.
Exactly.
And I'll tell you what about your Cowboys, TJ. I am genuinely concerned about the back end of that defense.
Yeah, you think?
Because Diggs does not look healthy. He does not look himself. And they also don't have a front end of the defense to provide enough pressure
to get a sack.
To get the back end of the defense some help.
Some time, yeah.
And just in time for CeeDee Lamb to be out for the foreseeable future, if it's the dreaded high ankle sprain, just in time for us to come off a game where the guy who was sacked 68 times last year has his first sackless game since he was in college. Just in time for all of that, coming off of their first loss of the season with a terrible taste in their mouths. Fueled by a couple of bad penalties from this man. On Sunday Night Football in Week 4, in comes Macca.
He might have maybe gotten a sack for us had he still been there.
Well, I'm just saying you're missing a pass rush. You were hoping Jadeveon Clowney is going to come off the couch and provide some. Kenny Clark goes down due to injury. CeeDee Lamb is out. Hey, George Pickens did well, but he did have, a drop. And in comes Green Bay coming off of that loss in Cleveland. And all week long, they're going to be hearing from their coaching staff. They're going to be hearing it from some fans. They're going to be hearing it from people, if that matters, on TV, basically saying, are they for real or not? And into Dallas, this is how they welcome home our friend, Macca. Oh,
you know the worst part about that game yesterday?
Get your damn act together.
I put Ashton and Seth Rollins on the group chat with me.
Oh, no.
It did not turn out the way I thought it was going to turn out.
Wow.
No,
Why did you do all the times to drop names and text link friends?
Yeah.
That ain't it.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Oh, I can't believe we blew a 5-touchdown lead.
Sure, but you got to feel like they were going to win for almost the entire game.
But I was about to buy playoff tickets.
So you were prepared for a good time. That's pretty nice.
It's the worst loss any team has ever had.
And you got to witness history.
Okay, we're done here.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
From kickoff to cash out, ESPN Bet has the tools you need to score more on game days. Bet smarter with stats at your fingertips. Get personalized parlays built just for you. And with your fantasy team synced right in the app, you can back your squad. Right now, new customers get $100 in bonus bets when you bet $10. Sign up with promo code USL to get started. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkis, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Collectors Firearms. Don't let the name fool you. We have new guns too. With 12,000 new and pre-owned guns in stock, we have the largest selection in the country. Got a dirty gun? We'll clean it free while you wait. With over 50 years of experience, our expert staff help both seasoned collectors and first-time owners. From tactical firearms to historical rifles, modern handguns to vintage classics. Visit us at Westheimer and Voss or online at collectorsfirearms.com. Collectors Firearms, the best damn gun shop in the world.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
The kick is away. It's blocked. It's picked up by the Eagles. Touchdown. Game over.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
This is a 43-yard field goal try to give Green Bay the lead.
It is blocked.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Today's guests, Academy Award-nominated actor Ethan Hawke. Plus, your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We've got tons of time for you in this hour. And then the next hour, we have Ethan Hawke joining us in studio in advance of his new show we talked about with Kyle MacLachlan last week, The Lowdown on Hulu. It premieres tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern on FX and then streams the next day on Hulu. So we're all about watching it on the family of Disney networks. And he's going to be joining us. We got a great celebrity true or false there. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. We talked in hour number 1 about the Eagles beating the Rams and then the Giants taking one on the chin against the Kansas City Chiefs. Tyrone Tracy is out for the foreseeable future now, Christopher, as we lead off hour number 2.
Yeah, dislocated shoulder. He's going to miss, quote, sometime.
Sometime. So it's
Scatterboo season.
Scatterboo season. Mm-hmm. And the Giants like what they see out of that kid. And I'm sure Giants fans are like, oh, man, Jackson Dart handing off to Scatterboo and throwing to Malik Neighbors is the way we're going to start winning some football games around here. But Jackson Dart is not going to be walking through that door next week because the Los Angeles Chargers are coming in, and they are killing it. We'll talk about the AFC West in hour number 3, including the Chiefs win on Sunday night. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Let's take Josh in New Mexico's phone call here. For the moment, 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Have a conversation with us here. Certainly if you're listening to us on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. What's up, Josh? That's line 2. Yes, we're on. Josh, what's up?
Hello. Oh, not much. Thank you for calling. First time, long time. Hey. It is an honor to talk to you. Hello to the boys in the studio.
Thank you.
What's up, Josh?
Just riding on a high from a victory Monday for the Bears. First time in what feels like a decade, and just wanted to hit a high register and say I think they may be above 500.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate that.
What do you think the bar is for Caleb to get some of the haters off his back? I'll hang up and listen.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Look at Josh giving the whole business of long-time listener, first-time caller. I'll hang up and listen. That is just some top-notch caller in the radio show type of language.
Not his first rodeo.
Listen, the Cowboys' defense is problematic.
Yeah.
We saw Russ go for 450 against him in week 2, and Caleb have his first sackless game since college and 4 touchdowns. So, there'll be a conversation. Can he do it again? Their next game is against Vegas, which has now lost 2 in a row after a surprising season-opening win in New England. And so that's a pretty darn big football game for both. Nobody wants to go 1-3. The Bears lost their first 2. The Raiders have lost their last 2. So, obviously, the Bears have good momentum coming in. You just got to keep stacking them. Keep stacking them. Get that whole pre-snap business that they've had problems with all last year and a little bit the first 2 weeks out of their system. Didn't see a lot of that. Keep spreading it around. Be able to go through your progressions. Don't take sacks. Run the football well. Let the defense do its takeaway thing. And win football games. Like, it's that simple. And there'll be the conversation. Is it the Dallas defense or is it Caleb? It can be both. Like, Caleb did what he's supposed to do against the Dallas defense. And it's not like that's the only way he's going to do it. Through the first 2 weeks, all we got out of Caleb that looked good was the first 15 scripted. Can he do it outside of the first 15 scripted? Yeah, he just did it on Sunday. Well, can he do it against the defense that's not named Dallas? Well, we'll see against the Raiders, honestly. So just keep stacking them. The problem is there's a lack of patience because we're waiting for the development that you would think a second-year player doesn't have to go through. But you're not seeing regression. You're not seeing it worse than last year. You're seeing a progression here now. And you're seeing Roma Dunze doing things. So you check the box if you got that right in that first round as well. Okay? So let's see what goes from here. At least we're not talking about putting the arm wrestlings kid in, right? You're not talking about going over the top.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
I like that.
Thank you.
Good one.
No, in all seriousness, I mean, Tyson Bagent has got some talent. That's the reason why they gave him the contract that they gave him. But this is going to be Caleb's show, and you got to stick with it. Last year was just so dreadful that you want to see instant progression. Like, oh, everything's fine. We're good. We're in a rocking chair. Now, that's not the way the NFL works. Got to expect the unexpected on occasion. And that's the way I turn to the Green Bay Packers. I thought about putting the Packers 1 in my power rankings last week because of the way they looked. And you're like, okay, let's see what happens when you get outside of the confines of Lambeau Field. Well, Caleb looked good, and a lot of people are going to be wondering, can he do it against another team not named Dallas after Dallas's defense just gave up a ton to Russell Wilson and the Giants in a way that we did not see the Commanders give up in Week 1 or the Chiefs give up in Week 3 Sunday night. And in the same way we were talking about the Lions and the Commanders, let's see what they can do when they're not playing the Packers. We might learn that whoever plays the Packers looks pretty darn bad the next that day, but looks better afterwards. And the Lions prove that point potentially as a narrative that has some there to it in Week 2 in boat racing the Bears. And we have yet to see the Commanders. We see the Commanders play without Jaden Daniels. We've kind of yet to see the Commanders' full strength coming off of Green Bay, but the Commanders played much better. Defensively, they were living in the Raiders' backfield on Sunday. So maybe it's just playing the Packers. And in the same way, those things might all be true. Maybe the same could be said about the Browns' defense. I know I just went high register. Because I'm not going to go high register here. The Browns' defense is real.
Yeah.
It is real. And
it's spectacular.
Yeah, it's spectacular. Myles Garrett's doing his things, and I know the Browns got a lot of grief for trading away the rights to Travis Hunter.
Seems like a good move so far.
I was telling everybody, as much as I love Travis Hunter, and you know that, and you want to have spectacular players that bring in people into your tent to watch, Mason Graham's no joke. And defensively, they are killing it right now, the Cleveland Browns. Are absolutely taking care of business and taking people straight out as they held the Packers to a season-low 10 points and 230 total yards. There's Browns defense allowed under 250 total yards in each of their first 3 games this year. The only other team to do it are the Packers because the Browns' offense wasn't lighting any fires other than Quinshon Judkins getting a start and coming up with the one score the Browns needed. And then, stop me if you've heard this before, with a game on the line and the Packers going up, potentially go up 6 with 4 minutes to go on a team that was points and yards challenged, a blocked field goal. Flip the script. And the Cleveland Browns beat the Packers. The first time an NFL team has come back from a 10-point deficit with under 4 minutes remaining and won without needing overtime since the Titans 2 years ago. And would you care to hear this stat? Cleveland Browns fans who are dying for a win and we're wondering with 4 minutes to go, is this season completely lost? Have we completely lost our minds with our quarterback decisions? And where are we going to go from here? And what are we going to do? The last time the Browns had a 10 or more point comeback with a win with under 4 minutes remaining was when Tim Couch did it in 2002 against Steve McNair and the Titans when they won in overtime. That's it. That's the stuff. So it's been a while since you've seen it. And now we're let everyone sit there and wonder what's wrong with the Packers for this week. That's what you get in the NFL, right? When Jordan Love ties his career high with five sacks, they couldn't protect him. Josh Jacobs, they finally stopped his 11-game streak of scoring at least a rushing touchdown, including the playoffs. It's his fewest rush yards in a game with the Packers, 30 rush yards on 16 carries. Hey, I think we're just going to learn you better pack your lunch pail and hard hat when you're playing the Cleveland Browns this year. And, next up for them are the Lions. We'll see what happens on Monday night tonight. And they're going into Ford Field where I think they play much better. I think we can say that even though they've only played one game. We haven't seen what they've done on this Monday night. The Browns can start scoring some touchdowns. This defense is going to carry some days, man. And the 55-yard field goal from Andre Schmidt, it was a four-letter word. And in week one, it's the longest successful walk-off field goal in the history of the Cleveland Browns. Wow. So we saw some stuff that we've never seen from the Browns ever, and also since Tim Couch did it. And so they've got to feel good about themselves. Packers, go. Hey, NFL media, go in as much as you want on them. Whatever. I bet you LaFleur is just going to be sticking it right in their faces all week long. This is Matt LaFleur afterwards.
Well, that was extremely disappointing. I knew going into this, it was going to be a dogfight, and it was going to be a challenge. And what's disappointing is, I felt like you could argue that we lost the game offensively by making a critical error in a critical situation. And so, that's a tough pill to swallow.
You know what? Teams don't go 17-0 for a reason. There's clunkers every year. Every single year. There's clunkers. Don't forget last year's Philadelphia Eagles started 2-2. Mm-hmm. They started 2-2. Whatever. Everybody go in all you want on the Packers. I just know they're showing up to Dallas next week, and their new teammate, they're going to be playing for him, and he's going to be playing with his hair on absolute fire. Maca. And this is, I'm sorry, TJ. I'm not doing this for trolling on you. I really am not.
Sure about that?
I promise you. This is the worst result you would want to see for the Packers coming into this game.
Yeah, I thought about it.
You would much rather have, the Browns are terrible. They boat race. They're now 3-0. This was exactly what maybe a doctor orders when you look back on it. Some guys in the locker room feeling good about themselves. Let's just roll out the footballs and roll over the Cleveland Browns, and they got rolled over on offense.
What was the score of that playoff game a couple years ago, TJ?
The Cowboys,
Green Bay and Dallas.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember.
It's going to be
that's all I'm saying.
That.
I'm not worried about the Packers.
What if the Cowboys are everybody's get right team?
They're not that bad. They're
quarterback get right game.
They're not that bad. They're not
that good.
Defensively, again, when you trade away one of the best pass rushers in the game with zero plan to supplement it, other than let's see what Jadeveon Clowney's doing. Let's have him. Maybe he was on the Tua watching Disney Plus plan. I don't know. That's. You're going to have issues rushing the passer if you're trading away Micah Parsons, and then the back of the defense is not healthy and doing well. You're going to whatever. That's the Packers. I think are going to go in on Sunday night, and they're going to really hit the Dallas Cowboys in the mouth.
Yeah, I might go to the movies tomorrow night or next Sunday night.
Okay,
I ain't watching.
I'm sure there's nice things for you to see.
Probably.
Unconcerned about the Green Bay Packers.
Mike, you want to go hit a bar in the South Bay? No.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial here on the program. Let's talk about another 3-0 team in the National Football Conference. Our boy Baker did it again. Stop me if you've heard this one before. So the Packers are getting ready to kick a field goal to go up 2 scores late in the game. And the other team blocks the field goal and returns it for a touchdown. Have you heard this story from week 3? Insane how it happened over and over and over again.
So many times.
I don't know who's just chronologically. I don't have Scott Hansen here to tell me about this particular part of witching hour in the early window of week 3. I don't know which one happened first. I think, did Jordan Davis happen before Will McDonald jumped? I mean, he did the same thing. He did the same thing as Jordan Davis, which is jump into the backfield, right up the gut, block it, return it for a score. And God bless Aaron Glenn. He was just having his moment, running up the field and then doing a fun dance. I don't blame him, man. You're 0-2, and you're like, this thing could be over right now. Wait a minute. The special teams to the rescue. And you know, I think we're learning, and I'm not going high register on this either. I think we're learning. You best not leave too much time on the clock for Baker Mayfield. Right?
Yep.
Certainly when he's he's grinding an axe that you didn't know existed. Right. He is leading the league right now and grinding axes that you did not know existed. We'll get to that in a second. But for the third straight week, Baker Mayfield takes the time left on the clock by his opponent and beats them over the head with it. Just the fourth quarterback since 2000 with 3 game-winning drives in the team's first 3 games of the season. The others are named in order. Last one to do it was Tennessee's Ryan Tannehill in 2020. Before that, it was Matt Ryan in 2015 for the Falcons, and then Nick Foles for the Eagles in 2014. And Baker carried it 4 times with 44 yards, including a backbreaker towards the end, where the Jets just thought he was going to go out of bounds or slide, and he kept running. And he kept running, and now he's got 4 straight games with 30 or more rush yards. Would you believe in this league with running quarterbacks and dual-threat quarterbacks, that's the longest such streak in the NFL. Baker Mayfield's doing that, and he was doing it in the final drive without Mike Evans, who appears to have suffered his, unfortunately, annual soft tissue injury. And the Bucs are now 3-0 for the first time since 2005. They've won their division 5 straight years, and they didn't start 3-0 any of those years. 3 straight wins in 2025. All of them have come on a game-winning drive, courtesy of Baker Mayfield, who's getting stuff from Bucky Irving. And how good is Emeka Egbuka? Mm-hmm. He is currently your offensive rookie of the year through 3 weeks. I think he's leading that pack right now. Marion Hampton had a nice game yesterday, but for 3 games. So there you go. The Bucs are 3-0. And the Jets with Tyrod Taylor performing well in place of Justin Fields, and Garrett Wilson getting 84 receiving yards and a score, and that Will McDonald, the 4th block field goal. I was watching the game with Cooper, who was crying in his soup, if you will. He wasn't crying, and he wasn't having any soup. That's just a metaphor that I'm sure a 14-year-old wouldn't get. He was upset about all the fumbles of his Patriots, and he turns to me, he goes, "Hey, look at what the Jets are doing." I'm like, "Do you see how much time's left on the clock?" And Baker did it. And who knew that he was doing it, because the new defensive coordinator for the Jets, he and Steve Wilkes have a history.
I loved it. And it's also their D coordinator was the one that cut me in Carolina. So it was a lot of stuff was personal today. Hassan Reddick, former Jet, a lot of people.
Just throws in Hassan Reddick.
Oh, yeah, let's get Hassan Reddick. By the way, Todd Bowles got fired by the Jets.
I think that's the time that we pop up the petty list right now.
Is that right? That is some petty stuff right there, man.
That's petty.
Well, that is some petty Guerrero right there, dude.
You know, it's not that. You know what it is? It's not the petty scale. We might have to come up with another scale where the top of it is Steve Smith.
Okay.
You know, where one slight.
Yeah.
But although I don't know if you call it a slight. I mean, getting cut in Carolina by Steve Wilkes as who's the backup coach, right?
Mm-hmm.
The interim coach.
Yeah.
The interim coach says it's so bad here, but guess what? It's still, in my mind, too good for you to be here. And he was also, as we know, Baker in Carolina was playing defensive end scout team, as he's putting his hands in the dirt saying, I need to be the best teammate I possibly can be. But he has to, in the back of his mind, saying, what the hell happened to me in my career? And then he gets exit papers there. He's got to fly across the country and win a game for the Rams, but hardly knowing the playbook. And he's got to be wondering, what is happening to me? But he leads the league in finding fuel to use. And if he's using Hassan Reddick with the Jets, because the Jets traded for him, got him out of Philadelphia, and Hassan Reddick shows up, I haven't played a snap for you yet, but guess what? I want more money from you. Honestly, you got to think, like, if you're the Jets, you'll be like, excuse me? We traded draft capital to take you from the spot where they wouldn't pay you, and you haven't come here and done a thing for us yet. Can you show up and show out before we even consider adding a dime to your contract? That one I got to push a little bit back on. But then again, I also don't know the full scope of things. Baker probably does, and it doesn't matter either way. It's just, if it's enough fuel for him to go out and say, we're not losing today, that works for them at 3-0. And the next one, oh, boy. Because if anybody comes in the game saying they've got something coming to them, it's Philadelphia for the Bucs, who have been always there, whether it's closing Veterans Stadium and reopening the link or knocking Hurts out of the playoffs. They have got something coming to them in Tampa from Philadelphia. And guess what? Baker is standing in their way. What a game in week 4. Because it's 3-0 versus 3-0. And the Bucs can put a card on the table and say to everybody in the NFL, guess what?
We're for real.
We're leading the conference at the quarter post point. It's there for them to take. Oh, man.
And, Rich, if I'm not mistaken, Gerald McCoy on game day, I think in week 1, said the Bucs are 4-1 against the Eagles in their last 5.
I'm telling you, they've got their number. That's what I'm saying. If anybody in that game's got a chip on their shoulder coming in saying, we've got something for you, it's Philadelphia to Tampa. And Philadelphia's got everything else that they've won. They've,
Also, some teams are other teams' kryptonite, though.
We'll find out. That is going to be a conversation all week. And Baker's like, I've got a cape. Okay? I got your kryptonite and stick it where the sun does not shine.
Chris, I wonder who Baker has beef with in Philly, because that's going to be interesting. There's going to be somebody there he don't like.
Somebody.
Somebody who played with the Texans.
You know what? Maybe he, I'm just the one. It's anybody. Name somebody. The one person I would just counsel Baker to not have beef with is Big Dom. That's it. Just stay away from him.
Big Dom got fined.
Did he really?
Did you see that?
For what?
Using his cell phone on the bench.
Oh. Big Dom Stallions? Is that what you're saying?
Big Dom's like, you know what? He's got to know better, but screwed.
It's like a picture of him, too, just on the phone.
Dom Stallions?
What's up? All right, we'll take a break here. 844-204, number to dial. Right here on the Rich Eisen Show.
That leaf pile is 100 feet tall. Your dad can't handle this. Not without the right equipment.
Yard work piling up? Gear up for fall with John Deere. Get $750 off select mowers, $2,000 off select Gator UVs, and $3,000 off select compact tractors.
Did I hear your dad got a John Deere? Yep, bad day to be a leaf pile.
Gear up for fall at an authorized John Deere dealer, now through September 30th. Learn more at johndeere.com/gearupforfall.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
At Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, you can save thousands of dollars on new Buick SUVs. Listen to this. Right now, well-qualified buyers can enjoy 0.9% APR financing, plus up to $3,000 in purchase allowances for eligible non-GM owners and lessees. That's a lot of savings. Whether it's the sophisticated Envision, the versatile Encore GX, the dynamic Envista, or the premium Enclave, your perfect Buick is waiting. The #1 mainstream brand for dependability, Buick. Exceptional by design.
Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at damaris.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief.
Summers in Texas are hot, but not for me, John Granado, because I have Coors Light. And Coors Light is all about keeping Texas chill. Do you want to beat the summer heat? I recommend cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Grab a 12-pack or case so that you've got your home base covered. And when you're hanging at your favorite watering hole, order a bottle or a bucket with those beautiful blue mountains. I love me some Coors Light. You will too. Choose chill. Choose Coors Light.
This message is approved by the man of the people, John Granado.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out, and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Howdy, Ags. Bucky Richardson here from my friends at HR&P, a proud partner of Texas A&M Athletics. Winning 2 Southwest Conference championships required protection up front and a wrecking crew defense. And that's what HR&P provides for Aggie-owned businesses. HR&P protects and defends Aggie businesses from the burdens of HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HR&P customize a plan for you.
Visit hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
The annual Katy Rice Harvest Festival is happening October 11th and 12th in Katy Historic Town Square. Check out country music artists like Sawyer Brown, Kylie Fry, and more performing free outdoor concerts. Plus, the carnival is back. Get all-day or weekend unlimited ride carnival passes now. For the adults, visit the Sports Zone and enjoy adult bevs while you watch the big rivalry game between Texas and Oklahoma on Saturday. Get advance tickets and carnival passes now at KatyRiceHarvestFestival.com. That's KatyRiceHarvestFestival.com.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn. And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
John Granado here for Game Day Health. Are you feeling lethargic, having issues in the bedroom? How about weight gain, muscle loss, even brain fog? You may have low testosterone. Game Day Men's Health are the experts in testosterone replacement therapy, ED, and weight management strategies. They can help you get back to feeling and performing better. With 5 locations, 15 more on the way, book a free testosterone test today at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, simulcast all together on Disney Plus, the ESPN app everywhere, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Listen, in case you're new to these parts, I don't mind being wrong. I really don't. Really? I prefer to be right, okay? I prefer to be accurate. I'll give you what I feel in my gut, my heart, my mind, and my soul, and my experiences. I'll put it all together. Am I right all the time? No. But I know now that we're on this platform, Disney Plus, ESPN, the app, ESPN Radio, I know there's more eyes on us in Bristol, Connecticut than ever before.
For sure.
We used to do stuff over the last 10 years. You'd let me know, hey, this show from ESPN wants this.
Sure, of course.
We said yes every time, right?
All the time.
Because we're, number one, that's my DNA's from there. And number two, just spell our name right. That's all we care about.
Absolutely.
Right? You know what I mean?
I've heard you say it.
Right. But now I know we got more eyeballs on this. So obviously I'd like to be right. And I also don't know what I'm saying here would create such a buzz sometimes. I'm just being myself. So when I said last week after Joe Burrow went down with that toe injury that was going to keep him out for 3 months, I remember Jake Browning when he took over for 7 games and Joe Burrow being 4-3. Jordan Palmer, one of our quarterback whisperers, saying, hey, I've worked with Jake Browning. The guy threw for a gazillion touchdowns in college and high school. He's one of the best that I've been around who's not a starting quarterback because he hasn't really had his opportunities. Just you watch. And sure enough, he went 4-3. So I'm sitting here thinking, I saw that then. He also tossed a couple interceptions when he took over for, or 3 interceptions, right? In that game when he took over for Burrow. Yeah. He's slinging it around. But Jamar Chase still got his. Mm-hmm. So I came out and I'm like, the season's not over. Right?
Yeah, you were pretty adamant.
The season's not over.
Season is not over.
Jim Morris Sr. once said that famously. Yada, yada, yada. The season was eventually over for the Saints. But Jake Browning, I know, I even texted you over the weekend, Chris, I'll admit. I'm like, my Jake Browning take that got picked up by a handful of shows and a handful of ESPN-related social sites. And we had Marcus Spears on Friday, and I brought it up to him. He goes, he was very nice. He basically said, kind of don't agree with your opinion there, but I see it. Well, Jake didn't back my play.
Yeah, he did not. Rich. Brockman and I had to text him something about it, too.
Jake did not back my play. 140 pass yards, a passing touchdown, 2 interceptions, a passer rating of 63.8. Threw a pick 6, damn near right off the bat. Career lows in passing yards, attempts, passing yards per attempt, passer rating. Jamar Chase just 5 for 50, but he did fumble once. A lot of everyone else was fumbling. It was a team effort.
A lot of fumbles.
That Isaiah Rodgers for the Vikings, man.
Man, that was one of the sickest plays I've ever seen.
Isaiah Rodgers had a pick 6. He had a fumble return for a touchdown, and he created a fumble as well. He won Defensive Player of the Week for the NFC before halftime. And, I'm sorry to whoever is playing defense for the Lions tonight. The bar is set for you to knock this guy out of the clubhouse for Defensive Player of the Week in the NFC. And so it all backed up the play of their backup quarterback and Carson Wentz. And the weekend of the backup quarterback, man, 5 of them started, 3 of them won. Carson Wentz he became the first quarterback to start for 6 different teams in a 6-year span. And somewhere Josh Johnson saying, wait a minute, I didn't do that. Right? He did it? I didn't do that. You know what I mean? If anybody has a record for starting for a whole bunch of teams in many different years, it's got to be me, right? And yada, yada, yada. The Vikings are now 2-1, and they look great. And the Bengals are now 2-1, and they did not look great at all. And I'll just say this on this front, just to finish it up, okay? It's still a long way to go, okay? And I'll even say this. Jake Browning may wind up starting 0-2 because their next game, if you got the Bengals schedule, oh, boy. Here come the Denver Broncos. You want to talk about a team with some bad taste in their mouths. They lose on a leverage penalty in Indianapolis in week 2. They had that one wrapped up. And they lose against the Chargers when they had that game essentially wrapped up just up the road from us yesterday. They are 1-2, and they are bitter, and they are hosting Jake Browning on Monday Night Football next week. And then they got Detroit and Green Bay next, and then Pittsburgh. Oh, boy. And Pittsburgh just turned the Vikings into their own, the Patriots into their own personal turnover. So it's not looking good off the start. We're marathoning. And just in case anybody out there at ESPN is wondering, not even close to my worst take ever. Not even close. I mean, the clubhouse leader in that one was during COVID when the Heat almost won the championship in the bubble. Remember that? Yeah. And I'm like, why would they break up their team for Giannis if Giannis is available? don't trade for Giannis are 4 words that live in, if they still echo in this studio.
To be honest, they should.
Didn't you make that your fantasy team?
Yeah.
Don't trade for
one
Giannis.
year.
By the way, I won our fantasy league with Don't Trade for Giannis. Very proud of that.
Well, that was the universe trying to give you some good faith because you messed up so bad on the call.
So this is not, and I'm going to keep firing away. I don't care. Don't care.
We tried to warn you against both of those.
No, I understand it. I understand it.
I did my best, but who
you guys have done. You guys have done your great work of being here on this show and backing plays and also trying to help.
Tried to,
but yeah, that was my look when I was starting reading his stat line. And I'm like, no, and there goes my next first take appearance.
Yeah,
that's the look I had right there. Maybe I can mimic it.
Oh no.
Even when you lose, I win.
No.
Not in this case, though, Mike.
And then how about Marcus Mariota, everybody?
Man, showing that Heisman flashes right there.
Revenge game.
Come on.
He was on the Raiders.
No, I know. By the way, there's a ton of ties there yesterday. Marcus Mariota's there, okay? And the guy who won a national championship is up in the booth coordinating the offense for the Raiders, right? There's Pete Carroll, and there's Bobby Wagner. Living in Pete Carroll's offensive backfield.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was everywhere.
There's Dan Quinn, who was the defensive coordinator for those back-to-back NFC champion Seattle Seahawks. There are a lot of ties, except on the scoreboard. This thing was a washout. And Mariota got it done. So if Jaden Daniels is going to be out for just one game, check the box. The Washington Commanders getting it done. And Mariota getting it done for Dan Quinn, who, by the way, took one in the chops.
Dude,
look at him bleeding from the bridge of his nose.
That was scary when it happened, man. Because his head whipped off the ground like that.
I know.
Oh, Mariota trucked him.
Reminded me of, I forget the name of that, the assistant coach for the Packers that one year. He took one, he went down. It looked pretty terrible.
Yeah.
But Jeremy McNichols, who I think was also a child star in Eight Is Enough. So it sounds like.
Oh, Christy McNichols.
I have no idea. Just sounds like Jeremy McNichols. Wasn't he a Bradford kid living in Sacramento in the 80s?
Okay. He could have been just the 10 of us, too.
Just the 10 of us. Great show.
Hey, man, he scored the longest rushing touchdown in the NFL this year. He had a 60-yarder.
Oh.
Chris Rodriguez led Washington with 11 carries.
That's a start.
Bill Krosky. Damn glad to meet you.
Got in the end zone?
He did get in the end zone, too. 170 rush yards in the first half of Week 3. The Raiders' defense, oy. It's the only word you could say for that.
Can we all say that word?
No, you sure you can.
Okay. Oy.
Oy.
And the Commanders are 2-1, right? That's a good one. They're in second place, just one game behind the Eagles. Just keep on lingering there. Just keep on doing it.
Doing it well.
Nice backup quarterback spot there. And then there's Mac Jones, everybody.
Mac 10.
Who?
Mac Jones, baby Mac Jones.
Thank you.
Dude, how about Mac Jones?
All he does is win.
No matter what.
Mac freaking Jones, man.
Should have kept him, Bruckman.
Stop it.
That was bad.
That was over. I saw it myself. I called it.
It was rough.
I called it in Germany, man. If Belichick could have left Mac Jones in Germany, I think he would have.
Should have left Bill in Germany.
Oh, my God. Look at you talking that way. But it's just it's just the third 3-0 start for the Niners this century.
Really?
Yep. The last time were 2019 and 2023, and those were their Super Bowl seasons. Mm-hmm. How about Eddie Pinheiro? He's kicking field goals. Jake Moody, see you later. Eddie Pinheiro, everybody.
Eddie P.
Yeah, McCaffrey keeps doing his thing.
He keeps doing his thing. Yeah, Ricky Pearsall, 8 catches, 117 yards. Mac Jones is finding receivers.
Peace.
Problem is Nick Bosa. We're trying to find out how bad his knee injury is there. But Mac Jones, 21 of 25, 174 pass yards and 1 pass touchdown on throws under 10 air yards. He was dinking and dunking. It just doesn't matter. He did throw a terrible pick. It looked bad. But Mac, when the Niners needed it, 63-yard game-winning drive with under 2 minutes to go. And the Niners are 3-0. That's what you need. You need your backup quarterback to win you some games. The problem is for the Bengals is they need their backup quarterback to win a season. Can Jake Browning do that? We shall see. We shall see. But if Brock Purdy's coming back, Niners have the 2-1 Jaguars in their house next week before they come down to the Rams' house to kick off Week 5 on a Thursday night. They're 3-0. They're in front of the Seattle Seahawks. They're in front of the Rams now. And everyone's just going to be like, yeah, so what? So what? So what? Who did you beat? What are you doing? Can you keep it up? Guess what? Purdy's coming back. Kittle's going to walk through that door. At some point, Ayuk, we're assuming, is going to walk through that door. They're going to start getting healthier. If Nick Bosa is not out for the foreseeable future, maybe, just maybe, the back end of that schedule. Home for Carolina, at Cleveland, which we know is not going to be anything easy. Home for Tennessee. Remember we were wondering that Monday night game at Indianapolis? That's going to be something that's winnable. Maybe not anymore. We'll see how the back end looks. But Mac Jones, Mariota, Wentz doing exactly what you needed him to do, and Tyrod Taylor almost did for the Jets. Backup quarterbacks. It's almost as in fashion as blocking field goals. Of which, by the way, 7 blocked kicks on Sunday. Tied for the second most blocked kicks, punts, extra points, and field goals. There are 5 blocked field goals yesterday in the history of the NFL in just one single day. Backup quarterbacks and block kicks. Not exactly what the NFL's trying to sell. But
could have been better.
In this day and age where we're watching for fantasy purposes or for your purposes, something where American dollars are on the line.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, Scott Hansen texted me during the commercial break. What's up, Scott?
Oh, he's
out there watching?
What's up, Scott?
He did, in fact, confirm Jordan Davis blocked the field goal before Will McDonald, IV, did. Jordan Davis was first. Wildest witching hour in some time is what Scott called it. There you go. We take a break here on the Rich Eisen Show. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Ethan Hawke is making his way to our green room right now for a studio appearance in hour number 3. Don't you dare go anywhere. We'll take your phone calls in a moment. What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
Tim collects bobbleheads. A lot of bobbleheads. Baseball bobbleheads. Race car bobbleheads. Little chihuahua bobbleheads. He's got an entire room strictly for bobbleheads. Does he need them? No. Is his wife mad about it? A little. But Tim works with Empower, and he got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Ooh, horse bobblehead. Classy, Tim. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
Small businesses look for banking partners who make fast and efficient decisions. Veritex Community Bank has a lending team standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit veritexbank.com for more details. That's VERITEX bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
Your go-to source for all things Houston Texans is Swarmcast with Will Kunkel and Joe George. Listen Thursday nights at 6 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston. Brought to you by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
Hey, Houston, John Granato here. Chastang Ford is teaming up with the local Houston Food Bank for a local food drive happening September 15th through the 25th. They're collecting non-perishable perishable items right at the dealership at 610 Loop East at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown. It's all about giving back, and they're proud to be here for the community. So swing by, drop off your donations, and help them make a difference. That's Chastang Ford, where community comes first. ChastangFord.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Allstate Windows and Siding knows what matters to Houstonians. That's why they're dedicated to earning your trust and giving you great value and service. Allstate Windows and Siding offers top-quality products that protect your home from the toughest weather while saving you up to 40% on your energy bills. And right now, they're offering 30% off windows and $2,500 off of complete siding jobs. Call 832-204-1936 to take advantage today. Call for your estimate, 832-204-1936, or go to allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Houston, have you tried Portillo's yet? Portillo's brings authentic Chicago-style flavor with their slow-roasted Italian beef, Chicago-style hot dogs, char-broiled burgers, and crinkle-cut fries with cheese sauce. Save room for their famous chocolate cake and cake shake. Eat in, drive-thru, or order online. Now with 5 Houston locations. Find yours at Portillos.com. That's Portillos.com.
ESPN Radio, back on the air. It's presented by Progressive Insurance. Protect the stuff you love with renter's insurance. Visit Progressive.com. The other sports outside of the National Football League, obviously we're NFL-centric here quite a bit, certainly on a Monday. We'll talk about Clayton Kershaw's night. I'm sure you had tears in your eyes rooting for Clayton as long as you have from 2024 on, Mike.
I was so sad.
This guy wearing his Dodger hat today. What a fraud and a shame.
Yeah, thank you, Jay Felly. I love my hat.
Terrible.
Go Dodgers.
You're the worst.
In the college football world. College football, everybody. Listen, you are a Syracuse Orange fan. You went to the school.
I am, sir.
Where does going into Clemson, taking a big Syracuse orange foot and breaking it off in the Tigers' spot where it does not shine, with Dabo Swinney now reeling, where does that rank for you as a Syracuse sports fan, Christopher?
Man, it was way up there. Saturday was so sick. Minus the 90-minute weather delay. So, we were riding high, and then it's like, and, my Syracuse group chat was like, man, don't love how long this weather delay is. This is sucking all the momentum out of our sails.
You saw what happened on the Thursday night kickoff, right? With the momentum swing between the Eagles and the Cowboys.
I really
the lights going out in the Super Bowl a few years ago,
Had we
right?
not had that rain, we would have won that game.
Maybe so.
But yeah, and then the way they Clemson just did not show up in the second half. Look, our quarterback went down. He's out for the year now.
I know that.
The backup, Ricky Collins, came in, played nice. Man, love our coach, TJ. I know you're coming around on Fran Brown.
Yeah, I've been watching clips of him. I like this guy.
That was a huge win. Put the program back on the map last year with how successful that was. And then this year, you're like, wow, now look at our schedule. It's going to be impossible. I don't know if we can compete. To go into Clemson and their program. Did Dabo retire today? Is that what I heard?
Here's the thing.
Did he quit?
Here's the thing is that when your school, certainly in college football, wins a game that nobody expects them to win.
17-point underdogs.
And leaves the opposition in a full-on flame situation. where you just leave them in a fetal position and all sorts of finger pointing and recriminations are happening. As you know, that happened last year with my Michigan Wolverines. If this analogy was the same, though, you know, Clemson would go on to win the national championship and credit that moment and loss for sparking something.
Sure.
But Dabo's post-game press conference left some echoes going on.
It did.
Even the, you know, even my even-keeled buddy, Chris Fowler, was tweeting about Dabo being a little out of pocket here. Hit it.
If we stink because we haven't played for the national championship since January of 20, well, I guess we stink. Or we haven't won it since January of 19. We haven't won the national championship. Well, then I guess we stink. But why are we held to a different standard from all these other teams out there who ain't ever won nothing? We're not perfect, and we may suck this year. We may lay a freaking egg and go 6-6, but I don't think so. And I know that's going to disappoint a lot of people, but I don't think so.
I think he needed to. He realized that he needed to come back and try and rally his troops right now by saying, I don't think we're going to be 6-6. But to sit there and say, why are you holding us to a different standard because we've won at least once recently is just not the way of the world, man. Ryan Day must be sitting there in Columbus and going, what? Because I don't lose Big Ten games like ever, except for the ones that my fan base really wants to win the most. Recently. I mean, everything. Hey, listen, we've won around here. Go criticize a program that hasn't won in 2020 or 2019. Like that just doesn't cut it. That does not cut it. Certainly when, you know, that's not what the rallying cry was 3 weeks ago. It's like, we're opening the season and we're going to go crush it and we're a top 10 team and let's go. And now it's just like, wait a minute. Why is everybody so upset around here that the season's totally on the rocks? Because we won here 6 years ago. That's just not the way it works. And he knows that's not the way it works.
He should.
Well, he does. Of course he knows. Because I'm sure he's feeling some heat right now. You think Alabama people are like, yeah, okay, we're good with Kalen DeBoer? Because they wanted Dabo about 3 weeks ago and 3 years ago and 3 months ago. Yeah, but and all in the last 3-4 years. With Nick Saban thinking, like, at some point when Nick's leaving, we want him.
Dabo's buyout is $60 million.
That's the whole point. I mean, he and Kalen DeBoer are matching wits in the most expensive buyouts that's not going to cost anybody anything other than their shirts. And nobody's stroking that check. But congrats, man. That had to feel really good for you.
So awesome.
Oh, baby. Nothing like a big win for your school that nobody's expecting against an opponent that you leave in absolute fetal position crying for mama status.
On the road, just doing it at Clemson just made it so much better.
Oh, and my brother-in-law, my nephews, they are pumped up in Syracuse country. Ethan Hawke's coming up.
Surprise! Your expenses this month were way higher than you expected. Also, you forgot to renew your website domain, and now you're in a bidding war.
You should see the look on your face.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Plus, the fridge died in the break room, and now everything smells weird.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
That leaf pile is 100 feet tall. Your dad can't handle this. Not without the right equipment.
Yard work piling up? Gear up for fall with John Deere. Get $750 off select mowers, $2,000 off select Gator UVs, and $3,000 off select compact tractors.
Did I hear your dad got a John Deere? Yep, bad day to be a leaf pile.
Gear up for fall at an authorized John Deere dealer now through September 30th. Learn more at johndeere.com/gearupforfall.
How old is your home? If it's 40 years or older, you might need a whole house repipe. Old pipes leak and corrode. This can damage your home and give you crappy quality water. Plus, old pipes can burst in freezing temperatures. You need Aqueduct Plumbing. They'll repipe a one-story, two-bath home for only $5,500. Even if your home is larger, they have great pricing. Aqueduct has done thousands of repipes. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com or call 281-488-6238. That's 281 481-488-6238.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief.
Hey Texans fans, Sean Mapes here. You know every game counts, so don't miss a moment of the action this season on Prize Picks. Make your picks on your favorite Houston Stars and Battle Red all season long. Prize Picks is the best way to win cash this football season. You've been waiting all offseason preparing for this moment. Which players are going to go off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks, and in less than 60 seconds, you can turn your takes into cash all season long. Prize Picks is simple to play. All you have to do is pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you could cash in. And don't worry about injuries because Prize Picks also offers injury reboots. If one of your players leaves the game in the first half and doesn't return, Prize Picks won't count it as a loss. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Hi, this is Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I buy houses cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, I'm your guy. Call me at 832-779-4000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any location in the Houston area. I'm a local real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy more. I buy inherited houses, vacant houses, behind in payment houses. I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you own a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? That's fantastic because I love buying junk houses too. Skip all the hassle and headache of listing, dealing with agents, showings, and who knows what else. If you own a house and want to sell it fast, give me a call today. Sean at Greenlight Offer Buying Houses. Call me at 832-779-4000. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Yeah, I'm going to call it. I'm going to retire.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Our expectation was to come in here and win the game.
Picked off by Terrell Bernard. Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. Earlier on the show, NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero, ESPN NFL analyst Marcus Spears. Coming up, your phone calls, latest news, and more. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
It's our final hour of the work week, everybody. We already had our first 2 hours of the show with Tom Pelissero sitting in a parking lot in Minneapolis, creeping people out, dispensing information, but maybe not in that order. And Marcus Spears of ESPN joining us to break down what we saw on Thursday night, as well as preview the rest of the weekend. If you missed our first 2 hours, many different ways to catch us on demand by clicking the full 3-hour re-air. The tile that represents that on our Disney Plus page. There's also the ability to check us out through our podcast, all 3 hours, available that way. And also, there's our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. And we're thrilled to be here on Disney Plus and ESPN, as well as ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. This hour is all about us. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. What's More Likely Friday? We have yet to play that. We're about to shortly, but let's take some phone calls. Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air here on Disney Plus, the ESPN app everywhere, and ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. We're also on Sirius XM Channel 80. Phone lines are lit. We appreciate all that. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Just had a delightful chat. It's going to be a great conversation when Ethan Hawke comes out here. I just had a nice chat with him in the green room. TJ, he's a Cowboy fan at youth.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
But as an adult, not anymore. It'll be an interesting conversation.
Ethan and I need to chop it up a little bit about this.
That's called a tease.
He signed the certificate.
I guess. Yeah, I have to talk to him, bring him back home.
I think that drop, you can play one more time right here because we've had this forever from training day. There was a boom moment for him as a Cowboy fan. Maybe we'll play that once he actually comes out here and he tells the story.
To commiserate a little bit.
I don't think he wants to commit. Well, I think. Again, I won't tell anymore, but who he's a fan of right now, he will commiserate with you, that's for sure.
He's on
it's
not the Eagles.
The Lowdown. FX is The Lowdown, premieres tomorrow, 9 Eastern time, and it streams the next day on Hulu. He's also in The Black Phone 2, that's in theaters on October 17th, the horror sequel to the hit film of 2021.
That movie freaked me out, by the way.
And we also have a great celebrity True or False coming up with him. It's going to be awesome. When Ethan Hawke joins us in studio. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a 3-0 team here in Los Angeles, California. And the last time the Chargers were 3-0, the people of San Diego, California, got to see it up close and personal.
San Diego. Superchargers.
2002. Woof. When Breeze was handing off to LaDainian Tomlinson. That's the last time they started 3-0. They finished 8-8, didn't make the playoffs. I can pretty much say that's not happening this time around. Because the Los Angeles Chargers are 100% soul-stealing individuals right now. They are in the Harbaugh mold right now with a quarterback, Christopher, in the Overreaction Monday podcast that we recorded before today's flagship show.
Yes, sir.
And it's available wherever you get your podcasts and also on the Rich Eisen Show YouTube channel.
Do it.
You threw out here that Justin Herbert is your currently leading candidate for most valuable player, and I didn't offer much pushback.
I don't know how you could.
Well, I mean, there's Mayfield, there's Josh Allen. You got to look at 3-0 teams. We'll see what Lamar looks like tonight. Goff could be in the mix at some point. Justin Herbert, man. Game on the line. The Broncos were hitting this team in the mouth. You know, and Herbert, 8 of 9 for 93 passing yards on the last 2 drives, including a game-tying touchdown pass to Keenan Allen. That was an absolute dart, dot, however you want to put it. Dime, dart, dot, whatever D you want to throw out there. And then he led the team to a game-winning Dicker the kicker field goal. He's awesome. 300 yards on the dot, on the nose, as a matter of fact. And the defense. Holy crap, this defense. I keep saying this to you. I'm going to do this. I keep threatening. Top 5 players, you feel like there's 2 of them on the field.
Okay.
Number 1 might just be Derwin James. He's incredible.
Yep.
He had a sack yesterday also. This kid Henley, that's the number 0 in your program, number 1 in your heart. There's like 2 of them out there as well. They're doing this without Khalil Mack. they are coming for you. And this is why I'm saying also that they're not going to miss the playoffs here, or they're going to fall apart. Obviously injuries can happen, heaven forbid. Mm-hmm. But you have the AFC West standings. There they are. They're 3-0. And their 3 wins are against everybody else on the screen.
Oh, man.
That's pretty impressive.
Yep. They beat the Chiefs on a Friday. They beat the Raiders on a Monday, and they beat the Broncos on a Sunday. So they've done it in 3 different places. They've done it in the Northern Hemisphere. They've done it in the Southern Hemisphere. It's like a Dr. Seuss rhyme. We will beat you with our defense. We will beat you with our offense. We will beat you with Dicker the kicker, which rhymes with a lot. Just stop.
I'm glad you did.
Yes, so they beat the Raiders, the Broncos, and the Chiefs. They're all 1-2. The Chargers are 3-0. And yes, you could see in the games back column for our radio audience, I'll describe it to you. The number 2 is in each one. You can add a half because they're already up 1 win against them. And they got the Giants next. They're going to go to New Jersey. Listen, anything can happen. We just saw that with the Packers at the Browns. But come on now. Come on now. This is exactly what the Chargers would have signed for. They started with all 3 teams in their division, had to go to Brazil to beat the Chiefs, go to Vegas to beat the Raiders, and stay at home to beat the Broncos in a comeback manner. And they got a coach, too, can coach it up. Jesse Minter defensively, for sure. And Jim, his secret sauce, man. 2002, the last time they were 3-0, the Chargers, was the last time Jim Harbaugh was 3-0 in the NFL when he was the quarterback coach for the Oakland Raiders. He hasn't been 3-0 himself. Not even in San Francisco. Those Raiders started 4-0 and made the Super Bowl. Okay. How's Jim feeling about his quarterback, Justin Herbert? We know he came here, right? Didn't he come here? He sat here during the summer. Mm-hmm. It was here where he said he woke up in the middle of the night and said, I got to get this guy to the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm. How do I get Justin Herbert to the Hall of Fame?
I mean, it was a Harbaugh file right here in person. And at the podium, after this game, he was sky high. I'm sure he did the Who's Better Than Us, telling everybody this is an enthusiasm unknown to mankind or a common man or whatever. And then he strolls to the podium and gives us the latest Harbaugh file. Hit it.
Sometimes people that are standing on third base think they hit a triple, but they didn't.
The Harbaugh Files.
I don't think I had the vocabulary to really express how great I feel with this win and just admiration for our team and for our players. I mean, gritty, spectacular. That's about the best word I can come up with to describe it. I'm just great thrill of winning, wonderful feeling of victory, great thrill of victory. Yeah, that's about all I got. It's just so much good and Cam Dicker. Cold-blooded, there's another phrase that comes to my mind. Great. Wish I had a better vocabulary.
The Harbaugh Files.
Chargers haven't won the AFC West since 2009. That's a 15-season drought, longest in the history of the team. 5th longest active division title drought in the NFL. And they're off to a great start, man. Oof. A great start. Najee Harris going down with an Achilles is not good. But Omarion Hampton, the necessity is the mother of, invention? Mm-hmm. And when Najee went down, they're like, okay, this whole business of let's ease in our rookie running back went out the window. 25 touches, 129 scrimmage yards, and 1 rushing touchdown, first of his career, after 26 touches in the first 2 weeks combined. So there we go. It's now Omarion Hampton with an MVP quarterback. And last year it was Ladidi and Quentin Johnston with stone hands and fill in the blank. And now it's Quentin Johnston making big-time plays with Keenan Allen and Ladidi and Omarion Hampton. Okay, got it. The offensive line might be a little bit of a concern as well, but everybody's got concerns. Well done, Chargers, first 3 weeks. And then, listen, the Broncos, are 1-2. If I'm a Bronco fan, you're concerned. They had only 9 first downs on offense on Sunday. That's it. And but you could be. I mean, are they the winners of the first 3 weeks of the could have been 3-0 trophy? Right?
Yeah. I think so.
If there are finalists, we could be 3-0. I think the Broncos are the clubhouse leaders. There's no banners for that. But, it hasn't looked smooth on offense. Just hasn't. But they came damn close. No leverage penalty in Indianapolis. They're 2-0, and they watched it slip away here. They had a great chance to beat the Chargers.
You worried about Bo Nix?
No. It's just slow. Again, he started slow last year. He could be a slow starter for all we know. I don't know. Ask me that question in another month.
Okay.
We're still marathoning.
I'll write it down.
We're still marathoning. But everyone was just like, Broncos can win this division, and everyone saw the Chiefs being beatable. Who knew the Chargers would start 3-0 like this? Cortland Sutton had a nice game. I mean, Dobbins scored a touchdown. He had a chip on his shoulder.
Dobbins looks good.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm not there on the Broncos. Defensively, they're also looking pretty damn good too.
Bandwagon thinning out a little bit?
Maybe. We'll see if the Chargers will welcome the Broncos fans on their bandwagon, because that's the bandwagon to hop on.
Yeah.
So, the Broncos right now, and again, Sean Payton knows it, there's no banners for we could be 3-0, but they could really be 3-0. And then we're talking about, hey, we were talking to all summer, the bandwagon filled up. Everyone was right. And I don't know if this is, when we're talking about the Raiders, if this is, again, fantasy related. Hell hath no fury than a fantasy owner scorned. And those who drafted Ashton Genty in the first round, and I'm one of them, might be sitting like I am right now, 0-3. Because you're seeing what Omarion Hampton just did in Los Angeles, where it's like, hey, we can't just, with Najee Harris out, we can't just sit here and make sure that we're not running the wheels off of this guy. We got to ease him in. Screw it. Here's Omarion Hampton. Oh, here's 229 scrimmage yards and a rushing touchdown. Well, by the way, against an offensive line that's banged up, or with an offensive line that's banged up. He did it. Cam Scatterbo in New York / New Jersey. See, I added that for you, Bills fans.
Running dudes over.
You know what I mean? And Ashton Genty, we're waiting. And again, this is potentially fantasy related, because he did have 60-plus rush yards.
He had a couple nice runs.
But when Geno Smith can't throw it, because the minute he fades back to pass, there's somebody in his lap. You need somebody to run it to take that pressure off. And the offensive line wasn't blocking for him either. There was a couple times he was wearing Von Miller or wearing Bobby Wagner instead of his uniform. But that's 2 losses in a row for the Raiders. And they've got a big one coming up against the Chicago Bears. Both teams 1-2, both teams needing it. And this would be a good time for Genty to uncork a Scatterbo or a Hampton-type performance from rookie running backs. Just to throw those names. And again, it's unfair that we're throwing it anywhere near in the direction of just one guy. It is a team game. Pete will tell you that. But like a 25-touch time for this kid, because it would be helpful. It would be massively helpful. Because the rest of it was working when Geno could throw. Right? Mm-hmm. I don't think I'm too far off on that front.
Geno's been racking up some yards in garbage time the last couple weeks, but
Trey Tucker, if you were going against him at fantasy, you lost. 145 yards and 3 receiving touchdowns.
I can't imagine anyone started Trey Tucker. He's probably sitting on your bench with 3 tutties.
Last Raiders player with 3 receiving touchdowns in a game, Michael Crabtree in 2017. There's your nugget for you. But the Commanders had 5 sacks. I mean, it's just it. I mean, Geno's still throwing 3 touchdown passes. They'll say at least he was hanging in there. But this thing, it didn't even look that close.
No. This game was over pretty early.
So just 10 points and 178 total yards through the first 3 quarters. It was the fourth quarter, just like we got to keep winging it around and hoping for the best. And then we'll just say this about the Chiefs. That second half touchdown drive was the Rick Dalton gif.
Yeah.
To lead off the second half with a touchdown drive, and it's just terrible. 6-6. And there it was. Rick Dalton pointing at it. That was it. That was a touchdown drive right there. We're running it. We're throwing it. We're catching it. And Mahomes is on rhythm, and people are catching his passes, and we're not out of rhythm, and we're not dropping it, and then the defense takes over. Second half of that game, will we be looking back on it? And the answer is, who knows? And the short-term answer is, it was against the Giants. That Giants defense is no joke. And everyone's asking, Patrick Mahomes, what'd you do at halftime? Because, again, it was the Rick Dalton GIF moment. Collinsworth, who was talking about it on the game last night, so much so that my chief disliking son was going off so much on Collinsworth and the call, I had to FaceTime the only other person who could appreciate that. And who would that person be? That would be you, Christopher, right?
Who's got 2 thumbs.
Oh, okay. Cooper was doing his Collinsworth impersonation. It was great.
Let me tell you, Rich Eisen. I mean, this guy Patrick Mahomes.
He's like playing in the backyard. And so, but Collinsworth was rightfully pointing out, like, that was it. That touchdown drive was their best one. I called him in Brazil. We watched him against Philadelphia. That was it. What'd you do at halftime, Patrick?
Yeah, I mean, we talked at halftime. I think more than anything, guys, we wanted to execute. You know, at the end of the day, it's all about execution in this league. And when you make one mistake, it can really hurt your drive. Defenses are good, and they do a good job of capitalizing on that. And so we had a couple drives early in the game that we drove down the field and we pushed ourselves back and had to kick long field goals. And so for us, just executing all the way throughout a drive and seeing that, I mean, that's where we want to be, and we have to continue to do that more often.
See, you're just not – everybody – just wants to hear, yeah, Andy Reid was peeling the paint off, man. He was peeling the paint off, and we came out, and Tyquan Thornton's starting to catch passes, and we're catching fire, and look out. But Thornton is in the role of Xavier Worthy. We're going to get Xavier Worthy back at some point. We're going to get Rashee Rice back at some point. And if this defense keeps doing what it is doing, which is just 56 points in their first 3 games, that's it. It's the second time Kansas City has allowed fewer than 60 points in the first 3 games of the Mahomes era, and they won a Super Bowl in the last time they did it in 2023. The issue is they've only scored 60.
Right. This is who they are now.
I got it.
They don't score more than three touchdowns.
Let's see what, again, that's your narrative now. When Xavier Worthy comes back and then Rashee Rice returns, then let's talk about it. I'd love to see more running. But Patrick Mahomes is perfect as a 30-year-old now. He's 1-0. Hey, this guy is a 30-year-old. He's just...
you know what, Mike? Let me just tell you. I watched Patrick Mahomes, and I'm just like, man, he threw a terrible pass, but then he recovered the fumble. You know how amazing that was?
That said, if he loaned us one of his 90 Emmys, we'd take it. There you go. Tyquan Thornton with back-to-back receiving touchdowns for the first time in his career. Rick Dalton, Jeff. Try and repeat it. Their next game is home against the Ravens.
Tyquan Thornton, this guy.
That's exactly what Cooper said, too.
Couldn't catch a G.B. Cold with the Patriots.
Patriots
Turns into Randy effing Moss with Patrick Mahomes. What are we doing?
I don't know. Sometimes you got to go somewhere else. Just ask everybody who used to play for the Giants. Currently in Philadelphia and Indianapolis in particular.
Like I said, with that fortune cookie I got, sometimes a new environment makes all the difference in the world.
But the headline is the Los Angeles Chargers are 3-0, and they've beaten everyone in division to do it. And now they're off and running, heading to take on the 0-3 Giants. And that's exactly what the Chargers wanted to do to start the season. They have accomplished that mission, but you do not raise a banner on being 3-0. I get it. Let's take a break. Ethan Hawke is here. What a delightful conversation this is going to be. That's next. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Greeks have been tailgating since the first Olympics, so you know Nico Nico's is the best for game day eats. Their new game day packs bring authentic Mediterranean flavors to your watch parties and tailgates, designed for easy online ordering and delivered right to your door. And with the holidays coming fast, from Halloween to Thanksgiving and Christmas, their full catering menu makes every celebration stress-free. Check out the catering menu online at niconicos.com/catering or call 713-528-0966 today.
Raise your steins and break out your lederhosen. Oktoberfest is coming to Kima Boardwalk October 4th and 5th. It's 2 full days of beer, brats, Bavarian beats, and boardwalk fun. Sample brews like Bell's Oktoberfest, Shiner Oktoberfest, Voodoo Ranger, and more. Don't miss the stein holding contests, costume contests, polka dances, cornhole tournaments, and live music. Beer tickets are just $6.50, and admission is free. Visit KimaBoardwalk.com/Oktoberfest for more details. Prost.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Attention, anyone that owes money to the IRS. Every day, your unpaid tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. The longer you wait, the more you will end up paying. If you owe $10,000 or more, now is the time to settle your debt before the IRS takes aggressive action, like taking your wages or property. A special toll-free number has been established so you can stop penalty fees, avoid liens, levies, or other hostile measures by the IRS. Call Tax Relief Helpers right now.
I got behind on my taxes and owed $48,000. I called and they got my bill lowered to just $3,500.
I owed $87,000 in taxes and it was scary. I got the amount I owed down to just $3,500. I saved $83,500.
If you owe money to the IRS, don't wait another day. Your tax debt gets bigger and bigger from daily interest. Call right now before the IRS enforces liens, levies, or other aggressive measures. The call and consult are absolutely free. Call now.
Call 800-692-7009. 800-692-7009. That's 800-692-7009.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
The annual Katy Rice Harvest Festival is happening October 11th and 12th in Katy Historic Town Square. Check out country music artists like Sawyer Brown, Kylie Fry, and more performing free outdoor concerts. Plus, the carnival is back. Get all day or weekend unlimited ride carnival passes now. For the adults, visit the Sports Zone and enjoy adult bevs while you watch the big rivalry game between Texas and Oklahoma on Saturday. Get advance tickets and carnival passes now at KatyRiceHarvestFestival.com. That's KatyRiceHarvestFestival.com.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/Gator XUV.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Thinking about going electric? Now's the time. Right now, you could get up to a $7,500 federal tax credit when you buy an EV. It's like getting paid to drive off in a quiet, comfortable, cutting-edge new ride. EVs already save you big on gas and maintenance, but that tax credit ends September 30th, so don't miss out. Head to Monument Chevrolet, where EV Blazers are in stock and ready to roll. Visit Monument Chevrolet off Beltway 8 and 225, or go to monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Hey everyone, it's BMAC. Are you looking for a drink that's unique to the Gulf Coast? A handcrafted spirit made the right way to give it a better taste than the big name brands? Then you must try the Special Reserve from Old Humble Distilling Company. It's a straight whiskey that they sent back to the barrels to relax and age a bit longer, which gives the Special Reserve a deep, dark color with a smokier flavor to warm your spirits. You can grab a bottle at Specs, Total Wine, or finer retailers. Can't find it? Just ask for Old Humble Distilling Company by name. Try Old Humble Distilling Company because life's too short for factory whiskey.
Coach Saban here. On the field or on your walls, coverage matters. That's why I go with Behr Marquee Interior Paint and Primer from the Home Depot.
Exceptional hide, advanced stain blocking, and over 1,000 colors to choose from. Behr Marquee delivers one-coat coverage that stands up to real life. One-coat coverage, no overtime. Behr Marquee, only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Valid only when tinted to colors from the Behr Marquee Interior One-Coat Hide Collection.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night, too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Available everywhere. Back on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. We're one big happy simulcast family. Ethan Hawke is here. We just saw a clip of FX's The Lowdown, which premieres tomorrow on FX, streaming the next day on Hulu. Here on the Rich Eisen Show. You are from the state of Texas originally, correct?
That's right, yeah.
All right, and so your sports teams are based in your childhood, or you've evolved as a human, or where are we right now?
There's evolution, and then there's de-evolution.
Okay.
I started my life as a diehard Cowboys fan. I mean, you have to understand, I was 12 years old when the Cowboys beat the Orange Crush, Denver Broncos, Roger Staubach, Tony Dorsett won the Super Bowl, and I thought God loved me best. You know, I thought I was a winner. You know, and then here's the thing.
Yes.
Then the next year,
yes,
the Iron Curtain fell on the reign of the Dallas Cowboys.
Yes,
Terry Bradshaw,
sir.
and I was 13 years old, and I remember going out back the house and just weeping. It seemed like an unjust world. It seemed, it was the first like awakening that, you know, that life just wasn't going to always go your way.
Sports is an excellent metaphor for that sort of stuff.
Since then, I have found that constant observation of athletics has more to teach you about the fundamental natures of mankind than Tolstoy does, okay? I mean, I enjoy watching people. You know, you can see through athletics when their own hang-ups get in their own way.
Sure.
You see the positive manifestations of excellence, and then you see people go mad with power. You see it's all right there for you. And unlike the rest of life is so nuanced and gray, and the truth is multidimensional. But sports, you know, there's stats. I remember
I was about to say, wow, this Steelers Super Bowl win. It's really left a mark on you, sir.
My mother, you have to understand that my grandfather was a baseball manager. He was part owner, baseball manager, and lead sports writer he was the Abilene Blue Sox, right? And he was also lead sports writer for the Abilene paper.
I did not know this.
He covered his own games. And
which is Jerry Jones, I think.
So that was pretty fun. And he was, you know, the Abilene Blue Sox were one of the farm teams of the Brooklyn Dodgers. So he was one of the scouts hired by Branch Rickey to scout the Negro Leagues. And the pride of his life was...
Come on, did he find Jackie Robinson?
He wasn't hard to find, okay?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, but he was one of those scouts that was part of breaking the color barrier and was the pride of his life. And it brought my whole family into an awareness of seeing sports as a positive aspect, a force in society.
Sure, yes.
Yeah. And so my mother equates everything with sports. And I remember when Boyhood came out, she called me and she said, you know, couple more hit movies and you could make the Hall of Fame. I was like, man, there is no Hall of Fame for us, you know? She's like, but if there was, I think you gotta make it past 50.
Well, I sometimes think sports, Ethan, is like Boyhood, the movie, like about the marking of time. You know what I mean? Like it is where you're following a team and at some point in your lifetime they finally win, like a Cubs fan or a Red Sox fan, back in the early aughts when it finally broke through. I'm a Michigan Wolverine. When we finally won, I'm thinking about the times when, I was in college. I'm thinking about the times when I got out of college and they came close and didn't win. It really is kind of like that.
It is. It's so interesting that you say, because I moved to New York in the late 1989, and I started being a Knicks fan. Mm-hmm. So I missed when the Knicks were champions.
Yes.
Right. But I came on with Patrick Ewing. Right. And I remember one of my good friends called me up when Pat Riley left New York, and he was near tears. He's like, "Don't you understand? We're not going to get a championship banner until our kids are in their 20s. And it was like, this is such a setback. It's like we're about to lose a decade.
Yeah,
and he was right.
Well, and unfortunately, they're probably in their 30s now, and you're still waiting. Ethan Hawke is here on the Rich Eisen Show. The Lowdown premieres tomorrow, 9 Eastern on FX, and streaming the next day on Hulu. We have a game, Ethan, we like to...
Oh, boy, I like games.
It's called Celebrity True or False. We've got some facts about your career. We want to know if they're true or false. And we've got great production value to kick it off. Hit it, please.
Celebrity True or False.
You can't handle the truth.
That's all we got.
That was good. I like
Celebrity True or False.
Jack Nicholson kicks you
off. Ethan Hawke, Celebrity True or False. True or false? When filming first began on Dead Poet Society, you thought Robin Williams didn't like you. Is that true?
Well, that is true, because my character was really shy and really insecure. And, I'm 17, 18 years old, and I'm desperate to be like, I want to be a great actor. Right. And so I'm trying to get into character, and I'm trying to imagine, the reality of the situation. And my character would not find any of Mr. Keating's antics funny. Mm-hmm. He would be too nervous. He wouldn't enjoy it. So Robin, he's one of those people that he could sense anybody in the room. If you weren't laughing, all energy went to you until you were laughing. He'd make fun of you. And so the more he tried to make me laugh, it wasn't that I didn't find it hysterical. It was that I thought he was messing with me, because I was trying to do a good job.
Yeah.
And so the more I would see if I laughed as a failure, and it made him insane, so that he was just mocking me constantly. But then I found, then he helped me get an agent when the whole show was over.
So then you found out that he did respect what you were attempting.
Yeah, and that felt really good.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I got this call from... it was like some agent's assistant, said, "We're here for Mike Menschel. He's a talent representative for Robin Williams, and we've been told that you're a talented young man. We'd like to meet you."
Wow.
Okay, where?
Do you remember a line that Robin went off script with to try and make you laugh? That you didn't laugh at, or what? Do you remember anything like that?
My favorite at the time was Carpe Per Diem.
Okay.
Because we were all living in Delaware, and and it was, we were staying in some low rent Marriott.
Yes.
Robin would make everybody laugh by what were they doing their per diem, and then instead of Carpe Diem, he would say Carpe Per Diem. Can I have yours?
And you didn't go for it, is what you're saying.
No, he was too funny to sit here, and his brain works so fast.
Yes.
I mean, if Josh Charles or some of the other guys are here, I might get the memory block going.
Josh is one of our favorites here. I've known him forever.
He's a diehard sports fan.
He's a diehard Ravens fan. I mean, tonight's the Monday night game. I'm sure he'll be.
Game.
He will. I'd be stunned if he's not going to be there with his boy Rocco and his whole family. But you and he did what's the last thing you did with him?
Well,
again?
The last thing we did, Taylor Swift was doing a Fortnite video, and she wanted. Somehow, I guess she had the Tortured Poets Department was the name of her album, and it was kind of paying some secret homage that she understands to the Dead Poets Society. So she asked Josh and I to be in the video. And you would think, everybody's a huge Taylor Swift fan, but Travis Kelce came on set, and all Josh Charles wanted to do was I didn't know what game he was talking about, but there was a bad call in a Ravens.
So when was it? Was it 2 years ago? Was it just last year?
Yeah, 18 months ago or so.
So then it might have been was it the opener? Or was it? It had to be the AFC Championship game that they lost.
Yeah. And there was apparently and he's bringing up this call. I'm like, Josh, let it go. And he's like, but seriously, didn't you think that was a bad call? I mean, you didn't think that was the right call. And Gus is like, hey, listen, you're a Ravens fan. You're going to see it through those eyes. We just take what we can get. He's being super polite.
Travis was.
Yeah, super respectful, really wonderful young man. And he's just trying to be classy. But Josh, admit it was a bad call. Admit it was a bad call. I can tell by the way you're not saying it's it's like, Josh, get over it.
Wow.
Yeah, 17-10.
Was Taylor Swift witness to this whole thing?
Yeah, but, Josh doesn't. All he cares about is the Ravens.
Oh, that's die hard for you right there. All right, next up, true or false? When you auditioned for Training Day, you almost told Denzel Washington off because he kept going off script on you.
Okay, that's an exaggeration. I would have to say that's false. I will say what I didn't know is that Denzel was trying to get me the part, and there was a lot of pressure on the studio to hire somebody else.
Okay.
And he really wanted me to play that part, so I had to come in and screen test. And he was trying to show that I could play. Mm-hmm. And so, I prepped these 3 scenes, and Denzel came in. It's like, he didn't even, we were just improvising, and it was hard. I didn't almost tell him off.
Okay.
I mean, that's absurd.
Okay.
I almost burst out crying, thinking I failed. I'm not some radical tough guy. I didn't almost cry either. I don't like the way that sounded. But I mean to say, it was challenging situation.
Yes.
And I left the room thinking like I just walked into a moving propeller, and then I got the part, and then I was like, oh, they like me. And then I went on to have one of the best experiences of my life.
Well, I mean, that makes sense on that front because it's such a seminal movie on so many different ways. And what was your favorite scene you did with Denzel that sticks out, or any story about going off book with him there, or anything? You got something for me on Training Day?
In all seriousness, that experience changed my life. It's like, we're on an athletic program here, and when you see, how like sometimes a player is struggling and they show talent and then they go to a team that has great culture,
sure,
and they thrive. Mm-hmm. When you watch excellence and how it's achieved, Antoine Fuqua was the director, and he's a great director, and he gave me a lot of confidence and trust, and his relationship with Denzel was remarkable, and they showed me what excellence on a film set really looked like. I'd seen it as a kid on Dead Poets Society and stuff, but now I was 30 years old, and I have, you start to have more agency. When you're a young person, you're just kind of doing what people tell you to do and trying not to drown. But you don't unsee excellence at that level. You watch how people tie their shoes. You watch how they think about showing up on time. You watch about how they treat hair and makeup. You watch all the details that go into being able to thrive on a set. So to say that there's one singular moment almost belittles the whole experience. Because,
understood. I get it.
Every day I was learning things about freedom, about relaxation, about what leadership looks like, what creativity. Because a lot of times, like when you're in a artistic experience where there isn't any money at stake, everybody's creatively free, right? And then you get into a big Hollywood studio movie, and Denzel was still free. And he showed me that you create the environment that you're working in. You don't have to wait for people to create it for you. He created a positive working environment.
Well, that speech about King Kong and all that sort of stuff.
If I had to point, that speech was not scripted, and it was an unbelievable fireworks display on set. It was late in the shooting, and we had been doing drive-arounds with police officers, and he had been learning, and he had I don't want to speak on his behalf. It makes me uncomfortable, but his creativity and his depth of imagination of the way he was exploring that character, it just exploded in that final monologue, which was, pure vintage Denzel Washington.
But you're a fellow actor on a set, knowing he's going off book here, right? Mm-hmm. And you're thinking what as you're watching it?
Well, I was thinking that's what he was training me for at that screen test. Roll with it, baby. Roll with it.
I love it. Ethan Hawke here. Next up for you, true or false, you gave the song Stay to Reality Bites director Ben Stiller, who used it in the film. And is that true or not?
That is totally true, and I'm a little proud of this because, don't Google this, but I was told this anyway, that is the first unsigned artist to ever go to #1 in the history of rock and roll. Because Lisa she didn't even have a label. And I rapped Reality Bites, and I went to some little...
Look at that picture.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's me and my cat, Mardo. And Lisa was a part of my theater company, and I went to see her play after I finished Reality Bites, and she played this song, Stay. And I was like, this song is perfect for this movie I just finished. You got to record this song and give it to me. So she went home and recorded on a little home 4-track device, and she sent it to me. And this is not in the email days, so this is easy. And I put a little envelope and I sent it to Ben, and Ben listened to it, and he put it on the end credits, which is the prize spot for music in movies. And it was perfect for it. And so, wow, I've never seen that photograph.
Are you serious? I don't know where we found it, but I mean, we're always digging.
Yeah,
we're always digging.
That cat. I love that cat.
What was your cat's name again? Marlo?
Mardo. That's the lead female character from Kerouac's Subterraneans, and I was you can't tell by my hair and everything, I was in a big Kerouac fan.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. Last one for you, true or false. For decades now, you've been constantly mistaken for Mark McGrath from Sugar Ray.
I can see that, actually.
It's so
totally,
easy.
Man.
Is it true or false? Is that true or false?
For decades now gives this implication that it happens all the time.
Okay.
It does occasionally happen. Okay. And the thing about being a celebrity, right, is a lot of people don't care who you are. They just care that they recognize. I could be Lee Harvey Oswald for all they matter. They're just like, oh, you're famous. You're Kevin Bacon. You're Matt Dillon. You're, Matt McGrath. You know what I mean? It's like they just recognize you and don't know who you are. I mean, he's a cool dude. And by the way, his music was crazy popular. They used to play one of his songs at the Knicks all the time. So I love that guy.
So maybe they come up to you and say, hey, great song. I have no idea.
If they do that, I just say thank you.
Have you signed an autograph for somebody who's actually...
I've signed Kevin Bacon's name before.
Oh, Kevin Bacon.
That is
amazing. That's good.
Because
Kevin Bacon,
what happens to you is some sweet kid comes up to you and is like,
nice.
Kevin Bacon, you're my favorite actor, and it means so much. And their hands are shaking. And so you don't want to say, I'm not Kevin Bacon, right? But I want to tell you a funny story about that.
Sure.
I was living in Atlanta. I'm about 12 or 13 years old, and I'm going to see North Dallas 40. I should not be going to see my mother. I'm going to see North Dallas 40, and I highly recommend, by the way. And you know who's in the movie theater? Fran Tarkenton. And I know it's Fran Tarkenton.
Okay.
And I go up to Fran Tarkenton. I'm like, Mike, you're Fran Tarkenton. And the guy's like, no, I'm not. Get away from me. And I'm watching how evasive he's being and the half. I'm like, no. And I go up to him, you are Fran Tarkenton. And he goes, get away. And I'm like, but that's Fran Tarkenton. And it was.
It was.
Fran Tarkenton was going to see North Dallas 40 in a movie theater in Atlanta. I don't know why.
Damn.
But I'd
normally he's got
money on it.
Normally he's got escapability on his own, as opposed to telling you to leave. Normally he's got a quick first step.
I think about it every now and then when a kid annoys me or something like that when I'm walking to the airport, because I'm like, one part of me thinks, well, don't treat this young man the way Fran treated you. And then another part of me thinks, well, Fran did it. I can do it too.
He's in the Hall of Fame.
He's in the Hall of Fame. And listen, sometimes it's annoying.
Right. Okay. Dude, what a pleasure having you on. I could go on and on with you, but please come back. I don't know if you're.
You got a great show. I appreciate being on here.
Yeah, and the Black Phone 2's in theaters on October 17th.
That's right.
You're in this film with Margaret Qualley, who's as red hot as they come. Bobby Cannavale is a favorite of ours.
Oh, it's so funny you say. Right before I went on, I was texting Bobby Cannavale and Josh Charles. I said, I'm going on your show. Come on, tell me something. What should I say? And they're like, Josh says, tell them the Ravens are going to win tonight.
That's it. That's a good one.
Yeah. And Bobby said, you'll do fine.
Because he doesn't want to talk about the Jets.
That was epic. That was an epic failure last night.
But Bobby could have given you that script before the game.
He could have. Yeah, and he would have predicted it.
Oh, my God. Bobby's one of our favorites. And again, that's in theaters in Los Angeles and New York on October 17th, nationwide on the 24th of October. And please check out The Lowdown tomorrow at 9 Eastern on FX, streaming the next day on Hulu. Thanks again for coming on, brother.
Thanks for having me.
Amazing. Here on the program, back to finish up with your phone calls and more here on The Rich Eisen Show. What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. Is it the driver behind the wheel? What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. That's 562-314-4603.
Tire care shouldn't come with extra costs or surprise fees, and it should be simple, straightforward, and stress-free. So at Midas, they're rolling out the limited lifetime tire guarantee. Included with every tire purchase with paid installation, you'll pay nothing for flat repairs, nada for flat replacements, zilch for tire rotations every 5,000 miles, and zero for other preventative maintenance. So with this limited lifetime tire guarantee, you'll pay a whole lot of nothing compared to what the other guys charge for tire care. That's a limited lifetime tire guarantee only at Midas.
John Granado here. You know what the bosses here did? They bought an unlimited corporate membership at East River 9. You know what that means? More golf for me. East River 9 is offering annual memberships for individuals, families, and your business. Unlimited golf, exclusive promos at the River House Restaurant, and much more. Spots are filling up fast. Reach out today to secure your spot. Sign up online at eastriver9.com or call the Pro Shop at 713-913-7033. I'll see you on the links, baby, at East River 9 with our unlimited membership.
The annual Katie Rice Harvest Festival is happening October 11th and 12th in Katy Historic Town Square. Check out country music artists like Sawyer Brown, Kylie Fry, and more performing free outdoor concerts. Plus, the carnival is back. Get all day or weekend unlimited ride carnival passes now. For the adults, visit the Sports Zone and enjoy adult bevs while you watch the big rivalry game between Texas and Oklahoma on Saturday. Get advance tickets and carnival passes now at KatieRiceHarvestFestival.com. That's KatieRiceHarvestFestival.com.
Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195. 800-860-6195.
Priority Tax Relief.
What's up, Houston? Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're looking for a spot to catch a game, hit up Aranda's Sports Bar, ice cold beers, killer tacos, and big screens blasting every home game. Since 1981, Aranda's has been bringing that authentic Mexican vibe, now with the sports twist. Cheer with friends, savor the bites, and feel the energy. Plus, stay late with epic drink specials that keep the party going. Aranda's Sports Bar, your Houston spot for epic sports and bold flavors. Head on over and get loud today.
Hi, this is Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I buy houses cash. Call me today at 832-779-4000. I'll buy your house for cash and pay you cash up front. I buy houses in any price range and any location in the Houston area. Do you own a house that needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying fixer-upper houses. Do you have a tenant living in your property? Not a problem. I'll buy your house with the tenant in it. Do you think your property would be difficult to sell? Easy. We provide assistance for any situation for houses in any condition. Do you want the best price for your house? Done. I'll beat any offer you have on the table. Remember, if you need cash fast, I'll pay you cash up front. Give me a call today. Sean at Greenlight Offer, buying houses. Call me at 832-779-4000. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Your go-to source for all things Houston Texans is Swarmcast with Will Kunkel and Joe George. Listen Thursday nights at 6 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston. Brought to you by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
since then, and I said to him, hey, this is Bobby Cannavale. I just wanted to introduce myself and say when I was 21, I told him the story, and he went, doesn't sound like something I'd say. Shut me down. Just complete shoot down.
Twice. Well, he was also sitting on the toilet when you told him the second time. He was. He's like, hey.
So what did you...
And shut the door, dude. I don't care that you have 2 Emmys. Chip. Shut the door, Chip.
Bobby Cannavale and Paul Rudd back in 2017. I don't know, sitting there on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. We're back here on the Rich Eisen Show Radio Network, presented by Progressive Insurance. Nick Bosa is out for the year. Remember, I don't know if anybody saw the game. Wasn't on much of the country. Cardinals at Niners. Bosa was looking at somebody in the crowd when he was coming off the field, and he gave a thumbs down sign.
Thumbs down. Walking
he knew something was up, and now it's season-ending surgery. Oh my God!
Brutal.
I mean,
brutal.
They need a seance there in Santa Clara, right? Purdy, and Kittle, and Ayuk's now out. You know, not coming back yet for another month apparently. And
Juwan Jennings didn't play.
Juwan Jennings didn't play. They're probably, but they're 3-0. Next man up at some point is going to be like somebody on a practice squad. They'll take someone off of Hayton Ashbury. Can you play football?
Looks like Purdy was close to playing this week. He might be back.
Let's hope. That is a massive blow and unfortunate for the San Francisco 49ers. And Brian Daboll, moments ago, he was asked again last night, what about Russ? What about Jackson Dart? And he's just like, you guys keep asking me right after games. I'm not going to answer right after games. So now I guess they were like, what about today?
Russ remains the starter moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, we're working through, all personnel decisions, and we'll do that over the next few days.
Hold on, so you're not saying Russ is the starter, right? You're saying you're still working through that?
Yeah, we're doing what we normally do, which is, watch the tape. We're just watching it with the players right now. So, we'll have staff meetings after this, but when we come in, we watch the tape, offense, defense, kicking game as a staff, and then we go meet with the players. That's where we're at right now.
When you say what you normally do, most Monday afternoons, who your quarterback's going to be the upcoming week if everyone's healthy, though. It just seems a little different, your responses.
Yeah, well, look, we're going through the tape right now. We're evaluating everything.
So quarterback change is on the table.
I'd say we're evaluating everything.
Oh, wow. Just keep chipping away.
Great follow-ups by whoever that was.
Yeah. Let me say this to you. There's one thing I feel as certain about anything about. Anything.
Is that Russell Wilson starting against the Chargers?
100%.
Did that sound like a committed Brian Daboll to Russell Wilson right there?
There are fan bases howling at the gates. And I understand he's not going to say Russ. I mean, I don't know. And he's trying to create some sort of sense of competition. Last time he did this, Russ threw for 450 yards. I don't know. But you're not holding Jackson Dart back because he's not ready. And, Thomas did return and play 25 snaps. You definitely don't want to put the kid back there until your left tackle's fully able to play, not sitting out at the end of the second quarter and then for your second half because he's on a snap count. And you're certainly not going to put him in against a defense that is marauding. That is, the Chargers are the last team you want to do it against. You want to do it against anybody and then go with the flow and roll the dice. It is what it is after that. You do it against the New Orleans Saints a week later. That would stun me if they're like, you know what, Andrew Thomas isn't ready to play a full game yet, and yeah, let's roll him out against the Chargers. I would be stunned if that happens, but you never know.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737. 800-606-8737.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. It's Jeremy and Joe. Ryan's in for Brian today. Ryan forgot the rest of his sleeves. Showing off his guns. Bad weekend in Houston sports just got way worse. Hate to be the bearer of bad news. We know that the Astros got swept by Seattle. The way the rest of the American League went, the Astros are currently out of the playoffs today. The Houston Texans fell to 0-3, season probably over, ? And minutes ago, Shams has reported that Fred VanVleet has suffered a torn ACL, devastating, potentially season-ending loss for the Rockets with their starting point guard and leader. Yeah, I can't imagine a scenario where he's back this year. And I can't imagine a scenario where you have as bad of a week in Houston sports as one could have in late September.
Yeah, it's all vibes are bad. The vibes are bad right now. I mean, the Texans, awful. Astros, not good. And then this news where if you looked at social media yesterday, all people wanted to talk about was, well, at least the Rocket season's coming up. At least we're only, a month away. I think the first game of the season is October 21st. So, at least we're finally, Rocket season's finally here. It's time to start talking about the basketball team that's going to be very good, that has a chance to go deep into the playoffs this year. And now you lose your starting point guard.
Usually, I mean, when Deshaun tore his ACL, it came on the day after the Astros won it all, or was it the parade day? I can't remember. Something like that.
I think it was the parade day.
Parade day. So usually, things get sacrificed in Houston sports in order to win, the whole enchilada in something. Hopefully it's just Cougar basketball. Hopefully we're having to live this terrible Texan season. Hopefully we're having to lose the Astros potentially in the postseason.
The football team's 3-0.
Hopefully. What's that?
The football team's still 3-0.
Yeah, Houston Cougar sports.
Okay, yeah. Houston basketball.
Houston Cougar sports. Well, I mean, I feel like they're closer to a national championship if I'm being just completely transparent and honest.
Yes, of course.
I'm just being real, I guess. But, yeah, that would be great, too. I'm just trying to be as realistic as possible.
Yeah, it's the basketball team is the hope, I guess, for the Aggies out there. They're a top 10 team.
That's not
right
Houston.
Now. I know, but we are the home of the Aggies.
It's not Houston.
So I think it kind of counts.
This is a gut punch, man. The Rockets were going to be a contender in the Western Conference. And I still think they can be. Now, what needs to happen after this? Patrick Beverley was talking to some content creator. The Rockets were in on him until the cap stuff came up. You're going to need another point guard.
Mm-hmm.
Even if Amin Thompson is your starting point guard, you're going to need a backup. I know that Aaron Holiday's on the team, but Aaron Holiday, I think is best suited as a third point guard these days and was probably going to be your third point guard on this team. I guess you do have Reed Shepherd. How much of a point guard is he? I think he's more of a combo guard than a point guard. Can you get away with that in the NBA? Potentially. This is tough, man. But I guess for sure it is going to force feed Reed Shepherd into the lineup.
Yeah, I think that's what this comes down to is, did you make the right, evaluation and Reed Shepherd being the point guard of the future, and instead of the future, he's the point guard of the now. He's the guy. Even if you bring in Patrick Beverley, what is his role here? He was just playing in Israel. He wasn't playing recently in the United States of America even. So he's not going to come in here and be the best point guard on the team.
No, this is weird stuff. Weird stuff for the Houston Rockets. It's going to be difficult, but I guess that you'll have to roll out. Is Reed going to be in the starting lineup?
Yes, as of right now, yes. Unless you're going to make a move immediately, which there is you could go out there and acquire someone. There's there are guys who are available. I would frankly be calling the Bulls immediately about a guy like Kobe White to come in and fix this, to fill this role as your starting point guard. But if you don't believe in Reed Shepherd, you have to go out there and add a starting point guard. And if you don't do it now, which you don't have to, this feels like already it's going to be the talk of our show come February at the deadline, is adding a point guard at the deadline to add to this roster to fill this thing out.
I'm looking at the Houston Rockets depth chart on ESPN, and they still list Cam Whitmore on the Houston Rockets. That's not a great job there, ESPN. So your backcourt's probably Reed and Amin. Durant's your 3, Jabari's your 4, Alpe's your 5. You have Adams and Capella off the bench as your double big. They still have Jock Landale on this team. They don't even have Clint Capella on this team. What is wrong with this ESPN? This is terrible. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. But Holiday, you have him in the backcourt. That's that's kind of it.
Yeah, you don't have anything else. They're gonna have to add in some capacity, It's just the level of which they add is the question, I guess, now.
The other weird thing about this, the Rockets just gave Fred VanVleet a contract extension, $50 million for 2 years, which that second year is a player option. So you can't even get out of the contract. Like Fred VanVleet can kind of just hold you hostage. He's like, yeah, I'm going to be out the entire year because I have a torn ACL. And then at the end of the year, because I did you a solid and opted out of that other contract to give you $50 million for 2, I'm going to opt into that. So you're going to get, of the $50 million, it's kind of like that Justin Verlander deal where he signed like $60 million 2 years and pitched 1 inning or 1 game of that contract, the COVID game. So you're going to spend $50 million on Fred VanVleet over the next 2 years. One of the years he's not going to play, and then the next year he's probably going to be a shell of himself because he's going to be coming off an ACL in his 30s.
Yep.
And he was already kind of unathletic.
And you're going to have to, try to trade him for scraps at anything. Like, it's a contract dump. At that point, can you move on from him? Can you find some team willing to take on the salary and you're doing what what the Texans did with Deshaun Watson? Are you adding an asset to that? And maybe that's your only real counter to Fred of, hey, man, you should probably opt out of this deal so you can at least choose a team that you would want to play for, a team that wants to bring you in if it's not the Houston Rockets. Because if not, if you opt in, we're just going to trade you to whatever team we want. You might end up in Charlotte. Like that might be the only play the Rockets have if they don't want him back. But they might still just want him back, honestly. Like, they might be okay with the player option, be like, yeah, we'll run it back. He'll come back. And yes, he was slowing down a little bit, but he had a really good end of the season last year. It just puts the Rockets in a really tough position with the season a month away.
Texters are saying Israel hates Fred VanVleet, or he hates Reed Shepard, I should say. I didn't know if you knew that or not. Reed is not starting. Y'all sound crazy. He's a flop at pick number 3. Another texture. Amin can't play the 1. See, I think he's capable of playing the 1, but then who else are you starting? Like, what does the rest of your lineup look like if you do that? Like Tari in the starting lineup? Like,
yeah, probably.
I don't love that.
Yeah, I mean, Tari entering the starting lineup is probably your only option. What other option would you even go with at that point? Like, you're not going to start
Reed.
The double big lineup to start? Like, that doesn't make much sense unless...
No, you're not doing that because then that means Alpy's not starting. You're not starting him with 3.
Yeah, so you kind of have to start Reed Shepard at least at the start of the season. I guess you could start Aaron Holiday, but that's uninspiring. I know you have Amen and KD and those guys out there, but it doesn't really help you. I'd rather take the flyer on Reed Shepard and his development. But this is a guy who Ime Udoka didn't want to play last year because he didn't play good defense, and his shot wasn't that great last season. He's going to have to develop really quickly to feel good about this starting lineup. And it's not the end of the world for the Rockets. Like, I think they can, the doom is not as much as it is for the other 2 teams in town with this injury.
Yeah. It's a pretty big loss. You don't have a whole lot of depth in the backcourt.
Well, and you also have to factor in the back-to-backs issue now too. Where yes, Kevin Durant is going to not play in back-to-backs, assuming that. I mean, he hasn't met with the media yet, so I guess we don't know for sure. Those days, I'm guessing Tari Easton just is inserted into the starting lineup for Kevin Durant. But now, if you inserted Tari now, what do you do when KD doesn't play in back-to-backs? It does have a trickle-down effect of it where it makes things a lot more complicated. If I were the Rockets, I would be aggressive and I would go make a trade right now.
You have Tate, but that's not a great solution. That's more just a body who can play 10, 15 minutes on the nights that you're not playing Kevin Durant on a back-to-back. The depth of this team is kind of gone. It really is. And it's the position, too. Kevin Durant's more important, obviously. Alpi Şengün's more important. Amin Thompson's more important. Jabari, maybe. I don't know. VanVleet might be more important than Jabari. Not that he's a better player, although he might be, but just because of the position that he plays and the lack of depth that you have there. Because you're going to have to start either you start him and you just go super long, where Amin's your point guard, Tari's your 2, Durant's your 3, Şengün's your 4, or Jabari's your 4 and Şengün's your 5.
Yeah.
It's super long. That would create problems defensively, but it's not the quickest either, And it's not a great shooting team, especially in the backcourt. And I love Amin, and I think Amin can play positions 1 through 5. The position that he might play the least good, to just go make up a word, is the point, in my opinion.
I agree.
He's great at everything he does. I think his worst position is actually point guard.
I think you can use him in spurts as your point guard, but you don't need him to be your primary point guard at all times. That's not where he's going to be at his most efficient or at his best for the Houston Rockets, and that's why he's probably not going to be out there. Now, that might be your closing group. So that's where it's honestly matters more what you close with and what you open with and play a majority of the game with. But even that closing group, if it's a close game, everyone knows that the ball is going to Kevin Durant. Everyone probably knew that anyways, even with, Fred VanVleet out there, but you do lose a threat there as well. So it's more of more of an end of game situation that's questionable, but I don't think Ime Udoka would love the idea of Reed Shepherd being his closing point guard.
Are there any free agents out there? Like this texter says, this junkie that's texting us through the text line, Russell Westbrook, welcome to Houston.
Gross. Please don't.
I mean, it's better than Aaron Holiday.
I can't.
He can play, he's athletic and plays defense and can create. He does a lot of things bad too, but
I just can't
bring him back.
He's back. I couldn't imagine them doing that. I don't know. I think you're going to have to look at more of the trade market. You're looking at teams that didn't make big splashes in this offseason, teams that are, somewhere in the middle that have to make a decision about if they're going to, go all in for this season or tank. Maybe, you're even looking at a team like the Portland Trailblazers, who at some point expect to get Damian Lillard back this year, who should have, extra guards on their roster. Maybe the Indiana Pacers with the Halliburton injury. We're gonna start TJ McConnell. I don't think that's very inspiring either. Free agency is probably not the way to go.
What about Malik Beasley? Can they get him? He's not a point guard really, but can they? I remember seeing his name brought up, but it was the Rockets don't have cap space, that sort of thing. He's free. Russell Westbrook is free. But again, this is going to require a league minimum because the Rockets don't have money under the cap. Quentin Grimes still hasn't signed, I guess, at least according to NBA.com. But you don't have the money to bring in Quentin Grimes. You might not even have the money to bring in Malik Beasley.
You might because of everything that's gone on with Malik Beasley this offseason. And I know he's been cleared in the federal gambling investigation, but there's all that weird rent stuff where he owes people a bunch of money. So he might be to the point where, there's an openness to bringing him in at a vet minimum for a year because that's all he can get, but it doesn't that. There's a risk there because what if he gets hit by the NBA on something? Because the NBA is still doing an investigation into the gambling. Yes, the federal government released him, but it doesn't mean the NBA has yet, and they're going to have a different standard of guilt than the government is. If he bet on any games in any capacity, he's done.
Somebody said, go get Brogdon. Russ would be perfect. He would also teach the guys how to be professional, says a texter. I think he could do that. I actually think he is a pro, but he might also teach the young guys not to pass to Kevin Durant. So, that's the problem. Ish Smith, you were a Rocket. Is Ish Smith still bouncing around? He's played on 84 teams.
That's a great question.
That's a big lineup. Carbon copy almost of the Celtics starting five, and they trounced the Mavs. See, you could get away with that starting five. The problem is the depth you have behind it. You don't have anybody to rotate in that's decent. I heard Adams not playing back-to-backs. That's okay, though, because you have depth there. That was the whole Clint Capella signing. You have three centers. Reed will be fine. He doesn't need to be Curry. You just need him to be Steve Kerr or even Kenny Smith. We'll be fine. What's John Wall up to these days, says Oso. Texture said we forgot we had Durant. Man, living under a rock. Yeah, this is not great news. Not great news. Fred VanVleet probably done for the season after tearing his ACL. Maybe Shams was hacked.
I wish. I wish he was. This isn't to the level of hacked like we thought he was when Luka got traded. But because no one believed that was a real thing. But then they're gonna have to be, I guess, training camp. Can you learn enough about Reed Shepherd, do you think, in training camp to feel confident going into the season? Or
yeah, I think so.
The way they operate training camp doesn't concern you because they don't really play full speed?
No, I mean, they're probably practicing hard and doing that sort of thing. No, I think you could. I also think they're they had to know they're an injury away. You have to plan for injuries.
Yeah.
Okay, if this happens, this is our plan. Every team does that. So, yeah, that's going to be interesting. Not great. Ocho's clamoring for Ben Simmons.
Gross.
I mean, he's a backup guard. Could do worse.
I would rather have.
Would you rather have Russell Westbrook or Ben Simmons?
Russell Westbrook. What about Seth Curry? He's still available.
Let's give Seth Curry. Let's do that. Yeah, he can shoot. His last name's Curry.
Yeah, he can shoot.
He can shoot.
I don't know if he can do anything else.
Man.
Markelle Fultz is a free agent, it looks like.
Remember whenever he was the number one pick, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
What a bust. Who was the dude from UNLV that was a bust? The Rockets brought him in.
Anthony Bennett?
Yeah, we're going to give him glasses and he's going to be better.
Yeah, he was not good.
His depth perception is the reason he's a bust. No, he was a bust because he was bad at basketball.
Yeah.
It had nothing to do with his vision. 2020 could tell you that.
Honestly, the name you mentioned, Quentin Grimes, might be the guy.
But that's going to cost too much. Quentin Grimes is going to want $20 million.
At this point in the offseason still?
Yeah, he's restricted. That's like been the whole hang-up.
Yeah.
Is he's restricted, so like no one's going to sign him to anything because they know it's going to be matched, and they're just playing this little game of chicken.
Yeah, because we've seen of the 3 restricted guys that were an issue, it was him, Giddy, and then Kuminga.
Mhm.
Only one of those guys is signed at this point. Giddy got $100 million for 4 years, so like,
And he re-signed too.
Yeah, and he re-signed.
So it wasn't like somebody signed him and then they matched.
Yeah.
Like that. Yeah, I mean, I'd be pretty surprised if Quentin's not a 76er next year. I think they're going to match anything that he gets offered, and I think that's why he hadn't signed. It's because no one's given him an offer because they know it would be matched. So what's the point? What's the point of even courting him and giving him the whole paperwork thing if they know he's going to sign? And then the Sixers are like, well, we know you're not signing, so we're just going to hang out too. So, I mean, I would love him, obviously.
Yeah.
Be a great fit with this team. We'd be a great fit for Udoka.
I'm just looking at the free agents right now, and my gosh, this list is terrible.
It's bad.
Patty Mills, Mac McClung,
No.
the dunk contest winner.
He can't do anything else. He can't do anything else but dunk good in a slam dunk contest.
Campaign
for who?
Alfred Payton.
I don't mind Alfred Payton.
Gary Payton II.
Oh, okay. That wouldn't be the worst thing.
That could be okay. Still not
He's
inspiring.
a problem. He's a problem against you in the playoffs too.
Ty Washington's available.
No.
Run it back.
No. They need to call Dejan Jarreau. That's what they needed to do. See what he's up to.
Where's he at these days?
I think he's still hurt. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. This is, I mean, such a fun day to do radio in Houston. 713-780-3776. Fred VanVleet probably out for the year. Astros season on a brink after they got swept at the Dike by the Mariners. And then the Houston Texans 0-3. But, the last team that made the playoffs after an 0-3 start. The Houston Texans. So the Houston Texans know how to do it. They know how it's done. They've been here before. Well, they used to, like, way back in the day. 713-780-3776 on the YouTube at ESPN Houston. TikTok at Jeremy J. Branham. Joe George Radio.
Yep.
On Twitter as well, ESPN975. Joe's at Joe George Radio. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Let's dive into this Texans loss from yesterday. 0-3 start. Season's done, right? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5.
Well, we know that the Texans season is not going great right now. So what's the best way to watch football? Watch all the games. And where should you be doing it? ESPN Bet at LaBerge in Lake Charles. Excited to be back on board with them. We'll be heading out there for some Friday and weekend shows coming up here throughout the entire football season. They've got an all-new chef, a new menu items, football season, Monday Night Football, Thursday night, the college football Saturdays. There's nothing like a college football Saturday inside ESPN Bet at LaBerge Lake Charles. It's an absolute phenomenal time. You can place your bets easily right there at the kiosks. They're all over the place. You can go up to the book as well. But the MLB playoffs are beginning October 1st. All your NFL and NCAA football action, ESPN Bet in LaBerge Lake Charles is absolutely the place to go. It's the place where I go to bet when I go to Lake Charles. We can't wait to get back there this year to watch the games and also have a chance to take part in their new VIP fan cave sections, which is available for booking. Plus, they got their barbecue offerings every Friday and Saturday in the books. When you leave Houston, you want to go bet on some games, make sure you do it at ESPN Bet inside LaBerge in Lake Charles.
This is Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Oh, man.
How's it going, Jeremy?
What a time to be a Houston sports fan. Fred VanVleet out for the year, more than likely. Tore his ACL. Shams reported that minutes before we went on the air. The Astros got punked by the Mariners. Lost all three. Never led in that series. They never led in the entire series. And the Texans went to Jacksonville and did something they haven't done in a very, very long time. Lost. And they lost it in, I think, embarrassing fashion. Oh, how could it be embarrassing? It was a close game. You only lost by one possession. You were there to the very end. It was so close. You only lost by one score. You know, break here, break there. The Texans scored one offensive touchdown yesterday, and it was on a busted play. That's the only way that you scored a touchdown in a football game against Jacksonville. A busted play. Season's over, right? 713-780-3776.
Yeah, I think the season's over. I know they did this in 2018. They were 0-3 and made the playoffs, but it's rare for this to happen. The Colts are 3-0. Like for you to go 0-3 to make the playoffs, you need help in your division. And right now that's not happening. Danny Dimes looks incredible with the Colts. They're moving up and down the field. They punted for the first time this season in week 3. They seem legit for at least this year. I still don't want to fully buy into them, but from the Texans' perspective, you've now dug yourself a hole. And you're just playing bad football. Like, there's really nothing good about what's happening with this team. If it's not for a busted play in this game, you have no touchdowns. The previous game, two big drives. That's pretty much it. The offense is putrid. It's all bad. There's nothing redeeming about the Houston Texans offense. If they were losing these games, 24-23 because of Akaimi Fairbairn missed extra point, like that'd be one thing. But your offense looks inept, and Jacksonville was doing everything in their power to let you win this football game. They played just as bad as you, but the Texans have had 2 fumbles this year, which by the end of the season, if they get close to making the playoffs, if somehow they turn this thing around, we're going to look back at Dare fumbling in week 1, and we're going to look back at Nico Collins fumbling in week 3 and be like, that's probably the Texans season.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be looking back at that and be like, that cost us the season.
I don't think they are there.
It's going to be hard to win 6 games. Like, if you can go 500 the rest of the way and you're a 7-10 team, that's a 500 ball. Is this team a 500 team with the schedule that they have?
No.
I don't think they're close to that.
Their schedule's brutal. I mean, we knew that before the season it was bad, but and you could say, okay, you start the season 1-2 because you're playing 2 playoff teams, and then you play the Titans, and there's games that you can overcome the difficult schedule, but you've put yourself in such a hole now. It's hard to really envision a way in which the Texans bounce out of it. So yeah, I think I guess it's not the final nail, but if the Texans if there's any chance they're going to make a run this year, they got to win their next 2 games. That means beating the Baltimore Ravens. That seems impossible.
I think their season's done. I think it's over. Technically, it's not done because you're 0-3, and you could get to the playoffs with a 10-7 record, which means the Texans have to go 10-4 the rest of the way against a difficult schedule with an offense that we've seen play 3 games. Do you think they have 10-4 in them? No. I do not. That's why technically, mathematically, the season's not done. But the eyes are telling us that the season is done. The Houston Texans season is over. Like, I'm to the point now where if the Texans go 4-13, is that in the best interest of the Houston Texans? Because it means you're probably moving on from an offensive coordinator minimum, maybe more. You're also looking at a very high draft pick. Like, maybe this is what this team needs in order to take that next step, is that your OC needs to get fired, an actual OC that's really good, well thought of, comes in, and then also you pair it up with like a top 5 pick that could be potentially your franchise left tackle, right tackle, something along those lines. Maybe that's in the best interest long-term of the Houston Texans. It stinks for 2025, but I don't see it getting better. Like, the offense has been dreadful. The offense would have scored a touchdown yesterday if it weren't for a blown coverage. Like, we all realize that, right? Like, I heard the questioning after the game. Well, why didn't you guys do the shot plays earlier? They did. They tried. They weren't there because the Jaguar didn't bite. You know what I mean? Like, that wasn't you. That wasn't you that created that touchdown. That was on them. If you're defining that touchdown for me, that Stroud to Nico Collins, like, what is the reason why? it all starts with Jacksonville. It's nothing that you did special there to scheme something wide open. It was a busted coverage. So I think that the season is done. The question is, if it's like gets so bad, really bad, like when do heads start to roll for this team?
Man, I think I saw something on Twitter from a Titans person talk about how much the Adams family hates losing to the Texans. And if they start 0-4, could Callahan get fired? I think the same applies a little bit here with how much Hannah McNair hates the Tennessee Titans. I mean, she has gone out of her way every chance she can to take shots at that organization. And from the jerseys and all of it, and just what they did to Houston and being better off without them, all that stuff. If they were to lose this weekend, I think we could see change as early as the bye week, which is after the Ravens game. Like you could, and I don't know if change really matters. If if you change to Gerard Johnson, who has no play calling experience, or Bill Lazor, who's had like one good year basically as an OC in his career and didn't get the job this last offseason when you could have just promoted him like you promoted Cole Popovich. But if you start 0-5 going into the bye week, I think we could see heads roll then. And frankly, if you're going to make a general manager decision, I think you should do it sooner rather than later, because I think it's dumb. I get why they do it. I think it's dumb that NFL teams let a general manager go through the draft process because he's been doing all the scouting and then fire him the next day. Why would I let Nick Caserio pick my franchise left tackle when he can't evaluate offensive line for crap in the NFL drafts? Like, if you're going to make a decision, I'd make it now. Unfortunately, they're going to have to hire Corn Ferry again to make a GM search and go from there. Like, I would not wait if you're going to make radical change. If you start 0-5, even 1-4, like I think we could see heads roll early in the season.
Yeah, I don't get the point of firing a GM that early. Like I see your point totally. Like doing a pre-draft, that makes total sense. I agree with you on that front. I just don't know the advantages of firing a general manager after week 5.
I think it's just so you can get the new guy in place. So you can have your new GM ready to go, or just let the world know that we're going to have an opening, and that way when the clock strikes midnight on the 2025-2026 season, you can aggressively go out and hire a new general manager. Like, that's the only benefit of it, because the guys who are in the building now alongside Nick Caserio, they can help with the minor transactions that you need to make throughout the season, about adding free agents from the scrap heap and things like that. Like, you don't need Nick Caserio to do those things, but I just think if you lose to Tennessee, which I think is on the table with how bad the offense looked, even though the Titans are terrible and they're being called out by their opposing teams for looking like they don't care before a game starts, I think everything can and should be on the table, because this is a flat-out disaster.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't agree with the Caserio mid-year thing. Like, that one to me is waited out. I'm kind of there as well with the offensive coordinator, unless you're just like, yeah, this is inept and I can no longer continue to co-sign it, which maybe that's in play because it's been pretty inept. It's been pretty awful. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Wayne, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up?
All right, what's up, guys? My thing is that we gave up a little too soon on Slowick. I mean, consider that the offensive line that we had, that Caserio had brung in. And so I feel as though we have a better offensive line than last year. We should have gave Slowick one more year and seen what he can do. And for that reason being said, CJ, he's regressing because this is his first time get to change plays at the line, and Slowick didn't let him do that. So if Slowick would have let him do that, maybe we'd be having like a different story right now. I'm going to hang up and listen to you guys and see what y'all think.
My issue with that is I don't think Bobby Slowick would have changed his stripes. And I don't think things would have changed. I think it was the right decision to move on from Bobby Slowick. I don't want to revisionist history that. We talked about it all last year about how bad the offense was. I think it was the absolute right decision to move on from Bobby Slowick. Seems like they blew it with hiring Nick Caley.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that Slowick should have had another year, but I would also say that Slowick would have this team in a better position than Nick Caley.
I do agree with that. I do agree.
No, I think it was the right decision to move on. I do think you were limited, all that. You just failed. Like, you hired the wrong guy. And, like, how you got there, we don't really know. Like, D'Amico has the final say on his coaching hires, but was he persuaded because his network isn't large and Caserio was urging Nick Caley along? I don't know. Couldn't tell you. We don't know how the semantics played out. I agree with you, Wayne, that they would be in a better spot with Slowick. I disagree that they fired him too soon. I don't know if another year of Slowick was necessary, but they would be in a better spot. I would agree with that. Now, the whole, like, Stroud changing the play at the lines, like, yeah, he should be able to do that. But I don't know if this is the best offense for him in terms of, like they were talking about it a lot through the broadcast, and we already know this. Like, with the Patriots offense, the wide receivers have a lot of power based on the defense to run a route based on what they're seeing, which requires the quarterback to be on the exact same page as whoever has the option routes on that specific play. And I don't know how many option routes are out there per play. I think it would be just one. Like, that's what I always saw, like, blah, 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 blah. But I don't know if C.J. Stroud and these targets are on the same page that often, and I don't know how long it's going to take to fix that, if they can ever fix that. I mentioned this all last week. Like, seeing this offense the first 2 weeks gave me a lot of fear because it looked incompetent. It looked really, really bad. The problems that existed looked terrible, and I started to wonder and worry about the scheme fit. An extra game, it's just more proof there because what I saw yesterday just adds fuel to the fire that this is a terrible scheme for C.J. Stroud. Like, maybe they kick the wall down against Tennessee and then all systems go and they're the best offense ever. That seems very far-fetched.
Yeah, and if you look at, and that's where I think we talk about heads rolling, it's if you're the McNair family, it's okay, we have to do what's best for this football team, and that's putting the right coaches and players around C.J. Stroud. Well, whoever's decision it was to bring in this scheme should also join Nick Caley on the hot seat. It can't be a one or the other. Whoever made these decisions is helping set up C.J. Stroud to fail. And there is parts of it that are for sure on C.J. Stroud, and there are questions that should be asked about Stroud and his performance through the first 3 games of the year. But who made this decision and why? The offense looks... I saw Stutzy say this. It looks archaic. I mean, it looks nothing like what we see from a modern NFL day offense.
No, it doesn't.
And when you're talking about watching film from the mid-2000s, it doesn't exactly make you feel better. So it's like, why did this happen? The process seems to be very flawed in a lot of the things the Texans are doing, and it's biting them. Even like the Tunsil trade at this point, man. Watching Ariante just get worked all game long. It's like, are you sure you should have traded Tunsil? Even though I think it was better to fix your offensive line for a culture problem. Yes, but culture doesn't exactly result in good players.
Yeah, I don't mind the Tunsil trade, even in hindsight. Like, you got out of a contract that's about to have to be redone. You got a second rounder for it. Like, you might be selling pieces at this deadline anyways. So, like, I don't mind the trade. Do I think it lowered the talent of the offensive line? Sure. 713-780-3776. Let's dive a little bit more into the offense on the other side. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Mike Hawley, U of H class of 1990, go Cougs. He's been protecting the interest of businesses for nearly 25 years. It runs HR&P. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services such as HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. We did open enrollment last week. So easy with HR&P. They make it so easy for you, and I'm thankful for that because I'm not good at that kind of stuff, but HR&P makes it seamless. Thank you, HR&P. But HR&P is going to help you, if you own a business, customize a plan for whatever that business needs. There's nothing cookie cutter about HR&P. You're not reading off a menu. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HR&P is going to create a plan for you and for what your business needs. Their customer service, second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone that's familiar with you and familiar with your company. I can speak to that customer service, just told you. Anytime I have a question, quick response, very easy to understand. So if you care about your employees, give them HR&P. Let HR&P take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You are listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. Hey, what's up, junkies, by the way? 713-780-ESPN. So this offense, 271 yards yesterday. They scored 10 points, 3 turnovers against the Jacksonville Jaguars, who are now 2 games up on the Texans, by the way. They're 2-1, you're 0-3. Colts, of course, are 3-0. This offense, so bad in so many ways. I started to just write down the ways they got mad at them. First series, you go 3 and out. Like, you got the whole week to game plan. You got the whole week to script. You go 3 and out in the first series, never a good look. Like, the other team defers, and then you go 3 and out, immediately give them the ball. It's like, well, you basically just gave them 2 possessions. Second series, they actually got good field position. Titus false start, which turns a 47-yard field goal into a 52-yard field goal. Kaimi Fairbairn missed that field goal, which the Texans kickers had problems yesterday. Fairbairn missed that one. Tried to miss the extra point to tie it. Barely snuck that in the left upright. And then Tommy Townsend had a terrible day punting the football. They must hate their running game, the Texans, because they were having equal success running the ball than throwing the ball. But they threw it 38 times and they ran it 19 times. So they very clearly don't trust their running game. Like, I get it. It's Nick Chubb and Woody Marks. But your passing game isn't exactly, like, lighting the world on fire either. Surprised they went away from their running game and they threw the ball twice as much as the run. I think they're almost trying to force feed, like, C.J. Stroud to figure out this offense. Like, here you go. Here's 40 passes. Go figure it out, which doesn't exactly, like, exude a ton of confidence. Mentioned the touchdown, flat-out gift. A couple of the other things. Jacksonville gave the Texans the ball at their own 47, 6:14 to play. You're driving. Nico Collins, your best skill guy, fumbles the football, which he had a drop earlier in the game too, by the way. He had some critical mistakes in that game. And then the spike. The final drive, they get a first down. They're at their own 47, 57 seconds left. They rush to the line on 1st and 10 and spike the football. That is bad football. That is low IQ football. That is dumb football. And it didn't come back to bite them because you got a first down. I think you got a penalty that gave you an automatic first down. But you might need that down. Like, the only time you should spike the football is at minimum with less than 30 seconds left. I hate spiking the football with more than 30 seconds on the clock because you could use that down. You giving away a down. It's dumb football, Houston Texans.
Yeah, I mean, have a plan. Like, and that's where, again, it goes back to the opening possession. Like, what's the plan here? They don't seem to have one. We see some of the worst offenses in the NFL. Teams that get destroyed go down the field and at least get a field goal on their first possession because you have an entire week to script out your best plays. They don't have best plays, Jeremy. Like that's the problem. Like they don't have a script of 10 plays to get you from the 30-yard line into field goal territory. That's the biggest issue of everything. Is it just does not feel like. And look, last week against the Buccaneers, good game plan. It worked, right? They went right down the field. They scored a touchdown. Nico Collins makes an incredible catch. The offense is cooking. But then it was bad the rest of the game. If you can't even get the opening drive to work on a consistent basis with C.J. Stroud, with Nico Collins, I have major questions. My biggest issue is stuff we saw last year that we're seeing again this year, which is there are guys running downfield. They are not even out of their routes, and C.J. Stroud is already on the ground. You know your offensive line is not that good. I mean, Joshua Hines-Allen is dominating Ariante Ursary the entire game, and he is pummeling him. So why is every single wide receiver not out of their breaks when they're 10 yards down the field? That's not good. That's not knowing the flaws with your football team. You don't know you have to be able to pivot.
Yeah.
Change the plan. Where's the quick hitters? We saw Jacksonville hit some quick hitters. The big play on Bryant Thomas Jr., who has the dropsies of all dropsies right now, that Kamari Lassiter was trailing him on. Where is that play? We saw 1 or 2 to Nico Collins, but where is Christian Kirk? Where is Higgins and Noel? Like, where's the quick stuff?
Yeah, you need feng shui. Like, the best play callers are the ones who have the best, they have the best gut feel. Like, they can see what the defense is doing, where their offense is struggling, where their offense is having success. They can exploit certain things in the defense. They're cerebral. It's a game of chess, right? Like, you have a pretty good idea of what your opponent's going to do, and then you use that to your advantage. The Nick Haley right now, he doesn't give me any confidence winning the X's and O's battle against these defensive coordinators that he's exchanging wits with, that he's battling wits with. I think he's just throwing stuff against the wall. Like, okay, we know this stuff's going to – we have these plays that we practice. We have these plays that we practice. We're just going to run these plays without any rhyme or reason of why you're doing it. They went play action second play of the game. Like, usually good play action teams establish the run first. Like, why are they doing that? Because he heard all week, oh, we're not running any play action. Let me force feed some play action. The defense isn't going to be on their heels the second play of the game on play action.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just it's no vibes. It's no rhythm. It's no feel. The best offensive coordinators, the best play callers, they have that. They have a good idea of what the defense is about to do. Whether it's film work, whether it's flow of the game, they have areas that they want to exploit the defense because there's weaknesses in that defense. Caley does not feel like he has any of those vibes right now.
Nope.
You mentioned Ursery. Ursery, nightmare in this game. How's he better than Cam Robinson?
Thank you.
I think they're force-feeding a second-round draft pick on us.
Cam Robinson was okay. Pro Football Focus is not the end of the world. But week 1, he graded out as a good left tackle. He was the left tackle at the start of the offseason. If Ursery is not ready yet, you don't have to play him.
I think they're force-feeding.
Play the better left tackle. Why are you willing to switch out your left guard situation? Why are you rotating Tomlinson and Scruggs, but you're not willing to rotate your left tackle situation? When Cam Robinson, the tape he's put out there, is better. If he wasn't hurt in the offseason, he would be your left tackle. It doesn't mean Ursery is going to be bad forever, even though, to be honest with you, I have very little faith because of what Nick Caserio's track record is with offensive linemen. But he was getting walloped.
He was getting walloped.
The entire game. It was a bloodbath.
Several penalties that took you out of drives, like just drive killers. He had a face mask on a first down, and then he gave up a sack on a third down. Like, he killed the same drive twice. He was the one that gave up the pressure that led to C.J. Stroud's arm getting hit, that led to the game-clinching interception. Look, maybe you're in a spot now where you're 0-3 and you should play your young guys, but there's no reason that Cam Robinson, your $12 million man, should have been benched for Ursery. And I know that Robinson's history, like the last couple of years, isn't that great, but you trust Cam Robinson or Ursery right now to protect C.J. Stroud's blindside? I think it's pretty obvious, but just my opinion. Let's go out to the HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Lamont, you're into the junkyard. What's up?
Hey, man, how's it going, fellas?
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, I want to talk about C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. These kids now, these young men that's coming out of college, they're not like the older ones without the NIL deals and stuff. They're pretty savvy, and I think about what J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt was leaving off the field with the little pervert, number 4, Deshaun Watson, and was telling him, I'm sorry for this and stuff like that. We pretty much ruined his season for you or whatever. I say all of that to say this, man. This C.J. Stroud situation, he gets no money from me because I don't want Will Anderson, when he's about to get ready and sign, that dude wants to win. Will Anderson can't possibly look at C.J. Stroud knowing that he's up to get some money. Basically, I'm sorry, because I'm going all over the place to make this short, man. I think that other high-profile players, like a Will Anderson that's coming up, they might be like, I don't know if I want to be here. If you're going to still go with this same, not just C.J. Stroud, but this same in aptitude. It's crazy, and that's the way I look at it, man. Can something like this almost ruin your chances at other people, man? Because I wouldn't want to sign here right now. Not with C.J. Stroud, and that's offensive line. That's all I have, fellas.
Yeah, I mean, I think Will Anderson's going to take the money, but I get your point, Lamont. Like, if you're in a free agency battle with two teams, for a wide receiver, let's say, in the offseason to replace Christian Kirk, and it's okay, well, do I want to go to a team that is the quarterback is struggling and the offense is archaic or we don't know what the offense is going to be because Nick Caley probably won't be here, or do I want to go somewhere else? The answer might be somewhere else. I mean, it's probably not the end of the world if, and I don't know how you feel, Jeremy, right now. I don't feel like CJ deserves all the blame for what's happening.
No, we'll hit the CJ on the other side. The Will Anderson aspect of it, like he's going to be eligible for an extension for the very first time in the offseason. And if the Texans give him big edge rusher money, he's going to accept it. Like, I think a lot of times we put too much value in like, oh, this team's no good, I don't want to stay here. 95% of the time, the player is going to sign when the money is there. So if the Texans are willing to give Will Anderson the money, Will Anderson's going to re-sign.
Yeah,
Now, I think to your point, the scenario that you drew up, it's like, okay, if there's Team A that's a playoff, it's called Baltimore. Like Team A, Baltimore, they really need this receiver. They really like this receiver. They're offering him $10 million 1 year. The Texans would like him too. They give him $10 million 1 year. Where would that receiver go? He's probably going to go to Baltimore. It usually breaks a tie. It's usually not the end-all, be-all. All right, C.J. Stroud, what do we think of his performance yesterday? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I always think the performance of Monument Chevrolet is the best. In fact, they're the best dealership in the city of Houston. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, listen up. They're the dealership you can trust, Monument Chevrolet. They're transparent. They're not going to hassle you with pricing, which is awesome. It's a big deal. Going to the car dealership is terrible. It's no fun. That's not the case at Monument Chevrolet, because the moment that you step foot on their lot, the moment you step into their showroom, Monument Chevrolet, the feeling there is palpable. Family feel, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, which leads to a great culture. It's why Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and they keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. So get a fair deal, a fast deal, and an easy deal without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. And right now, the vehicle of the week, how about the used EVs? It's a fantastic deal. Not a whole lot of people are talking about used EVs. Monument Chevrolet right now has pre-owned Chevy Bolts on their lots at a wonderful price. These cars have brand new batteries too, by the way. They are quiet, they are comfortable, and they're priced at just under $15,000. That's a bargain. It's a deal. And if you purchase the vehicle before September 30th, you qualify for an EV tax credit of up to $4,000. You're getting this basically for $11,000. It's a fantastic deal. So get over to Monument Chevrolet now and take advantage. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. Now is the time to upgrade your ride at Monument Chevrolet. Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com. Go visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We'll get to the Stroud stuff in a moment. Hate to say it, but I would rather pay Will Anderson at this point today. I mean, Will Anderson's better at his position than C.J. Stroud is at his position currently.
It's not even close.
No. I do think that I don't want to sit here and defend Stroud. I don't think Stroud's the problem on the offensive end. I still think that Stroud can be a very good quarterback in the NFL. Is he currently playing really good? No. No, he's not. Those 2 interceptions he threw yesterday, I mean, the second one, he got hit. Like,
he got tipped.
That's not on Stroud. Like, probably on Ursery more than anything else. Ursery, and maybe even the scheme of like, hey, you're not giving Ursery help after he's getting beat all day. But then the couple times they did try to give Ursery help, they botched a stunt anyway. So it's like you're darned if you do, darned if you don't. But the second interception's not on Stroud. He got his arm hit as he threw the football. He actually looked pretty good on that final drive. He actually looked pretty good in the last 2 drives. Nico Collins fumbled the ball as they approached the red zone on the penultimate one. The first one was a really bad throw. And like some people are like, well, the routes that the receivers are running, they're too close. It allows the defender to be too close to Kirk. That ball was underthrown. Like, even if that is true, and I'm not dismissing that, like, I think that does have validity to it. That ball by Stroud was underthrown. It was on the inside left shoulder of Kirk. It needed to be the outside right shoulder of Kirk where there was plenty of room, plenty of space to operate. It was an underthrown ball. It was a really bad pass, and it came in a critical time.
Yeah, the throw's terrible because it's not even close to Christian Kirk in that moment. That goes back to everything about like the offseason, like having Christian Kirk out there and not having him out there enough. Honestly, the first 2 games of the season. So like, is there a miscommunication there of where you think Kirk is going? I don't think so. I think it's just a flat out bad throws that we didn't see C.J. Stroud making his rookie year. Like, that's where we talk about regression. Over the last 2 years, we're seeing CJ throw interceptions that we did not see his rookie year. And that is still surprising. No, I don't think CJ Stroud is the ultimate problem, but I do think a little bit of what we saw with like Jared Goff's career, where he was with a good offensive coordinator in Sean McVay, obviously, but at some point it faltered because it did not work in that scheme. But then he got with Ben Johnson, and he really took off in a giant way. And I think that, again, goes back to the guy who's calling the plays, doesn't understand his quarterback's strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, maybe like there is some validity of the Stroud doesn't elevate. Although I still think he can. I still think he can. I think that he's being hindered more than anything. But you can't argue with the results. Like, the results are what they are. That was a bad throw to Kirk. Misfiring. I think that people are telling him to use his legs more. I don't like that. I don't like that Stroud is using his legs more. Like, he feels the need. Oh, I got to go out there and play make. I got to go out there and create. If he's feeling that way, what does that tell you about the offense? It tells you that he doesn't have belief and confidence in that offense. Now, if he wants to step into the pocket and he wants to escape through an A-B gap because the pressure's around the edge, fine. But the whole drifting backward stuff is driving me nuts. Mm-hmm. I can't stand it. And a lot of it's because of the protection. Like, he doesn't trust protection right now. So what are you naturally going to do when you get your head pounded in over and over? You're going to start to drift backwards. You're going to start to drift away. So that's why, like, the offensive line has hindered the development. It has hindered the potential, all of that. I think that there is some validity of maybe he's not a top 3-5 quarterback that can change a game all on his own. But look at Mahomes in Kansas City. Like, we've talked about Mahomes as the best quarterback this generation. And right now in Kansas City, he can't get anything going because the pieces around him are so bad because they're terrible. And Stroud, I look at the Houston Texans quarterback situation, and I'm talking more about like the scenario that they've put their quarterback in, like around the league. Like, what are the easiest spots to play quarterback in? Like Buffalo, I mean, I don't know what to make of Buffalo because Allen's a freak talent. Same thing with Baltimore. But, like, Minnesota seemed very quarterback-friendly.
Yeah, look at what Carson Wentz did this weekend.
Like, Sam Darnold revived his career with Kevin O'Connell. Carson Wentz all of a sudden looks like he's a top 32 quarterback in the world again. I look at San Francisco. Okay, that's a quarterback situation where they get guys to thrive. Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant. Mac Jones has bounced around several teams in the NFL, and he's looking okay. There are certain positions in the NFL that a quarterback can thrive in no matter who they are, basically. The Houston Texans quarterback situation right now, defensive-minded head coach, bad offensive line, terrible weapons outside of Nico Collins, Nick Caley, who looks in over his head as an offensive coordinator. The Houston Texans might have one of the worst positions in the entire NFL to play quarterback in.
I think that's totally fair. And I'll defend CJ for a second, too. Like, look what's happened in these 3 games that you're 0-3 in. He was marching them down the field. Didn't play well against the Rams, marching them down the field. Dare fumbles. Like, he was putting his team in position to win the game. Again, he got them the lead against Tampa Bay before Baker drove down the field for one of his 3 comeback drives this weekend or this season. And then same thing with the Jacksonville game. Like, yes, the interception's awful, but he had them down, moving down the field, and Nico fumbles, and the interception, he gets hit, by basically a free pass rusher because your left tackle's getting bullied. You don't help him at all. Like, that's why it can't all be on CJ. I get why there's people that are out on him.
Yeah.
And people are frustrated. I get it. I'm not going to argue with those people because right now they've got the checkmate. Like, I don't disagree with them. I think it's totally valid to feel that way, but it's not all on CJ.
No, it's definitely not. Like, this is one of the worst settings to play quarterback in the entire NFL. If CJ Stroud was in Minnesota, he was the starter in Minnesota, what would we be saying about CJ Stroud? This guy's top 5, top 7 quarterback. Mm-hmm. He could lead Minnesota to the Super Bowl. What if he was in San Francisco? Like, that's why I hate the whole let's get out of this San Francisco scheme, because that's a quarterback-friendly scheme. The McVays, that's kind of what I was hoping for when they hired Caley. Oh, they're bringing in a McVay, quarterback-friendly. Shanahan, quarterback-friendly. O'Connell, quarterback-friendly. Nope. We're going to go back to an antiquated offense that is very hard to quarterback in, that is forcing my quarterback to be on the same page with the receiver based on what the defensive look they're getting, which the defense have been better at decoying their disguising and all that stuff, their fronts and what coverages they're in. They've never been better at doing that, but we're going to go back to a 2005, mid-2000s offense where C.J. Stroud has to be on the same page with Christian Kirk, Nico Collins, Dalton Schultz on every single play.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing?
And rookies who are playing their first games in the NFL. Like, guys who, like, in the Patriot system, think back. Like, would Jaden Higgins or Noel ever play in New England? No, because Bill Belichick didn't play rookies for this very reason.
Maybe that's why they're not playing.
Like, and maybe it is because they're not on the same page, but no one's on the same page.
No.
It's just, it's broken.
C.J. Stroud, here you go. Go read a defense. And then be on the same page with all 4 or 5 of your targets on this specific play to know exactly where they're going. Let's make it as hard as possible on C.J. Stroud to know where to throw the ball, on top of having one of the worst offensive lines in the entire NFL. Like, isn't the whole point of bringing an offensive coordinator and an offensive line coach and all the offseason moves to make life easier on C.J. Stroud? Mm-hmm. That was the whole point.
They made it harder.
What did they do? They made it astronomically harder. 713-780-3776. Your thoughts on this? C.J. Stroud, offensive woes. What do you think about Stroud wearing a Yankees hat, by the way? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Houston, the Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Did you know that Walmart has more than 500 million items online? Find a huge selection online you can't find in stores at Walmart.com. Brad and family, we love ordering online from Walmart. In fact, my wife just texted me mid-segment, which I love when she does that. Do you want anything from Walmart? I'm about to place an order. I said, give me a few minutes, maybe to the end of the segment. But Brandon Family has been ordering online from Walmart for quite some time. We're placing an order today, which is fantastic because I'm going to give her a long list of things, and it's going to be at the house whenever I get there. I love it. We all love it. We don't like to mess with the crowd. We don't want to turn off the game. Like, I want to watch Lions-Ravens tonight. I don't want to go to the store, and I'm not going to have to because my beautiful bride is placing an order as we speak. We get all the groceries we need without even having to leave the house. We get batteries. We get floss picks. We get it all. We get, I mentioned this the other day. We got wasp spray from Walmart.com ordering because we had to kill some wasp outside. Oh, that's too expensive. Online grocery shopping costs more. That's not true at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store. And because it's Walmart, you already know the prices are low. And they are fast. They're going to save you time. Use Express Delivery to get all of the eligible things you need from Walmart, from groceries, home goods, prescriptions. Walmart is changing the game. Wasp spray, too. So when it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, battling some wasps, think Walmart for all those grocery needs. Start an order today at walmart.com.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
inside of the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Like, is that actually true? Or are we actually really trying to run the Patriots Tom Brady King mastermind offense here in bad word Houston? I mean, CJ Stroud has said in a press conference that they watch film on the old Patriots to see what Brady does. Together. Like, it's yes. The answer to that is yes. Rocky still don't think Caserio gets fired, ? Hires 3 rookie OCs. Okay, so are we giving Caley to Caserio? Like, D'Amico has final say on the coaching staff. So are we giving Caley to Caserio? I understand it's an easy leap to make considering they spend time together in New England. What's D'Amico's ties to Caley? But if the head coach has final say, he could avoid Nick Caley.
I don't know the coach's final say. Like I'd like to believe he does. But
DJ Bieniemy tweeted today that he does.
I mean, then it's on both of them. I think it's on now. If Nick Caserio is the one saying this is the guy I want you to hire, then yeah, Nick Caserio deserves blame for that. But if D'Amico signed off on it, he deserves as much blame as Nick Caserio. He doesn't get a pass in this just because he's a former beloved player. Like you don't get a pass starting 0-3.
But he will. This and that. Like if there is one scapegoat, it'll be Caserio ahead of D'Amico.
Totally agree. It's the problem with hiring former players as your coaches. They get too long of a leash typically. It doesn't work. And now I'm going to use 2 college basketball references here. But look at Patrick Ewing in Georgetown. Disaster. Now, it's still not much better there. But, like, they had a hard time because that's one of the most important players in Georgetown history. Look at Chris Mullins in St. John's. Disaster. You make it really challenging when you make a hire like this because it's going to upset people if you have to move on. And typically ownership groups or organizations will want to give that person a longer, chance to succeed. But yeah, it's whoever made the hire should take the brunt of this decision. And even if they fire Nick Caley and everyone else stays in place, should there be any level of confidence that they're going to get it right? No. I mean, if you're going to hire a new offense coordinator, you need to tell the offense coordinator bring in whatever it takes to make this offense successful. Mm-hmm. Like, hey, you have full autonomy with this offense. You basically need a veteran head coach who's out of a job.
Probably.
Like you need like a Doug Peterson, essentially, someone that has a lengthy resume, because your next offensive coordinator is also probably your head coach. Is probably your next interim head coach if you have to fire D'Amico.
Yeah, I don't want to think that way, but you're probably right.
But it's true.
It's Kubiak with Wade.
That's probably who the offensive coordinator should be, to be honest.
Kubiak?
It's just bring back Kubiak.
Kubiak wouldn't be a terrible interim.
Honestly, they would have been better off hiring Bill O'Brien as the offensive coordinator.
He probably wouldn't have taken the job.
Like if they're going to run this Patriots offense, at least Bill could have run it.
Oh, I have faith that O'Brien would be a better OC for the Texans than Caley.
Yeah.
No, I have no doubt. Because, I mean, look, he made Deshaun look good.
Yeah.
Deshaun looked at his best and a very, very good under Bill O'Brien. And then he goes into he was different quarterback injuries, off the field stuff. But he looked nothing like the old Deshaun when he went to Cleveland. Mm-hmm. No, I would take O'Brien over Caley without a shadow of a doubt. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Marcus, you're in the junkyard. What's up?
What's up, fellas? I just want to caution everyone not to give up on C.J. Stroud. Then we have examples that guys, if they get under the right system, they can flourish, i.e. Daniel Jones. And I just want to make another statement. Has anyone thought about, like, since Tank Dell went down, how bad this offense has looked? I'm not saying he's the overall answer, but since he went down with that leg injury, this offense has not looked good, and that's with the bad offensive line. And I'll hang up and listen.
I mean, I definitely agree. I think that's each time Tank Dell has gotten hurt, whether that's his first year, second year, or not having him this year. This team has looked worse without him. But the unfortunate reality with Tank Dell is who knows if we're going to see him play for the Houston Texans again after that gruesome knee injury. Like, maybe we will, but I don't think it'd be fair to assume that after what we saw last year. And at the end of the day, it's your GM's responsibility to replace that player. And he's tried. He brought in 3 new wide receivers this year. And none of them have been able to replace Tank yet.
No, Tank is a loss because he gives you something that you either don't have or refuse to play, and that's like twitch. It's quick. It's separation. Like, these Texans receivers haven't been great at getting separation. Maybe it's the routes they're running. But Tank gave you that. Tank was an elite separator. Like, he wasn't the fastest guy point A to point B, but he was twitchy, incredibly quick, and was a great separator. So I think that there is some correlation there. I wouldn't give it total correlation, but I think you are onto something. And look, I'm not giving up on Stroud. Like, do I think C.J. Stroud's more talented than Daniel Jones? Yeah,
absolutely.
I do. Like, I don't think there's many quarterbacks more talented than C.J. Stroud. So I'm not giving up on Stroud. Like, is he playing good right now? Absolutely not. Am I ticked off he's wearing a Yankee hat to the game? Yeah, a little bit. I don't like that. Didn't you learn your lesson against Seattle?
No, he clearly didn't.
Like, it's a fashion thing. Aren't you from L.A.?
Yep.
Aren't you from L.A. and you're wearing a New York hat? Like, East Coast, West Coast? Like, what's going on?
See, the thing is, CJ has done a lot of cutesy things. Is probably the nicest way to put it since he became the quarterback of the Houston Texans. They got a pass for. Talking bad about the women, saying the women are better in L.A. Talking bad about the food, saying the food's better in L.A. First of all, wrong.
Definitely wrong on that.
The Seattle hat, the Yankees hat, crowning themselves a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. All the podcast appearances. All that stuff is fun and games when you're awesome as a rookie, but when you stink, people are going to hold it against you. And yeah, I get it. He's not from here. We should not assume every player that arrives in Houston is going to be a fan of the teams. Then wear a Dodgers hat. Like, have some self-awareness. I don't think it's the end of the world, but it's just going to piss off your fans. And that's all it's doing. It's just making them upset that as the Astros season is crumbling, you are representing the Mariners and the Yankees. It's just a bad look. It's bad PR. The PR staff should step in here and say, hey, dude, maybe wear an Astros hat to the next game.
It's a lack of touch. Like, the quarterback is symbolic with the organization. Hey, for better or worse, whether you like it or not, if you're the quarterback of a football team, you represent that football team. And look, is it going to influence his play on the field at all? No. If he went out and threw for 5 touchdowns, would I be annoyed less? Yes. But it lacks any sort of feel. And it's also, again, he's from L.A., and he's wearing a New York hat. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing here? Like, are you loyal to the soil or not? It's just, it's odd. It's odd. Oh, it's fashion. Okay. Like, are there not other hats that you could have worn there that would also check the box of fashion and then not tick off your fan base that you're now 0-3 and like they're all mad at you? It lacks any sort of feel.
You know what team have navy hats with just white lettering? The Astros. You can find Astros hats that accomplish the same thing.
Junkie texted in, said he's going to wear a European Ryder Cup hat next week.
That's how far? That's too far. You can't go outside the country.
I did bet on the European Ryder Cup team when it was in Europe.
I know. Well, see, but I think that's okay.
Separation of feeling and
but typically the home field advantage there helps a lot.
Yeah, I like the U.S. chances this week.
It's going to be a great weekend of sports.
It is. 713-780-3776. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Israel, you're in the junkyard. What's up?
What up? Hey, the difference is with Coach Ryan, he's successful. He won 2 divisions back to back. Former player or not, I don't know where that comes from. CJ can wear what he want to wear. Like, I'm big East Side Chicago, and he L.A. We not suburbanites. He wear what he want to wear, and he don't care what some people. You know what I mean? He don't care what nobody think. He wear what he want. We free men. It's 2025. He can care less. He got to perform. Now I understand the O-line is a little suspect. You know what I'm saying? He hasn't got off to a good start. He lost, they lost 3 games. He has had his teams in position. It's been a little mishap. All right? But if Mariota, Danny, the other guy in Tampa Bay, all these Jones and Donald, all these busts started their career as busts, and he in his 3rd year, like 23 years old. Are you kidding me? He got a promising future. And if it's not in Houston, like Larry in D.C., he's doing fine. Now, like me, I've been here 20 years. And just because the Reed Shepard is a number 3 pick, ain't no hate. That's the truth. You can criticize everybody, the brothers, all day. But say something about the little leprechaun, like somebody came, he's a bust. They wasted the number 3 pick, and KD and the guys and they're like, man, who's this guy? Man, get rid of him. He's not gonna. He is not starting on nothing. He ain't even getting tired. All right.
See ya. I lost track of what he said.
Yeah, me too.
Stop paying attention there.
I mean, look, what I think the point is that, to what we've been saying, is in a better system, it can be better for CJ Stroud. I agree. But someone has to be held accountable for what's doing this. Like, you don't just get to, like, okay, you want to give D'Amico a pass because he's won 2 division championships, he's won 2 playoff games, you want to give CJ Stroud a pass? That's fine. Name me one coach in NFL history that has fired 2 offensive coordinators and gotten a third and kept his job. It doesn't happen. There's a reason why it doesn't happen. Hell, Nick Caserio, but now the Texans are a little different, right? Nick Caserio is one of like 2 GMs to fire as many head coaches as he's fired and still have a job. That doesn't happen unless you're in San Francisco or you're here in Houston. Like, you don't fire that many head coaches and get a pass typically to get it right. He's gotten that pass. Whoever is responsible for it has to take some blame. Like, you want to say D'Amico and CJ deserve a pass because of what they accomplished the previous 2 seasons? That's fine, but someone has to get fired for this.
713-780-3776. Back out to the HRP listener line. Julian, you're in the junkyard. What's up, Julian?
Man, I always get a laugh out of, callers such as the previous one. I wonder if CJ was not the same shade as him, he'd feel the same way. But I digress. CJ himself needs to be blamed. First, it was Slowick, right? Slowick's offense. He was the first year, oh, my God, CJ's top 5. He was doing the podcast, doing this all off season. So then the second year, Slowick was the scapegoat. Oh, well, I can't do nothing. I can't check nothing at the line, da-da-da-da. I need more freedom. Well, now he has more freedom. Now it's Kaylee's fault. Like, at what point do we say, hey, how about we anointed this young man a little too fast? I'm not saying he's trash, not even saying he's a bust, but the whole organization was filling themselves before y'all really even did anything. Y'all beat some teams in the playoffs, and y'all went to the divisional, didn't get past it, and then out of nowhere, the whole city thought it was Super Bowl or bust. Calm down. The Astros, being as successful as they were, made this gave y'all this idea, the Houston fans, gave them this idea that every organization in the city is going to be that way, when in reality, man, it's up and down. It's going to be bad. It's going to be good. It's probably going to go bad again. And then who knows, maybe next year he'll be better. But CJ is to blame because his first offseason, all he did was play patty cake with Micah. The second offseason, all he did was blame Slowick. Now, who's he gonna point the finger at? D'Amico? Nick? I don't know, man. I hope y'all get it together, but it's gonna be a long season. Y'all have a good one.
See you, Julian. Good points.
Yeah, I mean, but we don't typically see NFL teams go through this when you have your guy. Like, the Bengals are probably the exception here, right? That have had great success and then it's plummeted out. It hasn't happened with the Chiefs. It hasn't happened with the Bills. It hasn't happened with the Ravens. Like, these teams who, when you have a very good quarterback, don't typically, without an injury, have this much of a step backwards with a quarterback. So that's where, you want to blame CJ? It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, he is a common denominator in all of it. But if you were to power rank, like, what is wrong with this offense the last 2 years, where would CJ fall into place?
Okay, so offensive coordinator 1A, offensive line 1B.
Yeah, I'd probably go offensive line 1A over play caller.
Coordinators just suck. They're
Yeah.
so bad.
Playmakers?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Playmakers staying healthy.
He had playmakers early last year, and he had Mixon last year. I mean, I think he's third or fourth.
I would say third. I think
play caller, offensive line. I have him fourth. Play caller, offensive line. I mean, offensive line is number 1 for me. If you can't protect, you're gonna have a hard time winning football games. Offensive line, play caller, skill, CJ. And look, CJ deserves blame, but fourth on that list does matter.
Yeah, it does, because it's a blame game. We're not talking about how it's. You want this to be that CJ Stroud, like his rookie year, was the reason why the team was, succeeding, and now it's not. It's totally fair to say that he's the reason why the team's failing. It's It's a collective failure amongst this organization about how they're part of this, and that's why C.J. Stroud is there. And I guess I think Nick Caserio probably.
Oh yeah, he would be up there.
I would put C.J. I would put him in front of C.J. too because he kind of encapsulates all of it, right?
Yeah.
The offensive line issues, the skill position issues. Like it's not his fault with the injuries, losing Dell and Diggs,
right?
And Joe Mixon, all these different things. Like he's tried to add. I give him a B for effort, but it hasn't worked.
I don't even have to give him that. The Junkies want to talk Stroud. So who are we to tell him no? 713-780-3776. I also have never seen Israel, so I have no idea what he looks like or shade or anything like that. I've never met him. I have no idea. I think we're jumping to conclusions there. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We are in the thick of football season. Football is fun most of the time, but it's always fun on Underdog because Underdog is the place to make picks and win money all season long. Playing Underdog is easy. It's fun to do. Pick whether or not your favorite players will go higher or lower on a bunch of different stats, touchdowns, yards, interceptions, much, much more. And also new to Underdog, you can pick teams now. Yeah, you can pick whether or not your team will win or lose. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. I won my picks this weekend. Did you? So much to play, so much fun to be had, so much money to win. Check out this Monday night stuff they got going on. How about a Lamar Jackson free pick? Do you think he's going to be higher than 0 pass plus rush yards? Of course you do. It's a free pick. Get that Lamar Jackson free pick right now on Underdog. How about his pass rush yards, though? 285.5. You think he'll be higher or lower there? Jahmyr Gibbs, 55.5 rush yards, higher or lower? I like the higher there. Zay Flowers, 72.5 receiving yards, higher or lower? Get your picks in now. You know ball. Get over to Underdog and prove that you know ball. Also with Underdog, you have the originals. You have your drafts. You have your streak. Start a streak today. You have your ladders. The more you win, the more you win. So download the app today. Sign up with promo code KILLERB. It's to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. Promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog. Make picks and win money.
This is Jeremy and Joe
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. It's Jeremy and Joe. Devastating few days in Houston sports. Texans lose 0-3. Astros, we'll get to them later. They lose. They went 0-3 over the last 3 days. And then Fred VanVleet, potentially done for the year with a torn ACL. Bad few days, Houston sports. Texter, little junkie texting in. I don't want any remnants of the 2000 Patriots and the Texans in 2026. Fair enough. Let's not skip over the Texans severely benefited from the AFC South being one of the worst divisions in the league the last few years. There's no doubt. They beat up on divisional opponents too. I think time has made people forget how predictable Slowick's offense was. Fair, but is it more predictable than Kaylee's offense? That's where I would push back on that one.
And even if it's more predictable, I think it's better. Again, I'm glad they fired Bobby Slowick, but
sure,
I think the offense is better. I don't think there's any doubt about that. It was a better system than they're running right now.
Yeah. The Houston Texans right now today, and I don't like looking at league stats before all the games have been played, so I'll look tomorrow. But I took a peek today.
It's Detroit and Baltimore tonight.
Do you know where the Houston Texans rank in points per game?
Last.
Dead last.
And I'm guessing it's not that close. I think the Raiders were the team that was like a point in front of them.
It's like 12.5 points.
Yeah.
They're averaging like 12.5 points a game. And they haven't. Look, the Rams have a good defense. Tampa Bay, the Jets put up some numbers on them yesterday. The Jags, we don't think that they have a great defense.
They don't. They do not.
So, I mean, you've averaged 12.5 points through 3 games. Was Bobby Slowick ever averaging 12.5 a game? When did C.J. Stroud have his most success? I hate that we're arguing Slowick versus Kaylee because Slowick deserved to get fired and all of that. But it shows you Nick Caley Weiss's ineptitude is that he looks like a Temu version of Bobby Slowick.
I mean, even the Rams, they gave up 19 points to the Titans. The Texans scored 9. They gave up 33 points to Jalen Hurts yesterday. And Jalen Hurts they had 7 going into halftime before the Eagles turned it on and finally realized A.J. Brown was on their football team again for the first time this season. But the Rams have not exactly had the most inspiring performances. I mean, 19 points to Cam Ward and the Titans. They scored 10 more points than you in that game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Tony Pollard rushed for 92 yards against the Rams.
Not great.
It's not. I think the Texas point about the division is totally fair, but I mean, you only can play in the division you're supposed to be in or that you're in, and now you're 0-1 in your division.
Sure.
This year.
5433 DM me at Jeremy Branham on Twitter. Pete, if Texans lose next game to the Titans, then the OC has to go. It depends on how you do it, but if they score 3 points against the Titans, then you probably wait a week until the Ravens, and then after that,
because you have your bye week.
Yeah.
Install over the bye week, and then
you probably wait one more week.
Yeah.
CJ should wear the hat of his agent. Someone should ask Stroud if he's ever going to wear a Michigan hat to match a yellow and blue outfit.
Great question.
Good point. I don't think he would. Texter, he's laying the groundwork to get out. Another junkie wearing a Yankees hat shows no self-awareness. Do you think he's just dumb? No, I think he's probably trying to prove a point. Like, hey, I'm going to do me. I don't care what you say, which I kind of applaud. Like, I don't really – I like that demeanor. Like, I'm going to do me. I don't care about you. I don't care what the critics say.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter what the fans say, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, the boos were very loud in week 2. I'm guessing there's going to be more like church vibes the rest of the season at NRG. Because I don't think there's going to be a lot of people there.
Yeah, probably not.
Like, when the Bills come to town, it's going to be a lot of people there. Bills fans.
Mm-hmm.
When the Raiders come to town, there's going to be a lot of people there. Raiders fans. It's going to be a quieter stadium. And
they'll be loud. It'll be empty, but they'll voice their opinion.
They should.
Yeah.
Because I hope fans are angry. Like, at this point, you shouldn't be apathetic about how this team is playing. You should be upset because this is a huge disappointment.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, he just doesn't care. Like, again, you're right, Jeremy. Like, it's fine. It's fine. He doesn't care, but it doesn't mean the fans aren't going to care. And the fans' opinion doesn't matter for everything, I guess. But I just think it seems not intelligent to intentionally piss off your fan base when you're playing as poorly as they are as a team.
Go Texas.
I think so too. It's a lag. I don't know. I don't think he's unaware though. I don't think he's unaware. I think it's I don't care.
Is that
more
worse?
than unaware?
Isn't that worse though?
I kind of like that attitude a little bit more. I'd rather him be aware and just be like, screw you, than unaware and dumb, you know? And I don't think that's – I think he's very aware. I think he is.
Yeah.
I think. I don't know for sure. Texter, he's wearing a Texans Rangers hat Sunday versus the Titans. Well, he's got to match his outfit. He's got to match the blue and the red that he's going to have on his outfit walking into the game on Sunday. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Tyler, you're in the junkyard. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So the biggest issue with C.J. Stroud is just the vibe that he puts off. Last season, you got to deal with the waterworks in the middle of the game, and it's whispers of, hey, is C.J. soft? Looks like it. And then now he's not playing well, and every time he goes up to the podium, he looks like your kid, and you're telling him, why he should not be making terrible decisions. It's just hard to deal with. When things are going good, he's happy, like has his chest puffed out like everybody else. When things are going bad, it looks like he shrinks. That's not a leader of men. I'm tired of seeing it. That's all I got on C.J. Stroud, guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's the collective body, not to single out CJ too much, but the collective body language is not good. I know D'Amico said today in his press conference he was yelling at a referee, not at Nick Caley, even though it looked like that. I think that's probably some fancy camera work a little bit more. We were a little misled by it, but I mean, he was upset, and then CJ threw a pick the next play. So.
Yeah, I went back and watched that to see if what D'Amico said there added up, and it did.
Okay,
It did check out. You can actually see the referee who's standing right next to Caley talk back to D'Amico.
Mm-hmm.
So it was just you didn't have the full picture, and then the way that the camera captured it presented another story, which is kind of scary.
Because it really looked like he was screaming at Nick Caley.
I thought so, but he was screaming to the referee next to Nick Caley because and you actually do see the referee over the ball doing they subbed. You can't snap it yet, and they didn't sub.
Yeah.
So that's why he was mad, rightfully so. But he wasn't yelling at Caley, which the TV – the way that they cut to D'Amico and then they cut to Caley, it definitely made it look like he was talking to or yelling at Caley.
Big time.
But no, he wasn't. I already read that text there, guy. All glory goes to – nope, not reading that. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate the concern with the Texans heading the way of the Cowboys, Jags, Dolphins, overpaid mediocre quarterbacks leading the team? Look, I still think that Stroud's good. I really do. I think he's I think he is a victim of circumstance here.
Okay, I'm not concerned about giving CJ the money just yet. I'm a little hesitant still. The problem is everything we've been talking about this year is I don't think the Houston Texans organization could build a winning football team around a $60 million quarterback.
Yep.
That's the problem, is that there are so many flaws with this roster still 3 years into this build with CJ Stroud that Nick Cassera has not been able to adequately, address that if you're paying Nico Collins, C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, Derek Stingley Jr. around $180 to $190 million between those four players. How the hell are you building a roster out, man? You can't draft offensive linemen. You can't develop offensive linemen.
Nope.
You can't address the running back room. You can't find wide receivers that are making separation. You can't stop. They did okay versus the run game. But all those expensive pieces on defense got to start going away. How are you going to replace Kamari Lassiter? Because he won't be able to be on this team when you pay all those guys. So I'm very concerned about where this roster is at. And then if you factor in paying both Anderson and CJ at one time, how they really go from there.
Yeah.
And avoid being stuck in mediocrity.
No, it's a valid point because the salary cap pie is going to be eaten by very few guys. And that's going to be very difficult to construct a team around. It's going to be stars and scrubs. And your stars might not be great relative to the rest of the league, especially if you have a quarterback who needs help around him, which that is most quarterbacks in the NFL. How many quarterbacks don't need help around them? Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, end of list. Mahomes looks like he needs help right now.
Yeah, I think that's the end of the list right now. I mean, Jalen, because he doesn't throw the ball to AJ Hurts.
But he was fantastic in the second half yesterday.
He was. No, that's why I think they could win without AJ Brown.
Oh, no doubt.
You have Devonta as well, but I think Saquon obviously helps them, but that's not a high price premium position.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't put him in that list either. I think it's Allen and Lamar.
Yeah.
Two guys that would win regardless of what is around them.
Yep.
And even Lamar has Henry, But he was good before Henry. Allen, they get rid of pretty much everybody.
And with Lamar, they've found pieces. They have Zay Flowers. We've seen DeAndre Hopkins score 2 touchdowns this year. They've had, They've had some struggle as at tight end, but they've been able to replace guys. They've done well in their build of their team, and the Texans just haven't.
No.
They've missed on too much. I mean, Kenyon Green just got waived for like the 5th time today by the Eagles.
He got waived again.
Like, that should be your starting left guard.
Should miss. Should. As long as he's not wearing another football team's hat, it doesn't really bother me. Maybe CJ will wear a Titans hat next week. He was wearing a black shirt with a Navy Yankee hat. It's not even matching. Screw that guy.
Should wear a White Sox hat.
Maybe stop worrying about what he's wearing and worry about the play. You're right. We haven't done that at all. We haven't worried about CJ Stroud's play whatsoever. That has never been a talking point in the long history of the show. Never once have we talked about CJ Stroud's play. Ever. 713-780-3776. Eddie, we'll get to you on the other side. I'll hear from D'Amico, too, his thoughts and something that irritated Joe. It is Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, Houston, the Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Walmart has more than 500 million items online. You can find a huge selection of items that you can't find in store. And who knew that unlike other grocery stores, Walmart's grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store. We literally last night were going through our fridge and just started throwing everything out that's not coming with us on this move to our new house we're renting this week. And we're already starting to put together our grocery list so we can just get it all from Walmart, make it nice and easy, and have it delivered in as fast as an hour. Fees and terms apply. You can use express delivery to get all the eligible things you need from Walmart, from groceries to home goods to prescriptions, subject to availability. You can learn more at walmart.com.
You are listening to Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. We are the J team. 713-780-3776. No NFL expert, but have the Texans tried not to be booty? I think they're trying not to be booty. They just are booty.
I guess.
They are booty. Unless you have superstar players willing to play for less like Brady did, it will be difficult to roster build when 2 to 3 players take a large chunk of the cap pie. I like that word that we invented to describe that, little cap pie.
Yes and no. I mean, we're seeing teams have success. Like the notion that you have to win a Super Bowl under a rookie contract is changing, or even get to the Super Bowl. Like we saw the Chiefs got there last year. They didn't win it.
Mahomes took a discount, though.
He did. It was, what, $500 million over 10 years?
Yeah, but it lowered the yearly.
Yeah, because a lot of that, and there was a lot of bonuses in there. So he did take a little bit of a discount. I mean, Jalen Hurts isn't a top-paid quarterback, and he's up there, but he's not one of the top guys. I think part of it's more just like if you pay someone like a Trevor Lawrence $55 million and they're not that, then it's literally impossible to have success. And that's the question about C.J. Stroud. Like, can he get back to that level?
I think he can with the right pieces in place.
I am wavering a little bit, to be honest with you. I'm wavering on that C.J. can still be that guy.
Is it the hat?
No, it's just it's what you talked about earlier. It's the drifting. It's the interceptions that still seem very uncharacteristic of what he did at Ohio State and as a freshman, as a rookie in the NFL, I should say. That's where there are things that are happening that I have concerns that are creating very bad habits. And it's just more of a lack of faith of what's going on around him. Like, how do you convince C.J. Stroud he doesn't have to drift in the pocket without like can you fix your offensive line to make that go away? I don't know if you can. I don't know. Like sometimes those quarterbacks, like it just gets built into them when that happens. So he has to be able to break that, but he also has to have the guys in front of him that allow him to break that. You know, you have to protect this guy. And that's where, going back to what we talked about earlier, if I will be frustrated, disappointed if Ariante Arcery is your left tackle this weekend. I think it would be a mistake. Cam Robinson's the better left tackle right now. You should play him. Put their best foot forward. You want to talk about turning the season around? The season's not dead yet. Tim Settle said you can only go up from here. That's true, Tim. Thank you. You can't get worse than 0-3. You're not going to go 0-17, I don't think.
That's the benefit of being at rock bottom is that there's nowhere else to go.
Yeah. Now, how much higher can you go? Is it 3 wins? Is it 8 wins? We don't know. But you got to put your best foot forward, and if they want to do that, then playing Cam Robinson your left tackle, I think it starts there.
They got to put their best left tackle forward?
Yes.
I mean, he was a $12 million man. Like he was your prized free agent acquisition in the offseason. Now, and look, Cam Robinson's probably not the solution, but who would be better at left tackle today, Cam or Arcery? I think it's pretty clearly Cam Robinson. Also, for me, I think it's very clearly Woody Marks better than Nick Chubb. Like, give Woody Marks more touches than Nick Chubb. Marks had 7 touches yesterday. Nick Chubb had 12. Flip it. And they probably need to run it a little bit more if the passing game's not going to be very good. I mean, they averaged 4.5 yards a carry yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's not awful.
But they both did. That's why I don't know why they went away from the run game as much. Like, it's having some success.
Kaylee.
Like, why are you changing? To see more of Woody Marks, like you said, just constantly touching the rock. And I mean, look, Nick Chubb's looked okay, I think. But you got to have some faith that the run game's going to work. And that's where I think the young offensive coordinator is, okay, we have to score. So he's trying to throw it more and more and more. And that's what leads to the game plan.
I think he's trying to find his, rhythm. But I think it's a negative in terms of winning the football game, quite frankly. It's like we're going to throw the ball 40 times, get C.J. Stroud in a rhythm, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, this isn't great. Like, we're not moving the ball, and we actually ran the ball a little bit. Probably should have done that a little bit more. But is Arcery playing left tackle the best thing for winning? Like, I'm not sure they're making the best decisions for winning at the moment.
No.
Jaybird, did y'all mention that Stroud throws off his back foot a lot now? No, we don't break down Stroud's actual play. We only talk about the hats that he wears, Jaybird. You have to catch up. You have to pay attention here a little bit. CJ should wear the back of Christian Walker's baseball card in his hat. I don't want that. Nope. Don't want that. CJ just needs to play Sam Houston State to feel better. He can flex on him too.
You know what? I will say, like, CJ better not do what Arch did this weekend against the Titans. I don't want to see CJ Stroud rushing for a touchdown and flexing on the 0-3 Titans.
It's a little different. I mean, the Texans are 0-3 too. It's like, although the Texans, I think the Texans open up as a 7-point favorite.
I think last I saw it was down to 6.5.
We got bet down by the Sharps.
Yeah, which I wonder how much more it's going to. I mean, the Titans are awful. They're so bad.
Philip 68, can we call you guys? Nope, can't call us that, Philip 68.
You can flip it. The JBs.
Well, you're not a JB.
I'm J, you're B. Joe Brown.
Oh. Hey, how about it's your first name, my last name? That's confusing. You confuse me. Should we tank and go for the number 1 pick? Why not? Get a little more Sellers in here.
I can't wait to be arguing with you about if the Texans should draft Jeremiah Love or draft a left tackle.
High?
Yeah.
No.
He's sick.
I did look at
Are you already on mock draft season?
I'm always looking at mock drafts. I always look at mock drafts because I like to be current on like who's like the hot commodities, usually for best ball purposes.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I've been on best ball drafts or mock drafts. Anytime I see a mock draft, I look at it. But I did go to NFL Tankathon today to see where the Houston Texans would be picking if the NFL draft was tomorrow.
Where's that?
6th pick, baby.
I'm not going to be a little higher if it's going to be this bad, to be honest.
We're going to go back to draft season in Houston.
Awesome. Can't wait.
I'm going back to it. Rhythm dude is dancing with 3 left feet. It's kind of like me dancing. Texans are the only team to 0-3 to make the playoffs before. I don't think it's the only team. I think it's the most recent team. Slowick is smiling right now. Texans should have kept him for 1 more year. Texans should fire Kaylee and give Mike McCarthy a call. Ugh.
I mean, Slowick's going to be the offensive coordinator for the Dolphins this year, so he'll get his chance with like.
He's not going to call plays. You think he'll call plays?
When McDaniel gets fired, yeah.
Who they would make Weaver the interim?
That's my guess.
Who is their OC though?
Actually, I don't know.
I'm sure they have an OC, and it's not Slowick because Slowick's their passing game coordinator, unless they fired him too. Yeah, it's Frank Smith.
I don't know who that is.
I mean, he'd probably call the plays unless they fire him as well, which is possible. They do that sometimes.
And Bobby could just be the interim.
No, he couldn't. They would give it to Weave.
Yeah, they'll give it to Weave.
713-780-3776. So something D'Amico said yesterday triggered you, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
This triggered you. A couple of other things that D'Amico had to say. Maybe it will trigger you. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
St. Arnold, a beer for everyone. Their beer garden is a place for everyone, and for private events, they've got a space for everyone. They've got space for groups from 20 to 300 people. Weddings, family reunions, big birthday bashes, company happy hours, trade shows, holiday parties. I mean, look, the holidays are right around the corner. It would be a fabulous place to have your company outing at St. Arnold Beer Hall. We had the ESPN 97.5, 92.5 listener appreciation party. Joseph, who helped set it all up, made it super easy for everything. I mean, we told him we wanted to have the games on. He showed us how to do that. We were able to put our sponsor logos up on one of the big screens and really just made all the process smooth and easy. And if you're planning a big event, that's what you want. You don't want this to be a headache. You want to make it as nice and easy and simple as possible. And since you're a listener to this fine station, mention ESPN or my name, Joe, and receive their brewery game package free for your event. That game package gets you a combo of dartboards, Jenga, cornhole, and a pool table, and as a bonus, the photo booth as well. Get started at starnold.com. Click on private events. That's starnold.com. Click on private events.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. 713-780-3776. So this triggered Joe, he says. Clip from D'Amico Ryans after the game yesterday. Let's take a listen. D'Amico after the game yesterday.
The things we can clean up, right, then we play winning football, then we'll have a chance to turn it around. But again, man, we're close. That's what it is. We're close, but close isn't good enough. So we got to pick it up and find a way to get a win.
And this triggered you.
Yeah, now he clarified today by trying to say the games are close. That doesn't help the clip at all about being close. Whether you think the team is close to being good, close to winning games, I get it. It's 3 one-score games that you've lost. You could have won all 3. You could be 3-0. Like, that argument's there. But I just don't need to hear about being close when you're 0-3 and your season's probably over. You're talking all season about being close. I think what annoys me about it is CJ and D'Amico talked all last year, and Bobby, about turning it on and getting the offense going. And they were confident the offense was going to get going. And I know it doesn't really matter what you say to the media, but it just makes me feel like that they internally also believe these things. That, yeah, because the game is close, we're okay. See, it's just a lie.
Yeah, I don't think that he meant it the way that you received it. I think that he legitimately meant, like, we're close to winning all these games, which technically he's true. Like, I get your frustration. Like, you don't really want to hear that when you're 0-3. At the same time, like, who really cares what the guys at the podium are saying? 99% of the time, it really doesn't matter, although we'll make fun of it. I think that he was legitimately saying we're trying to win these games. Like, or not, of course they are, that they're legitimately close to winning these games, because they are. The Rams game, you fumbled it in the red zone, close to winning that game. Tampa Bay game obviously was close. You were close to winning that game, couldn't get the defensive stop. And then yesterday, like, you're driving within the red zone, you fumble the football, like, you were close to winning that game. I think that's what he actually does mean. I don't think he's saying, like, we're close from our offense to start clicking. I don't think he's suggesting that. He did say that today. Like, did he have a different meaning yesterday? I personally don't think so. But I understand where you're coming from. That, like, hey, like, whatever, man. Like,
but also just it doesn't matter. Like you can be as close as you've been in these games to win. You're not winning them.
No,
you're not doing what you did C.J. Stroud's rookie year. You're not winning these games when you need to. You're not doing what Baker Mayfield's doing this year. Baker Mayfield is 3-0, and has 3 games in which he drove his team down the field to win. And he's gotten help, of course, and CJ's not had help, and that's why it's not all on CJ. But it doesn't matter that you're close.
My pushback would be, though, like, what do you want him to say?
Some honesty?
Why, though? Like, what his
I think it'd be refreshing.
When he goes to the podium, his motive, his goal, his rationale isn't to please you.
No, but I don't think putting pressure on your players publicly is a bad thing.
It depends.
He knows his team better than we know his team.
Yeah,
right?
like, it's very clearly, like, his message to the team is like, okay, let's remain, like, and this is his personality. Like, he is a positive individual. That is 100% fact. So he's not going to ever go behind a podium and be like, we're the worst team in the world. Let's like, it's not him. Mm-hmm. It's just not. Like, if you're expecting that from D'Amico Ryan, you're going to be disappointed forever. Like, he's always upbeat. He's always positive. I think it can be helpful. Maybe sometimes it's not helpful, but that is who he is as a person.
It is, and that's where, being a former player, he's going to have a different approach than most other coaches, right? Because if he was called out by one of his head coaches, whether it's here in Houston or in Philadelphia, I'm sure that did not sit well with him, and that's why he is taking this approach. But, if you lose by a touchdown to the Baltimore Ravens, because I'm assuming they're going to beat the Titans, it doesn't, are you close? Are you going to say you're close if you only beat the Titans or that the Titans were close if you only win by 4 points?
Probably not.
Like, is the messaging going to be the same? So, yeah, it doesn't really matter. But my concern is that that's what's translating behind the scenes. Mm-hmm. That it's, hey, guys, we're close. Like, we're close in these games. And it really shouldn't matter. You're 0-3. It's about wins and losses. It's not about being close.
So, I guess, how much would you rather it be the D'Amico Ryan's approach of just saying a whole lot of nothing versus the, say, Nick Saban approach of being angry the entire time while still saying a whole lot of nothing?
I prefer it. I think I prefer just not hearing, smile and like seeing a guy smile at the podium when you're losing. I know I'm not the only one that feels this way, but like it's not inspiring in any way to think the Texans are going to turn it around for when they've been telling us the same messaging for a year and a half at this point.
Yeah, I don't really care what a coach says at the podium. Like, I just dismiss 99% of it unless I'm going to make fun of it. Like, the reason that they're doing what they do at the podium is, quite frankly, to send a message to the team. Now, you could argue, like, hey, is the positivity the right proper message? But I don't think it's the same behind the closed doors. I think his demeanor when he's sitting in front of the team, in front of their video review, when they're watching the film, is much different than, him at the podium. Now, is he positive? Like, yeah, that's his style. Here was another one from D'Amico. He says that he was asked, like, hey, do you guys have the right people in place to fix it? D'Amico says they do.
Yeah, for our offense, right, overall, we're all in this thing together, right? Of course, we want to play better offensively, right? We all are sticking together. We got to find a way to make sure we figure it out, and we will, because I know we have the right people, right? We got the right staff. We got the right players. We just got to figure it all out, and we got to go show it. It's not me saying it. We just got to go show it, and that's when we'll see the improvement.
There you go. Right people in place. Again, go ahead.
I hope that with that comes what we were talking about earlier, some changes. Getting, if you have the right people. Like, I do think Juice Scruggs flipping with Tomlinson during the game, I think is a step in the right direction of that. Of, okay, we're not just letting the status quo, be here of what this offense has been. And I hope that's more of seeing more of Higgins and Knoll and seeing those guys be more actively involved in the game plan. And maybe Woody Marks is part of that too. Like, if you have the right pieces, but you're just not playing them right now, that's fine. That's fine. But then make the changes, because the current pieces don't look right. So you can have the right pieces, but if they're not all playing right now, that should change with it.
I took it more as the staff than the personnel is how I heard that. But yeah, I would push back at that. Again, he's not going to say anything else. He has to say that we have the people in place. He's not going to be like, nope, Nick Caley was a terrible hire.
Yeah.
Like, he's not going to say that. Now, is he 100% honest? I don't know that he is that confident in Nick Caley right now, but I don't know. Maybe he does. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Philip, you're in the junkyard. What's up, Philip?
Hey, guys. I think I can speak for a lot of people that the bigger issue is they keep doing the same stuff over and over, and they're not trying different things. And it's like they always say, the definition of insanity. You keep doing the same thing, expect a different result. And it's like maybe we need to try things that are a little less orthodox. Maybe we go 4 wide a couple times a game and see if you can run the football. Maybe it's just the run and shoot era that I grew up in, but Lorenzo White ran the ball pretty darn well in the run and shoot when he spread the linebackers out into coverage and weaken the middle there. And maybe just a couple of looks like that, maybe some design runs for Stroud. Maybe you run the 2-minute offense to start a game and catch the other team off guard and get some tempo. They don't try things, and that's what if they were trying different things and they weren't getting results, at least we'd see that there's an effort to recognize, hey, we need to switch things up. We need to think about the game in a different way, that maybe we can find something that works and we can ride that the rest of the year. But it's just the same stuff over and over. It's just like we have to do better. We have to execute. Well, the other team executes too. So you just got to be better than the other team, and right now they're not. So maybe you have to scheme to get around that. And whether that's more delayed handoffs or biting the defense and trying to run more screens, anticipating those pass rushes, you just don't see them doing anything different when they're not learning from their mistakes. And that's what's really frustrating.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Well said. It's a good point, Philip. Texans are a dumpster fires. It's a junkie. Is D'Amico a guy that says all the right things but fails when it comes to executing what he says? I think he's just trying to keep the locker room upbeat and they don't quit on the season. I think that's what he's trying to do. All right, 713-780-3776. The Texans lost. They're 0-3. They weren't the only disaster in Houston over the weekend. The Astros were swept in the biggest series of the year. The bad and the ugly from that. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Very shortly here, we'll be making some trips back out to ESPN Bat at LaBerge and Lake Charles. It was great when they rebranded it. I love being there. And I'm so excited to get back to be there for the upcoming football season, for the MLB playoffs, for all the NFL, NCAA action going on. And plus, being there for UFC fight, I didn't even mention that earlier. It is an incredible environment. Even the Mike Tyson fight, we were there for that, and it was awesome inside the sportsbook. They got a new chef, new menu items, and they have a brand new VIP fan cave sections that is available for booking. Football season, Monday Night Football, Thursday night, college Saturdays. It is the destination to go to when you want to leave Houston and bet on your favorite teams. And they also have special barbecue offerings every Friday and Saturday. It's a sports book for me. Should be the sports book for you. Check them out. LaBerge in Lake Charles.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. Ryan in here today with half a shirt. 713-780-3776. But late notice, so thanks for coming in, Ryan, I guess.
Thank you.
Astros, I'm in a bad mood today. Sorry. Just in a bad mood. You know, they say like great leaders can uplift those that are around them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the opposite of a leader. What would you call that? But not a follower, because I still lead, but like in a negative way. Like good leaders
You're still
can
a
uplift.
leader.
I'm a leader in a negative way. I downlift everybody around me. I
downlift is right.
I deflate instead of inflate.
There we go. That's a little bit better.
I did win a fantasy baseball championship.
Congratulations!
Though 3 out of 4 years, back-to-back seasons. It's the golden era of Branham fantasy baseball.
That's all you got left. Now.
The Astros did not win a single game against Seattle. Look, my thought on this: they flat out got their lunch money took. They got stuffed into the trash can. They got stuffed into a locker. It is very clear that Seattle is a better baseball team than the Houston Astros. They got blown out in all 3 of these games. None of them were ever competitive. They never had a lead in this series. The Astros never led in this series. And oh yeah, they had their top 3, allegedly, starting pitchers in the series. Brown, Fromber, allegedly. Costanza went yesterday. All 3, well, Hunter Brown was fine. But the other 2 got it pushed into, it's not great. They got their lunch money, took it away.
Yeah.
I was never more displeased with the Astros this season than what I saw inside the dike over the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, outside of Hunter Brown, I know normally it's a good, bad, and ugly. The only good is Hunter Brown. 6 innings, 2 earned runs. He put his team in position to win a baseball game this weekend, but Fromber and Jason Alexander did not. They looked
I hated how the way that second inning started yesterday. I knew it was going to be bad. Naylor goes bunt base hit on you. Then Polanco gets an infield single. I'm like, oh, no, it's about to unravel.
You know it's going to be bad.
And then you got to – who's that right fielder that made that great catch that should have been banned for life in baseball?
Oh, Robles?
Yeah, Robles. Robles comes up. There's 2 strikes, and it's like, okay, you get a strikeout here. You're an out away from escaping this entirely. And then, like, he drew a walk, I think. He ended up walking there against Costanza. Costanza didn't have a sweeper at all. That was look, they were big brother. Like, they absolutely punked you over the course of that 3-game series.
Yeah, and now you're on the outside looking in. Playoff started today. The Astros are not a playoff team, which is startling. And it's, maybe you'll get some help here because the Tigers are awful right now, and maybe the Guardians will just go out there and sweep the Tigers, and the Astros will move back into playoff position ahead of the Tigers, and the Tigers will end up being the odd team out at this point. But it was really discouraging this weekend. I mean, Framber Valdez, he's bad right now. They're 1-9 in his last 10 starts, and he hasn't really been competitive in any of them. I think it's a 6.2 ERA in those 10 starts. He just looks awful. Like, of all the players the Astros have had going into contract years, he has fallen flat on his face. And then yesterday, I think the Cinderella comparison is pretty fair for Jason Alexander right now, where it feels like the glass slipper might have fallen off. I mean, this is a guy that I think everyone was feeling pretty confident about if the Astros make the playoffs. He's your game 2 starter at this point. But then seeing that performance where he just looks so dreadful, it's hard not to feel like that was the beginning of the end of the Jason Alexander hype this season.
I'm willing to give him a little bit of leeway.
I want to.
The way that inning started, that was it was a crappy inning. It was a crappy inning. Maybe left in a batter or two too late. It's not a good start. But if that inning starts differently, are we looking at his start much differently? I think so. I'm not gonna make that proclamation after one start. That said, it did feel like it was inevitable that eventually it was going to blow up and the Summer of George was going to be gone at some point.
Well, summer's over.
And September 21st was the end of the Summer of George.
Yeah.
And look, he's been a journeyman pitcher his entire career. Was this one sick run and once in a Jason Alexander career run? Probably.
Is this the Linsanity, basically?
Yeah, do I think that Jason Alexander can be a back of the rotation starter for a Major League Baseball team, Astros in 2026 included? Yeah, I do. But do I think he's a top 3 guy on a playoff rotation? No, I don't. And I do think that's where the once-in-a-generation career run probably was a thing. But I think he can be a number 5 for you next year, number 6 guy, swing guy for you next season. I'm not losing my hope on Jason Alexander entirely. It's just reality set in a bit yesterday. How about Jake Myers being aloof on the base? Where are you going, Jake Myers? They were down 2 runs in the 9th, first and second. You get one out. You get a little bloop into right center field. Robles makes the catch of his life. Should have been banned from baseball. Where's Jake Myers going? What are you thinking? Your run means nothing. You should be playing station to station. That was as low of an IQ, low of an S2 base running play that I've ever seen. And it's a problem with the Astros. They got a bunch of poor base runners. That was the poorest base running move of the season. You're down by 2 runs, most important game of the season. Where are you going? Your run doesn't matter.
But Tony Parachika he's sending them.
He was sending them after it was caught because it was already too late. He was like, well, if it goes to replay, you might as well have them score. It looked very weird, though. I'll grant you that.
It's a collective failure there of just you got to panic and try to send them back and hope for a misthrow back to second base of some kind. That's what you needed in the moment. But, yeah, it's an awful play. And who knows? If he stays on the base pass, maybe something weird happens and the Astros win that baseball game. The game's not over. It's an awful play, and it's probably the worst play of the weekend and a bunch of bad things that happened for the Astros. The other concern, frankly, is Pena.
I mean, you took the bat out of Isak's hands.
I know.
He would have been up, a chance to win it.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't run. Let's see if he catches the ball. You got first and second, 2 outs. Isak coming up down by 2.
And Isak had 2 hits this weekend.
And he hit a home run yesterday.
One of them's a home run. So
Come on,
I think it's
man.
about to be expected with him hitting in the 3rd spot, a 1 for 4, a 1 for 3 with a walk, an 0 for 4, and a 1 for 4 with a home run. It's about to be as expected, and a guy is returning, being asked to be put in a position like that. But yeah, it was a dreadful weekend for the Astros. And this team, they got big brothered. You're right. It's a great way to put it. you just gotta. Now you got these West Coast games versus the A's and the Angels, and a team in the A's that have swept you this year. You have to be much better. It's good that Javier and Brown are on the mound and Valdez. I guess it's good, but like setting up playoff rotations, all that stuff is out the window.
You gotta. I mean, all these games are must wins.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, technically not, but they're very, very important. You were about to make the point about Pena. You're right. Like, for him to not be in the lineup yesterday is probably pretty telling on the severity of whatever he's feeling right now.
You think he's been hurt for a while, right?
Yeah. Todd, TK, was it last week where he kind of mentioned that Pena's been banged up?
Mm-hmm.
I think we talked about it afterwards. Like, he kind of hinted that he's been banged up. So whenever he said that, my ears perked up. And then, all of a sudden, most important game of the year, he's a late scratch. I think he's dealing with something.
And it sounds like he's unsure of when he's going to return, which makes it even
what do you mean?
Worse. When he met with the media, it didn't sound like a guy who
he met with the media? I didn't see this.
Yeah, Chris Baldwin, I think, had it. I thought I had it on there. But it's just one of those where if you don't have him at this point in the season, it just makes things even more challenging. As a lineup that has severe limitations and a guy that you're really banking on. I mean, Altuve did fine back in the leadoff spot. He looked comfortable in it yesterday. I think that's a positive, I guess. But I don't know. Does it feel like the season's over?
No, I'm not going there.
You're not there yet?
Look, the Astros were red hot during the Seattle series. They
had
won back-to-back series. They had won 5 of their last 6.
But
I think Seattle's just
dominated.
I think they're just inferior. I think that the Astros are just inferior to the Mariners. I think the Mariners could very easily be the best team in the American League.
The way they're playing right now,
they have the pitching, they have the bullpen. Their lineup is deep. Like, Cal Raleigh's on a heater. Like, the whole year, he could very well be the MVP. I'm starting to get closer to him being the MVP in my mind, too. Like, his numbers aren't Judge, but Judge plays right field DH. Cal Raleigh catches. Which one's more valuable to, like, just relative to the position? Like, Cal Raleigh versus the average catcher is insane. Judge versus the average right fielder still insane, but not as big a gap. So,
I mean, he won a platinum glove last year.
I would have no problem with Cal Raleigh being the MVP. Like,
No,
his
I wouldn't
numbers
either.
aren't Judge, but doing it as he's catching is insane.
Well, and as you're setting all these records of, most switch hit home runs of all time and things like that, it's when you're record chasing like that, it does kind of elevate you into a different conversation. So I would be pro Cal Raleigh getting the MVP. It definitely feels like the Astros, the division race is over.
Oh, for sure.
I mean,
Like-
they're playing the Rockies. The Mariners are in this upcoming series starting tomorrow. Like, they're going to dominate that team. They're going to be focused on setting their playoff rotation, things like that.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen anything official on Wu yet.
They said like a peck, but they said that they got good news on his peck.
Well, that's good for them at least, but
that's good. I mean, he's nasty.
He is nasty.
No, I think you're right about you're down 3 games. Seattle's Colorado. They do host the Dodgers, but maybe that series doesn't matter to Seattle by the time that series begins.
Yeah, we'll see what the Padres do against the Brewers, because if the Brewers go out and handle them.
Well, I was thinking from a Seattle perspective. Like,
Oh,
Seattle could lock up the division before they play the Dodgers, and they're like, who
That's
cares?
true.
Let's set up our rotation. Let's give guys days off. So, like, it might not even matter. Now, they are in the race for, like, a potential bye in the first round. They could very well do that because they currently lead Detroit by 2 games.
Mm-hmm.
The schedule is favorable for the Astros going into the final week, but the Astros at Sacramento, at the Angels, like, it wouldn't shock me if they go 3-3 and miss the playoffs entirely.
No, I mean, you're at this point, like, it's all watch, I think, on the Guardians right now. If you need some help, that the Guardians are red hot. They lost yesterday, but they had won like 9-10 games in a row or something
it's
like that.
insane.
I mean, they've only lost 3 games over like the last month.
Well, the teams that you're chasing do have difficult schedules. Like, you're currently like, the other problem is the Astros win none of these tiebreakers. The only tiebreaker that they win is against Toronto.
Yep.
The Toronto would have to lose all 6 games. You would have to win all 6
Yeah, I mean,
games.
destiny is in their hands in terms of winning out and getting some help. With this series happening, the Tigers and the Guardians playing does help you. If you win this next series, if you sweep the Athletics, you're going to take an advantage.
Sweep the Athletics?
I know. I'm just saying, if you do, you would take at least some kind of advantage over the Tigers or the Guardians for the final wild card spot going into the final series. But they just have to play better, and it frankly, it's going to come. I feel like it's going to come to Frommer what he does. If he does not pitch better, it almost doesn't even matter. He's been so dreadful at this point for the Astros that if you go out there, you're in Sacramento, the ball flies out of that ballpark, so that could help the Astros offense a little bit. But if you're no Yordan, no Pena, I'm not sure it even totally matters. It's bad vibes. Bad vibes.
Yeah, the Astros 84-72 tied with the Guards. The Guards have Detroit and Texas both at home, so hopefully the Rangers can linger. It doesn't look great, though. Boston's at Toronto. Toronto needs to win, and then they host Detroit. They're a game ahead of you, and you have to overtake them completely. Tigers are a game ahead of you. They're at Cleveland and at Boston. So of those four teams, like the Astros schedule is the best, but the Astros have been very frustrating all season long. So we'll see. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pete, you're in the junkyard. What's up?
Hey, guys. Very, very disappointing weekend with the Astros. To see them start Friday night with Hunter Brown, who pitched a solid game, and not give them any offense was kind of a sign of things to come. Then followed up by Framber, and I hate to say it, I think Valdez is checked out for the year. Just giving up any runs, whether it be homer or whatever the case, you could just look at his face and his body language, and that guy has totally checked out of this year. And then, of course, Costanza got whacked yesterday. It was just awful. It was bad enough that the NFL teams, the Texans couldn't score and Astros couldn't score. I mean, it's like a virus going on around the city. But anyway, they had their opportunity, and what's really disappointing is if they miss out on the playoffs, all they have to do is look in the mirror, and they're the blame. I mean, this team was in first, 7 games up, with a lineup that was half-space Cowboys and an autograph seeker in Cooper Hummel. And then to make trades to try and strengthen the team and get guys off the IL, including Jordan, who's back on the IL again, it's just absolutely frustrating. I hope they somehow pull this out, but you can't tell me that those teams on the West Coast are thinking, hey, let's kill the king.
Yeah.
The king is dead.
Especially the A's.
Anyway,
that's what I'm worried about.
Especially the A's.
Appreciate you,
Yep,
Pete. Good
exactly.
stuff. Rack 'em, Pete. The A's are the one that worry me. Like, if you take 2 or 3 against Sacramento, I'm like, okay, all right, go to L.A. They're probably checked out. It's the A's that worry me. Young, hungry. This is probably their playoffs. Like, they worry me. All right, 713-780-3776. Eagles-Rams yesterday. All that went around the NFL. Busy day. Fun day, unless you're a Texans fan. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
All right, coming up here in just a couple weeks, it's time for Oktoberfest. Sunday, October 4th and Sunday, October 5th at the Kima Boardwalk. Join us for a variety of German beer, food, live music, cornhole tournaments, Stein holding competitions, costume contests, and more. It's an event that's free to the public to attend. The Bullpen, Sean, Brian, and Cam will be out there on October 4th doing their show from 10 to noon. So they got from 1 to 8 p.m. on Saturday the 4th. You've got a long cornhole tournament here. Oktoberfest DJ from 1 to 5 p.m. A polka dance performances from 1 to 5. There's so much stuff happening all day long on Saturday, October 4th and Sunday, October 5th. You can see the full schedule and check out the Bullpen there on the 4th. And full events and schedule at kimaboardwalk.com.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Have you came up with a name for your show yet? Yeah, it's Jeremy and Joe. He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. Jeremy and Joe.
Can confirm.
Enough Texans and Astros talk. Will the Space Cowboys repeat? They didn't make the playoffs, did they?
I don't know.
I don't think they made the playoffs.
I don't know.
I don't think they made the playoffs. I don't think that they did. We'll talk NFL, though. How about the ending of that Eagles-Rams game? Game of the day.
All the games was crazy yesterday. All those blocked field goals.
I know that the Rams lost the game, but my thoughts on them winning the NFC actually went up. That they were able to go in there, have a big lead. I know they gave it away, but I didn't think that they were really going to be competitive in that game, and they were.
Mm-hmm.
Like, very easily could have won the game. If Jordan Davis doesn't block a field goal, they win the game.
Yep.
They leave with a win. Also, that blocked field goal and the return for the score, Eagles covered yesterday.
They did.
Eagles covered in that game. No business covering.
I think I'd quit gambling if I would have money on that game. That's depressing.
I don't think that I did.
You don't think you did? You don't
No.
have like a tracker going?
I went 5-2 this week against. I'm having a good year against the spread, by the way.
You are
16-7 against the spread.
Our unnamed betting segment, you're doing good so far too.
The 3-pack.
The 3-pack?
I don't know. Chargers best team in the AFC West? Question mark.
For now, yeah, they are.
How many teams are ahead of them in the AFC? Like not just record wise, but like eye test. You're giving a chance in the AFC to win the AFC and represent the AFC as the representative in the Super Bowl.
Buffalo and Baltimore.
That's it? What about Kansas City?
No.
So Kansas City below the Chargers for you?
Kansas City is in trouble.
Yeah, they don't look good.
I mean, 22. That game was awful last night. Gosh, I can't believe I watched it.
How about the Colts? Colts or Chargers?
No, I'll still take the Chargers. While I think the Colts it's a good story of what they're doing so far. Until you go up in that level of competition, we're not there yet. They beat the Dolphins, who are going to be one of the teams that fires their head coaches first this year, and the Titans, who also will join that company.
Yeah.
The Broncos win is good. It's a 1-point win over the Broncos, but they've beaten up on two of the worst teams in the NFL. We'll see how this weekend goes against the Rams.
I think the AFC after Buffalo and the Ravens, and maybe the Chargers, is very mid.
I agree. Are you watching what you're seeing so far in the NFL and want to change your stance at all about Allen or Lamar winning a Super Bowl?
Yeah, this makes me nervous.
Yeah, I think it should.
It makes me nervous. No, I think that this would be the year. Like if neither one can win it this year, it's like, will they ever? But I mean, you have to probably beat the Eagles in the Super Bowl. That won't be an easy task.
The Rams. I think while we've probably crowned the Packers a little too early since they got killed and they lost to the Browns. I mean, their offense couldn't do anything in this game.
See, the Browns are a little underrated. Like, their defense is a problem.
It's a huge problem.
They get slept on defense. Their defense is
yes.
good.
That's why when we were talking about the Texans division struggles or being easy last week, and I said that I included the Browns in the North, it's because their defense is legit.
Yeah.
And Stefanski is a great coach.
He is a really good coach.
If you gave him a quarterback, I'd be fascinated.
How about him getting fired? We always talk about McDaniel. Like, I don't think they'll fire him. But maybe as a Texans fan, you should be rooting for Stefanski to get fired, and then he's your OC.
I don't think Stefanski makes it to you as your OC. I think everyone would look at what's happening in Cleveland and say, hey, look what this guy has accomplished. I mean, the year they made the playoffs and lost to the Texans, they started 5 quarterbacks.
I mean, so what do you mean he wouldn't make it to you?
I think he'd be a head coach somewhere else.
Okay.
I think he would be handed Cam Ward. He would be handed any job
that
he
would be
wanted,
kind of intriguing.
Honestly, like I don't think Stefanski. I think firing him would be a huge mistake.
Because I was thinking like another team that was seeking an OC. Like if the Texans do have Nick Haley as a one and done, you're going to be pretty high on the pecking order.
Are you?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah. Absolutely. You have Stroud. You have Nico Collins. That's pretty good for teams that are going to be looking for OC, and you're going to have a top 10 pick that's probably going to be using an offensive lineman.
Yeah. I think the other teams I would look at for, like, are they going to be looking for a new offensive coordinator? Patriots might be looking for a new offensive coordinator, to be honest with you.
It wouldn't be better. I'd rather have the Texans scenario.
Yeah. And you have Drake May, and you don't have a lot of weapons there, to be honest with you, either.
Butte, Diggs,
J.J. Watt.
Pop Douglas.
J.J. is very immature.
Who?
J.J. Watt.
J.J. Watt?
He's very immature.
What did he do?
There was Booty caught a pass, and he was just snickering.
So he's got some elementary humor.
Yes, I do enjoy it though. I do very much enjoy.
I'm not sure I watched any of that game.
It was on Red Zone.
I had Red Zone on as I had it on mute next to me. Chiefs avoid the 0-3, but they were pretty meh looking. I think the Andy Reid, Travis Kelce drama, I think it's staged.
He's blowing it off pretty easily. Like it's not a big deal.
I think Kelce is one of those guys that Reid knows he can go to try to like fire up the troops.
Yeah,
and Kelce gave back to him a little bit too. Like probably, hey, why are you doing that? Blah, blah,
and
blah.
if it works, it works. And now it's not really working. It's not the first time we've seen Travis Kelce, unload a little bit on the sidelines either. So I don't think anyone should be shocked by it.
No.
If it was another player in another team, I think it'd be a much bigger story. Like if that was, Trevor Lawrence and Liam Cohen or something like that, I think people would care a lot more, but I don't think it's a big deal for them. But they're not close to the top of the AFC, and I don't think it's going to get – there's not really much reason to believe it's going to get any better.
They're a defending champion.
I know, but they just look awful.
But they're going to get Rice back. They're going to get Worthy back. That offense is going to look a little different in 3 weeks.
I just will – I kind of want to wait and see. Like Rice, I think is a giant assumption. I think Worthy is too. We haven't really seen those guys really be great in the NFL just yet. I think it's probably a fair assumption that's going to look much better, but it's still a big leap that they're going to make it look that much better in Kansas City.
You think it's time for Jackson Dart?
Yes.
How bad are the Cowboys' defense? They made Russell Wilson look really, really good. And then the very next week, it's like, they need to bench Russell Wilson. They made Caleb Williams look like the Caleb Williams we all thought he would be coming out of USC.
Most touchdowns in the NFL.
They are, that's right, 7.
Mm-hmm.
He threw what? How many yesterday?
4.
He threw 4 of the 7 yesterday.
Yeah.
The Cowboys' passing defense is bad. And they lost CeeDee Lamb
Shocker.
for like 3
Matt
to 4 weeks.
His defense isn't good.
Yeah, but they also don't have the pieces.
No, they don't.
They don't have a pass rush, and their best defenders out. Bland.
Yeah, they hired a zone coverage defensive coordinator and then traded away their best pass rusher, and they have no pass rush.
Yeah.
The Bears have one of the worst left tackles in the NFL. He gave up 0 pressures yesterday.
Yeah, they're that's where quarterbacks who are go to get revived.
And the CeeDee Lamb thing is crazy.
How he's only missing 3 to 4 weeks?
He hurt it running the ball.
What?
It was a handoff.
So what does that mean? Why does that matter?
Who does that?
Who gives the ball to a wide receiver?
A
lot of people.
Out of the single back formation? Like Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Nico Collins, they don't do that stuff.
Debo's done it.
Debo's not
DJ
that guy.
Moore's done it.
They're not that guy. You put your star wide receiver in risk like that, I think that's a huge mistake. I get why you do it with guys like DJ Moore and Debo, but not with.
It's like using Tank Dell to block in the box.
Yeah, what are you doing? It just doesn't make any sense. He gets rolled up on it. Now he's out for 4 weeks.
Yeah.
I think that defense is dreadful, and they're not going to get any better. They're going to have a long season. They're going to have to score so many points, and the fact that they couldn't against a team that just gave up 52 points should also be concerning.
This is why I like Dak Prescott for that. Potential lead the league in passing.
And then they didn't look that good. They scored 14 points against the Bears.
Yeah, they kind of checked out there a little bit. You taking the 49ers seriously?
I think so. I think it's really, really impressive what they're doing with all the injuries and things that they're facing. But they just lost Bosa for the season today.
Yeah.
I mean, it's piling on. They've missed Juwan Jennings, they've missed Purdy, they've missed Ayuk. Now they're missing Bosa. It just keeps adding and adding. They're almost like the Astros of the NFL at this point, where there's such a string of unfortunate luck. There's still reason to believe, but my gosh, they can't catch a break at all with what they're doing.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Gary, you're in the junkyard. What's up, Gary?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. That Andy Reid and Kelce, I think it is more. It is a big thing. I know maybe Andy is trying to push his button, but at no point, that's the second time, and they probably have done this more at practice or what have you. Plus his girlfriend, plus his age, plus it's a lot of frustration and stress. But if that was anybody else, like your co-host said, it would be. It's totally disrespectful. It does not matter who you are. And the fact that sometimes players have argued and got into it on the sideline at least once or twice, but then you hear reports of it in the locker room and on the field, and then every Sunday or every Monday or every Thursday when they talk about that team, they bring up that guy's mishaps. it is a problem. They're not at the top of the mountain anymore. They're struggling. But I get Pat Mahomes throwing stupid passes or whatever, but you don't see Andy go and push his button. That's the second time that we are aware of. And that is a label. If we label people, we shouldn't. I mean, he does have a problem.
Appreciate the call, Gary.
I think it's fair. I mean, look, it is shocking to see him get in the face of Andy Reid like that. I mean, like all we can do
Andy
is,
Reid initiated it.
Yeah.
I think we're overrating this so much.
I do think there's some frustration. Someone just said from the text line, or no, sorry, it's a ESPN story I saw where he's frustrated with himself because he's not the player he once was. He can't help them in the way that he wants to. I think there's some frustrating of why he nearly retired is there. He wanted to go out a winner. Right now, they're not looking like a playoff team.
The CeeDee Lamb was an end around, Joe.
Was it?
Yes. You had me second guessing myself. It's an end around, Joe.
Still.
This is how all receivers take handoffs. I bet you Jefferson, Chase. I know Nico has. They've all taken end arounds.
Yeah, Chase did have a rushing attempt this weekend.
Line them up in a single back. Just spreading fake news, Joe.
Brain fart. It happens.
Brain fart.
I watched a lot of football this weekend.
You had so much conviction. I was like, I don't remember him being a single back. But you said it with such authority. I was like, I guess he was. No. He was split out wide to the left, a little end around.
To be fair to Joe, he has watched his Chicago Bears give DJ Moore the ball straight out of the backfield.
Yeah, I just got him confused.
But Moore's their second best receiver. Third. And they have no running game.
Maybe third.
Is Swift hurt?
No, he just sucks, Jeremy.
Well, they have nobody else on that team
That's
either.
That's why the Lions moved on from him. It's the first thing Ben Johnson did.
I know.
He got rid of DeAndre Swift and brought in David Montgomery and then Jahmyr Gibbs.
Are the Raiders? Not the Raiders. Are the Steelers for real? 2-1. There's not a whole lot of teams, by the way, that are better than 500 in the AFC. Like this list of 500 teams in the AFC, better than 500 teams in the AFC is not great. You have the Chargers, the Bills, and the Colts who are all undefeated, all right? 3-0. You only have three other teams as of right now. Ravens will probably win today and join the ranks of 2-1. But the 3 2-1 teams currently in the AFC, Cincinnati, who doesn't have Joe Burrow, who looked really bad against Minnesota yesterday. Pittsburgh with Rodgers, who lost to Seattle, by the way, their lone loss, and Jacksonville, who tried to hand the Texans their first victory of the year. It's the 3 undefeateds and then the 3 2-1s who I have zero faith in. Now, the Ravens will change that tonight, but still,
even if the Ravens
AFC's
lose
mid.
tonight,
Outside of Buffalo, Baltimore, the Chargers, and look, I like the Colts, I think, more than you. The AFC is mid.
I think those 3 teams, the Chargers, the Ravens, and the Bills are the. If there's a bet of one of those 3 teams to make the Super Bowl or anyone else, I would take one of those 3 teams out of the AFC. I don't think anyone else is a real contender.
Bills, Ravens, Chargers, the field?
Yeah.
The field bet? I would not take the field.
Yeah, I wouldn't take the field because I wouldn't take the bet on Kansas City or the Colts. And no, I don't think the Steelers are for real. Rodgers,
No.
he's having.
I think they could win 9 games.
He has some flashes where you still see Rodgers in there, but he looks so slow. I mean, when there's pressure on him, he struggles. I mean, they barely beat the Patriots, and the Patriots are not good. They beat the Jets by 2. They lost to the Seahawks. I think they're realistically going to probably end up just being another 8-9, 9-8 season.
Make sure that Tomlin doesn't have a losing year. That's all they care about in Pittsburgh. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the college football. Like Arch Manning flexing over a Bearcat. A big win for Oklahoma. Big win for Texas Tech as well. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We are in the thick of football season. We all love football. Who doesn't love football? And you know what's a great addition to football for you? Underdog. Underdog is the place to be all football season. It's the place to be to make picks all football season. It's the place to be to win money all season long. You can always find me on Underdog. I'm always doing the best balls. I'm always making my picks, starting a streak, trying to jump the rungs on the ladder on Underdog too. Those are the originals. But you can make the picks on Underdog right now. Playing on Underdog is so easy. All you have to do is pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on a bunch of different stats, but touchdowns, yards, interceptions, much, much more. You can also pick your teams now on Underdog. Pick whether or not your team will win or lose. I won my picks this weekend. You probably did too. Get your picks right. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. I made some picks a little bit earlier. I'm going with 4 picks today. Underdog, which is very very kind to me, very kind to the user. They're giving you a Lamar Jackson free pick, higher than 0 passer rush yards. I like my chances there. But I added 3 more picks to that free pick. Jahmyr Gibbs, higher than 55.5 rush yards, which means David Montgomery, lower than 38.5 rush yards. Also, they're not really throwing to Laporta. Sam Laporta, lower than 47.5 receiving yards. 4 picks for Branham. What are you picking on Underdog? You have the originals, you have drafts, you have streaks as well. So much to play, so much fun to be had, so much money to win. Download the app right now and sign up with promo code KILLERB to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code KILLERB, KILLERB. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog, make picks, win money.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
inside of the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. It's Jeremy and Joe. I have to start this segment with an apology.
Oh, good.
I was wrong on the CeeDee Lamb play.
Yes.
I couldn't find it quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I pulled up a video. I Googled, well, I Twitter searched CeeDee Lamb injury, and I clicked a play, and it was against the Patriots
in Dallas.
in Dallas. I couldn't find it. I eventually did find it, and yeah, you were right. I was wrong.
Single
back, little counter off tackle to the right. Yeah, you were 100% right. I was 100% wrong. I'll eat the L. My bad. I apologize.
You got to quit on me now and run for the Senate? Is that how this day's going to go?
Run for the Senate?
Yeah.
Why would I run for the Senate?
Like, what's his name in Auburn? What's the coach's name?
Tuberville?
No, the basketball coach.
Oh, Bruce Pearl?
Yeah.
He's not running for Senate, is he?
Yeah, that's what they're saying why he left.
There's no way that's true.
That he wants to get into politics.
What?
Yeah.
Unreal. College football over the weekend. Arch Manning flexed on Sam Houston.
Dumb.
They dropped the state, though, by the way. Don't mention Sam Houston State. It's now Sam Houston.
Why?
Well, they dropped the state because it looks better on the ESPN graphic.
Is that the real reason?
Yes.
That's a wild reason.
Yeah, absolutely a real reason. Which, I mean, I totally understand. But yeah,
I guess,
Arch is back. Texas is back, baby.
No, they're not.
Oklahoma, 4-0. Good start for the Sooners. There's a lot of controversy in this game.
Yeah, I mean, when the SEC has to publicly admit that they did something wrong in the way that they did, I mean, we don't really see that where it's the referees messed up. Like, they fully acknowledged it. And if Auburn goes on a run this year, and like this now has to be factored in to the college football playoff conversation. If they're the 13th ranked team, the committee has to factor this in because the SEC so publicly admitted that they made a mistake.
I mean, how much did you think? I mean, obviously it was a touchdown, but do you think it drastically influenced the game?
I don't think it drastically influences, but it deserves to be part of the conversation. Because normally I wouldn't say like it deserves to be part of it. But I think like last year with South Carolina, the Lenore Sellers injuries were part of it, and obviously they didn't make the playoffs. But and I'm not saying Auburn's going to make a run here. I don't think they're going to. But to have the conference so bluntly just admit to a mistake is just not something we see in sports very often. It was kind of refreshing, to be honest with you.
It's kind of funny.
It is funny. Like
unless you're an Auburn fan.
Yeah, if you're an Auburn fan, you have the
really
right to be upset. Or I don't know if it affected the line at all in the game. I don't know what the final line was.
I mean, sure. I mean, Oklahoma won by 7. They probably were favored by what, maybe 5.5?
Probably, yeah. So it must have at least a little bit.
Absolutely.
So yeah, that's where.
Absolutely, it did. Not knowing the line, I don't bet college sports. Big time Tech win at Utah.
They
Texas
were
Tech looking good.
Very impressive.
The quarterback got hurt, but they say he's going to be okay.
Yeah.
Morton Barons.
I think what I like about
Barons Morton.
What I like about that game is it was still the homegrown guys. Like they've got this $28 million roster. The guy we talked about last week,
Cody Campbell.
Yeah, giving them a huge blank check to fix their roster. Like it was still guys that Hammond, Dickey, like those are guys who have been on Tech's roster, who contributed to this win. They handled Utah. I mean,
they look good.
They looked very good.
Yeah, Baron Morton, but their freshman quarterback looked pretty good too. They're pretty high on him to be the successor for Morton. I like how Cody Campbell spent that money, but he spent it on the trenches because like Utah has 2 tackles that are projected to be first rounders. Maybe they'll be Texans, and they still look like the better side of the ball, the defensive line. So tip my cap to what the Red Raiders are doing. They're off and they're at Houston in 2 weeks. Miami keeps rolling. Florida made that game a game though. Like they stuck around, which I think is a feather in the cap for the SEC actually.
Yeah, but I'm kind of out on Lagway. I think
I'm shocked with how bad he's looked. I was such a Lagway guy.
Yeah, and then now we got another good. I mean, Miami, Florida State, 2 versus 8 coming up on the 4th. They're off this weekend, but Lagway has been uninspiring. And it felt like he was going to be like a dude coming out of the draft.
Yeah, it kind of ruined him. Clemson's 1-3. First time that they're 1-3 under Dabo. By the way,
they suck.
That's a program going in the wrong direction.
And look, that's what in this. It's not all because of the NIL and transfer portal stuff, but I think Dabo's been a little cheesy in some of the things he said. That's the nicest, most polite way to say it. But he hasn't used the transfer portal. He hasn't made it to affect his roster in a positive way. And you're seeing the repercussions from that. He's going to lose his job.
Probably.
And I think the arrogance, arguing with the media last week about being a winning program and are you going to bail on us after 1 year? Well, it's not 1 year. Like you barely snuck into the playoffs last year. You've fallen well below your expectations. I mean, I don't think if Kalen DeBoer were to get fired this year at Alabama, I don't think anyone would be clamoring for Dabo Swinney to come home and come there because as long as he's not willing to play this game of NIL and transfer portal, to me, he doesn't really have a place in college football anymore. Like, you have to play the game. He's unwilling to play it, and his programs are going to fall behind because of it. He's almost untouchable.
I wonder how much Clemson can play it. Is my thing. Because if they're not playing the NIL game, then it could be one of those, okay, we're moving on for Dabo, and then we get worse. I don't know. I don't know how much money they have floating around that they're ready to spend on players clueless to that.
Like if they don't have the collectives and things like that already set up, that means a new coach is going to have to come in and establish all of that.
It could get worse.
You're still going to have to, but at least then you have a chance to build something. You have it.
It depends on if you have the money there or not.
Yeah.
I have no idea. I would think that they would because they're like a blue blood, but there's blue bloods that don't. Indiana beat up on Illinois. Kurt Cignetti's awesome. Nebraska's lost to 28 straight ranked opponents now, by the way, after they lost to Michigan.
And I think Matt Rule specifically has 2 and 24 against ranked opponents, I think it is.
Not great. I think it's already guaranteed that the American Conference champion is going to represent the group of 5. Memphis, well, if they win it, because there's some good teams in the American. But they beat up Arkansas. They have a win over the Pac-12, if that is actually a thing. North Texas beat Washington State. They have a win over the Big Ten. Tulane beat Northwestern. They have a win over the SEC. South Florida beat Florida. They have a win over the ACC. Tulane beat Duke. They have a win over the Big 12. Tulsa over Oklahoma State and Army over Kansas State. And they have a win over a ranked group of 5, South Florida over Boise State. The American Conference is the best group of 5. That champion should be in the playoff.
Yeah, I was looking at the college football playoff rankings and seeing the other receiving votes because right now there is not that group of 5 team represented in the top 25.
That's what's stupid about the AP poll.
So you have South Florida with 77 votes, Memphis with 23, UNLV with 3 votes, North Texas with 2 votes. So those would be the teams in contention right now at the moment.
I don't even need a poll. Whoever wins the American should be the representative for the group of 5 in the playoff.
I'm fine with that, but like if they all kind of beat up on each other a little bit, like
that's what the SEC does, and they call it cannibalizing.
But it's not. But the college football playoff committee's not going to look at that.
They should. They're dumb. If Rice wins the American, they should be the representative of the group of 5 in the Big 12.
What if North Texas goes on
national champion?
I don't even know if they can.
North Texas is in the American.
Are they really?
Yes, I believe so.
I was like, I can't keep up with all these changes.
The American champion should be the representative for the group of 5 in the college football playoff.
You're right. They are.
Yeah.
To be fair, though, you don't have to grandstand for them anymore.
I'm not doing it because of U of H ties. I'm doing it because what is right is right. Here are some of the records versus the non-conference Power 4 schools and Notre Dame. This is something to keep in mind when college football playoff selection committee rolls around. The SEC 10-3 against non-conference Power 4 schools and Notre Dame. They are first. Second, the Big 12, 8-6. The Big 10, 5-6. The American, 6-11. Mountain West, 4-9. The poor ACC, 5-12. So let's keep that in mind. Whenever we have a bubble SEC and a bubble ACC, remember to give it to the SEC. When we got a bubble Big 12 and a bubble ACC, let's remember to give it to the Big 12. Let's keep that in mind, everybody.
Yeah, I mean, you don't think like North Carolina's super inspiring right now to boost up the ACC?
They're terrible.
I mean, Bill Belichick. My gosh, dude.
He's got to get his guys in there.
He's not going to be there long enough to get his guys
He's got to get his guys in there. He'll be fine. Belichick will be fine. All right, let's get to the car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Car wrecks of the day. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Are you looking to escape the rat race of whatever's causing you stress and anxiety? Of course you are. Are you ready to escape the hustle and bustle of the job? Of course you are, and I have the best weekend idea for you. Maybe it's just a Monday through Friday idea for you, too. That's Two Creeks Crossing Resort. They are the best place to get some rest and relaxation. Book your stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. Open green spaces, wildlife, beautiful majestic trees, some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat it. It's only 90 minutes from Houston, too. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Hike their 92 acres of property, kayak, pickleball, hang out by the pool with a drink, glamping, cabins, tree houses, pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for anyone. And right now, you can get 20% off your stay through October. So take advantage of that, 20% off your stay through October. They're always taking care of their visitors. Look at this week, for instance. Thirsty Thursday. Who doesn't like a Thirsty Thursday? Frozen Friday. That sounds awesome. Fajitas and Ritas contest on Friday as well. Then Saturday, look at the stuff they have for the kiddos. Kids Craft, Kids Activity, some bingo. They have live music with Kenny Cooper. They got college football at Swampers. You can watch your college football at Two Creeks Crossing Resort. So book that stay now. Get 20% off through October. twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com. Houston, the Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Did you know that Walmart has more than 500 million items online? Find a huge selection that you can't find in stores at walmart.com. We love using Walmart for online ordering. We've been doing it for a while now. We don't have a lot of time. We don't like to mess with the crowd. So we order with Walmart. We get everything we need without even having to leave the house. It is fantastic. You're saying that's too expensive. Online grocery shopping costs more, Brandon. That's not true. Not true at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store. And because it's Walmart, you know that those prices are low. And what I love, they're fast. Wife placed an order a little bit earlier today. It's going to be home before I'm home. They're going to save you time. Use express delivery to get all the eligible things you need from Walmart, from groceries, home goods, even prescriptions. Walmart is changing the game. So when it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, throwing a party, think Walmart for those grocery needs. Start an order today at walmart.com. Car wreck of the day, 713-780-3776. Joe George, what do you have for car wreck of the day?
Is Houston sports too generic?
I already have a texter saying that, so no.
Houston
got a junkie
sports?
texting it in.
I think I also have to nominate you.
Yeah, I deserve it.
For calling me out for being wrong about CeeDee Lamb. When I was right, you picked a play from a different stadium, a different season. All of it was bad. Tried to embarrass me on the show.
Intentionally. Some would
know.
say. No, I own it. That was a bad loss for me. Chalk it up. We should keep a running scoreboard of like just the wins whenever we have like a point of contention.
There is a whiteboard that we could.
Yeah, let's do that. And you have the lead.
Yep.
I'm 0-1. You any point of contention where you're like, no, I'm right. No, I'm right. And we look it up and who's right. And we can have like a weekly drink bet on it too.
I'm fine with that.
And I'll give you. You can have this one.
Go downstairs, nice and easy.
Oh, I'm 0-1. Well, this week doesn't count because it's a short week. So we'll start that next week.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
You're only here the next 2
I don't
days.
have a chance to catch up. No, I'm going to be going to Corvallis. So.
I can mess up. You never know.
No, that's it. Let's do that. Let's do that.
All right.
What is the clip from Car Wreck of the Day? That's from Sopranos.
It's from the first scene of Sopranos.
The very first
It's
one?
from the opening scene, basically.
That's right.
When he gets in a car accident, yeah.
So me, Houston sports, my car wreck of the day, Arch Manning for flexing on a fallen Sam Houston defender.
Good.
Sam
Deserves
Houston,
it.
Arch. You're a Manning. You're royalty. You're football royalty, and you're flexing on a dude from the Piney Woods. Like, what are we doing here, Arch? You're the Heisman favorite at the start of the year. You're the #1 pick at the start of the year, wrongfully, and you're flexing on a Bearcat from the Piney Woods?
That's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing, Arch.
Yeah.
Also, Lainey Wilson can get it. She postponed her concert Saturday.
Okay.
I didn't read why, but she's car wreck of the day, postponing. All those Lainey Wilson fans that were clamoring to watch
Are you
Lainey.
supposed to be going to this or something?
No.
Oh.
I just saw it on the internet.
Oh,
And
okay.
It's popular. It's pop culture.
Yeah.
Joe. Keep up with pop culture in the city.
I don't got enough time for that.
Lainey Wilson.
There's only so much time.
You
in
don't
a
like
day.
country and western?
I do. Lainey Wilson's not my forte, though.
Who's your country you go
Zach
to?
Brown.
Zach Brown?
Yeah, Zach
Little
Brown
Toes
band.
in the water?
Oh, yeah.
Butt in the sand?
Yep. You can say ass. It's okay.
I like Zach Brown a lot, too.
He's great. We saw him every year at the rodeo.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Zach Brown.
Yeah.
Zach Brown's pretty good. A couple on the text line. Astros, says Josh from Seabrook. Houston sports, excluding U of H. Go Cougs. Car wreck of the day. Texans offense. Again, says a junkie on the text line. What's winning?
I think Houston sports just got to take the crown this weekend. It's deserved.
Houston, Big Three pro sports. And then Fred VanVleet gets hurt. All right, you win, Houston. You need the win. You need the W. Does it for us. Thanks to Ryan for filling in on short notice and a half a shirt. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. ESPN National coming up. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night, Houston.